Satisfy is a world so realistic it's practically Earth 2, filled with countless lands just waiting to be explored. Deep in the Southern Edge Cave, in a remote area no AI has ever stepped foot in, except for one person, is our protagonist, Grid, a level 73 warrior. The deepest part of this cave is packed with rare treasures. An hour ago, Grid finally made it, and he found the Legendary Blacksmith's book. It's an S-rank quest item that Earl Asuka tasked him with. Grid has been struggling for months to finish this, losing so many levels and pieces of gear along the way. But the moment he got his hands on that book, he felt it was all worth it. However, a new problem popped up. Grid needed the Eye of Pagma to identify it. It's sold in the shop, but because it's a top-tier appraisal item, the price is insanely high. Even though Grid is a broke loser, this time, he decided to go all in and buy the Eye of Pagma. The result? After the appraisal, Grid got a huge surprise. The book was actually a legendary item. It was called Pagma's Rare Book, a manual containing the experiences of Pagma, a blacksmith who broke through human limitations. By opening the book, Grid could change his class to Pagma's Successor and master the secrets of legendary smithing. Grid was so hyped he couldn't even stand steady. He never thought that after struggling through this quest, he'd end up changing into a one-of-a-kind legendary class. After 10 seconds of excitement, Grid forced himself to calm down. He was here to finish Earl Asuka's quest, and he didn't want to leave it unfinished. Still, the book in his hands was a literal goldmine. Grid was already considering whether he should just sell it. It's super rare. People would definitely pay hundreds of millions for it. Grid is a gaming addict, but he didn't neglect his studies. He had to grind jobs just to pay for his game subscriptions and tuition. His friends even ditched him because they thought he was too obsessed with games. But with this legendary book, Grid could finally end his miserable life as a worker. He wanted to cry out, "Everyone, I actually did it! Grid is a big shot now." Grid hugged the book tight like a treasure. He had made up his mind. He was going to sell it for cash. But wait, this time, Grid couldn't log out. To make matters worse, the S-rank quest he was working on, Earl Asuka's secret request, suddenly changed into Earl Asuka's wrath. The Southern Edge Cave was supposed to be empty, but once the quest changed, Asuka suddenly appeared, along with his henchmen. "You adventurers are all just as greedy as each other," he shrieked in rage. The system notified Grid that Earl Asuka was furious because he tried to run off with the book. Now, he wanted Grid's head, and to take the book back. "You traitor! I must give you the punishment you deserve," Asuka coldly declared. Grid knew there was no point in sweet-talking him anymore. He yelled back, "Shut the hell up! Who was the one who lowered my reputation just to scam the rewards, huh?" At that, Asuka decided he was done talking. He ordered his men to take Grid's head. Grid wasn't about to accept that he'd busted his tail for months. Was it all for nothing? Just as the henchman's sword was about to strike, Grid used every ounce of strength he had to dodge. He was a level 73 player with skills after all. So, Grid decided to throw everything he had at them. First, he stopped the enemy with a stun skill, then activated his shield. But unfortunately, his low-level skill didn't stun the enemy. He kept charging. A question popped into Grid's head. If he died here, what would happen to the book? Wouldn't it just disappear? If so, he couldn't finish the quest, couldn't log out, and definitely couldn't sell it. At that point, Grid was truly backed into a corner. With no other options, he figured if he couldn't have it, he'd destroy it. Grid reached out and grabbed the book. As soon as Asuka saw that, he turned pale and screamed, "He's trying to open the book! Stop him!" But it was too late. If Asuka had just let him be, he wouldn't have gone this far. But now, Pagma's rare book was open, and Grid began the class change process to become the one and only Pagma's successor. During this process, all his skills and stats would be reset. Honestly, Grid didn't even know what would happen after the change. But since it was a legendary class, maybe he could ditch this unfinished quest. As the leveling process finished, Grid became Pagma's only successor and a legendary blacksmith. He learned 4 new skills: blacksmithing, handicraft, appraisal, and disassembly repair. All of them were maxed out. On top of that, the legendary blacksmith skill tree opened up, giving him new abilities and fresh stats. He'd never tried this class before, but it sounded like a production-type class. Grid couldn't stop whining that even inside a game, he still had to work, but he didn't have a choice before. Now, looking at that panic on Asuka's face made him feel pretty good. He didn't know if it was because of the legendary class, but Grid felt flooded with power. Facing Asuka and his goons as they rushed him, he was ready to fight. Too bad for him, Grid had put on a bring-it-on attitude, but after the class change, he had dropped back to level 1 and had absolutely no gear on him. So, the moment Asuka's henchman swung his sword, Grid was toast. At the same time, in the real world, the CEO of the company that made Satisfy got an urgent call. The game's fifth operations team reported that a class change had just happened in the game 5 minutes ago. They didn't know how serious it was, but the CEO immediately grabbed his coat and headed to the office in the middle of the night. A class change? Already? That was fast. This is about to get interesting. Grid was taken out by Asuka instantly and lost 2 levels. His quest failed because of it. Before he respawned, he was still there, cursing up a storm. Grid was instantly wiped out by the ASU, dropping 2 levels in the process. His quest failed because of it, and all the way back to the respawn point, Grid couldn't stop grumbling and cursing his bad luck. He cursed the ASU for being scum and the game itself for being a scam, only to be snapped back into reality as none other than Grid, a good-for-nothing slacker. His dreams of raking in hundreds of millions in the game vanished, replaced by the harsh reality of his mother hovering over his gaming pod, demanding to know what time he thought it was. Grid jumped out of his skin. Looking behind him, he knew a family storm was brewing. Meanwhile, at the ESA Corporation, the developers and operators of the game Satisfy, Chairman Lim Cheon-ho had arrived after hearing news that a player had completed a class change. It seemed to be a matter of extreme importance, because the head of Satisfy's operations, Choi Nahi, had been waiting at the office entrance for quite some time, anxiously awaiting Lim Cheon-ho's arrival with a report in hand. It detailed everything about the player known as Grid, who had changed classes 5 minutes ago, including his real name, his previous class, and his previous level. It covered his current class and level, as well as the process he used to trigger the class change with the Pagma's rare book. According to the Intelligence Department's report, Choi Nahi concluded, that Grid was just an ordinary unemployed gaming addict. The only point of interest was that for the past year, he had been stuck in one city, building his reputation. Yet, in just 3 months, he ventured into a level 200 zone and got absolutely wrecked, countless times. Sir, even though you ordered a direct report regarding the legendary class change, based on the fact that the player is incompetent, this report doesn't really offer much valuable insight. This case should just be considered a random coincidence. Even though Choi Nahi looked down on Grid, Lim Cheon-ho didn't see it that way, because he felt that, regardless of whether it was luck or not, that level of persistence is a talent in itself. But since even the class change book was found purely by chance, does this case really hold any significance, sir? As the operations manager, I find this rather unfortunate. Lim Cheon-ho suddenly chuckled. Unlike Choi Nahi, it was the very randomness of Grid's journey, finding Pagma's rare blacksmith book that he found fascinating. Manager Choi, you know as well as I do, according to the development team's projections and the supercomputer, Morpheus, Pagma's texts weren't supposed to be discovered for another 2 years, Lim Cheon-ho said. In reality, the player with the ID, Grid stumbled upon that cave and the book long before the projected time, and he even triggered the quests himself. Lim Cheon-ho didn't believe such a series of events could be explained away as a mere coincidence. Furthermore, there was another point of interest: his current negative level. According to the game's design, a player must be at least level 350 to even open the ASU quest. Yet, Grid, only a mid-level player, managed to snatch a legendary item and trigger an abrupt class change. Right after the class change, he was dropped to level 1, a penalty for transitioning to a legendary class. Not only that, Grid faced another penalty for failing the quest, which dropped him another 2 levels. For new players who hadn't reached level 10, this rule usually wouldn't apply, but since it was a penalty, it resulted in Grid's current level of -1. Hearing Lim Cheon-ho's analysis, Choi Nahi was startled. She realized it too. Lim Cheon-ho kept smiling. Every time you level up, you get 10 stat points. And now, that negative level 1 has actually become an advantage for this player. To go from -1 back to level 1, he has to gain 2 levels. The result is that at level 1, he'll have higher stats than anyone else at the same level. If this happened by chance, then we should call it destiny. And if it is destiny, then it must have something to do with his hidden potential. After hearing her chairman's analysis, Choi Nahi developed a new concern. That Grid, having higher stats than his peers, would cause an imbalance in the game. Lim Cheon-ho, however, wasn't too worried about that. Because, as Manager Choi just said, Grid wasn't a particularly skilled player. Furthermore, out of all the legendary classes, he chose Pagma's Descendant, which is a class with poor combat capabilities. So, there's absolutely nothing to worry about here. But just as he said that, Lim Cheon-ho's expression shifted slightly, as if he'd just thought of something very important. Choi Nahi noticed this and asked, "What is it, Chairman?" "Ah, nothing. I'll check on it first. If there's any more information, let me know." While the game producers were scratching their heads over Grid, he was still innocently off to work a part-time job. Because he'd been working since the crack of dawn, he was in rough shape. Even though he was exhausted, Grid's ears were sharp enough to overhear his older coworkers badmouthing him. "That's the game-addicted kid, right? Look at him. He's in such bad shape. What's so good about games, anyway? People are born with at least a little bit of talent in something, but him, teesk teesk." Although he was furious, Grid couldn't talk back to those old guys, because, in reality, they were right. He planned to spend the meager wages he earned as a fixed investment for Satisfy. Honestly, he felt pretty drained thinking about his future. When he held Pagma's rare book, Grid had thought he could sell the item and pull off a total life turnaround. But who would have thought that an item worth over 100 million won would just vanish? And him? He had struggled so hard to grind up to level 73, only to drop down to negative level 1. As Grid was feeling defeated, Lim Cheon-ho happened to drive by. The two didn't see each other. Even if they had, they wouldn't have recognized one another. But Lim Cheon-ho was thinking about him. In the chairman's eyes, Grid truly looked like a player without a single strong point. But who knows? Maybe in the future, he'd perform a miracle. If he just realized what made him special compared to other players, Grid could rise to power and satisfy. The man himself had also made his own decision. He really didn't have any natural talent, but he didn't want to spend the rest of his life working as a laborer at a construction site. So, clutching his meager wages, he decided to give it another shot and satisfy, and that was exactly the special ability of Grid. The ability Lim Cheon-ho had just been thinking about was called Perseverance. So Grid went back home and hopped into his gaming pod, even though he'd lost everything. Still, he wanted to see if that legendary class could actually help him make something of himself now that he was back as Grid. He found himself in a strange place, stripped of all his gear. It looked like he'd been kicked out of the starter village where he'd been building his reputation. After all the effort he'd poured in, getting kicked out like this was seriously annoying. Grid wandered around for a bit, trying to figure out where he was. He ended up spotting a dilapidated temple, and out of curiosity, he went inside. He saw a bunch of weirdos performing some kind of ritual on a girl. The atmosphere was absolutely chilling. A temple like this was usually a dungeon around level 150 and extremely dangerous. Meanwhile, Grid's current level was -1. He checked his stats, and they were all sitting at 1. This ability was no better than a fly's. On the bright side, Grid did get some pretty decent perks after the class change, like the ability to enhance gear because he was the Pagma's descendant. He could craft all kinds of equipment, though there were penalties depending on his crafting limits. Since he wasn't exactly a combat-focused class, this was basically his only real strength. Grid decided to try crafting his first few items, and it worked immediately. He got 2 new pieces of gear, the Great Sword of Mammon and the Armor of Mammon. Grid was completely stunned. These were level 60 items. Just having them would skyrocket his power to over 200. He couldn't believe he'd pulled it off with just a random wave of his hand. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. As expected, Grid took 2 penalties, a 30% reduction in the Great Sword's attack and a 20% reduction in the armor's defense. Even so, the Mammon Greatsword still had 200 attack, and the Mammon armor had 130 defense. Meanwhile, level 1 gear usually had attack and defense stats under 10. So, even with the penalties, these were 10 times better than standard gear. Grid felt his heart lift again. A legendary class really is in a different league. But that joy vanished quickly, because, in his hands, even though he was holding valuable gear, taking on a level 150 dungeon wasn't going to be easy. Hearing the girl screaming over there made Grid even more anxious. Since this was a temple of Yatan, he guessed the guys performing the ritual were Yatan cultists. There were so many enemies that even a casual glance would probably get him skewered. At first, Grid thought about using a spell, but after sizing up the situation, he felt it was a lost cause. It was better to sneak out and save his own skin. Just as he thought that, a hand landed on Grid's shoulder. The voice and the touch came at the same time, making Grid jump out of his skin. Instinctively, he backed away and swung his sword. He thought one of the Yatan cultists had caught him, but it turned out to be a secret guard for Count Steim. The man introduced himself as Doran. Looking at Grid's stealthy behavior, Doran guessed he wasn't on the same side as those cultists. So they weren't enemies. The reason Doran was here was because the girl being used in the ritual was the beloved daughter of Count Steim, Lady Irene. Doran had been on vacation when the lady was kidnapped. After Doran explained the situation, the system immediately sent a quest to Grid. The goal was to help Doran rescue Irene within 1 hour. The reward was 3,000 gold, and the chance to become the Count's son-in-law. Grid was still traumatized by that S-rank quest from Count Asher last time. He figured this Doran guy was just another NPC. The real kicker was that the guy actually thought Grid was some kind of expert. Usually, this place would terrify anyone. But looking at how calm he was, he must be pretty strong, right? Huh? This place is like that? Grid asked, confused. If things were really as Doran said, there was no way a low-level guy like him could be standing there unfazed. Thinking this, Grid started to wonder. Did he have some other ability? He checked his character profile again and realized he actually had a passive ability called Composure. It prevented Grid from losing focus. If outside factors affected him, his focus would recover quickly. It seemed this legendary class still had many secrets he hadn't discovered yet. He'd have to study his class traits more carefully after he got through this. Thank you for helping me. Rescuing the lady will be a great service to the Steim family. While Grid was busy checking his info, Doran continued. That line left Grid staring blankly. He hadn't even said he was taking the quest yet, but this guy already assumed he was going to help save Lady Irene. Seeing Grid's stiff expression, Doran started to sense something was off. Young man, don't tell me you're going to leave me to face those dark sorcerers all by myself? Even so, this isn't my duty, is it? Grid just wanted to get out of there fast. The 3,000 gold reward was a shame, but he was still scarred by that previous S-rank quest that had ruined his life. He was only level -1. How could he possibly take on another S-rank quest? Seeing the young man getting ready to leave, Doran looked flustered and hurriedly pulled out all his begging skills to keep him there. Aren't you strong enough to withstand the terror of the temple? Without you, rescuing the lady will be impossible. Please, help me. I just got lucky and stayed safe. That's all. My current level is -1. If I fail again, I'll drop to -3. Grid didn't know how to refuse, so he blurted out his current level. But Doran didn't believe him. He just felt the boy was hiding his true power and kept begging and pleading. While the two were arguing back and forth, they accidentally dislodged a large rock from above. Unluckily, it fell right on one of the cultists down there, killing him on the spot. The two were spotted by the dark sorcerers, and because of this, the system automatically marked the quest to rescue the Count's daughter as accepted by Grid. Now, Grid is stuck in the same boat as Doran, with no choice but to move forward. The fanatical cultists are closing in. These people are ready to use living sacrifices for their rituals, and since these two just trespassed on their altar, there's no way they're going to let them leave peacefully. Even though he hates it, Grid has to accept that he's forced to team up with Doran. Doran quickly delegates the rescue mission. He'll take the lead to handle the dark wizards, while it's Grid's job to save Lady Irene. As he lies there on the altar, Grid honestly feels like crying. Even with his great sword and heavy armor, his combat ability right now is severely limited. He's only level 34 at best. Yet here he is, thrown into a level 150 dungeon, facing down a mob of aggressive cultists. They could kill him with a flick of their wrists. In this situation, Grid is about to give up and just accept the 2-level penalty. But then, a flicker of light flashes at the end of the tunnel. Grid's hope is reignited by his reluctant companion, Doran. The old man is cutting down enemy after enemy. Even in the dark, cramped space, Doran moves with incredible agility and grace, striking with ruthless precision. Grid sees a glimmer of hope and pulls himself together. But the truth is, he can't breathe a sigh of relief just yet, because the cultists start ambushing them from 2 directions. Then, Doran suddenly says, "Keep fighting like this and we won't get anywhere, don't you think?" "Wait, I don't." Grid gets a bad feeling. "I know what you're planning. You're going to use one big move to wipe them all out, right? Let's go." No sooner had he said that than Doran reaches out and gives Grid a shove. Caught completely off guard, he goes tumbling off the cliff edge. Doran quickly jumps down after him. Thankfully, just before they hit the ground, Doran uses a suppression spell to keep Grid hovering in midair. That's how he avoids getting hurt. "Thanks. Finally, I can breathe." Grid sighs. Instead of thanking him, "Why don't you fight with everything you've got? It's time to combat." Grid looks in the direction Doran is pointing and breaks out into a cold sweat. In front of them are nearly 20 fanatical cultists, each one burning with the desire to settle the score. What's even worse is, the cultists start using dark magic, something even Doran admits isn't easy to handle. As for Grid, he's totally clueless. He has zero concept of how to fight this, but since the NPC Doran is programmed to save the Earl's daughter at all costs, he doesn't give up easily. He charges forward. Before Grid has even finished sizing up the situation, Doran's weapons are silver daggers. Every time he throws one, it lands exactly in a lethal spot. He's taking them out before they can even blink. Grid can't help but admire the old guy. The enemies are all level 150 plus, yet Doran is soloing them, while Grid, the main character of this S-rank quest, just stands there with his arms crossed. Grid thought he could rely on the NPC to clear the level, but reality proves him wrong. Because just then, the Dark Wizard's ritual is completed, and now, even someone like Doran is getting absolutely trashed. Though it's embarrassing, Grid really only has one thought right now, and that's that he wants to just join the Yatan Church and get it over with. The cultists, having given Doran a beating, get even more agitated. But as a loyal knight of the Steim family, how could Doran go down so easily? Grid is truly shocked to see him. 1 second he's being hammered, and the next, he's surging back to life. In a flash, Doran crushes the cultists' dark magic. This explosive power makes Grid wonder if he's encountered a named NPC. For those who don't know, named NPCs are famous or powerful characters who play a key role in the plot. Back to the point after being battered by Doran. The Dark Wizards try to combine their power to summon dark magic once again. But the old man's power keeps growing. Doran doesn't give them a single chance to act. The moment Doran unleashes his ultimate move, preparing to finish off the entire enemy faction, a barrier springs up to protect them. Grid and Doran haven't even had a chance to understand what's happening when the sound of clicking heels echoes through the temple. Then a charming voice rings out. "You're lucky today, but sadly, you're going to have to give up. My S-rank mission is to protect this ritual. I didn't expect my opponent to be a named NPC like Doran. It's been a while since I've had a quest that made me this excited. Can you even stand a chance against me? My name is Yura." To think he'd run into another player here, Grid can only lament. Regardless of what level this girl Yura is, she's definitely higher than him. After she appears, Grid feels like his chances of completing this S-rank mission are looking even more hopeless. And more importantly, she's no pushover. Yura is a famous blood witch. She's a Korean player ranked number 1 in the Black Mage class, and she's also a high-ranking player on the total leaderboard. Not only that, Yura is a famous celebrity who often appears on TV, known for both her talent and her stunning beauty. Yura feels lucky to have run into a named NPC like Doran during her quest, but Grid feels incredibly miserable for running into them. This girl is one of the most powerful mages around. Yura possesses the ability to control both her magic and her strength fluidly. He doesn't know why she appeared here, but it's clear that in her eyes, Grid is nothing more than a sitting duck, perfect for her to test out her new skill. Of course, being an experienced player. With just a glance, Yura recognizes that Grid's great sword and armor aren't cheap, since she can't see the information of other players. Based on those two details, Yura assumes Grid is around level 80. Even though she guessed wrong, that doesn't change the fact that Grid is about to get wrecked. He tries to act as calm as possible, but after hearing Yura herself say that this will be her 230th level celebration match, Grid's legs go weak. And Doran? He's just a programmed NPC with no feelings. So, whether facing Yura or any other star, he always viewed them as an enemy. And even knowing the enemy was stronger than him, with the spirit of a Steim guard, Doran didn't allow himself to feel fear. As usual, he lunged forward before Grid could even process the situation. Doran's strength only made Yura more excited. As expected, an NPC with that kind of combat ability really couldn't be underestimated. But her level and skills were still clearly superior. Very quickly, Yura restrained Doran's legs using her magic, but Doran managed to break free, even though the process drained a lot of his energy. Afterward, he quickly launched a counterattack. Even though his body was exhausted, Doran's fighting spirit was still burning, and this expression of his only made Yura even more excited. The two traded blows rapidly. Yura pretended to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, she launched a sneak attack from behind, catching Doran off guard. "You can thank me, for I will drain your blood so your body can pass on more peacefully," Yura stated coldly. Immediately after, her magic invaded Doran's body. This was truly terrible. If Grid didn't act, he was definitely going to kick the bucket, but he didn't know what to do, while the opponent outleveled him by over 200 levels. Yura was incredibly smug at this sight. She even boasted that this was a high-level ultimate move that required her to dump 30% of her mana to perfect. Yura began the countdown, until Doran's body would be drained of blood. But just at that moment, a blinding golden light appeared and enveloped his body. "A dark mage like you is truly too arrogant. Let me show you the power that has protected the Steim family for hundreds of years." That golden light came from the ring on Doran's middle finger. The moment he shattered Yura's ultimate technique, she was stunned to the core. Even Grid couldn't keep up with the situation. "What happened? Are you okay?" Thankfully, He was fine, Doran said while gasping for air. That's thanks to this ring. It activated in an emergency. Although not perfect, it can dispel curses and restore the body. Hearing Doran say that, Grid's eyes immediately lit up, and he couldn't help but drool. Can you give it to me? Doran was speechless. This guy hadn't helped him a bit this whole time, and now he was shameless enough to ask for his equipment. But this wasn't the time for the two to chat, because the effect of Doran's equipment was limited. He had to speed things up to have a chance to defeat Yura, and so, the two launched into the second round of combat. This time, Doran had poured out almost all of his strength, with negligible support from Grid. On the opposite side, Yura was less arrogant than before. She couldn't deny that dealing with Doran was much harder than she had imagined. Yura began considering dealing with him using high-level magic. But Doran wasn't the only problem on her mind. There was also Grid. Yura was certain he was a low-level player. But the problem was, how could a low-level player, and a cowardly one at that, be wandering around in this high-level area? At the same time, the dark mages that Doran had just finished off had now revived. Grid had another panic attack. Doran! Those dark mages are back! He shouted. Grid's attitude made Yura look down on him even more, because she realized he was just trying to complete a quest by relying on an NPC. Finally, she decided to use high-level magic to deal with Doran. With all the mana she could muster, she used a spell called Dark Rain. Once it was unleashed, that power was like a death-dealing arrow, rushing straight toward Doran. Regardless of speed or attack range, it was too massive. Doran had no way to dodge. Just when he thought it was all over, Grid suddenly rushed to the front. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the place. It seemed like even this chamber couldn't withstand Yura's power. That made her even more certain that Doran and Grid couldn't possibly survive. Yet, a miracle happened. Grid had shielded Doran, and thanks to the effect of the armor he was wearing, both of them were safe and sound. Yura's face immediately turned pale at this sight. Grid's identity quickly became a huge question mark in her mind. Someone who could survive that attack must surely have serious abilities. How could she not know of such a strong player? Grid glanced at his HP bar, which was still at 1 HP. While he was bewildered, he suddenly remembered the job's indomitable effect. It allowed Grid to resist all attacks for 5 seconds when his HP dropped to its lowest level. So the seemingly useless Pagma's descendant job had actually saved both him and Doran in the most critical moment. Surviving by the skin of his teeth like this made Grid unable to help but smile with satisfaction. Coincidentally, Yura was observing him closely, so she saw this very smile in her eyes. That smile carried a lot of arrogance and defiance. Because of that, Yura was even more suspicious of whether Grid was some hidden powerhouse that she had never known of. While Yura was suspicious and Grid was joyful, Doran remained the most clear-headed. That last attack had drained Yura's mana. This was the perfect moment to counterattack. He jumped onto Grid's back to gain momentum and lunged forward with all his spirit, passion, and strength. But Yura wouldn't just sit there and take it easily. She immediately pulled out another secret technique called Crystal Shield. But as the name suggests, this was just a defensive skill with no offensive capability, and Yura herself was nearing her limit. Compared to an NPC like Doran, Yura was now more wary of Grid, and she wanted to finish him off before he became a disaster. As soon as she thought of this, Yura's eyes searched for Grid. But the thing was, he had disappeared. This made Yura even more panicked. What's this? Did he just log out? Furthermore, why does he always stay on the sidelines even though he's so strong? Who the hell is this guy? Actually, Grid didn't log out. He had died again. This time, he was demoted by another 2 levels. Current level is -3. More importantly, because he had died twice within 24 hours. So, Grid couldn't log back into the game for 12 hours. And the reason he ended up biting the dust again was all thanks to Doran. You see, he only had 1 HP left, and the moment that old man jumped on his back, it dealt the final point of damage. It sent Grid packing, logging him out, and forcing him back to being a useless loser in the real world. He was so pissed he could spit blood. He'd calculated everything, but he never accounted for getting killed by friendly fire. Meanwhile, in-game, Yura thought Grid was looking down on her, which is why he logged out while the quest was still unfinished. Because of that, she swore she'd track him down. She was out for revenge. After this incident, Grid, who was just an unknown, nameless player, was dubbed the Ghost of Yatan Temple by the online community. Back in reality, once he became Grid again, he couldn't stop cursing out Doran for the friendly fire, and he kept bad-mouthing Yura for getting in the way while he and Doran were doing the world quest. Satisfy is a game where it's eat or be eaten, and only the strong hold the power. But Grid refused to accept that he'd failed right at the gates of heaven. So, during those 12 hours of being banned from logging in, he decided to do something else. Write smear posts about Yura. He complained about her being trash, interfering with a low-level player's quest, calling her ugly and not as great as the internet makes her out to be, and bashing her personality to the ground. The more he wrote, the more fired up Grid got. He felt like he had become the biggest jerk in the city, but even then, that thought didn't stop Shin Youngwoo from continuing to smear Yura, and this only stopped when Shin Se-hee walked into the room. The girl was Grid's little sister. The fact that Shin Se-hee suddenly appeared behind him made him jump out of his skin. Geez, brother. You really should clean this room. It absolutely reeks in here. And look at your greasy hair. When was the last time you even washed it? Shin Se-hee grumbled while clearing out the trash in Grid's room. As for him, he couldn't understand why his sister was barging in here in the middle of the night to nag him. Shin Se-hee didn't know a thing about games, so every time she saw her brother glued to Satisfy, she would question him. Can you really make money from this game? There are 2 billion people playing this. If you put that much effort into something serious, you could actually be successful. Even though Grid's words sounded full of ambition, all Shin Se-hee saw was him eagerly slandering a girl named Yura. Shin Se-hee was incredibly disappointed. She let out a long yawn and left the room. It seemed her brother was still just wasting his life away. The next morning, Grid's parents had already left for work early, and Shin Se-hee went to school. So, he was finally free to creep out of his room and chill while watching TV. He turned on the Satisfy World channel, the news outlet for the game. Coincidentally, he saw reporter Jung Min covering the Yatan Temple incident. Located in the north of the Eternal Kingdom, that was the very spot where Grid had caused a scene last night. As of now, the entire massive temple had collapsed. But after investigating, the reporters had only managed to identify one person involved, the Blood Witch, Yura. Based on the state of the temple, they assumed there had been a fierce battle there. Jung Min had also found another witness. To investigate the case, that guy recounted how he had been hunted by a group of monsters last night and had run to that location. When passing by the altar, he heard a terrifyingly loud sound. When he looked up, he saw Yura, charging up a skill with frightening attack power to strike at a guy. After that, something happened that even Yura herself was surprised by. That guy took the full brunt of the skill and was still perfectly fine. When Jung-min heard this, he was also stunned. Wait a minute, does that mean that guy must be a top ranker? I mean, if he's a famous person, surely you'd recognize his face, right? That guy shook his head, putting on an innocent, clueless face. I was only focused on looking at Yura. After that, I died too because of the spawns. But man, she was so pretty. The story ended there. It only raised a huge question in everyone's minds. Who was the guy who faced Yura last night and turned the Yatan Temple into this? Grid was slurping his noodles, listening to the news. Does this mean I'm famous? Thinking that, a bold idea popped into Grid's head. He immediately picked up the phone to call the viewer consultation center to reveal the shocking news. The player at Yatan Temple yesterday was actually him. It was clearly the truth. But after verifying his in-game info and Grid's level, the person on the other end coldly hung up. This guy was crushed, and understandably so. With his level of -3, it was hard for anyone to imagine that he had actually stood his ground against Yura. Anyone who heard it would just think it was a twisted prank. The news on the TV continued. The reporter then showed a few more shots from the scene. Grid wasn't planning on watching, but eventually, the broadcast caught his attention because he saw an image of Doran crying while helping the young lady out. This meant that Old Man had successfully rescued the girl, even if his own condition didn't look too great. Either way, he had exhausted all his strength, and fighting Yura all by himself wasn't easy at all. In the end, Doran still had to fall. Even though he was just an NPC, after watching the news, Grid's mood was still complicated. Doran was a good guy, but the ring on his finger was even better. Thinking about that ring, Grid couldn't help but drool with greed. After finishing his noodles, he climbed onto the sofa, intending to take a nap. But after that news segment came a program about hot topics and Satisfy. In this episode, a very notable player had appeared recently. Katz, level 203, a player with the warrior class. He came from Japan, was also a top ranker, and was famous for being a total jerk. Grid had read many reports that Katz was the son of a CEO of a large conglomerate. Whether it was because of this, or because of Katz's arrogant tone, Grid really hated him. Today, the program invited Katz for an interview because his ranking had suddenly surged to 53rd recently. Most importantly, he had leveled up 30 times in a row. Just 3 months? Hearing that, Grid couldn't even think about sleeping anymore. He had spent entire years just to reach level 70, and yet, this guy's leveling speed was just insane. The host wanted to ask for his secret, but this punk wasn't there to share how he leveled up. Even with the show being broadcast live, he stared straight into the camera and asked, "Is this a Korean channel?" "The top-ranked player is Yura, right?" "Yes, that's correct," the host replied, half doubtful. Then, he declared loudly, "Listen up, Yura. Your time is up. I'm going to take that first-place spot on the overall rankings, and I'm going to crush your pride under my feet." Grid sneered in disgust. The guy was nothing but a low-level pest. But hearing a guy ranked 53rd acting like he could take on the 5th-ranked player made him look like a complete idiot. Besides, even though Grid didn't like Yura, he had to admit she was a monster. As for the guy, after challenging the goddess Yura, he finally revealed the secret to his lightning-fast leveling. He claimed it was all thanks to the sword in his hand. Grid used his blacksmith's eyes to evaluate the blade. It looked high-end, sure, but claiming it helped him gain 30 levels in 3 months? That sounded like total bull. Probably guessing that many others were thinking the same thing, the guy showed off the power of his black sword right there on air. Grid was stunned, practically pressing his face against the screen. According to the guy, it was a passive skill. Any weapon he held would transform into that form, and it could absorb a massive amount of health proportional to his attack power. The faster he attacked, the more health he recovered, and his hunting speed was insanely fast. "But, I've never heard of a skill like that before," the show's MC said. She looked nervously at the black sword, which radiated a wild power. She definitely hadn't heard of it. The guy let out a mocking laugh. "It's an epic class job I obtained 3 months ago. Blood Warrior. This job belongs to me alone, and it was a unique class too." This news shocked Grid even more. It seemed that beyond his Pagma's Descendant class, there were other high-tier classes. While legendary classes were one of a kind, this lucky guy had managed to roll an epic class job with terrifying combat abilities. Just one skill allowed him to level up that fast. Even though he hated the guy, this appearance of his actually inspired Grid quite a bit. He also wanted to use his own legendary class properly, to level up just as fast. After 12 hours of being muted, Grid was back as Grid. As soon as he logged in, he found himself in Biron Village. He had been here before while doing a quest for the Duke, Asu. It seemed Grid couldn't respawn at the temple, because he had made enemies with the Yatan Church. The area around Grid was buzzing with activity. Players were recruiting members level 100 and up to form parties for quests. This was easy to understand, since the monsters near Biron Village were around level 100, but that also meant a level 3-ish guy like Grid would be shunned and starved to death in this village. Just watch. And because of that, he wanted to move to a different map with lower-level monsters, so he could progress slowly. Grid chose to take a carriage for safety, since he wasn't sure how much danger lurked outside the village. But the cost to take the carriage was 10 gold coins. Meanwhile, his total assets were only 3 gold and 11 silver. While Grid was racking his brain trying to figure out how to beg for a discount, the carriage driver coldly spat out 2 words. "Get lost." "But I haven't even said anything yet." Grid tried to salvage the situation. "I was just going to ask for a discount because my mom is sick, okay?" Grid replied awkwardly. It seemed a few other broke guys had already used that excuse before. Being called out by the driver was one thing, but more importantly, without a carriage, he couldn't leave the village safely. Feeling helpless, Grid went back to cursing Asu. If he hadn't spent all his money doing that guy's quest earlier, he wouldn't be a beggar right now. After crying about it for a while, Grid suddenly remembered something important. The Pagma's Descendant class he possessed wasn't just for show. If he could create good gear, Grid could earn money and level up at the same time. Thinking of this, hope was rekindled in Grid's mind. He immediately found a dark alley to analyze the situation. A legendary class was a major secret that couldn't be shown off openly. Only then did Grid have the time to seriously study the class he possessed. Pagma's Descendant gave him a few abilities that normal people could never dream of. First was item transformation, which helped increase the stat value of all items created by 10%. As Grid crafted items, his stats and reputation would also increase accordingly. Specifically, crafting a rare item gave +2 stats and 30 reputation. Epic items were equivalent to +4 stats and 80 reputation. Unique items gave +12 stats and 300 reputation. The highest, legendary items, gave +25 stats and 1000 reputation. Currently, the top-ranked blacksmith player only had intermediate-level proficiency. Yet, after unlocking the hidden class, Grid had bypassed all levels to reach legendary blacksmith status, far exceeding anyone else. And the best special technique of a legendary blacksmith had to be creativity. which allowed him to create his own crafting methods. Currently, Grid had 3 free crafting opportunities. Reading this, he couldn't hold back his excitement. That guy earlier only had an epic class and was already so arrogant. His own class was legendary, which was obviously much better. Grid couldn't resist and immediately used the special technique, creativity, to forge a sword. With a good weapon, hunting and leveling would be much easier. "What material would you like to use?" the system asked. Grid was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered hearing about a good material earlier called true heavenly copper. So, he firmly chose that material. The system opened up a blank canvas for Grid to design the item and describe its properties himself. Being able to make things himself like this got him super hyped. Grid wanted a sword that was badass, big and tough like a shark. It had to look bulky but feel light in his hands, dark-colored but with a shimmer. The sword needed over 10 million attack power and should be able to trigger a meteor shower whenever he swung it. It also had to pierce through all defensive effects and take out enemies in one hit. The more Grid described the weapon's traits, the more he felt like he was high on something. If he had that kind of weapon in his hands, he wouldn't need to fear any AI anymore. After a while of sketching and describing, Grid finished designing his one-of-a-kind sword. Honestly, it really did look a bit like a shark, which proved this guy's artistic talent wasn't exactly zero. After confirming the design, the system immediately sent a new notification. The automatic adjustment process had begun. After synthesizing information about material properties and performance, the design would be adjusted. This meant the system would change a few things about the item's properties, which didn't surprise Grid. After all, his demands just now were way too unreasonable. If he could actually make a sword like that, he'd break the balance of Satisfy completely. After a while of adjustments, the process finally wrapped up. The item appeared in front of Grid, and he couldn't help but tremble with joy. Even though Grid's original drawing wasn't terrible, the finished product was a whole different world. The sword had a durability of 1090. It had an attack power of 1820 defense, and gave a 50-point speed boost once equipped. It was truly a top-tier piece of gear. The crazy traits he asked for earlier had been toned down, but it still had tons of sub-effects. For example, when parrying an enemy's attack, the sword could trigger a 5-hit combo or activate a slash skill that caused a fear effect if the enemy was 20 levels lower than the user. Attack power also increased by 20% in dark areas, but the most absurd part was that the level requirement was 300 or higher, or one needed to possess over 5,000 strength points and have achieved advanced swordsmanship with an intelligence of 8 or higher. Meanwhile, the player ranked number 1 on the overall leaderboard was only level 250. And even if you dumped all your extra stat points into strength, you couldn't possibly reach 5,000 points. The top blacksmith currently was only at the intermediate level. Achieving an intelligence of 8 in swordsmanship was a goal so far away, it was impossible to even see the finish line. In other words, Grid had just created an item with super rare skills and amazing power. But in his current situation, it was basically just a piece of junk. He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy it for long before reality dealt him a crushing blow. Grid looked miserably at the shark sword. Now, his only hope was that he could somehow manage to use it. Even though the requirements were harsh, maybe they wouldn't apply to him, kind of like how he was currently using his sword and armor. Even if his level wasn't high enough, that shark sword was still a bit much to handle, but he'd deal with that later. Now that he had gear, Grid decided he had to go level up. Earlier in the plaza, he saw a guild called Zedekan recruiting members for a mission. Grid went over to ask to join, but he was rejected by the person in charge because the guild required a minimum level of 190. Based on Grid's gear, they guessed he was level 60 at best. "You might think that looking at me, but I'm actually level 100, Grid bluffed. "My gear doesn't really matter, because I have great control over it." "Are you saying we rely too much on our gear?" Grid retorted. "Are you an AI? How dare you look down on us?" The members of the Zedekan group reacted like they'd just stepped on a landmine, suddenly jumping up. They scanned Grid from head to toe, seeing him as just a beggar with cheap accessories. They also assumed Grid wanted to join just to loot items and run away, leaving them to do the fighting. This group was ready to kick Grid out, but a tall, muscular guy appeared. "That's enough, everyone. While our guild goes to fight the boss, we can let him do something else, right?" Based on the whispering of the crowd, Grid identified the person who just appeared as Rigas, the top-ranked martial artist, known as the Master of Taekwondo. Even though the gear requirements were so strict that leveling up was becoming difficult, his level had already crossed 180. In other words, Rigas was a genuine high-level player. For some reason, after seeing Rigas, Grid had a bad feeling. so he decided to bolt as fast as he could. Looks like he still had to earn money on his own to prepare for his first trip. But while he was running away, the system suddenly asked Grid to name the item he had just designed, the shark sword. In his eyes, it was just a piece of scrap. So, Grid wasn't really interested in naming it. He had wasted a use of his creative mastery to create an item with such massive drawbacks. It seemed he would only be able to use it when absolutely necessary. Thinking that, Grid named the shark sword Junk. It sounded a bit lackluster, but maybe that was the most fitting name for it. After the shock of creating this junk, Grid decided he would study the craft properly. And so, he found a blacksmith shop in the village and pitched his plan to the owner about crafting and selling expensive items to bring in huge profits. However, Grid only received a hostile attitude from the shop owner. "Get lost. You're just a brat who doesn't know a thing. Are you looking down on blacksmiths?" In the eyes of the shop owner, Grid was just a punk who didn't know the first thing about smithing and just wanted to make a quick buck. The owner held Grid in extreme contempt, but Grid was thick-skinned. He stuck around to plead his case, and finally, he got the guy to open up a little. "Since you aren't the only one who looks down on us, I'll tell you something. People who look down on others and their work, they're all the same. They've never done anything with their own skills. Stop trying to do meaningless things and get out of here." Grid was disappointed yet again. Even though the shop owner talked more, the message was still just to kick him out. Grid walked away from the shop, his heart heavy with sadness. This is your only way to make money, but it's much tougher than you'd imagine. At this rate, you're going to starve to death in this town. For real. Grid just stood there outside the smithy, whining and complaining until the shopkeeper couldn't take it anymore. He opened the door and barked, "Get out of here! Stop bothering the neighbors!" Leaning against my wall and crying, "If you want to whine, go chop me some firewood." The system immediately registered this event and converted it into a quest. With an E-rank difficulty, Grid had to chop 500 pieces of wood for the blacksmith. The reward was 10 experience points, along with a sample piece of wood from the blacksmith himself. Grid was so happy he could cry. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd received a normal quest. He could even level up thanks to this mission. However, chopping wood sounds simple, but you can still fail if you don't do it right. To play it safe, Grid decided to appraise the axe in his hand. It was just an old axe with fairly low attack power. However, its durability was at the maximum level, perfect for chopping firewood. The system also helpfully guided Grid on what to do with the log. He used the axe to strike along the marked dotted line and successfully split the wood in a single blow. Although he wasn't killing monsters or achieving anything grand, this accomplishment still made Grid feel incredibly proud. But after about 2 hours, both his energy and stamina were completely drained. It seems the endurance of a level -3 player is truly pathetic. Grid had only chopped 150 logs, but he felt like he couldn't even stand up anymore. He lay there flat, resting for a moment, before forcing himself back up. Even though he was exhausted, Grid really didn't want to delay leaving this town any longer. He cheered himself on, "Come on, just a little more." Just like that, a new stat was unlocked: Patience. After completing the woodchopping quest, Grid leveled up all the way to level 1. His stats were reset from the lowest values because the penalty from the negative levels had been cleared. At the same time, the class-specific stats for Pagma's descendant were applied again. Just reaching level 1 made him feel as emotional as if he had broken into the top rankings. At the same time, he realized something unusual. The total stat points of a level 1 character are usually only 22, but right now, his stats added up to a total of 165 points. That's not even counting the 16 points in Patience, and 1 point in Indomitable, totaling 182 points. Crucially, he also had 40 free stat points. Each player only gets 10 free stat points when leveling up. "Why?" Grid muttered, but he found the answer himself immediately. 40 points corresponds to 4 levels. He had leveled up from -3 to level 1. So, compared to other players at the same level, Grid's power was on an entirely different scale. After chopping 500 logs, Blacksmith Smith's attitude toward Grid changed completely. The system notified him that his intimacy with Smith had increased by 60 points, and his friendliness rating with the town of Byron had increased by 200. But the blacksmith's expression truly made his skin crawl. Seeing that Grid didn't look happy, Smith rushed over and hugged him. "Come on. My attitude toward you earlier wasn't right. Don't be mad. We're both Smiths, after all." Grid had lived for over 25 years. He was definitely a straight man. This physical contact with an old guy like Smith gave him goosebumps. "Don't come near me," Grid yelled, but he didn't forget the main issue. "Please reconsider crafting and selling the items I mentioned before. I need money to buy a ticket out of here." This time, Smith didn't chase Grid away. Instead, he handed him an item called the Jaffa Arrow. Smith thought this was good enough to be Grid's first item, but Grid looked skeptical. Because arrows are consumable items, they are usually quite cheap, but Smith insisted that this wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was crafted by mixing a small amount of Jaffa ore with steel. This allowed the arrow to penetrate the opponent's armor and deal massive damage. It was an essential item to counter the golem raids when he reached the Grey Forest. Hearing Smith pitch the product, Grid's attitude toward the arrow changed completely. He used his appraisal skill to examine it carefully. The Jaffa arrow was worth 6 silver pieces. It had an attack stat ranging from 20 to 26 points. After inspecting it for a while, Grid's understanding of the Jaffa arrow rose to 89%. Because of this, he could use the arrow skillfully. Even though 89% was quite high, Grid still wasn't very satisfied, because for the old axe he used for chopping earlier, his understanding was at 100%. If I learn it by taking it apart, maybe I'll learn how to craft it too? Grid muttered. But Smith heard him. The old man said, I'll teach you how to craft it. Follow me. Even though the man's expression gave Grid the creeps, learning how to craft arrows was still necessary. He followed Smith into the forge. The first stage of crafting a Jaffa arrow is to melt a suitable amount of ore, then remove the limestone and iron impurities. Next, cool the molten iron to obtain pig iron. However, this material still wasn't suitable for weapons. To turn it into a proper material, they had to reduce the carbon content in the pig iron through a process called steelmaking. Next was the equally important stage. With the presence of Jaffa ore, Grid was eager to try. Based on what Smith had just instructed, earlier, when he was demonstrating, he had observed the movements carefully. Since Satisfy is just a virtual reality game, the knowledge was easier to understand. Moreover, he also had something called class guidance, just like the wood chopping guide earlier. Now, Grid also received instructions while making steel. The Pagma's descendant class also made him particularly sensitive to temperature changes. Just by being near the furnace, Grid could know exactly the changes happening inside. He had a notification window with detailed temperatures displayed on the screen. This made his forging process much easier than everyone else's. In the end, Grid succeeded on his very first try. He received 80 experience points, and his intimacy with Smith's skill also jumped to level 30, and he received 30 pieces of Jaffa ore. Grid's success on his very first try completely stunned Smith. The old man was utterly amazed, even though Grid had absolutely no prior experience. He felt this wasn't just beginner's luck. It was as if Pagma had been reincarnated. Not reincarnated, just a descendant, Grid thought to himself, though he had no intention of revealing his hidden class. After finishing the crafting of the arrows, Grid leveled up. His path in the game was finally starting to look bright. After Grid leveled up, the legendary blacksmith's patience passive skill was triggered. This allowed all the stats of the items he crafted to increase by 5%. Furthermore, there was a small chance it would imbue the item with special properties. Every Jaffa arrow in Grid's hand suddenly emitted a blinding light. After a few seconds, it transformed into a Jaffa epic arrow, an epic-grade weapon, with nearly double the attack power. Successfully crafting an epic weapon allowed Grid to complete another quest objective, granting him 4 bonus stat points, 80 points of worldwide fame, and 300 experience points, causing him to jump to level 3. Grid was incredibly surprised. He hadn't even considered that he could craft an epic-grade item. Smith was equally shocked, because the young man standing before him had never gone through an apprenticeship, yet he could create something this magnificent. However, after a few seconds of awe, Grid's mood quickly soured into regret. If Smith had taught him to forge a sword instead, he would have had an epic-grade sword by now. Still, none of the current arrow types had over 40 points of damage. Moreover, it possessed an extraordinary property. It could pierce through the enemy's defensive layers. In the end, this wasn't such a bad deal for Grid. He had crafted an arrow better than a level 20 handheld weapon. Once finished, Grid made an excuse to leave. Smith wanted to keep him there, but how could an NPC like him stop Grid's momentum? When they parted ways, he even specially gave Grid 100 Jaffa arrows and 3 pieces of Jaffa ore. Perhaps this was the effect of his high affinity. Grid wasn't stupid enough to refuse. I'll take them. Thank you so much, Smith, he said. Don't be shy, but it would be even better if we could live together, Smith said, blushing coyly. Please, don't say such disgusting things. And stop blushing, Grid shouted. He slung the 100 Jaffa arrows over his shoulder. Although this gift was quite good, each arrow only weighed 0.1, but carrying them all would significantly reduce his speed. He might need more time to reach the town center now, and if he sold all these arrows, Grid could earn enough money to leave the village. while Grid was achieving his first major blacksmithing milestone. Over in the Grey Forest, also known as the Guardian Forest, the Tzedaka Guild was busy hunting monsters. Leading them was the guildmaster, Jishuka. Right behind her were Rigas, Toban, Vantner, and many other high-level players. But aside from Jishuka, almost everyone else had been wiped out. She was extremely frustrated because this hunting trip had been a disaster. Even though their guild had managed to trap the boss, they still couldn't obtain the necessary items, and the casualties were just too high. After the trip, Jishuka and the remaining Tzedaka members began counting their loot, which included 30 pieces of iron ore, 7 copper ores, and 1 piece of blue copper ore. This haul was quite poor, and there wasn't even any amethyst. That piece of blue copper was the only thing consoling the Tzedaka members. After a failed day of hunting, Toban reported that 75 guild members had perished. This happened because, while fighting the boss, the number of golems increased sharply, putting them at a disadvantage. This was supposed to be an S-rank quest, but it was much harder than Jishuka had imagined. As the leader, she had to find a new approach in this situation. Afterward, they returned to Baron Village. This was already the 4th time the Tzedaka Guild had challenged the Guardian Forest, but they still had nothing to show for it. Rumors would spread quickly, and Jishuka feared that the average level of players on the next expedition would be even lower. The Tzedaka Guild originally had people on the top ranker charts, but their reputation wasn't that high, so they remained a small guild. 17 members of this guild had known each other since before Satisfy was released. Because they weren't strong enough to challenge the Guardian Forest, they had recruited more members, but it didn't seem to be very effective. Let's temporarily stop the challenge. We should increase the guild's power first, Toban said. I don't mind as long as I can fight, Rigas replied. We shouldn't be hasty. We need to be a little more patient, Vantner added. After thinking for a while, Jishuka made her decision. She ordered the Tzedaka members to focus on leveling up and upgrading their gear for the next 3 months. Any member who failed to gain 15 levels would be expelled. Rigas, known as the pillar of the guild, was required to gain at least 20 levels. Afterward, Jishuka went to the town center. The guild situation recently was really giving her a headache. When Satisfy was first released, their guild attracted a lot of attention, but now they weren't even being mentioned anymore. With her class, Jishuka felt she should buy some more arrows, and she was drawn to Grid's stall because he was only selling 1 Jaffa arrow for 6 silver coins. But what shocked Jishuka even more was that Grid's arrow was purple, an epic grade weapon. Its power and effects made Jishuka unable to stop trembling. She had asked every master blacksmith to commission custom arrows, but she was certain she had never heard of an arrow of this quality. Moreover, this felt like a joke, as that arrow could easily become a deciding weapon in a high-level battle. Jishuka was determined to buy it at any cost, but at the same time, she was very curious about the artisan who created it. Currently, the 2 top blacksmiths were Panmir and Sheng, but neither of them created it. So, a new blacksmithing monster had appeared. As for Rigas, after parting ways with Jishuka, he and Vantner decided to go grab a bite. But it was definitely a tearful meal, because Rigas couldn't even dream of a way to gain 20 levels in just 3 months. As the 2 of them sat in despair, then came a notification from Jishuka's guild, requiring members to investigate the top 100 ranked blacksmiths and compile a list. They were looking for players with skills far exceeding their character level, because there was a blacksmith player with legendary skills hiding somewhere. If they found this person, the Reed and Guardian problem would be solved. Rigas was thrilled, as happy as a kid on a holiday, because compared to leveling up 20 times in 3 months, finding that blacksmith was much easier. Even though it wasn't explicitly stated, everyone knew Jishuka was determined to find that blacksmith, even if she had to scour all 6 continents to track them down. But Jishuka wasn't the only one with this idea. Soon after, several other major guilds also began searching for the mysterious blacksmith, the creator of those epic-grade arrows. Rumors spread quickly throughout Satisfy, reaching the ears of the skilled blacksmith Panmir. He was the person Jishuka mentioned earlier, and the top-ranked blacksmith. That news couldn't help but make Panmir feel a bit stung, because the special-grade Jaffa arrows were described as being created by a talented smith, full of potential, but lacking only experience and reputation. The reason Panmir wasn't happy was that in this game, he was the first person to create an epic-grade item, even if he only succeeded twice. Yet, Panmir took pride in his own hard work more than anyone else, and now, a genius blacksmith had appeared with the potential to surpass him. How could he not overthink it? While everyone was desperately searching for Grid, he was busy with his real-life chores. Of course, Grid didn't spend 24 hours a day grinding the game. After all, those arrows were already listed, and he had to go back to being Grid, picking up part-time jobs to fund his gaming addiction. This time, Grid went to the labor office to find work. They were hiring 4 construction workers for the Shingu building. Then they recruited 3 more strong roofers with experience. Grid really wanted to apply, but he was slower than the older guys. Finally, the employer needed someone to pull cables with a salary of up to 170,000 won, but Grid wasn't exactly thrilled about that job, because he had tried it last year, and the money spent on medicine ended up being more than the salary. But while he was lost in thought, the bald uncle secretly grabbed Grid's hand, lifted it up, and just like that, he was snatched by the employer and assigned to the cable-pulling job. After just 1 day of work, Grid was worn out, looking like a total wreck. The next morning, he still had to get up early for work. Even though his whole body ached, as Grid was about to leave the house, his family was sitting there eating breakfast. "Where are you going so early?" "Eat breakfast, come sit down for a bit," both his mom and dad said. Even though Grid was in a huge rush, he couldn't be so rude as to walk away after his parents had spoken. Grid reluctantly pulled out a chair and sat down. His dad then pushed 70,000 won toward him. "We'll pay your wages for today, so just rest today." His younger sister also handed him a bank card. She had even prepared warm water for him to bathe and relax after the meal. Only then did Grid have the time to look closely at his parents. Thinking about it, every morning his dad had to leave the house super early to work at the vegetable shop. Today, it seemed his dad intentionally stayed home a little longer, just to have breakfast with his son. Although his parents often complained that Grid was useless, they actually loved him deeply. In that warm, touching family atmosphere, Grid ruined the moment with a single question. "Dad, how about you help me pay off my debt?" And just like that, he took a rice bowl to the head. Ending breakfast, Grid returned to being Grid, with a heavy heart. The first thing he did was check if his pile of arrows had sold yet, and the result left Grid in total shock. At first, he set the starting price at 6 silver coins, but after customers fought tooth and nail for them, the price was driven up to 72 silver coins. There were a total of 99 arrows he put up for sale. The total assets collected were 71 gold and 28 silver coins. 100 gold coins are worth 120,000 won in cash, so that means he just earned 80,000 won in just 6 hours. Even though these were truly epic items, with the sales speed and this price, Grid was still shocked. So from now on, he didn't need to go to the labor office to find those manual labor jobs anymore. Grid hurried to the trading office to get his money, but that place was a total ripoff, taking a 15% commission on epic items. As a result, Grid only received 60 gold and 59 silver. He grumbled and cursed at the trade office for a while, then started considering another issue. If he could make money by crafting items, maybe he wouldn't need to leave this place. But when he thought of that guy, Smith, with that speechless expression, Grid decided he had to leave town. The horse carriage fee was 8 gold and 90 silver. Even though he thought it was expensive, Grid had to grit his teeth and spend the money because he couldn't walk to the next town. The coachman took him to a starter village named Winston. The population here was quite crowded, and would soon be upgraded into a city. The coachman also said the heir of the Steim family would soon become the new lord of this land. The name Steim family sounded very familiar, but Grid couldn't immediately remember where he had heard it. While he was busy thinking, the carriage arrived at the city gate. This land had to be 4 times larger than Bayran village, and the streets were much busier. To start surviving in the new city, Grid decided to reorganize his inventory first, because its weight was slowing him down a lot. Right now, all he had was the Mammon Greatsword, the Mammon Armor, 34 intermediate recovery potions, 27 high-grade recovery potions, 2 strength-enhancing potions, 3 speed-enhancing potions, 1 special Jaffa arrow, and 3 pieces of Jaffa armor. At this point, Grid suddenly thought of another thing. He had never appraised the Mammon Greatsword and the Mammon Armor, but after appraising them, his mastery of the Greatsword was only 33%, and the armor was 65%, unlike the old axe which had reached 100% mastery. Immediately, as his mastery increased, the penalties were adjusted. Grid then continued to do the next thing, which was to open a warehouse, because if he kept all his items in his inventory, he would lose too much stamina carrying them, leaving no energy for crafting items. But the cost to open a warehouse wasn't cheap at all. 30 silver to register the account, and 10 silver. Grid felt a sharp pang of regret over the gear he had to sell, but he had no other choice for now. He stowed his greatsword and armor in the warehouse, keeping only a single epic-grade Jaffa arrow, a little souvenir he'd hung onto after ditching all his heavy gear. Feeling light enough to float, Grid set out to find a smithy where he could continue honing his craft. Before heading off, he took a moment to observe the passers-by. Based on their equipment, this place really was a beginner's village. though there were plenty of varied gear sets and quite a few high-level players roaming around. After wandering for a bit, Grid found the city's smithy. It was much larger than Smith's place back in Bayran. This had to be a mid to high-tier facility. Grid possessed the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship effect, which guaranteed that mid to high-level NPC blacksmiths would treat him with extreme favor. Grid fully expected a warm welcome, but as he stepped inside, it was a ghost town. The place was completely empty, save for a beer-bellied old man snoring loudly on a cot, surrounded by a mountain of empty liquor bottles. Hearing Grid enter, the man stirred awake and rubbed his temples, clearly still nursing a hangover. After hearing Grid explain he was there to craft items, the old man suddenly chuckled a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Ha! After the Marrow Company moved in and dumped a ton of cheap items on the market, nothing here has sold in ages. This smithy closed down a long time ago. The news hit Grid like a bolt of lightning. He'd come all this way for nothing. He was just about to ask the old man if there were any other active smithies around, when a group of thugs, weapons in hand, kicked the door open. "Hey, old man," they roared. "I told you to hand over the deed while we were still being patient." Grid felt a cold chill. He'd stumbled into a massive mess. The goons pulled out a business contract, demanding that the owner, Khan, sell the smithy to the Marrow Company for 20,000 gold coins. It was a classic corporate land grab. This had nothing to do with Grid, so he tried to slip away. But 2 steps in, one of the thugs locked eyes with him and blocked his path. "Hey, you've seen the contract, haven't you? Where do you think you're going? Don't tell me you're a spy for the scanner company." Grid cursed under his breath. It turned out these thugs were just black market goons hired by the Marrow Company. Even though they were NPCs, NPCs could still end a player's life without a second thought. He'd worked too hard to get here. He didn't want to get skewered and lose levels again. Judging by their look, Grid guessed they were around level 35. Not incredibly high, but all of them were still way out of his league. Not wanting to pick a fight and invite trouble, Grid carefully chose his words. "I'm not a spy. I'm just new to Winston Village and didn't know the smithy was closed." The thug gave Grid a look from head to toe. "You couldn't do much with that frail body anyway." "Get lost." Khan clutched the devilish contract, his temple throbbing with rage. "You idiots. You're trying to destroy a tradition that's been passed down for 7 generations. Even so, the scumbags didn't seem like the type to care, and the poor old man was backed into a corner." Seeing Khan's pained expression, the thugs were clearly enjoying themselves. "Isn't it true that your only son died of an illness? Who's left to carry on the legacy? Stop being stubborn. Is this place just a graveyard for your boy now? Don't you dare mention my son with your filthy mouths," Khan roared, his voice trembling with fury. Grid felt incredibly conflicted. He knew he couldn't solo these thugs in this situation. He should just stay quiet and leave. But Grid couldn't bear the thought of what those goons would do to the old man once he walked away. Just as he was deep in internal debate, the system triggered a new quest, the Blacksmith's Fury. The objective was for Grid to eliminate the Marrow Company's henchmen and destroy the smithy transfer contract. The reward for completion would be removing the negative debuffs currently affecting Khan and gaining maximum affinity with him. If he failed, Khan would pass away in a few days, and all quests related to him would be permanently lost. Furthermore, just by accepting the quest, Grid instantly received a reward: the Blacksmith's Fury skill. At this point, it was hard for Grid to refuse. Besides, he had heard Khan mention that his smithy had been passed down for 7 generations, meaning he could definitely be of great help. Grid began calculating his odds of victory based on his existing skills. First was the legendary Blacksmith's Patience skill, which boosted the user's stamina, defense, and concentration by 200% for 1 hour. Next was the passive skill that granted him 5 seconds of invincibility if his HP dropped to a critical level. This was the skill that had helped him withstand Yura's brutal attacks during the battle at the Yatan Temple. He had level 20 gear, but the problem was he'd left it all in the warehouse, so he had no weapon right now. Wait, Grid suddenly remembered something. No, he did have a weapon, and an epic grade 1 at that, the Jaffa arrow. He had kept it earlier just to save that last bit of silver. While its raw damage wasn't much, it had a special effect that could pierce through the enemy's defenses. It meant Grid still had a fighting chance. Thinking this, he turned back and tapped the lead thug on the shoulder. "Hey, you shouldn't treat an old man like that." Khan looked surprised to see him return, and that thug certainly didn't expect someone who looked as weak as Grid would have the guts to play the hero and defend the weak. "Even if you're a debt collector, don't cross the line, you stupid jerk." Grid kept talking. Being called a stupid jerk immediately sent the thugs into a frenzy. but they didn't actually move to attack Grid yet. That's because he only had one arrow in his hand, which didn't pose any real threat. Only Grid knew that this weapon wasn't his only card. He had just acquired something else, the legendary Blacksmith's Rage skill, which he received after accepting that quest. Once activated, his strength increases by 10%. His speed increases by 30% for 20 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. The two sides quickly plunged into a fight. Even though they were low-level NPCs, those thugs were much faster than Grid had imagined. He accidentally fell into a disadvantageous position, so Grid cleverly ran toward the corner of the house. There was a narrow staircase there. The thugs chased him aggressively. Grid stood on the stairs, creating a perfect defensive choke point. As the thugs rushed in, he timed it perfectly to activate legendary Blacksmith's Rage, then swung the epic grade arrow in his hand. He struck forward hard. With just one arrow, he took down the first thug, leaving the rest of them stunned. Right, in their eyes, it was just a normal arrow, but in reality, it was an epic grade weapon boosted by the effects of the Rage skill. That move caused massive critical damage. Grid had actually landed 2 hits. The first strike was 2, pierced the enemy's defense, and the second was a lethal blow. He had calculated it precisely, but even he couldn't believe he managed to take down the opponent with just 2 stabs. After taking down the first thug, Grid received 60 reputation points in Winston Village and 4,300 experience points. At the same time, he became a common enemy to all the thugs there. Grid's level skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he jumped to the top 8. Jumping 5 levels all at once by taking down a level 35 enemy was something Grid had never imagined. Right now, he had 110 free stat points. That was way more than enough. The remaining thugs in the gang had high attack power, but their defense levels were extremely low. To defeat them, Grid needed to boost his strength and speed. Since there were still 4 of them left, he didn't think twice. He directly used all his remaining free stat points, adding 50 points to strength and 60 points to speed. The remaining duration of the legendary Blacksmith's Rage skill was 10 seconds. Grid tried his best to use these 10 seconds to finish off the rest, and he started to gain the upper hand. However, Grid failed to get a one-shot, 1 kill on the second guy. This time, after witnessing Grid's speed suddenly spike, the thugs became much more cautious, especially since they weren't using their bulky weapons to fight in such a tight space on the stairs. As for Grid, the fact that he couldn't finish his opponent despite the stat boost made him incredibly anxious. That guy. If you don't want to live up there forever, get down here, the gang leader suddenly shouted, making Grid jump. But it was true. He had no choice but to step off the stairs because the thugs were being stubborn, forcing him to come down and face them head-on. The problem was, if they ganged up on him now, Grid wouldn't be able to survive more than 2 or 3 hits. Thankfully, he still had a backup plan, though he wasn't sure if it would work. His stamina would drop very low, and his defense would be reduced to 0, but if the opponents surrounded him, he could completely wipe them all out with one move. Grid needed to conserve his energy until then, which was why he needed the legendary Blacksmith's Patience skill. Once activated, his defensive power and dexterity would skyrocket by 200% for 1 hour. Thanks for saving us time. Now, I'm going to make you pay for taking my comrade's life. The orange-haired guy pulled out his sword, looking ready to attack. But something completely unplanned by Grid happened, which was, he tried to activate legendary Blacksmith's Patience, but it failed. This was his backup plan, and he had nowhere left to run. Yet, the skill activation failed, just as the thugs all rushed at him simultaneously, exactly as he had predicted. This was clearly a serious mistake by Grid, because that skill had requirements that had to be met to activate. Being attacked by 3 or 4 people at once, Grid fell back into a tight spot. He was forced to drink a recovery potion to hold out. Right now, his maximum strength stat was 316. Grid didn't know if, with this number, he could defeat those people or not. The duration of the Rage skill was about to end. If he couldn't turn the tide, the one ending up on the ground would be Grid. He didn't want to get hit with a level down penalty again, so Grid fought with every ounce of his strength. Every time he swung the Jaffa in his hand, it was frantic, fueled by both explosive power and the will to survive. Grid actively lunged forward. Strengthening his speed helped him move more easily, but that still wasn't enough. Grid had to drink another intermediate recovery potion, which boosted his strength by 50 points for 5 minutes. Just like that, Grid kept chugging them. These potions weren't cheap at all. They were worth 10 gold coins, equivalent to 24,001 per bottle. Grid was using several, which meant he was throwing money down the drain, just to complete a B-rank quest. He was already broke, and having to spend money like this made it impossible for him to lose. The thugs huddled together, trying to overwhelm him with numbers, But since Grid had chugged those potions, his strength had increased significantly. His speed was also getting faster. Grid started to regain the initiative. Seeing him so aggressive, the opponents gradually shifted to a defensive stance, prioritizing dodging over attacking. But to be fair, facing 4 level 35 thugs at once was still too much for Grid. Plus, they were attacking wildly, like a pack of mad dogs. In that urgent situation, he decided to stop and use a move to stall for time. How? Taking my life is a lot harder than you lot think, right? I won't kill you either, but we need to renegotiate that contract. No sooner had Grid finished speaking than a guy named Johnson in the group exploded with rage. Don't mess with us. You're the one who took us down. We don't care about your stupid contract. All we want is your life as revenge. Oh, so you're gonna refuse, huh? I just said I'd spare you, Grid continued, goading them. Quit the chatter. The only one dying today is you. Look at yourself. How do you plan on taking us down? With that gimpy leg of yours? Joseph mocked, his voice dripping with contempt. As he spoke, he unconsciously stepped forward. As the distance closed, Grid suddenly lunged with blinding speed. The arrow in his hand pierced straight through Johnson's forehead, sending him straight to the afterlife. The rest of them were so furious their veins were practically popping. They kept cursing Grid, calling him a coward, but he couldn't really be blamed for that. It was just on them for letting their guard down in the middle of a fight. Blame yourselves. You and I aren't close enough for me to sit here and have a heart-to-heart. Grid gloated. After taking down the second guy, Grid received 4,300 experience points and kept leveling up rapidly. Next, the fight became a little easier for him. Vio shouted, leaving Grid stunned. And here I was wondering why you have so many. Are you setting traps, you cowardly dog? He shouldered his sword and charged aggressively at Grid. I'm gonna chop your mouth off. Grid gave a devious grin and charged back at him with his weapon drawn. Still yapping so much? Brother, you're leaving yourself wide open. I'm level 11 now. I'm not as trashy as before. As Grid got close, Braga intercepted, and their weapons collided with a heavy clash. Sparks flew where they struck. Braga's wound only turned red, but Grid's weapon was on the verge of shattering. Braga taunted him. Go ahead. I'll take as many stabs as you can give. He chuckled wickedly, adding, but you won't die that easily. Then, all three of them rushed to attack Grid at once. Grid was still caught off guard when 2 slashes struck him, causing him to spurt blood. Grid stumbled backward helplessly. Blood wouldn't stop gushing from the wound. Khan asked in a panic, my boy, are you all right? Grid was sweating profusely from the pain. He thought he needed time to down another health potion. Just as he was about to run, Braga grabbed him tight, holding him back. Trying to run again, you dirty cockroach? Grid looked behind him and saw the other 2 rushing in. Since this guy had him pinned, he couldn't get away. Grid prayed silently, I'm done for. This is it. Grid felt his spirit break, thinking, so that's how it ends. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a set of armor on the upper floor. That armor. Grid struggled and managed to land a strike on Braga, catching him off guard. An arrow pierced straight into his back, paralyzing him. Vio charged in, shouting, you dog, stop struggling. It's useless. He hurled his electrified weapon straight at Grid, but he was quick enough to dodge it. Grid retaliated with a friendly arrow flying toward him. Vio barely managed to deflect it. Ugh, that power is insane. Taking advantage of their panic, Grid scrambled toward the armor. They stood there watching him run up the stairs. Grid thought anxiously, damn, that last shot was a critical hit, of all things. Vio laughed arrogantly. Haha, did you throw your weapon away? Keep running with your tail between your legs. Grid ignored him and raced straight toward the armor. Hey, keep talking, Grid hurriedly asked. Khan, do you want to protect this smithy? Answer me. Khan hesitated, then replied, of course. If you help me, I will definitely restore this place. Grid didn't hesitate. He grabbed the armor immediately. Then I'll borrow this. Khan stood there stunned, his mind blank. When he finally came to his senses, he panicked and tried to stop him. No, that's not something just anyone can wear. Only the items on the lower level are meant to be equipped. Grid quickly put the armor on, just as Veo's group arrived. Don't waste your breath, he's done for. The 3 of them aggressively charged at Grid. Die. Grid swished his cape. Have you ever heard of the term overgeared? When he turned back around, his face was filled with passion and overflowing strength, completely different from before. Grid swung his blade. He slashed straight through the 3 fools. Their bodies were cleaved in 2, leaving them bewildered. How? How is this possible? Before they vanished, they only had time to curse him once. You bastard. The system notified Grid. You have killed the criminals Braga, and Vio. Your reputation in Winston has increased by 220. You have received 15,200 XP. His affinity with Khan hit the maximum level. The system rang repeatedly. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. And the most important part, it flashed over 10 times. Blacksmith's fury. Quest complete. Khan chased after him up to the floor, panting heavily. He asked worriedly, "Young man, are you all right?" What was happening before his eyes left Khan in absolute shock, unable to find the words. Grid stood tall and majestic, as if glowing in that armor. He exhaled and said, "Old man, this feeling, it's amazing. Why on earth would you store something this powerful in such a dusty corner?" Regarding the info on this armor, its name is Valhalla. Unique grade. Requirements: level 250 or higher, strength 800 or higher, stamina 1000 or higher, advanced heavy armor mastery. Created by Albertino, and the sword is named Dance of the Slip Replica. Unique grade. Requirements: level 250 or higher, strength 1800 or higher, advanced sword mastery. Created by Albertino. Grid had to admit that this Albertino guy was incredible. Khan wiped his sweat, eyes wide, and asked, "Young man, could it be that you recognize the value of these items, and you even know the creator's name?" Grid laughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek. I can tell just by looking at them." When Khan heard that, he fainted on the spot, leaving Grid in a panic. Huh? Does the old man have high blood pressure or something? Fainting so suddenly? Well, I guess he is old and a heavy drinker. I'll have to tell him to be more careful later. Grid sat down next to Khan, muttering to himself, "Well, the quest is done, so why worry about it? Let's start the next quest." Grid repeated himself, "Next quest." There was no response from the system. Grid went crazy and screamed, "My quest chain!" Grid panicked and shook Khan awake when he saw him frothing at the mouth. "Hey, wake up! Old man, stop foaming! Just wake up and talk. You can faint again later." Old man from the Marrow Corporation. Vaman was busy munching on a piece of steak when he heard the report from Rabbit. He jumped up, shouting, "What? The thugs we hired for the smithy have gone missing? What? Did they just take the money and run?" Rabbit stuttered nervously. I'm so sorry, sir. It was my idea to use them." But Vaman cut him off mid-sentence. What? Are you going to take responsibility for this, Vaman?" He pointed a finger weighed down by gold rings straight at Rabbit, his face twisted in a scowl. "A merchant never takes a loss. You're paying me back. Pay me back for the hiring fees and the damages, right now." Rabbit pleaded desperately. "I don't have that kind of money. Please, sir, give me another chance." Vaman twitched his mouth in warning. "Hey, Rabbit, if you don't have the cash, then go sell your family. Surely they'd fetch a good price in the slave market, wouldn't they?" He ordered his underlings. "That's enough, take him away." Rabbit panicked, begging, "Sir, please, Vaman, I'm begging you." Vaman turned to his other advisor. "Rabbit, what exactly happened?" Rabbit replied, "Sir, I'm not sure. I'm certain they reached the smithy, but then they just vanished." Vaman gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it. We have to take over every smithy in this village, all for that one tiny shop. And where is that old geezer Khan?" Rabbit frowned, secretly looking down on him. He didn't hesitate to toss aside a loyal servant of 15 years. He was truly both arrogant and cruel. Rabbit spoke up. 2 hours ago, someone saw a strange kid taking him to the clinic. Vaman mused. A strange kid. Huh? He must know something. Vaman clenched his fist. We've already undercut them on weapon prices and signed contracts just to snatch that smithy. I've finally got the old man on his last legs. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Vaman barked. Rabbit, you're in charge of this. Handle it. Rabbit replied. Yes, sir. Status window. Grid. Character name. Grid. Level, 21, 5,350 out of 16,700 experience. Class, Pagma's Successor. Title, one who is fated to be a legend. HP, 936 out of 936. Mana, 177 out of 177. Skill points, 130. Capacity, 842 out of 3,080. Strength, 104. Stamina, 52. Agility, 96. Intelligence, 59. Dexterity, 55. Tenacity, 51. Composure, 44. Indomitable, 50. Dignity, 44. Insight, 44. Masterpiece of the Legendary Blacksmith. Masterpieces remaining, 2 out of 3. Chance of additional effects when crafting items, greatly increased. Success rate when reinforcing equipment. Greatly increased. You can equip any item, but the stats of the equipment may be reduced depending on the level difference with your character. Chance of gaining fame points increased, and the amount gained is significantly boosted. Success rate of enchantments increased, and the amount gained is significantly boosted. System. You have equipped Dainsleaf Replica. Due to your job characteristics, a stat penalty is applied because the equipment requirements are not met. Attack power of Dainsleaf Replica reduced by 45%. Effects from equipment bonuses reduced by half. Restrictions will be adjusted as your proficiency with Dainsleaf Replica increases. You have equipped Valhalla. Due to your job characteristics, a stat penalty is applied because the equipment requirements are not met. Defense of Valhalla reduced by 45%. Effects from equipment bonuses reduced by half. Restrictions will be adjusted as your proficiency with Valhalla increases. Item. Dainsleaf Replica. Rarity. Unique. Durability. 500 out of 500. Attack power. 451 to 635. Attack speed. -8%. Weight. 1,580. Crafted by Albertino, the first human to receive the title of Master Blacksmith. Before Pagma's time, he succeeded in recreating Dainsleaf, a legendary weapon. Although its power cannot compare to the original Dainsleaf, he was able to restore some of its properties, making this a masterpiece that deals additional damage equal to 10% of the opponent's current defense. The more enemies there are, the higher the damage. Golden Flash skill has been initialized. Requirements. Level 250 or higher. Strength 1800 or higher. Advanced Sword Mastery. This item has no hidden functions. You do not have enough knowledge or experience to understand the materials, crafting methods, and the intent of the smith who made Dainsleaf Replica. You have no knowledge of Dainsleaf Replica. Armor, Valhalla. Rarity, unique. Durability, 701 out of 701. Defense, 872. Movement speed, -5%. Weight, 1,712. Crafted by Albertino, the first human to receive the title of Master Blacksmith. Before Pagma's time, he attempted to create a walking fortress. It was recognized as a masterpiece in human history by the founder of the Eternal Kingdom and the ruler of the northern region, Loban. Legend says the legendary blacksmith Pagma was greatly inspired by the work of Albertino. When HP drops below 10%, it creates a shield that absorbs 3,000 damage for 5 seconds. Increases defense against slashing and piercing attacks by 10%. Magic resistance plus 180. Requirements. Level 250 or higher. Strength 800 or higher. Stamina 1000 or higher. Advanced Heavy Armor Mastery. This item has no hidden functions. You do not have enough knowledge or experience to understand the materials, crafting methods, and the intent of the smith who made Valhalla. You have no knowledge of Valhalla. In his apartment, Grid was happily eating his fried rice. He hummed a tune, feeling cheerful. I just killed a few nobodies, and I'm already level 21. Life is good, and I even have a chance to get a quest chain. Thinking about Valhalla and Dainsleaf Replica, Grid drooled with excitement. If I snag that sword and armor, I'll be a billionaire for sure. Dainsleaf and Valhalla are both unique grade, just like Grid. Actually, Grid hadn't been crafted yet, but it had the potential to be legendary grade. However, these can be traded, and the equipment requirements aren't as ridiculous as Grid's. Grid muttered to himself about Khan. I left Old Man Khan at the clinic, so he should be fine. The system screen popped up, loading. Grid thought to himself, don't die, old man. My success depends on you. Once the system finished loading, Grid appeared at the clinic. Huh? I was brought straight here? That's convenient. Khan was putting his coat back on when he saw Grid arrive. Oh, you're here? Grid turned to Simon and asked, how's he doing? Simon replied, his blood pressure has stabilized, so he's cleared for discharge. As long as he stops drinking, his health should stabilize. He must have been blessed by God, Khan remarked, then asked, you said your name is Grid, right? It seems I owe you one. Grid smiled. I just helped out because it was an emergency. Now, pay your hospital bill so we can head back. Khan hesitated and said, I'm sorry, but the truth is, I'm completely broke. Grid stood there, stunned. Then, Simon, standing behind him, spoke in a raspy voice that sent chills down his spine. Now, it's either you fork over 1 gold piece, or God is going to shove a needle into your backside. Grid muttered helplessly. God's blessing? How fleeting it is. Grid had no choice but to pay for Khan and bring him back to his smithy. Deeply touched, Khan said, I'm truly grateful to you, truly. Khan grabbed Grid's hand, speaking sincerely. Thanks to you, I have hope again. I almost sold off my family's 7-generation legacy. Grid supported him and replied, I only helped within my capabilities. Come on, let me help you get some rest. While helping Khan to rest, Grid lectured him, making the old man tear up. If you let the smithy fall into their hands, the alcohol would have killed you sooner or later. It's a good thing I was there, otherwise, you wouldn't have even made it to the clinic. Khan muttered in agreement. That's true. I wish I could repay you properly. Khan looked surprised as he caught sight of the armor and sword that Grid had worn to fight the thugs sent by Vaman. Grid drooled at the sight and pointed at them, saying, Can I have those? Khan panicked and refused. Wait, Grid. I can't give those to you. Grid grabbed the old man and said fiercely, Who do you think saved your life, old man? It was me. Grid emphasized every word. Old man, I am your benefactor. Khan said awkwardly. Please, you must understand, those are family heirlooms that my family has protected for generations. He explained that Dainsleif and Valhalla were cursed items because no one had the ability to master the power within them, so they had been gathering dust for hundreds of years. But 135 years ago, someone realized their value. Khan lowered his head and said, It was none other than Pagma. Khan recounted how Pagma had donned the armor and swung those sharp, peerless blades. He didn't lie when saying that. He had become one with the equipment. Legend has it that with his strength and agility, his sword intent could tear the very sky apart and summon lightning. My ancestors knelt and begged him to take Dainsleif and Valhalla with him. Grid pondered. So, the old man is a descendant of that master blacksmith? He asked. So, did Pagma agree? Khan touched the armor and replied, No. He refused. But he said that one day, the true master of these items would appear. And here you are. Khan asked skeptically. How were you able to equip them? Depending on the answer, I will make my decision. Grid's mind raced. Aha, a quest chain. Gotta jump on this immediately, Grid said. To be honest, I'm somewhat similar to Pagma. Khan was stunned, eyes wide. Pagma? No way. Does that mean you're Pagma's successor? Grid smiled brightly and replied, Yes, exactly. The system immediately popped up a notification, leaving Grid shocked. Class quest. Pagma's successor has been initiated. Pagma's successor, class quest. Follow the path of Pagma's swordsmanship and collect all the legends about him. No time limit. If you accept this legendary class quest, you will never be able to change classes again. Condition to complete the class quest. Finish the quest chain. Reward upon completion. Unknown. First class quest. Pagma's sword intent. Completion condition. Master Pagma's swordsmanship. Quest reward. Dainsleif replica. Grid asked irritably. You're not giving me the items yet? Khan answered awkwardly. Please understand, I need proof. Khan thought to himself, confused. Could I really be facing the successor to that legend? Just like my ancestor met him? Khan took out a bottle of wine and laughed. If you truly are Pagma's successor, one day you will have to prove it. But first, let's celebrate with a few drinks. Grid quickly snatched the bottles away, stopping him. Hey, no drinking. I'm keeping these until I finish the quest. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Is anyone home? Rabbit was standing at the door, saying, Excuse me, is Mr. Khan home? I'm Rabbit from the Marrow Company. Hearing his introduction, Grid was surprised. The Marrow Company? Did he come here to replace those thugs? Grid quickly hid Khan's 2 bottles. Hide this booze, could probably sell it for 2 gold. Khan looked toward the door and said, Let's go down and talk. Rabbit said, As far as I know, you don't have the ability to pay off the 600 gold debt to the company. Khan replied, That's true, but there is no way I'm selling the shop. You should leave. Rabbit said, Actually, I'm here to propose another solution. Khan set his terms. We will let you continue running the smithy, and even pay you a high salary, as long as the smithy is registered under the company's name. Khan asked bluntly, Humph. You mean you want me to become Marrow's lapdog? Rabbit frowned and asked back, The conditions are better than before. You still want to refuse? Khan explained. Correct. This isn't just about me. It's about the dignity my family has held for generations. Rabbit began to lose patience and threatened, Your pride is exactly as rumored. If we crush that pride, will you finally listen to reason? Rabbit proposed another condition. Let's have a contest. We'll wager the debt and the smithy on it. Our smith versus yours. You will hand over the shop. If our smith wins. How about that? Grid mused. Sounds simple, but they're definitely going to cheat. Does he think we're idiots? Surprisingly, Khan agreed easily. If that's the case, I have no objections. Grid was startled and asked, What? However, Khan had another condition. However, this old body isn't what it used to be. I want to send my successor to compete in my place. Is that acceptable? Rabbit adjusted his glasses, skeptical. I wasn't aware you had a successor. Khan pointed to Grid and said, "Of course, this young man right here." Grid was shocked again. "What?" Grid snapped at Khan. "Hey old man, do you even know what you just said? Who gave you the right to decide that?" Rabbit even had the audacity to remind Khan. "He looks more like a passerby. Are you sure you're not just picking anyone?" The system appeared. Contest with Marrow Company. Quest has been initiated. Contest with Marrow Company. The completion condition is to win the contest against the blacksmith from the Marrow Company. Completion reward. Plus 500. Winston reputation. Increased friendliness with all Winston citizens, and 600 gold. If the quest fails, Winston reputation will drop to the lowest level, and Khan's smithy will be handed over to the enemy. The system asks, "Grid, do you want to accept this quest?" Grid hurriedly tells the system, "Hey, hold on a second." Grid weighs the 600 gold reward. Rabbit adjusts his glasses and warns Grid, "Young man, if this doesn't concern you, stay away from it. Don't get yourself dragged into this." Grid's eyes light up as he replies, "What are you blabbering about? Obviously, I'm going to crush you guys." Rabbit has to give in to Grid's determination. "Fine, I understand." Rabbit glances at Khan and says, "That's settled then. I'll let you know the time and place soon. Goodbye." Once Rabbit leaves, Khan says awkwardly to Grid, "I'm sorry, Grid. I have no choice but to protect the smithy." Grid reassures him, "It's fine, don't worry about it." Grid smiles craftily and with excitement, which leaves Khan unable to fathom what he's thinking. For 720,001, why would I be afraid of a little trouble? Character status window. Grid, level 21, 5,350, out of 16,700 experience. Class, Pagma's Successor. Title, One Who Carries the Legendary Mission. Health, 936 out of 936. Mana, 177 out of 177. Skill points, 130. Capacity, 842 out of 3,080. Strength, 104. Stamina, 52. Agility, 96. Intelligence, 59. Dexterity, 55. Perseverance, 51. Composure, 44. Indomitable, 50. Luck, 44. Insight, 44. Masterpieces by the Legendary Blacksmith. Number of masterpieces remaining, 2 out of 3. Quest, Pagma's Successor. Class Quest. The power of the Legendary Blacksmith has been bestowed upon you. But do you truly know who Pagma was? Can you proudly continue his will? If Pagma was only merely a highly skilled blacksmith, his legend would not have spread across the continent. First, you must continue Pagma's legend. Begin by mastering his sword dance that tears through the sky. If you collect all the legends about him, you will truly understand Pagma and officially become a true successor. Then, you will be reborn as a legend. Quest completion condition. Complete the quest chain. Completion reward. Unknown. No time limit. If you accept the legendary class quest, you will never be able to change classes again. Depending on the results you produce, the legendary class quest has the potential to shake the entire world of Satisfy. Pagma's Sword Intent. First class quest. The legend told through Pagma's sword dance that can pierce even the sky. This may be a clue regarding Pagma's sword techniques, something not mentioned in Pagma's rare book. Completion condition. Learn Pagma's swordsmanship thoroughly. Quest reward. Slave Lamp. The replica. The contest with the Marrow Company. The Marrow Company has challenged Khan to a forging contest. However, he is not healthy enough to do it. Khan has decided to bet on you. The fate of the smithy, which has been passed down for 7 generations, is on the line. Completion condition. Win the contest against the blacksmith from the Marrow Company. Completion reward. Plus 500 Winston reputation. Increased friendliness with all Winston citizens, and 600 gold. If the quest fails, Winston reputation will drop to the lowest level, and Khan's smithy will be handed over to the enemy. The contest with the Marrow Company is an A-grade quest. Contest with the Marrow Company. Win the contest against the blacksmith from the Marrow Company. Completion reward, plus 500 Winston reputation. Increased friendliness with all Winston citizens, and 600 gold. If the quest fails, Winston reputation will drop to the lowest level. Khan's smithy will be handed over to the enemy. Grid mutters to himself, if it's a fighting quest, it'd be impossible for a level 21 like me. But Grid grins with excitement. I am a legendary blacksmith who has even forged an epic grade item. 720,001 will be mine. It's so fragile, damn it. Khan hands Grid a few old swords and says, I still have some materials left from when the shop was closed. You can practice with these. Khan lays the pile of swords on the table. Grid casually picks one up to inspect it and asks, by the way, why don't you report this to the Lord? Khan lights a torch and says, reporting to the Lord is pointless. The Marrow crowd bribed him a long time ago. Grid asks seriously and surprised. But Winston is part of Count Stime's territory, right? Have you tried reaching out to the Count? Khan adds more firewood to the furnace and says, of course, I've tried to meet him in person, but every time, I get blocked by that lord. Grid nods and reassures. Khan, don't worry too much. I will win this contest. How could I let down the person who trusts me? Khan is moved, his eyes welling up with tears. Of course, it's thanks to you that I'm still alive. If my son were still alive, he surely would have grown up to be like you. Grid replies obediently, yes, just leave everything to me. You'll feel relieved watching me do the work. Once Grid says that, he breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, what the hell? Why am I acting so different from usual? Maybe because Khan is my golden goose. I did that subconsciously, I guess. For a moment, Grid feels a bit of emotional attachment, but truthfully, Old Man Khan reminds him of his grandfather. Grid holds the raw material in his hand. Thinking about Khan and his grandfather, they are similar. From the gentle words to the kind way they treat others, working hard alongside someone you trust completely, Grid thinks firmly. Moments like this are the true value of Satisfy. In his apartment, Grid looks out through the clear glass window. Looking outside, he's still sleepy, yawning widely. Grid stretches, his whole body shivering slightly. It's only 4 in the morning. Maybe I should sleep for another 30 minutes? It's been 2 days in the game, and the results are pretty good. Suddenly, Grid ponders about Khan. Old Man Khan is completely different from Old Man Smith in Baron. Although he's not in good health, his skills are still as excellent as a high-level blacksmith. Grid feels a bit strange. He watches the sky gradually brightening outside the window. I really want to see Old Man Khan again. I want to learn more. Suddenly, he tries to stay silent within his own thoughts. Just now, Grid realizes, I think I've got game fever. Suddenly, while lost in his own thoughts, Grid snapped back to reality and realized he might have been losing his grip on reality due to the game. Grid walked downstairs, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and chirped, morning everyone. His mom smiled gently and said, oh, did you sleep well, Youngwoo? You're up early today. Grid sat at the table and said, I want eel for breakfast. His dad teased him, you don't even have a girlfriend. Why do you need to eat eel? In Korea, eel is famously considered an aphrodisiac, which is why his dad was teasing him like that. Grid replied, annoyed, that's insulting, Dad. I'm just not interested in dating. Women are nothing but trouble. His mom immediately retorted, my, our little boy is all grown up and acting so smooth, huh? Haha. Grid suddenly remembered something and brushed off the previous topic, asking, by the way, how's Grandpa doing? Seeing the surprised expressions on his parents' faces, Grid asked, what's with that reaction? His mom said, no, nothing. It's just that you asked out of the blue. He's still healthy. If you want, let's go visit him soon. Grid nodded and said, all right, sounds good. As he scooped up his food, he thought to himself, I definitely need to go visit him this time. The next day, at Marrow Corporation, Vamon's voice echoed, what did you say? Vamon threw the half-eaten apple straight at Jabiz, scolding him. Why are you doing such useless busy work? Huh, Jabiz. Jabiz stood still, not dodging, and listened solemnly to Vamon's reprimand. That blacksmith shop would be ours if that old man couldn't pay his debts. Why would you pull such an unnecessary stunt and give him a chance? Vamon asked furiously. Or are you a spy planted by them? Rabbit stepped up to explain. Sir, business hasn't been great lately because we've already requisitioned almost all of the citizens' assets. If we want long-term development, Marrow Corporation needs to appear friendly to them. Vamon gritted his teeth and cursed. Who are you to lecture me? I'm the one who bought out the land and everything on it. You're all just a bunch of ingrates. Rabbit just kept quiet, thinking to himself, this is Vamon's limit. It's going to be very difficult for Marrow to grow any further. Rabbit tried to explain further. The villagers respect Khan because he has stood alone against the corporation for a long time. Vamon hung his head and asked coldly, so what? Rabbit continued. We must create the impression that we are giving him a chance to prove his skills. That way, we can build a positive image for the corporation. Vamon analyzed it further, and then we will attract more customers. If this brings in profit, then fine. He He turned to Jaybiz and asked, "What about my opponent? Does he even have a chance of winning?" Referring to Grid. Jaybiz said, "According to our investigation, he's just an ordinary kid with zero reputation. I've already chosen someone suitable to bring us victory." Vamon laughed slyly. "Then that's perfect. We must crush them at all costs." Rabbit thought to himself, "No matter who you are, I will still send the best blacksmith to defeat you. I must be cautious about any variables that could arise at Khan's shop." The elder was surprised to hear about Grid. "Huh? Really? This skinny kid single-handedly wiped out the Vio gang?" The elder looked outside and judged. "He doesn't look any different from the beggars at the market." Khan folded his arms, praising Grid. "Ho ho, old friend. He might look a bit goofy, but he's incredibly capable." Grid yelled back, "Hey, you two old guys, shut your mouths." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from outside, startling Grid. "Old Man Khan, the whole village is buzzing." A blond man, along with several others, ran in hurriedly, holding a piece of paper and waving it, saying, "This notice is posted everywhere in the village. It says, Marrow Corporation is organizing a competition with Khan to settle the blacksmith shop dispute. The reason for this is that we respect Khan and his craftsmanship. If Khan wins, we will pay off his debts and give up. If we win, the blacksmith shop will be operated by Marrow Corporation, but Khan will still have full control over the operations. Cooperating and developing with the people of Winston is our top priority. We hope the esteemed citizens will support us." Khan took the paper, read it, and said, "This is real, but why are you all so panicked?" The blond man stammered, "Well, we were starting to think they might actually have good intentions." The brown-haired man added, "Surely they genuinely respect Mr. Khan's talent to go through the trouble of a competition like this." The blond man also added, "And besides, they said he can still run the shop, right? Don't they really want to live in harmony with the citizens?" Grid looked at it and thought, "That's true. Even though they've played tricks before, but I actually think they have good intentions in this notice. Maybe, in reality, they..." Grid hadn't finished his thought before seeing Khan angrily tear the notice to shreds. Khan reminded everyone, "Let me remind you all again, those Marrow bastards knew about the future development of Winston and occupied the land, making us go bankrupt. Have you forgotten the suffering we went through, just because of those contracts of theirs?" The blond man smiled awkwardly. "That's right. We were wrong." The brown-haired man said more sternly, "See? Almost got fooled again. This isn't the first time they've played tricks on us." Grid scratched his face and frowned. "Oh yeah. I guess I'm too trusting." Suddenly, someone interrupted. "Excuse me," Huroi spoke up. "Based on what I know, Marrow Corporation bought the land and commercial areas from people who had no idea about the development of Winston. Am I right? Did they force anyone to sell their land back then?" Grid stared at him. "This guy." Grid noticed he had a green mark on his head. He was a player. Huroi said loudly, "With the money received after selling the land, everyone could have easily left the village. However, you decided to stay because of the development plans for Winston. So, I conclude this is entirely your fault, not Marrow Corporation's." The blond man went crazy and yelled, "You bastard! How dare an outsider like you speak like that? Are you their spy, huh?" Huroi stopped them from getting angry and continued, "I didn't come here to cause trouble. It's true that the corporation's priority is making money, but instead of fighting them, wouldn't it be a better idea to happily cooperate with them? After all, the corporation can't function without the citizens." The blond man nodded. "He makes sense. If the corporation is profitable, wouldn't our lives improve if we did?" Grid couldn't help but feel something was off. Why was this guy's opinion suddenly flipping? The competition with the Marrow Company. They challenged Khan to a blacksmithing duel, but he's just not healthy enough to handle it. Khan decided to bet everything on you. The fate of a forge that's been passed down for 7 generations is on the line. The win condition is to beat the Marrow Company's blacksmith. The rewards for completion: 500 reputation in Winston, increased affinity with all the citizens of Winston, and 600 gold. If you fail the quest, your reputation in Winston will bottom out, and Khan's forge will be handed over to his enemies. Khan looked at him in shock. "Grid, you aren't just some random kid, are you? What is your name?" After asking, he realized he'd been too abrupt. Forgive me. I'm sorry for diving right into the business without even introducing myself." Grid scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "The name is Grid." Grid was still incredibly suspicious. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. Was this guy really an AI? Khan nodded in agreement with Grid. "You're right. In the long run, cooperating with the company would be beneficial." He continued, "However, the village of Winston is still part of Earl Stime's territory. And within Stime's lands, there's a law regarding human rights. Grid looked surprised. Human rights? Khan replied slowly. The people have the right to know about the situation in the place where they live, before anyone else. This was emphasized by the Earl. Khan's voice echoed through the small village. Thanks to the reclamation project in the north, the new land will have a massive impact on the lives. Khan kept talking, leaving everyone stunned. We must be ready to change and share information with the citizens, so they can maximize their profits in time. That is Earl Stime's desire. Grid stepped in smoothly. So. The problem is that the company has completely ignored the laws Stime put in place, he continued. And the Lord is responsible for letting the company monopolize all the information and development plans for Winston. Khan nodded. Exactly. That is the root of the conflict. Wait, the previous line was split. Khan nodded. Exactly. That is the root of the conflict. Grid turned away. You've convinced me. Now I have some things to take care of. Grid told the others, I understand that all of your reports to the Earl have been blocked by the Lord and the company. The others nodded in agreement. Grid said firmly, the evil schemes of the Lord and the company must be exposed. I, Grid, will secretly convey all of your wishes to the Earl. Everyone cheered with joy. There's hope, thank you. Grid was still bewildered, unable to shake his suspicion. No way. How the hell is this guy able to do that? Grid looked over at Grid, who was chatting comfortably with the villagers. He hadn't received a quest. He had forced the quest to be given to him. On the tree-lined path in the village, Grid chased after Grid, panting for air. Hey, you! Grid turned around, looked at Grid, and asked, Huh? Oh, you're the statue from in front of the forge, right? Grid yelled in rage. What? He took a breath to calm himself down, deciding not to beat around the bush. I'll get straight to the point. It looks like you already had a quest from the Marrow Company. So, why did you switch sides? Grid replied simply, It's a hassle. Then, he commanded his system. He shared his quest info. The system shared the data with Grid, leaving him stunned by the citizens of Winston. Quest: betray the company for the people, escape the company's pursuit, and reveal the village's current situation to Earl Stime. Completion condition: meet Earl Stime. Reward: title Messenger of Justice, maximum affinity with the citizens, and maximum reputation in Winston. Gift from Earl Stime. Messenger of Justice. Initializes courage stat, all stats plus 10, unlocks skill, unbreakable justice. Grid panicked, thinking to himself, what kind of insane rewards are these? Grid huffed. I'm not jealous, but tell me, how did you get an NPC to give you a quest like that? Grid bluntly called him out. Your face is twisted. You look so jealous. Grid said slowly. So you noticed I made them give me a quest? I guess it doesn't hurt to tell you. So he told Grid everything. It's a method that exploits the freedom of satisfy. If you interact with NPCs continuously regarding a specific problem or situation, there's a high chance you'll trigger a related quest. That's a method only first-generation players use, so it makes sense you don't know it. Seeing Grid's face darken and his head hang low, Grid comforted him. Anyway, this info will be on the forums soon. Only those who have played this game since the start know about it. Don't be so sad. Seeing Grid's strange expression, Grid asked, Hey, what's wrong? Grid was so angry he could cry. I'm a first-generation player too. Grid burst out laughing, teasing him. What? You didn't know that? Everyone who's played for a while knows that. Ha ha ha, you're funny. Let's be friends. Grid cursed. Screw off. Log out. After saying that, he logged out immediately, leaving Grid standing there. Grid muttered to himself, bewildered. Huh? He just got mad and logged out? Grid shrugged it off and turned away. Forget it. Gotta hurry. I've wasted too much time. My level is only 127. Even though I've been playing 18 hours a day since the game launched. He frowned, thinking, it's because my class is an orator. Grid was still overthinking things. Because my only offensive skill is basically just toxic trash talk. Leveling up is way harder than for everyone else. Grid walked along, head hung low. My weapons are limited, low HP, low combat skills. And the biggest weakness is that I have no escape skills. I need that courage stat to permanently increase my attack and defense. The system screen popped up. Maximum affinity with citizens and reputation reached in Winston. Gift from Earl Stime, Messenger of Justice. Initializes courage stat, all stats plus 10. Unlocks skill, unbreakable justice. Grid wasn't satisfied, thinking, every time it only goes up by 10 points. Grid's eyes ignited with killing intent. He lifted his head and stepped forward determinedly. I can't become a ranker just by getting quests from running my mouth. He had arrived at Earl Stime's place, but there were guards everywhere. Activate indestructible justice, Huroi thought, feeling dissatisfied each time it gained 10 points. He bristled with killing intent, lifted his chin, and marched forward with determination. I can't just become a mechanic or whatever just by relying on quests I got from running my mouth. He had reached Count Stime's estate, but it was crawling with guards. I need to get past those gates to reach Count Stime. Huroi scratched his head, offered an awkward smile, and approached the guards. Hey, officers, you guys having a good shift? I need to step out for a bit. Seeing their blank, emotionless faces, Huroi thought, the guards here are strict. I've got to talk my way out of this. He added, I'm just a traveler, you see? If nothing's wrong, mind if I head out? The air grew deathly silent. When no one responded, Huroi noticed their eerie stillness. He furrowed his brows, realizing, wait, they aren't reacting at all. This isn't good. Suddenly, Rabbit stepped out from behind Huroi and spoke up. They won't listen to you. I gave the orders myself. Seeing Rabbit, Huroi was caught off guard. Rabbit? Why is he here? Rabbit continued. Lord Huroi, your quest clearly stated that you must report back immediately after interacting with the villagers. Huroi frowned, desperately brainstorming. Damn it, I have to rely on my persuasion skill. As long as I play this right, I can lead any NPC by the nose. The system pinged. Persuasion, passive skill activated. He turned to Rabbit and started his pitch. I was just taking a stroll, planning how to incite the villagers. Relaxing is part of the strategy, you know? Rabbit replied, It seems I overestimated you. That remark made Huroi freeze. Rabbit continued, frowning. You failed to sway the villagers' opinions. Right after we posted the notices. Or, did you betray us? Huroi panicked, sweating bullets. His persuasion had failed. Rabbit ordered the guards forward while speaking to Huroi. I've learned to always prepare for every scenario, including betrayal. I think you understand why I have to lock you up. Running is the best plan. Huroi took off, thinking, damn it, I won't give up on such a lucrative quest. Just as he tried to escape, a rope lashed out, tightening around his neck. He couldn't move, so Huroi drew his sword to fight. Damn it, let go. I don't have time for this. A guard's spear slashed down, knocking Huroi's sword away. He cried out in pain. Ouch! Huroi felt helpless. It's true. I can't do anything with my current combat stats. I have no choice but to use this. He commanded the system to log out, but the system flashed. You cannot log out at this time. Rabbit's cold, dangerous voice echoed. Don't bother resisting. Did you really think we couldn't disable that function? Log out? What? Two guards pinned Huroi down. Rabbit walked up gracefully and said, To ensure you don't respawn elsewhere after being killed, we're going to throw you in the castle dungeon. Rabbit gave a cold command. Drag him to the dungeon. The system screen popped up. Quest for the residents of Winston has changed to Wait. You have been captured by Rabbit and will be imprisoned in the castle dungeon, with no hope of escape. However, if you endure this difficult time, the one who possesses the power of the Envoy of Justice, which you failed to achieve, will appear to save you. Completion condition. Do not log out for 50 hours. According to real time, this is an extremely dangerous quest. Elderly players or those with poor health are advised to abandon the quest immediately. Huroi read the quest details and winced. The system asked, Do you wish to abandon the quest? Huroi was completely bewildered. 50 hours? Are you insane? He was conflicted. He'd played for 20 hours straight before, but if you go over that limit, the game forces a logout, and you can't reconnect for 6 hours. Huroi was still torn. Spending 8 days and 8 hours in a dungeon in-game would cause severe mental fatigue and held many potential risks. Still, I'm just a single, unemployed guy. No one's going to bother me. Huroi weighed his options. If I switch my login pod to sleep mode, my body should be able to handle it. I can't miss out on this S-rank hidden quest chain. Huroi frowned and made his choice. Let's do it. The system announced, You have accepted the quest. 49 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds remaining. Completion rewards. Subclass, Companion of the Envoy of Justice. Title, Conqueror of Hardship. Companion of the Envoy of Justice. Grants, Courage, Stat. All stats plus 20 when standing beside the Envoy of Justice. Ability, Indestructible Justice. Ability, Sacrifice for Justice. Title, Conqueror of Hardship. Grants, Indomitable Stat. Ability, Strong Will. No penalty for failing this quest. Huroi commanded the system to activate sleep mode. From now on, your brain waves will be monitored. The system will force a logout if it detects danger or if your health is compromised. SA will dispatch personnel with medical equipment to your residence. The login pod cannot be turned off from the outside. If any external factor attempts to shut down the pod, an SA staff member will be sent to protect you. Hiroi could only pray to the system. Please, I'm begging you, just help me finish this quest, and I swear I will be forever loyal to you in this game. Hiroi shut his eyes tight and drifted into sleep mode. I'll wait for you, Envoy of Justice. Character stats. Name, Hiroi. Level, 127. Class, Orator. Quest. For the residents of Winston. The people of Winston are suffering due to the greed of the Lord and the Marrow Company. You were originally sent by the Marrow Company, but you couldn't turn a blind eye to the suffering of the people, so you decided to betray the company. You must escape the company's pursuit and reach Frontier, the capital of Count Stime's territory, to reveal the village's situation to him. Completion condition. Meet Count Stime. Quest rewards. Title. Envoy of Justice. Maximum friendliness and reputation with the people of Winston. Gift from Count Stime. Envoy of Justice. Grants courage stat. All stats plus 10. Skill indestructible justice. Initialized. Rank. S. Penalty. Reputation with the citizens of Winston will drop to the lowest level. Banished from Winston until a new lord replaces you. While waiting, you cannot report the villainous deeds of the lord and the corporation. Marrow, after being taken prisoner by the guards, luckily you weren't killed. So there's still hope. The castle dungeon has long been notorious. No one has ever managed to escape. Survive at all costs. If you can endure the cold, the hunger, and what feels like an endless amount of time, the one who bears the power of the messenger of justice, which you could not attain, will appear and save you. Completion condition. Do not log out for 50 hours of real time. This is an extremely dangerous quest. The elderly or those with poor health are advised to abandon the quest immediately. Completion rewards. Subclass. Companion of the Messenger of Justice. Title. Hardship Conqueror. Companion of the Messenger of Justice. Initializes courage stat. All stats plus 20 when you are near the Messenger of Justice. Initializes skill. Indestructible justice. Initializes skill. Sacrifice for justice. Hardship Conqueror. Initializes indomitable stat. Initializes skill. Strong will. Failure penalty. None. This is the scenario at SA Group at Level 33. Lim Chun-ho is sitting in front of the massive screen of the game Satisfy. This is a giant system where every player's action can change the world. Lim Chun-ho types continuously on the keyboard. 2 billion players will create 2 billion different variables. For that reason, to maintain order, we cannot allow any errors to occur. The game system pops up. Development Team Leader Lim Chun-ho. Quest B408 has been triggered. Please authorize an emergency meeting. Lim Chun-ho looks surprised, takes off his glasses, and orders the system. Proceed. I'll be there immediately. Lim Chun-ho walks quickly. B408? That is the code for an S-rank hidden quest that only triggers when meeting specific conditions. The reward is a second class. Lim Chun-ho is extremely urgent. If successful, that person would be the first player to have 2 classes in Satisfy. Lim Chun-ho's face is pensive. However, he will have to spend 200 hours continuously in that world. It is a quest that could be harmful to the player. In the meeting room, the game staff of Satisfy have the character system board of Hiroi on the screen. ID. Hiroi. Real name. Hiroi. 25 years old. He is a player from Mongolia. He triggered B408. Lim Chun-ho sits sternly before the meeting table and says, "Only 3% of the Mongolian population plays this game. This is quite a rare phenomenon." Choi Nahi speaks up. Furthermore, his class is Orator, with poor combat ability. Yet, he has already reached level 127, just by using the class's characteristics to do quests. Lim Chun-ho turns to ask Director Jun Sung-min. Jun Sung-min, how is the Mongolian branch responding? He turns and replies, "We just connected with them. All other staff are present as well." A majestic man introduces himself. "I am Park Un-hyuk, from the Mongolian branch." Lim Chun-ho begins, "Let's get to the point. The purpose of convening this meeting is to discuss Quest B408. Has that side ensured the safety of user Hiroi yet?" From the screen, Hiroi replies, "Yes, we are monitoring him. The medical team is also ready to respond to any situation. The Mongolian government also agreed to cooperate." Hiroi adds, "And I have one more proposal. Let's use the media to broadcast the news about the first user with 2 classes." Park Un-hyuk, upon hearing this, is truly a bit surprised. Hiroi says, "By promoting that, our market in Mongolia will grow strongly." The man whispers to the person next to him, "Good idea. The Mongolians aren't really into gaming, so our sales in this country aren't high. The long-haired man also nods in agreement. That's right. Probably because of their nomadic nature, the fact that they have to lie in a game pod isn't easy to accept. The bald man sitting opposite disagrees with the two. Too subjective. What if, after we create media attention, he unfortunately fails the quest? The man in the blue shirt reassures them. Everyone doesn't need to worry about that. Jun Song-min raises his hand to explain. As long as he doesn't log out of the game due to any incident, there will be no problem. The quest is designed to be very easy to pass. Jun Song-min asks. Team leader Choi Nahi, have you analyzed the quest success probability yet? She hesitates. Yes. Choi Nahi replies. I just uploaded the data. You can take a look. She scratches her cheek, stammering. But, Jun Song-min, while operating the screen, asks, why suddenly? What Jun Song-min sees makes him astonished. Jun Song-min blurts out in shock. The success probability is only 9%? Jun Song-min gets angry, slams the table, and stands up. Wait. According to the scenario for Quest B408, the player is supposed to be saved by a hidden NPC. In the dungeon, the player will meet the mysterious messenger of justice, and then this person will save him after being told about the incident in Winston. Lim Cheon-ho smiles slightly, thinking to himself. Ultimately, the player will receive a quest to help the messenger of justice liberate Winston, and receive the reward. In reality, this quest was designed to be so simple that any AI with patience could pass it. Suddenly, Lim Cheon-ho laughs out loud, causing Jun Song-min to startle as well. He asks anxiously, what's wrong, Chairman? Lim Cheon-ho points to the screen and says, haha, look back at the documents. Lim Cheon-ho says comfortably, it seems a variable has occurred. Sharing the quest information, Jun Song-min looks over and is also shocked. Why is this happening? Lim Cheon-ho smiles, staring intently at the screen. He was supposed to only share the information about the village with the messenger of justice. However, he accidentally shared it right in the middle of the quest, leading to no situation with that mysterious messenger of justice anymore. Jun Song-min gives up, holding his forehead. Oh, for heaven's sake. The person he shared the quest with was. Lim Cheon-ho nods and says, that's right, Grid. At this moment, Grid is drunk at a drinking spot. Grid slams the table, yelling, who triggered it? Even though you gave me a quest with a 6 to 100 gold reward, then grumbled. You old jerk, he continuously mumbles. Anyway, I am his great benefactor. You should have given me that quest first. The restaurant owner, hearing him complain, also feels annoyed for him. Grid keeps mumbling. Even so, that guy Huroi only said a few words and the old man poured everything on him. In his eyes, I must be nothing. Grid picks up the bowl and tells the owner, Auntie, give me another bowl of fish soup. Add more white radish too, okay? In his heart, he is still scolding that fat, bald old man. Grid returns home. It is already midnight. It is pitch black. He sneaks into the house and takes off his shoes. 1 in the morning. Must be as light as a breeze. But no matter how light he is, Shin Se-hee already knows. She folds her arms and scolds Grid. If you're coming home late, you should at least call home. Do you know what time it is? Grid is surprised when he sees her. Shin Se-hee, you're not asleep yet? Grid's face goes blank. You're still a student, yet you're up this late, and you dare to lecture me? Shin Se-hee replies, it's just that. All of a sudden, Grid's face looked dazed. You're still a student, staying up this late, and you dare talk back to your brother? Shin Se-hee replied, I felt something was off not seeing anyone in the game hub, that's all. Suddenly, she raised her hand to cover her nose and asked, wait, have you been drinking? Grid leaned in close, chuckling. Is my little sister worried about her big brother? Shin Se-hee turned back to her room in disgust. Gross. Go take a shower and get some sleep. Seriously. Grid kept teasing. Just kidding. If you're out of cash, just come to me. I'll hook you up. Grid still had that blank, idiot-like expression. In the conference room, a voice rang out. Wait, it's not 0%? Choi Nahi stared in surprise. Jun Song-min? Jun Song-min looked puzzled. The success rate for his quest should have been 0%, not 9%. Morpheus, the supercomputer, must have a bug. Choi Nahi replied immediately. No, that's not possible. Jun Song-min sighed in frustration. I know. I'm just struggling to accept reality. Lim Cheon-ho laughed with interest. He's the protagonist of 3 consecutive events, a legendary class and an epic arrow. Now this? It's getting more and more interesting. Choi Nahi just responded with a simple yes. Lim Cheon-ho smirked, narrowing his eyes as he calculated. Now, the one who has to rescue Huroi from prison isn't some mysterious agent of justice, but grid. In contrast to Lim Cheon-ho's excitement, Jun Song-min felt a bit bitter, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Anyone else is fine, but why does it have to be that guy? Grid. Jun Song-min was slightly shocked. Looking at Grid's stats, he was still only level 21, even with a legendary class. What has he been doing all this time? He turned to the woman. Does this mean he'll fail the quest? What a shame. There goes my chance to promote the game. He tapped the screen. The only thing he's managed to do since getting the legendary class is craft an epic-rated arrow and take a job quest. He smirked. He really is an unpredictable guy. But honestly, I've never felt this excited before. His incompetence is truly off the charts. Currently, in Satisfy, there are 3 types of epic classes in existence. Besides the Blood Warrior, who recently appeared in the news, details about the other 2 remain undisclosed. The first player to obtain an epic class is still a mystery, while the remaining class is believed to be held by a top 7 ranker. Because of that, the community and media are constantly buzzing about what the other 2 epic classes are and who the first person to get an epic class was. At the Winston territory, near the Akero dungeon, the armored group was going crazy over something. They were constantly recruiting. Join us. We've got plenty of resources. No need to starve. No, join us instead. We'll take care of you. Join us, baby, and you're guaranteed to win. Jishuka crossed her arms. Her companions were annoyed. Can you believe they didn't even glance at us when we joined the fray? What the hell is going on? See that woman over there? Everyone goes wild when she shows up. Elfamina spoke up. Everyone whispered, I think her name is Elfamina. Elfamina, she continued. I will join the team of the strongest player. Please show me what you've got first. The crowd got excited. You better keep your word. They quickly rushed to fight the monsters to prove themselves. Monster incoming. I'm taking Elfamina for my team. One guy lunged with a heat wave. Another fired an Asura arrow, and a third used a lightning spear. The attacks rained down, making the monsters howl. Elfamina crossed her arms in annoyance. They all seem pretty average. Suddenly, one attack caught her eye, a cyclone, an attack with power and force far greater than the previous ones. Elfamina became alert. That's strong. Whose skill is that? A fool yelled out. It's his. Elfamina looked over. It's him, she pondered. The wind magic he used is really strong. It'll be useful when fighting Piaro. She gave a wicked smile. Now, it's mine. Copy skill. He was still pumped, unaware of what was happening. Elfamina had successfully copied the skill and held it in her hand. Cyclone, level 3. Copy successful. The skill information was displayed. Elfamina smiled. I'm counting on you for the next one. She was level 190 and was a copier. After his display of skills, the guy blushed and asked, Elfamina, will you join us? But he was left all alone. Elfamina had already run off. Self-correction. The previous line was combined. Elfamina had already run off. She thought to herself, perfect. With this skill, it should be enough. I've spent 63 days preparing. She teleported to the quest location. For this S-rank quest, she opened the system window. Gotta calm my mind first. The quest information was displayed. The enemy info was shown to Elfamina. Good calculations. Let's do this. The door slowly opened. The difficulty of S-rank quests is extremely high, and her opponent was a named NPC. Elfamina stood in front of the door. Maybe he could even hold off a few bosses on his own. The immortal hermit, Piaro, had appeared. He was the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire, Piaro. He looked at Elfamina. Asmuffle sent you, didn't he? Elfamina remained deep in thought. I can do this. I've prepared down to the last detail for this fight. Many swords fell from the ceiling. Elfamina quickly used a skill. She created a giant dummy to shield herself. Elfamina smirked. Ta-da. The strongest defensive skill from the top-ranked Guardian class. I only have 9 basic skills, but I can use the copy skill. For 3 months straight, 2 months of non-stop work, I've copied all kinds of skills from the top rankers. Thanks to that, I can now use 50 high-level skills. Even though they're one-time use, they're more than enough to clear this quest. Piaro leaped up, preparing to strike. Elfamina didn't move. I am the copier, the first person to hold an epic class and satisfy. Counter shield. Piaro was knocked back. He looked annoyed. Humph. This kind of skill. Cyclone. Piaro was hit. She also knew that. That combo probably wasn't enough to hurt you. Let me show you what real pain is. Heat wave. Ray of authority. Tyrant's power. Dark spear. The overture of destruction. All the attacks created a massive explosion. Elfamina breathed heavily. Is he dead yet? In the smoke, Nothing could be seen. Elfamina kept thinking, why haven't I seen the quest completion notification yet? He's still alive. She remained on guard, worried that spamming high-level skills was draining her mana incredibly fast. She kept flying, thinking, I should keep my distance and recover mana with a potion. From the opposite side, Piero charged toward her at high speed, with his sword pointed straight at Elfamina. He wasn't fazed at all. Flustered, she gritted her teeth while retreating. This is Piero's ultimate skill. Fatal Ruin. He looked at her with sharp, piercing eyes. So, you've chosen death. Elfamina hurriedly cast her spell. No way. I've got to survive this at all costs. Piero is landing a nightmare space strike. Piero grinds his teeth and keeps rushing forward. You dare come here, Asmafel? Elfamina backs away. Nightmare space is a skill that scrambles an enemy's senses, like they're high on something. She shivers, her face twisted in annoyance. I was saving this for a real emergency. Piero is still closing in. Elfamina continues to think, the world is an illusion, drawing me into a trance. He probably thinks he's still fighting Asmafel. I need to take this chance to recover my mana and keep firing. The system displays a warning notification. Due to excessive skill usage, your body has been weakened. You will be unable to use skills temporarily. All stats reduced by 50%. Elfamina is stunned. Damn it. I was about to win. She looks up. Not yet. Before Piero recovers, I must. Piero hovers in the air, his gaze shifting toward her. Elfamina grinds her teeth. So this is how it ends? That guy is a literal monster. My copycat power still isn't enough. She curses under her breath. Damn it. The system displays a notification. You have abandoned the quest. Quest failed. You have lost 2 levels. Asmafel's trust in you has decreased. Elfamina thinks to herself, 2 months of hard work, gone just like that. She feels miserable. I missed the chance to get that new title. The effect it would have given me was absolutely perfect. She yells out, ugh, so frustrating. Quest rankings like S-class are rare, you know? A figure appears. Excuse me, are you Elfamina? The person continues. I'm here to deliver a message to you. A quest message. If you don't mind, I hope you can accept this mission. The system reacts immediately. A new quest has been generated. After that whole mess with Piero, I'm totally burnt out. I wonder if this quest is even worth it. She is surprised. A title? They call me Elfamina? She chuckles. Out of all the nicknames I've used, Elfemina is the one I use to craft items. Elfemina smiles at the man. You're from the Miro Company, aren't you? I accept. The system announces. You have accepted the quest. Item production contest. Elsewhere, a voice rings out. Grid, stop looking so gloomy. Grid replies, leave me alone. The old man follows that guy and plays along. Listen, the Marrow group is monitoring the entire village. If you intend to leave Winston, they'll take you out immediately. He continues, but someone like Huroi might be able to avoid their attention. I can't let my successor get into danger. Khan covers his face. I treat you like my own flesh and blood, kid. If something happens to you, how could I go on? Stop it. Stop with the drama. Grid laughs. I get it. Now let's get back to training. Have they set a date for the contest yet? Khan clenches his fist. It's going to happen in 2 days. Are you ready? Obviously, I am. I have to show them what a real, dedicated blacksmith looks like. If I keep using these skills, my proficiency will keep going up. I can feel the fluidity increasing in every movement. He continues to train intensely. The system keeps chiming with notifications. Grid thinks to himself, the feeling of getting better every day is so damn satisfying. Learn, learn, learn. Grid is exhausted, completely spent. He opens his system board. I wonder how much it actually went up by. That's it? I've forged so many things. It's totally different from when he was forging those Java arrows. Well, whatever. I can't do much about it since those marrow jerks haven't left me with any high-grade materials. I could sell a few epic items though. On the other hand, without even counting stats, I can see my work efficiency is increasing. Even more. I've got 130 skill points I haven't used yet. Grid keeps calculating. If I want to win this, I have to go all in on dexterity. But remembering that fight with the criminals, I should probably invest in other stats too. Alright, 60 points into stamina and 70 into dexterity. The system shows a notification. Grid is delighted. Insane. If I tell people these are the stats of a level 21, no one would believe me. It rivals the stats of a level 75 player. He looks at the armor on the table. Plus, my power will increase even more when I wear my gear. That should make up for the lack of combat skills. I'll definitely have to keep doing manual labor for a long time, but living in hardship. I'm used to it. Tomorrow's match. I'm going to show you all what server-breaking power really looks like. The next day, at the Central Plaza of Winston, the day of the duel. The plaza today is packed with local NPCs and players. The players look around. Whoa, so many villagers gathered here. The guy next to him says, "They must be the ones who want to protect the forge from the Marrow Company, even though you aren't involved in this." The crowd is cheering for Grid. "Grid, keep it up. Don't you dare lose. Protect the forge." Everyone looks at him. Is that guy Grid? Look at his gear. Is he a newbie? It looks like this is just a contest between apprentice blacksmiths. Pathetic. The nobleman Vamon says to his attendant, "How are we prepared, Rabbit?" "Everything is still going according to plan, sir," the announcer shouts. "Then now, allow me to introduce our two competitors for today, from the Marrow Company. Elfamina." The crowd explodes. "Whoa, she's gorgeous. Coming here was worth it. You can do it, babe. Go get 'em, girl. I don't know what this game is, but win it." Elfamina sends a wink to the crowd. "Thanks for the support, my loves." Elfamina, Elfamina. Grid, sitting there, catches some stray fire. "Defeat him, Elfamina. I'll cheer for you. She's actually pretty cute, too." He smiles. "Oh, so she's cute? Whatever. At least I have the villagers backing me." The villagers are also mesmerized by Elfamina's charm. Grid sits down, looking indifferent. The referee has to remind him, "Please, stand up." Elfamina smiles in a friendly way. "Mr. Grid, the fact that we're standing here must be destiny. Please go easy on me, okay?" Grid replies with a look of pressure. "What? You're not my type. Don't even joke about that, kid." "Kid? Are you always this rude to a beautiful woman?" Grid keeps his cold attitude. "You're not bad looking for a kid, but since you're just starting out, you shouldn't go bragging about being beautiful." Elfamina is annoyed. "What the hell? No man has ever dared to treat me like this." She glares at the crowd. "I will humiliate you in front of everyone." She speaks up. "How dare you call me a kid? I'm 20 years old." "Yeah, well, I'm 26, sweetheart." "Big deal." Now, the contest officially begins. The NPC announcer successfully heats up the atmosphere in the plaza. After introducing Elfamina's name, the announcer moved on. "And now, it's time to reveal the details of today's competition," he said excitedly. "The task for today is to forge a dagger within 3 hours. Whoever crafts the higher quality dagger wins." After hearing the rules, Elfamina secretly calculated that if she won, she would receive a new title and extra stat points. But the only thing bothering her was the mission difficulty. She looked back at the quest board and felt a bit uneasy about the vague item crafting competition. "You have received a request from the Marrow Company to defeat the successor of the legendary blacksmith Khan in a crafting competition. Reward: 1,500 gold. Title: Challenger. Starting stats: Fighting Spirit, Luck. Starting skill, Dice Roll." Elfamina looked back and forth at the quest board suspiciously, wondering why the difficulty was unclear. Was it because his skills hadn't been revealed yet? Just as she thought that, she spotted Grid. He was quickly shoveling coal into the furnace. Not wanting to lose, she immediately started shoveling coal into her furnace as well, thinking to herself, "Well, whatever. It shouldn't be a problem. My plan remains unchanged." Elfamina quickly flashed a calculating smile. "The moment he starts forging, I'll copy his skill immediately. With the same skill level, the person with more luck. Whoever crafts the higher rarity item wins. It's a gamble where my winning odds are 50-50. Will I be able to win?" Elfamina was still lost in her own thoughts when she turned to look at Grid and saw he had already begun forging, his face extremely serious. Seeing that, she panicked immediately. "He's already started processing? No, don't lose your cool. Skills are skills. The real issue is the equipment. Whoever has better gear always holds the advantage." Elfamina quickly pulled out her own blacksmith's hammer. It looked like a pretty good tool. As soon as she held the hammer, details appeared on the screen. Blessed Blacksmith's Hammer. Rarity: Epic. Durability: 299 out of 320. Attack power: 50 to 70. Chance to craft rare items increased by 15%. Chance to craft epic items increased by 5%. Requirements: level 150 or higher. Strength: 100 or higher. Intermediate blacksmithing technique. Looking at the stats of the hammer in her hand, Elfamina thought to herself, "It doesn't matter how good this thing is. If I don't meet the requirements, it's useless. That's why I'll borrow your skills." Elfamina immediately activated her skill. As she focused, one of her eyes began to glow. She could observe and copy the opponent's skills. Grid, who was focused on forging the dagger, suddenly felt a piercing gaze staring right at him, causing him to stop his work with a frown. When Elfamina was caught peeking, her face turned bright red. She stood there, frozen and embarrassed. Grid turned around and asked, What are you staring at? At that moment, the system notified Elfamina. You cannot analyze the target skills. Observation skill level too low. Hearing the notification made Elfamina anxious. What? That's impossible. My observation skill is already level 7. I even copied a high-level blacksmith skill when it was only level 5. The more she thought, the more she panicked. Beads of sweat started to roll down her face. She looked at Grid with his blacksmith's hammer, as if looking at a demon. Does that mean he's a master blacksmith? Even the top-ranked blacksmiths have only reached the intermediate level. There's no way my skill could have failed. As she panicked, another possibility crossed her mind. Wait, could he be an epic class too? But she immediately dismissed that thought. Impossible. Anus, Coke, and I are the only 3 people with epic classes. That means he has a unique class. Elfamina looked toward Lord Vamon, who was sitting nearby. He can be whatever he wants, but if I don't do something, I'll definitely lose this match. Elfamina quickly called over the person standing next to the Lord. Rabbit stepped down and asked, What is it? Elfamina immediately proposed her plan. She demanded that Rabbit quickly arrange for the guy's master to join as well. Rabbit asked, I don't quite understand. Are you telling me to change the rules halfway through? Elfamina, seeing him hesitate, immediately snapped. Just do it. You were the one who said we have to win this competition at all costs. After thinking for a moment, Rabbit said, I understand. He immediately went to the host and whispered something. Grid turned back, saw the 2 of them whispering, and frowned. Huh? What is that guy blabbering about? After the host spoke with Vamon, he shouted, Master Khan, please step onto the stage. This was Elfamina's request. Old Khan, who was cheering in the stands, was suddenly called out and looked confused. Huh? The host continued. She suggests that both master and apprentice should participate together, 2 versus 1. Elfamina was bold. Standing in the middle of the arena, she crossed her arms. With a serious look, everyone in the audience heard her request and erupted, chanting her name. Elfamina. Elfamina. Grid turned back to look at her with an annoyed expression. That brat is looking down on me. Old Khan walked onto the stage. He said, Let's get started. We'll do as she asks. Regardless, I thank you, little girl, for giving me the chance to stand alongside the apprentice I admire and the chance to prove the glory of our shop. Grid was furious. He turned to look at Elfamina, burning with fighting spirit. Fine, let's see how long she can stay cocky. After seeing Grid and Khan roll up their sleeves to start, Elfamina thought to herself, just as I planned. Elfamina looked at Khan and smiled inwardly. He is the target I'm aiming for. Let me borrow a bit of your skill. She quickly activated her copy skill. The system notification popped up. You have successfully analyzed Advanced Blacksmithing Technique Level 2. You have successfully copied Advanced Blacksmithing Technique Level 2. You can use the Advanced Blacksmithing Technique skill 1 time. After successfully copying Khan's technique, Elfamina smiled happily. Good. I have that skill now. From now on, whoever has better luck wins. Even if you're a master blacksmith, it doesn't matter. The game isn't over yet. Having received the skill, she quickly got to work, full of fire and determination. The cheers from the stands rose incessantly. Elfamina! 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 She glanced at the progress of Grid and Old Khan's group, then smirked smugly. They were still forging the blade's edge. Wait, let me fix that, she thought. Slowpokes. You idiots. I've already finished my blade. As long as the goddess of luck is on my side, I'll definitely win. Grid's group was also working hard at the forge. Suddenly, the system notification appeared. Legendary Blacksmith's stamina skill activated. It increases HP, defense, and dexterity by 200% for 1 hour. After triggering the skill, Grid whispered to himself, Nice. Everything is going smoothly. Khan's concentration was truly impressive. The fire and the metal, I can feel them through every strike. No mistakes. After completing the blade, Grid used another skill. Legendary Blacksmith's breath activated. Item stats will be increased. This was the moment where fire and metal became one. High up in the stands, the Lord and his guard took notice of Grid's unfinished masterpiece. Rabbit watched Grid's team intently. His face showed clear dissatisfaction, lips pursed, wondering what was going through their heads. Once the blade fused into the fire, a brilliant light erupted. Khan couldn't help but heap on the praise. Extraordinary. I can't believe I'm helping forge this masterpiece. Grid looked at the nearly finished product and laughed heartily. Haha, there's still one thing I haven't used yet. I'll use the Minotaur horn for the handle. Do you know that thing cost 10 gold? Grid was showing off the newly bought horn when the announcer shouted, Aha! Grid quickly glanced to the side. Seeing what was happening, Elfamina was excitedly holding up the dagger she had just finished, showing it off to everyone. The announcer said joyfully, Elfamina's opponent's knife is finished. Its appearance is as beautiful as its owner. A masterpiece born in less than 3 hours. Grid looked at his opponent's situation, feeling quite annoyed. He thought to himself, I really don't want to admit it, but that's impressive. That kid actually has talent, not just for show. The announcer held up the dagger. Excitedly, he said, Now, let's look at the stats. Oh, I can't believe it. The seductive blade, epic grade. Durability, 60 out of 60. Attack power 122 to 127. Attack speed increased by 8%. After checking the stats, the announcer shouted out, The result is clear. Elfamina is definitely going to win this match. The system displayed info about the seductive blade, a dagger, forged with the skillful techniques of an excellent blacksmith. Its deadly, seductive charm can steal the heart of any opponent. It has a certain chance to charm the enemy when used to attack. Durability decreases rapidly. Required level, 100 or higher. Agility, 200 or higher. Intelligence over 30. Intermediate short sword mastery. Grid held the Minotaur horn in his hand, thinking firmly, Don't get distracted. Focus only on your own blade. Lord Vamon, watching from the stands, praised the weapon. Oh, nice. A dagger that can charm the enemy. The vampire standing nearby also complimented it. Truly impressive indeed. Khan, seeing the blade, was also quite astonished. Amazing. If I were the same age, I'm not sure I could beat that girl. But for you, it's no problem. Right, Grid? At that moment, Grid was also focused on finishing his blade. He looked at the completed item with joy. A brilliant light radiated from the blade, surrounded by small sparks of lightning. Exactly. I just finished mine too. I just hope the audience doesn't lose their minds when they see this. Suddenly, the gate to the stands burst open. A group of soldiers ran toward Grid, all equipped with armor and weapons. At this moment, Grid was busy admiring his creation. He looked up, only to find himself surrounded by soldiers, leaving him stunned and confused. A soldier raised his sword, held it to Grid's neck, and shouted, Grid, you criminal. Caught off guard, Grid felt a cold sweat break out. The soldiers declared, We have received reports that you are an accomplice to the terrorist Heroi. Arrest him immediately. After hearing the soldiers' announcement, Khan and the other NPC civilians stood up in protest. What did you say? Heroi has been arrested? Khan shouted in shock. Lord Vamon watched the situation from high above, then spoke casually with a sarcastic tone. Tisk. How pathetic. Khan looked up and saw the Lord, with that mocking expression and hateful attitude looking down. It made him furious as he realized the truth. Vamon, he's the one behind this. That bastard knew he couldn't win, so he sent the soldiers. Grid was dragged away by the soldiers, yelling, You assholes, I have nothing to do with him. Let me go. Rabbit stood silently in the distance, saying nothing. He saw the blade Grid had just forged and thought, In 25 years of working for the corporation, I've seen all kinds of items, but the moment I saw this, I knew Elfamina's work didn't stand a chance. We've lost. The Lord walked over, staring at the blade, saying, That item almost embarrassed us in front of thousands of people. Rabbit turned to look at the Lord. He realized it was all his scheme. He asked, Lord Vaemon, you realized it too? Did you arrange the soldiers? If we announce the results now, we'll lose the trust of the people. Rabbit didn't seem to agree with the Lord's devious methods. The Lord maintained his arrogant attitude. And you'll lose the people's trust, babe. You don't seem to agree with the Lord's manipulative ways, but the Lord just keeps up that arrogant attitude, shamelessly. I trust Elfamina's dagger has already convinced everyone. Do you really think I'd just give up on the blacksmith shop, SAO? The Lord immediately ordered them to take his dagger away and never let anyone know about its attributes. Even though Rabbit disagreed, he had to bite the bullet. He replied, I understand. Rabbit looked over at Grid, who was mouthing off at the soldier, and thought to himself, with that kind of skill, it's no exaggeration to call him the greatest blacksmith in the world right now. His name is Grid. As she was deep in thought, Elfamina approached. She looked at the blade Grid had crafted and marveled. What in the world is this? If it weren't for this, we would have lost, right? Rabbit looked at Elfamina, but didn't answer her directly. Elfamina cut him off before he could speak. Regardless, the competition is over. I've fulfilled your request while enjoying the support of the crowd. Now, do I get my reward? Rabbit looked at her coldly. Of course. I will keep my promise. On the notification board, Elfamina happily collected her reward. Quest completed. You have received 1,500 gold. And the title, Contender. Initiating Fighting Spirit and Luck stats. Initiating Skill. Dice Roll. Fighting Spirit. The lower your HP, the higher your attack power and physical stats become. You cannot manually allocate points to this stat. Luck. Increases the chance of favorable outcomes. You cannot manually allocate points to this stat. Elfamina stared at the reward window and thought to herself, everything seems fine, except for this. This is a total gamble, literally. Dice roll triggers a random event. Whether it's good or bad depends on the number you roll. If the target is yourself or an ally, a roll of 4 or higher grants a beneficial effect, while 3 or lower results in a debuff. If the target is an enemy, 3 or lower is a beneficial effect, and 4 or higher is a debuff. After reading the details of her reward skill, Elfamina chuckled to herself. Well, I guess this makes up for the failure of the previous quest. Elfamina looked at Rabbit and asked about the guy who had just been dragged away. He seemed so innocent when he was arrested. Rabbit looked at the receding back of Grid and said, what's done is done. Elfamina frowned, thinking about Grid. She didn't like his personality, but she really wanted to know who he actually was. Jaybiz suddenly spoke up, and he probably didn't know that his opponent in the crafting competition was a normal person, either. Hearing that, Elfamina spun around in surprise, a flash of guilt appearing in her eyes. Jaybiz didn't seem to care. He continued. At the start of the competition, you looked very confused, but after Khan joined in, your movements were exactly like his. Do you possess some kind of copying ability? Elfamina had been exposed by Jaybiz. She furrowed her brow and thought, he noticed? This NPC. A hint of fear appeared on Elfamina's face at having her secret discovered. Rabbit continued. In the future, the Marrow Company will definitely be exposed by Count Steim for what they really are. A wise man adapts to the times. I'm going to leave Marrow and find a path to success elsewhere. Khan's smithy will be my opportunity. That's what I concluded after witnessing Grid's skills. As his connections and resources grow, he will be able to compete with any small to medium enterprise just with his crafting talent alone. The more she heard, the more Elfamina marveled at Grid's talent. Even the #1 merchant, Baga, only owns a small business. Is Grid really that amazing? Suddenly, Jaybiz turned back to look at Elfamina with a determined gaze, along with a plea from the bottom of his heart. This is my request. Can you help me save him? Hearing Jaybiz's plea, Elfamina suddenly realized this was a system quest. A quest window popped up. S-rank quest. Help Jaybiz's employment plan. Help Jaybiz save Grid and bring about the downfall of the Marrow Company and the Lord of Winston. Quest conditions. Grid is freed. Marrow Company and the Winston Lord fall. Reward. 5,000 gold. Maxed affinity with Grid and the people of Winston. Quest failure. Lose 2 levels. Jaybiz will die, and all quests related to Jaybiz will be deleted. Do you accept this quest? Elfamina thought to herself. I've only just gotten involved with this Grid guy, and I've already got a title and an S-rank quest. After some thought, Elfamina gave a light smile and accepted immediately. Sure, I'll help. At Khan's smithy, everyone had gathered. Each of them held one. All the villagers were armed. In their hands, they clutched sharp tridents and sickles. Someone spoke up. Huroi has been captured. The only way left is to start a revolution ourselves. Thank you, everyone. We cannot. Let Huroi and Grid shoulder all the responsibility. Everyone was fired up, shouting in unison. That's right. We must protect our future. We will bring independence and freedom back to Winston. Just then, an arrow flew in and pierced the back of a villager. Everyone gasped in shock. The person hit only managed to let out a cry of pain before, well, they were done for. The door was kicked open, and the one leading the charge was none other than the Lord of Winston. He walked in with a savage look on his face, glaring at the villagers. I knew you guys were rebelling. Khan saw the Lord leading his soldiers in, and roared in anger. Vamon, you damn brat. You interfered with the competition just to seize this village. Aren't you afraid of the people? The Lord saw that all the villagers were ready to fight, so he looked at the general beside him with contempt. General Philipson, what do you think? These people are planning to oppose their lord. The general beside him was no better. He looked equally wicked and sinister. He frowned at the peasants before them and spat. There's no other choice. I must eliminate them. Hearing the general suggest wiping out the villagers, the lord flashed a cruel smile. He threatened them as he spoke. Surrender obediently and hand over the smithy. I want this to end peacefully. Seeing the Lord's bottomless greed, Khan stared at them, furious, and screamed, "You demons!" Seeing that Khan refused to yield, the Lord immediately ordered the arrest of the rebellion's leader, Khan. The soldiers received the order and quickly rushed forward to make arrests and suppress the peasants. "Understood, my lord." Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon, a faint light glimmered from a lamp on the wall. Huroi was locked in a cell. Finally, he woke up. He opened his eyes to total darkness. He thought to himself, "Where is this?" It had been days since Huroi was locked up, his hands shackled tight. "Weakly!" he cried out. "Someone, please, help me." Meanwhile, at the Satisfy headquarters, everyone was still monitoring his status through the display screens. An assistant hurriedly reported, "Huroi's brainwaves are unstable. At this rate, we won't be able to guarantee Alan's health. We have to log him out right now. This is way too dangerous." The Mongolia branch manager, Park Un-hyuk, said while resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. "But he's already been in there for 48 hours in real time. At this stage, we have to protect and support his efforts." After hearing the manager say he would support Huroi's efforts, all the employees voiced strong opposition. "You can't take this risk. Even Grid, the one person who could save him, has been captured. How can you stake the fate of the company on a weak player like Grid? The success rate can't even be 9% now," the manager added. However, because of this, Grid is already in the dungeon and has gotten closer to Huroi. "There's still hope," he thought to himself. "Even though this was a life-or-death moment, I still believe some kind of miracle will happen. He might be a weak player with a bit of a childish personality, but his persistence can't be underestimated. Grid will definitely create a miracle." Manager Park seemed quite confident in Grid's abilities. He had made a crucial decision. "Let's bet the remaining 2 hours on him." Meanwhile, in the Winston Castle dungeon, Grid was brought into the interrogation room. 2 soldiers with fierce faces shouted, "Tell us! Name the person who gave Huroi the quest." Grid had no clue what was going on. He shouted back at the jailer, I don't know, damn it," because he kept asking without getting any info. It drove the jailer insane. He slammed his hand on the table, threatening, "You bastard! If you don't answer the question, I'll execute you right now." Grid wasn't one to back down either, immediately retorting, "Oh, all you have is a big mouth. People call me the king of resilience." He glared at them and continued to curse. "You horse-faced losers have no shame, daring to make up lies to frame me. May your future kids be born without an exit hole." The jailer was furious and wanted to draw his sword to kill Grid. "You son of a bitch." Seeing the jailer about to draw his sword, Grid thought contentedly, "No matter what I do, dying is the fastest way. If I stay locked up here and lose the duel, Old Man Khan will die from the pain of losing his blacksmith shop. But if this maniac kills me, I'll respawn and go back to Khan. Yeah, kill me." Grid was enthusiastically cursing when the soldier standing next to him shoved an iron bar into his mouth, gagging him so he couldn't say anything else. The other soldier calmed his partner down. "Calm down, Leo. You know players have immortal bodies. Take him to the isolation ward. He'll have to talk sooner or later." Hearing he was going to solitary confinement, Grid panicked immediately. This is bad. If I get locked up, who knows what will happen to Khan? And how the hell am I supposed to play if I'm stuck in jail? All right, I'll tell you everything. Take this thing out of my mouth. Khan, I'm sorry." The soldier looked at him for a moment, then turned back to his partner. "Look at those determined eyes. He won't talk." After a moment of internal struggle, Grid decided to confess everything, only to be gagged and unable to speak. Hearing the soldier say that, he immediately went crazy, silently cursing the soldier's entire bloodline for 18 generations. "You bastards, I was gonna talk." In the end, Grid was thrown into a solitary confinement cell. He was just tossed inside. Grid still didn't give up, yelling, "Oomph, oomph." The jailer stood outside, looked in, and shouted, "Stop whining. If you don't talk, you're never getting out." Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Quest. Messenger of Justice, S rank has been initiated. Messenger of Justice, S rank. Rescue Huroi. Quest requirements. Rescue Huroi within 7 hours. Rewards. Title Messenger of Justice. Initiating link quest with Huroi. Messenger of Justice title. Courage stat +10. All stats +10. Skill initiated. Indestructible Justice. Quest failure penalty. -2 levels. Title Coward. Title Coward decreased. Reputation with all NPCs. Lower chance of receiving quests. You will be looked at with contempt by all NPCs. Grid thought to himself, "Wait a minute. I think I've seen this reward before. It's from the quest Huroi showed me earlier. But how the hell am I supposed to rescue him in 7 hours when I'm locked up too? This is total bullshit. And the penalty for failing is even worse. How is this fair? No way am I doing this. Grid quickly tried to decline the quest, but the system announced again. You cannot decline this quest. You have accepted the quest. After reading the notification, Grid could only cry a river. He thought painfully. Why me? Why? Grid was locked in the cell, silently waiting as the quest time ticked away. 3 hours had passed. I knew it. There's no way I could keep having such good luck without paying a price. In 26 years of life, I've never even found a penny. I should have known from the moment I got the legendary class. I really want to punch the goddess of luck in the face. Grid was full of regret, banging his head against the wall while crying his eyes out. Boo-hoo! Suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Grid, Grid, hey Grid. He was in deep despair when someone called him, and he felt a surge of life. It turned out the person coming to save him was Elfamina. She shouted, Grid, where are you? Grid walked over to the cell window to listen to what was going on outside. He thought to himself, that voice, it's Elfamina? Why is that brat here? But who cares? She's my only hope now. He was just about to call for help when he suddenly heard Elfamina say in frustration, damn it, where the hell is that peasant? Hearing Elfamina curse him made him furious. Grid thought, that little brat. Just as he was getting angry, the system announced again, you have 2 hours remaining to complete the quest. Grid immediately risked his life, banging his head hard against the cell door to get Elfamina's attention. Damn it, there's no time left. I have to get that brat's attention. Outside, Elfamina heard the noise coming from one of the rooms. She turned to look. Oh, is it over there? At this point, Grid had smashed his head so hard against the door that he was bleeding all over, leaving Elfamina frozen in shock. After seeing it was really Grid, she stammered, geez, you scared me. Well, at least I found you. Because Grid had to finish the quest, he didn't have time to sit and argue with her. He hurriedly yelled, Oomph, oomph. Elfamina started searching for the key. Wait a sec, I'll let you out right now. But first, Elfamina took out the sword Grid had crafted. She handed it to him. Here, take this back. You created a masterpiece. Elfamina held the sword out to him with a sincere look in her eyes. Grid looked through the cell bars and saw Elfamina's sincerity, feeling a bit shy and blushing. He thought, this is the dagger I made. Looking back, the kid is actually pretty kind and cute. Just as I was feeling touched, Elfamina suddenly added, however, on one condition, make me a magic orb. An orb that can hold as many spells as possible. Elfamina said, excitedly declaring her wish. The more Grid heard her demands, the more helpless he looked, his forehead tightening. He started breaking out in a cold sweat. A magic-equipped orb? Grid thought to himself. I've never made one of those before. Whatever, just nod for now. Grid looked at Elfamina seriously and nodded. Elfamina continued, and one more thing. She gave him a stern threat. Don't call me kid. My name is Elfamina. Call me that. Grid nodded repeatedly, thinking wearily. So much trouble, huh? So Elfamina was just a nickname? After reeling off a laundry list of demands, Elfamina finally unlocked his restraints to save Grid. With the metal bar across his mouth removed, Grid let out a relieved sigh. Whew, finally free. Elfamina also handed him a blade. Here, take this. Grid took the blade and asked, but why did you come to save me? Besides, how could a blacksmith break in here? Elfamina casually turned around and said, I'm not a blacksmith. Grid was stunned and asked, what? Elfamina explained happily. I possess a hidden class. Copycat. I copied Khan's skills during the competition. The more Elfamina spoke, the more amazed Grid became. A hidden class? I heard only 3 people in the world have one. You're one of them? But why are you telling me this all of a sudden, after trying so hard to hide your identity? Elfamina turned and started walking away. She said nonchalantly, because we'll understand each other better sooner or later anyway. You have a hidden class too, don't you? At least a unique rank one. Hearing the kid guess correctly, Grid was startled and panicked. He instinctively asked, you know, but how? Could it be that she likes me? My type is usually on the curvier side though. Seeing Grid getting over the top delusional, Elfamina gave him a look of disgust. Stop talking nonsense. I don't know what your class is, but right now we have to fight together, or both of us are going to die here. As she spoke, Elfamina looked toward the end of the tunnel. By now, hundreds of fully equipped soldiers, shields in hand, were charging toward them. Grid looked on in fear at the sheer number of soldiers enough to crush anyone. It scared him into shouting, hey, how come there are so many of them, like a swarming army? Elfamina said, I've already taken out over 100. Now you have to back me up if you want to live. Grid pulled out the dagger he was holding and said anxiously, "Good grief, I only have this dagger. Maybe if 100 daggers fell from the sky, it'd be fine." The system quickly displayed information about the dagger he was holding. Faisal's dagger. Rarity. Unique. Durability. 168, 168. Attack power. 242 to 264. Attack speed increased by 11%. Has a rare chance to kill the target with a single hit. Agility increased by 20. Skill initialized. Wind strike. Skill initialized. Meditation. Requirements. Character level 180 or higher. Agility 450 or higher. Advanced dagger mastery. Only then did Grid notice the stats on the blade. He thought in shock. What? A dagger this good? The system immediately displayed a notification. This is an item crafted by you. Understanding reached 100%. Restrictions apply. Because you do not meet the equipment requirements, attack power is reduced by 20% and more than half of the item's effects are disabled. Grid held the glowing dagger in his hand. Ugh, he thought wearily. Stingy system. It's an item I made myself, and it's still restricted. Seeing him staring at the blade, Elfamina asked, "Oh, you're some kind of assassin class, right? Isn't one of the equipment requirements advanced dagger mastery? But at the same time, you have master blacksmith skills? How are you able to?" The more Elfamina thought about it, the more panicked she became. Seeing her ask that, Grid thought to himself, the kid saw the item's info, but didn't try to take it. Is she really that kind? Just as he was lost in thought, Elfamina shouted, "Look, over there!" Grid quickly looked in the direction Elfamina indicated. Just as he let his guard down, a spear shot toward him. Grid dodged just in time. "Hey!" Grid cursed angrily under his breath. "Damn brat, couldn't you have given me a warning?" Seeing the soldiers closing in, Grid quickly unleashed a move from the dagger. Wind strike. A blast of air erupted from the blade, forming a cyclone that shot straight toward the soldiers. It sent them flying backward. As they were sent soaring, they let out miserable screams. Elfamina, standing nearby, witnessed it all and started clapping enthusiastically. "Whoa, that's impressive." Grid, seeing her standing to the side cheering, shouted angrily, "Hey, Elfamina, are you just going to stand there and watch?" Elfamina laughed nonchalantly. "My job is just to save you. The rest isn't necessary. Besides, the skills I have are pretty costly." Grid saw the soldiers charging again. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it, stop being so stubborn right now." In a situation with hundreds of soldiers in front of them, Elfamina just stood by with her arms crossed. The system notified him again. "You have 1 hour and 25 minutes left to complete the mission." Grid cursed. "Damn it, I don't have much time left, and I can't take on that many at once." Grid worriedly turned to beg Elfamina. "Elfamina, please, we have to save one more person." Hearing Grid say he needed to save another person, she asked blankly, "Another one? I already took the liberty of saving Old Man Khan on my way in." Grid was taken aback and asked, "He was captured too? That's a relief, at least. But the person I need to save is a guy named Huroi." Elfamina asked, "Who's that?" Grid answered honestly, "I've only met him once, so I don't really know much." Hearing that, Elfamina immediately showed her disapproval. I don't want to waste my energy dragging myself into saving a stranger. Do I look free to you, mister?" Grid turned and shouted in her face, "Hey, I'm tired of being dragged into this too. Listen to your elders, you brat." Hearing Grid call her a brat, Elfamina immediately flew into a rage. She glared at him coldly and said, "I told you not to call me a brat." With that, Elfamina immediately activated her most overpowered skill, slamming it straight into the approaching soldiers. Spear of Destruction. At that moment, Elfamina looked like a magic demon. The spell she created was truly terrifying. The spear, surrounded by countless arcs of electricity, sent anyone it touched straight to the afterlife. It even left a deep trench in the ground. The soldiers, having taken the full brunt of Elfamina's rage, immediately went on high alert. They shouted, "Watch out, she's dangerous." Grid, standing nearby and witnessing the whole thing, kept his mouth shut in fear, cold sweat dripping down his face. "She can cast spells without chanting? She might even be as strong as Yura." Elfamina turned to threaten him. "I'll let it slide this time because we need to save people, but if there's a next time." She looked at Grid with a cold, threatening gaze. Threatened, Grid immediately broke into a cold sweat. Trembling, he stammered, "Yes, ma'am, it was an accident, I swear." Grid and Elfamina began searching for the prison cell holding Huroi. As they walked, Grid kept grumbling. "I'm exhausted, you know. Isn't the third floor the bottom floor?" Elfamina led the way, continuing deeper, confidently asserting, "We have to head down to the 4th floor." Just then, the system notification popped up. "You have 1 hour and 10 minutes remaining to complete the quest." Grid asked anxiously, "Are you sure about this, kid? What if Huroi is on a higher level?" Elfamina quickly replied, "When I was looking for you, I already checked floors 1 and 2, and I didn't see anyone by that name. Besides, a reliable source told me he might be on the 4th floor." After navigating through the tunnels, the two of them reached a fairly wide area. 4 or 5 different tunnels branched out from there. Grid quickly asked, "I get it, but where is the path to the 4th floor?" While they were debating, they were spotted. The guards shouted, "They're right under the stairs! Get them! Hurry!" Seeing the soldiers closing in, Grid panicked and took off running. He hurriedly signaled, "Elfamina, run this way." Suddenly, Elfamina spotted something interesting. She stood there, dazed, staring at the middle of the dark dungeon where a glowing blue flower had sprouted. Elfamina happily sat down, ready to reach out and pick the flower, as if it were some casual garden stroll in March. Grid quickly realized how suspicious this flower was and stopped her. "Wait, don't touch that." Elfamina turned back with a confused look. On the dark, gloomy corridor, a glowing blue flower had suddenly appeared. A basket of bread was hanging overhead, and a thin wire was strung across the path. Further ahead, there was even a suspicious-looking chest. Grid knew it was a trap instantly. He'd never be stupid enough to touch those things. He pointed it out to Elfamina and said, "Look, this hallway is obviously a trap." As he spoke, Grid carefully stepped over the wire strung across the path, mocking, "The IQ of whoever set this pathetic trap must be bottom tier. It's so basic, only an idiot would fall for it." Before he could even finish his sentence, a razor-sharp axe flew across his face at blinding speed. Luckily, Grid slammed on the brakes, otherwise he would have been sliced in half. Once the chaos settled, Grid glared at Elfamina, fuming. "Just a second slower and I would have been a dead man." Elfamina kept her innocent, not my fault face on, looking at him. She flashed a harmless smile. "Hey, it's such a pretty flower." You couldn't tell if she was playing dumb or was genuinely clueless. She knew it was a trap but still insisted on picking that flower. Grid looked at her with a stern warning. "Be careful," he thought to himself. "This brat. This isn't the time to be skipping around picking flowers." Grid swallowed his rage, trying to stay calm. Stay calm. Stay calm. Before he could recover from the previous shock, a massive boulder dropped straight onto Grid. He managed to dodge it just in time, screaming out, "You little brat!" Grid was fuming, looking at Elfamina like he was ready to strangle her. Elfamina, still completely oblivious, was chewing on a piece of bread. She said naively, "I'm hungry." Grid was absolutely losing his mind. Suddenly, Elfamina chirped up again, "Hey, look at this! There's another flower over here." Hearing her, Grid felt a sudden chill run down his spine. A bad premonition hit him. As expected, a wooden log covered in iron spikes came hurtling toward him at incredible speed. Before he could dodge, Grid was sent flying through the air amidst a cloud of dust. Ugh! Huff! Cough! Cough! Grid sat up in the deep crater the log had created. He glared at Elfamina, furious. "Hey, Elfamina." She acted all innocent, like, "If you have a problem with me, just say so instead of picking fights." By now, after triggering every single trap in the tunnel, Elfamina stopped pretending. She stood in front of Grid and said nonchalantly, "Who knows? Triggering the traps makes the path clearer, anyway. Besides, I didn't want to do this job in the first place, so why should I listen to you?" While the two were still bickering, the soldiers caught up to them. One guard shouted, "Found them! The prison breakers are right there!" Seeing that they were surrounded, Grid didn't hesitate and jumped straight into the hole. Elfamina was shocked when she saw him jump. "Wait. Grid, why are you jumping into a hole?" Grid shouted back quickly, "It's the fastest way to the lower floor. You take care of them, kid. I can't fight them properly without any armor. Just wipe them out with a fire spell or something. I'll go find Huroi." The soldiers had already surrounded Elfamina. The commander immediately yelled, "Capture her!" Elfamina turned to look at the approaching soldiers and shouted in rage, "What a selfish jerk." She screamed at the top of her lungs, "If I use a fire spell in here, we'll all end up as rotisserie chicken." "You moron," Grid called back from below. "Oh, is that so? Well, just do whatever you can to stall them." Grid couldn't waste another second. He ran off to find Huroi, thinking to himself, that copycat kid can copy anyone's skills. Usually, the biggest weakness of powerful magic is the long casting time, but that girl can cast them instantly. Total hacker. Humph. At least with that kid covering my back, I can focus on the quest. Hang in there, kid. Meanwhile, Elfamina was facing off against the soldiers. To block their path, Elfamina decided to unleash Queen of Ice's breath. Suddenly, countless ice pillars taller than a person shot up around both sides of the tunnel, freezing anyone who touched them on the spot. Although she had stalled the ones in front, it was exhausting Elfamina. No matter how many I take down, they just keep swarming in, Elfamina thought. Need a plan B. An area of effect fire spell would be the best option right now, but I'll get blown up along with them. Elfamina checked her mana. I still have 11 spells left. After that quest with Piaro, I'm not going to lose to these small-time grunts. However, the problem was that she didn't see the 5 knights of Winston among these soldiers. The commander ordered, "Split into 2 groups and go after him." Following the order, the soldiers immediately split into 2 teams. To stop them from chasing Grid, Elfamina quickly unleashed her light sword technique, which functioned like a blade made of pure light. It sliced through everything in its path like a hot knife through butter. The soldiers were cut in 2 just like that, as if they were nothing more than blocks of tofu. The commander saw how Elfamina, in just 1 strike, had taken out half the soldiers. Even though he was terrified, he kept up his tough act and yelled, "You bitch! Are you planning to fight back until the end, SAO?" Elfamina poured all her strength into this move. She thought to herself, "Just this once. I'll trust you. I've only got 10 spells left, and I'm reaching my limit. Hurry up, Grid." Meanwhile, at the prison, Huroi was exhausted and sinking into despair. It had been nearly 50 hours in the real world. AI, save me. I can't take it anymore. I just can't do this. The more Huroi thought about it, the more hopeless he felt, and he let out a desperate scream. Ah! Ah! Grid, who was searching for him, heard the scream echoing from one of the cells. He immediately turned to confirm it was Huroi's voice. Grid quickly pinpointed the direction and sped up, running like the wind in that direction. That bastard caused me so much trouble. If I ever get my hands on him, Grid grumbled to himself while rushing toward Huroi's cell. But halfway there, a gallant knight stood waiting for him. The knight drew his sword from his waist and shouted, You're that soldier from before. I am Leo, a knight of Winston. I've heard about your prison break. Knowing you were Huroi's accomplice, I've been waiting here since this afternoon." Seeing the knight in his combat stance, Grid felt a bit scared and thought to himself, "Crap, a knight has to be at least level 180 or higher." Even though he was terrified, he kept acting tough, provoking the knight in front of him. "Talk less. Truly, a dog that barks doesn't bite." The knight, hearing Grid openly mocking him, was absolutely furious. He quickly lunged forward with his sword. "How dare you oppose an officer of the law? I'll carve you up. Die." Seeing the aggressive charge, Grid panicked. "Oh crap, I pushed him too far." Grid quickly grabbed the dagger in his hand, activating Blacksmith's Rage and Flash Step. His stats all increased thanks to the skills. Your attack power and attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. Agility and evasion will increase greatly for 1 minute. Grid got serious. He poured all his effort into facing the knight in front of him. I'll have to solo this guy. He hadn't expected the knight's speed to be incredibly fast. The knight moved with astonishing speed, lunging forward with his sword. Grid was caught off guard. He scrambled to dodge, thinking fearfully, "What? How is he so fast?" Luckily, as the sword swung down, thanks to using his skills, Grid narrowly escaped death by a hair's breadth. Grid struggled to defend himself. He's even faster than me. I almost met my maker just now. Thank God for the flash step from this dagger, otherwise. The knight noticed that Grid had managed to dodge the attack, which drove him even crazier, as if he'd turned into a beast. He yelled in anger, "Just a crippled blacksmith, and you dare to insult my character and block my attack?" He quickly gathered all his strength for the next strike. His face showed clear, murderous intent, wanting to crush Grid in one blow. "This humiliation cannot be forgiven. I swear on the honor of this sword, I sentence you to death." At that moment, the knight's sword unleashed 4 or 5 massive pillars of fire toward Grid, intending to burn him alive. The immense power of the attack blew Grid, flying backward. The system notification popped up. "You have taken 17,300 damage. Your HP has reached the minimum threshold. Passive Undying has been triggered. You are immune to all damage for 5 seconds. The impact of the move was so great that it drained all of Grid's energy. He quickly pulled out a potion and drank it immediately. "Damn it, I got hit by a shock damage move." He downed the potion right there in the swirling dust from the explosion. Grid saw the knight standing perfectly still. He thought, wait, why did he stop? The knight had actually been roasted black by his own move. His whole body was smoking, and white smoke was coming out of his mouth. He rolled his eyes back, staring at Grid with hateful eyes. You bastard! Seeing the knight roasted like a piece of charcoal, Grid remembered what Elfamina had said. If I use fire magic in here, we'll all end up as grilled meat. So, this idiot blew himself up with dust. The knight was foaming at the mouth, still stupidly asking, What? What did you do to me? Grid looked at him with the eyes of a victor. Just stick to the plan. Why are you crying about it? Even though he said that, Grid secretly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. The knight, even though he was about to check out, still didn't understand what had happened. Ugh, no way. After defeating the knight, a flurry of system notifications appeared. You have defeated a Knight of Winston. You have earned the title Knight Slayer. You have received the prison cell key. Along with that came a series of messages. You have leveled up. You are now level 45. Grid jumped for joy, shouting, Nice! At Heroi's cell, after days of living in darkness and silent nights, he finally saw the light. The cell door opened. The light shone directly onto Heroi's gaunt, sickly face, forcing him to cover his eyes. Grid stood right at the doorway and said coldly, I was going to punch you when I got here, but man, you look pathetic. Heroi, seeing someone had come to save him, was stunned with joy. It took him a moment to say a few words. You are? From Khan's place? The system notification appeared. Quest completed. You have obtained a second class. Companion of the Justice Messenger. Heroi looked at Grid with worshipful eyes and said happily, You are my savior. Courage stat initialized. Sacrifice for justice skill initialized. You have received the title Conqueror of Hardship. Unwavering stat initialized. Strong will skill initialized. At the same time, Grid also received his rewards. Quest completed. Grid stared blankly at the notification board. Huh? After that, the system displayed a stream of rewards, making him grin from ear to ear. Received the title Hardship Conqueror. Indomitable stat initialized. Iron will skill initialized. At the same time, Grid also receives a reward. Quest complete. Quest completed. Grid stares blankly at the notification board. Huh? Then, the system continuously displays rewards, making him grin from ear to ear. Obtained the title Messenger of Justice. Courage stat increased by 10. Initialized skill, Indestructible Justice. Your reputation in Winston has reached its maximum. Friendly status with the citizens of Winston has reached its maximum. Suddenly, Heroi kneels with great reverence and says solemnly. Grid, seeing Heroi suddenly kneel before him, is quite surprised. He hurriedly asks, What are you doing? Heroi thinks to himself, Even if he's an AI, he helped me complete this quest. I swear to be loyal to him forever. Heroi says solemnly, I am Heroi, a descendant of the Lam Lang King. By the name of the Messenger of Justice's companion, I will follow you to repay this debt of gratitude. Grid is quite bewildered by this situation. He stammers, Grid thinks to himself, Is something wrong with his brain? I think I just got tangled up with a total nut job. The Copier is a class that allows players to copy and imitate the skills of every other class. It is considered the most versatile class in the game. Players can solo bosses if they know how to combine skills skillfully, or they could even solo an entire server. However, they can only copy 3 skills per day, and each skill can only be used once. They have only 9 basic skills, and none of them are useful in combat. On top of that, the Copier is extremely physically weak. In other words, the Copier is only strong after accumulating a large amount of skills. But once those skills are used up, Elfamina will be the weakest person in the world. Facing the soldiers, Elfamina has actually managed to hold on for quite a while. They are also quite exhausted now. The soldiers look at Elfamina with fearful, wary eyes. It's unbelievable. She defeated hundreds of Feta soldiers all by herself. Elfamina looks at the remaining soldiers surrounding her and thinks to herself, Now there are only a few elite knights left. I've used up almost all my skills. But luckily, because of that, they won't dare to approach me recklessly. Just a moment ago, I heard a loud explosion, and Grid still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's dead? But then again, even if he saved Heroi, would he even come back to help me? While she is thinking, a blonde soldier turns back and asks, Hey, what if that guy Grid escaped? The soldier standing behind him quickly replies, Don't worry, that guy is still with the Lord's bodyguard. Let's just focus on things down here. The soldier hears this and turns back to look at Elfamina with a wary gaze. This is annoying. Hey you, cooperate with us and let's get this over with quickly. Elfamina grits her teeth in anger. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Crap, my 3 remaining spells are all fire attribute. Using them in such a tight space is basically suicide. No, Elfamina had a chance to unleash a move, but they were already prepared to rush in and capture her. While dodging a lunging sword, Elfamina regrets her choices and thinks, I shouldn't have trusted that man. Why did I risk my life to save him? Suddenly, Elfamina becomes quite panicked. Both her left and right sides are closing in. Two swords strike at the same time, leaving her unable to react in time. A pincer attack. Elfamina is backed into a corner. She decides to risk it all against them by unleashing her remaining fire attribute move. At this point, I have no choice but to use my basic skills. Before she could even launch a basic move, Elfamina is knocked back by a sword, her back hitting the wall hard. Elfamina is brought down by a single strike, almost unable to stand. Those elite soldiers see her fall and laugh gleefully. Ha ha. Is she out of energy already? So much for that. You made us worry for nothing. I'll take revenge for the 500 brothers who fell. Don't blame me, Elfamina. Even though she has fallen, she still has one trump card left. She grits her teeth and thinks, it's not over yet. There's still a 50% chance. It's all or nothing now. Elfamina faces the incoming sword. She silently rolls the dice. If the target is herself or an ally, rolling a 4 or higher will create a beneficial effect. Rolling a 3 or lower will create a detrimental effect. Just as things were at a critical breaking point, a loud voice rings out. A bunch of big, nasty knights surrounding one little girl? What kind of situation is this? Right before Grid's eyes is the sight of Elfamina collapsed on the ground in front of a soldier's sword tip. They turn around and realize the person walking toward them is the guy carrying the sword. The soldier yells, Grid! Grid is walking forward brazenly, with Heroi following behind him. Elfamina sees Grid leading people to save her and says happily, I thought you had tucked your tail and run. Couldn't you have been a bit faster? The soldiers suddenly realize. They break into a cold sweat, eyes wide as they look at Grid. If he is here, don't tell them that Northland's Lu has been defeated. Grid smiles confidently. Nobody cares what his title is, but it's true. I took down a guy named Lu, fair and square. Hearing Grid speak, they see him like a demon approaching, trembling in fear, stammering and unable to form a complete sentence. No. Impossible. Grid walks closer, scaring them out of their wits. Do you really think you have a chance to even touch a single hair on my head? Seeing the soldiers fearfully making way for Grid, Elfamina thinks, when facing an opponent 30 levels higher, NPCs will naturally be suppressed. The soldiers are retreating in fear. Just what level is Grid? The blonde soldier is quite slow on the uptake. He still doesn't know fear. He raises his fist to threaten him. You punk. Just a crippled blacksmith and you're acting all high and mighty? A soldier standing next to him quickly stops him. Don't. Do not underestimate the enemy. Being able to defeat Liu proves he's very strong. We must be very cautious of this type of person. Grid walks forward with a dangerous expression, a wicked smile on his face. He says to the soldiers surrounding them, get out of the way, or you'll share the same fate as Liu. Get lost. The soldiers, even though they don't want to, are still terrified by his power, so they grit their teeth and reluctantly back off. Heroi, standing behind Grid, after witnessing just a few words making the soldiers move out of the way, thinks to himself, even the soldiers are terrified when standing before someone who looks as average as he does. The protagonist's aura is really something else. He must be an incredibly high level. Although Grid looks cool, on the inside, he is happy as can be. He thinks to himself, bullying people really feels great. Just try and come near me. You'll all be blown away. Not by me, but by Elfamina. Grid moves closer to the soldiers, forcing them to retreat. One panics and says, no, don't come closer. If you dare to take one more step. Damn it, we're done for. We've been cornered to the stairs. The leader sees them cornered against the wall. He raised his sword and shouted, that's enough. We can't let a prison breaker humiliate us. Grid gave a smug smile. Oh, is that so? Hey, Elfamina, show them some manners. Use a spell to wipe them out. Hearing Grid, Elfamina hesitated. Well, actually, I can't really. Why don't you handle them yourself? Seeing Elfamina insist that he had to fight, Grid was completely stunned, left dumbfounded and wide-eyed. He turned back to look at Elfamina, speechless, then muttered, how the hell am I supposed to fight? Elfamina couldn't believe what he was saying, but Grid had managed to defeat a knight all by himself. While the two were still staring at each other in confusion, the leader grabbed his sword. He charged forward. Grid turned his head around, panicking. No. The leader thrust his sword straight into Grid, who had his back turned to his opponent. I will punish you, you terrorist. Grid watched the tip of the blade flying toward him at a blinding speed, thinking in terror, "Damn, that swing is fast. Knights really are strong." That was when Grid finally realized, "Crap. I provoked them way too much, didn't I?" Huroi, who was standing behind Grid, hurriedly lunged forward to block the sword for him. A brilliant light enveloped Huroi's body. He was using all his might to stop the blade. Grid saw the situation unfolding before him and anxiously called out, "Huroi!" Suddenly, the sword fell to the ground. The leader was also repelled by Huroi's power, causing his arm to break. He screamed, "Seven?" Grid was astonished and asked, "How? You're completely unharmed. How did you do that?" Huroi's entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light. It was like a suit of armor protecting his body. Huroi turned to look at Grid and smiled. "Yes, I am fine. There is no problem at all. An indomitable will. Immune to all attacks for 10 seconds after using this skill. Mana consumption, 200. Cooldown, 2 hours and 30 minutes. Huroi thought to himself, "This is the skill I obtained after going through that hellish dungeon." Elfamina, standing to the side, witnessed it and was equally shocked. "What? He can just stand there and block a knight's sword strike?" Grid's eyes and mouth were wide open in fear as he replied, "Beats me. I don't even know what kind of guy he is." Huroi turned back and said, "Lord Grid, you two run." Grid asked, "You? What about you?" Huroi, with a righteous expression, said, "I will hold them off." He thought to himself, "I swore I would give my life to repay him." Elfemina asked worriedly, "What can you do all by yourself?" Grid smiled happily, ignoring Huroi. He said, "Let's go, Elfemina." "He's doing it voluntarily." Grid ran while saying, "Hey Huroi, try to hold on for a little longer. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Huroi smiled and waved goodbye. Seeing Grid and the other running away, the leader yelled angrily, "You bastards! Don't even think about escaping that easily. Stop!" Huroi stood in front of the soldiers, raising his hand to stop them. "You are the ones who aren't leaving here." After saying that, Huroi immediately activated his move. "You have activated the skill, Orator's Vitriol. You guys are trash, nothing but garbage." After using the Vitriol skill, all of the opponent's stats were immediately reduced. The soldiers felt as if a part of their strength had been drained. My body." Huroi took the opportunity to unleash a new move. "Taste my new skill. Take this. Indestructible Justice." Indestructible Justice deals damage equal to 300% of his attack power. A blinding light erupted from the punch. It felt like a terrifying power was being unleashed, but surprisingly, the punch looked powerful, yet had almost no effect. The leader was quite surprised by the punch. "Is this a back scratch?" "Pff. Ha." Huroi was weak. As expected, for an orator like me, this skill is completely useless. The soldiers shouted angrily, "You bastard! Were you just putting on a show? Tie him up and throw him in solitary confinement." Huroi accepted being tied up, thinking to himself, "Since I've completed my mission, logging out now doesn't matter. And it seems like the Lord of Winston is finished too. 50 hours. Finally, I can get some rest. I did everything in my power. Lord Grid, good luck." The door grew closer. The light shining from it was so bright that anyone looking at it could see the light of hope. Grid ran straight toward the door where the light was. Rapid footsteps echoed in that confined space, and after a while, Grid and Elfamina successfully escaped outside. They took a deep breath of the fresh air, which made them feel incredibly comfortable. Grid was extremely excited because he was finally out. He clenched his fists and cheered, "Yeah, finally out." Seeing this rash behavior, Elfemina, standing right behind him, had an extremely judgmental attitude. She was clearly very annoyed with him. Elfamina shouted, "Keep your voice down. Don't forget we are still in the middle of enemy territory." Elfamina looked in a certain direction where there was a closed door. She was deep in thought. The way out of the castle is still far. If the soldiers in the dungeon and the Lord's guards all attack us, it will be complicated. She turned around to look at Grid, intending to discuss the next plan. But what caught her eye was the sight of Grid writhing on the ground like a dog. It seemed like he was still feeling happy about being out of the castle. Grid was surrounded by a sweet, pink atmosphere. Grid happily said, "Wow, such fresh air. Finally escaped that prison sentence." Hearing this, Elfamina was incredibly frustrated. She felt very miserable because she had met such a total weirdo. Elfamina was furious. She grabbed Grid by the collar and roared, "I told you to shut up. I'll shoot you right now." Grid, being grabbed by the collar by Elfemina, looked bewildered and replied, Okay, Elfemina." After calming down for a moment, she thought to herself, "Honestly, nothing annoys me more than this guy's personality. He acts as if he can rely on his class being much stronger than mine, so he always wants to annoy me. Suddenly, Grid pointed in a direction and said, "Hey, those are enemies, right?" Elfamina was dazed. "Huh?" And slowly turned her head to look. She saw that the people arriving were Vantner and a group of his soldiers. Both of them were quite surprised. They were the Lord's guards. At that moment, Vantner was walking between two lines of soldiers, wearing very fancy armor. And right then, Vantner was shouting while walking, "Those criminals! The Lord of Winston, Baron Vantner, is scolding you. I can't believe my soldiers were defeated by a bunch of lowlifes like you." Grid looked at Elfamina with a very judgmental gaze. He said with a highly critical attitude, "Oh my God, who told you to yell so they could track us all the way here?" Seeing that attitude from Grid made Elfamina's blood boil. She angrily scolded, "You are the one who is the most noisy here." On the other side, Vantner did not seem as relaxed as the people on this side. He thought to himself with a very troubled face, "If I let them escape, and this is reported to Count Stein, I'm done for. I will absolutely not let that happen." The Lord Vantner went crazy and raised his voice. She ordered the soldiers to charge at Grid and Elfamina. "Kill those criminals," she screamed. Upon hearing her order, the soldiers surged forward like a storm. Everyone had a terrifying fighting spirit. Seeing the overwhelming number of enemies, Grid turned pale with fright. He quickly retreated, putting Elfamina in front of him, and urged her, "Hey, Elfamina, do something. You're strong, right?" Elfamina was shocked by Grid's reaction. She couldn't understand why someone as strong as him kept playing the weak, pathetic card. Annoyed, Elfamina glared at Grid and gritted her teeth. "Good grief, how long does he plan on messing around with me? I really want to punch him." Though she was distracted, she stayed focused on the task at hand. Elfamina cast a spell, thinking to herself, "Since we're outside, I can finally." She summoned a magic circle. Preparing to unleash her move, Elfamina reached out, firing a powerful, massive blast of mana. She thought, giving it 100% power. She unleashed her fearsome technique, Magic Emperor's Fire Breath. The soldiers, seeing this strange surge of energy rushing toward them, froze in their tracks, paralyzed for a split second. They stood there, rooted to the spot, watching the powerful attack fly toward them. Boom! Her power slammed into them, spreading out in a massive shockwave. The scene before Grid and Elfamina now looked incredibly majestic. Elfamina's power was not to be underestimated. The soldiers who were hit by the attack were gradually blasted away until they vanished. Logi, by luck, wasn't hit directly, but he didn't escape unscathed. He was blown away by the shockwave and fell flat on his back. Logi's fall looked incredibly pathetic and miserable. He cursed loudly. Before his eyes now lay the bodies of all his soldiers, piled up on top of one another, forming a small, terrifying mountain of corpses. Sitting there, looking up at the mountain of bodies, Logi turned deathly pale. He was so panicked he couldn't even speak. "This is ridiculous. My guards." Wiped out in a single hit. Elfamina walked up to him and said, "I was already annoyed about losing the skills I'd spent months accumulating, and now I have to deal with a jerk like you." Elfamina looked down at Logi with pure contempt. She hardened her expression and added, "But at least there's someone here to help me blow off some steam." Her body was covered in a layer of light, making her look incredibly powerful. Elfamina finished, "That's enough." Baron Logi glanced at the pathetic-looking Logi. Below, Elfamina looked down with a cold, stern gaze. "Follow us out of the castle, then we'll settle the rest." Grid. Watching the scene unfold, Grid felt a chill down his spine. He looked pale, thinking, "This girl is terrifying. I must never mess with her again." But then, he noticed something off. "Wait, who is that jerk?" A moment later, the castle gate opened. Grid stepped outside and thanked the heavens. He took in the air he had missed for so long and said, "Phew, finally out of there." Beside him, Elfamina looked incredibly cheerful, while Logi, bound, followed behind them. The three of them had just taken a few steps. When they ran into someone, he said, "Congratulations on finishing the job." The way he spoke and stood at attention made it look like he had been waiting there for a long time. Meeting such a strange person made Grid confused. He muttered to himself, trying to recall all his connections and people he had met, to identify this guy. After a moment, he realized it was the vampire from the Marrow group. He was standing there, along with a bunch of armed people. Seeing his own man arrive, Lord Logi scrambled to call for help. He shouted hurriedly, "Oh, vampire, you're here. Save me, quickly." Grid was taken aback. He slowly realized the situation. Right, I forgot the Lord was working with the Marrow group. How annoying. Suddenly, he saw Elfamina run over to Jabez. She seemed quite familiar with him, and spoke to Rabbit. "Did you personally recruit these people?" They look pretty tough. Yes, ma'am, replied Elfamina. Seeing the group before him, Grid thought, wait, is Elfemina also hired by the Marrow Group? If so, why did she save me? Is this a trap? Grid quickly opened his status window and scrolled through it. He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, what the hell is going on? Regardless, I won't give up that easily. Grid looked at the status window and thought, my stats are much higher than my current level. Occupation, Pagma's successor. Title, the one destined for legend, the first to create a unique item. Dexterity plus 200. Night Slayer. Stamina plus 100. Strength plus 30. Messenger of Justice. All stats plus 10. HP, 2,964 out of 2,964. Mana, 243. Grid calculated for a moment, then thought, not to mention, I have 4 titles that few people possess. Grid looked up at Jabez's group and calculated. There are about 10 of them. Luckily, none of them are armed. However, I'm not wearing any armor either. He glanced back down at his status window. HP, 2,964 out of 2,964. Mana, 243. Skill points, 240. Weight, 842 out of 4,960. Strength, 166. Stamina, 244. Agility, 118. Intelligence, constant. Grid calculated in his head, I have to use all my skill points to boost my attack and defense. Deciding to act, Grid quickly added points to the 2 stats he felt were necessary. The system announced, you have added 150 points to strength. Current strength, 316. You have added 90 points to stamina. Current stamina, 334. Grid gritted his teeth, his face turning serious as he took a defensive stance to prepare for the attack. With his stamina stat sitting at 334, Grid gritted his teeth, his expression hardening into a serious look as he shifted into a combat stance, ready to strike. Grid thought to himself, knowing full well he didn't stand a chance. But he was out of options even though Grid was incredibly nervous. Even after just leveling up his stats, he didn't realize he had become insanely strong. The total stats of a level 45 player. Usually, it's 500, but Grid's total stats had reached 1,300. Not to mention, when in the Paladin stance, his combat power could go toe-to-toe with a level 10 warrior class. However, because of his past encounters with high-level players, it made Grid feel doubtful about his own abilities. Grid gripped his sword tightly, thinking to himself that even if he died today, he had to try. Grid prepared to charge forward. He entered an offensive stance, his eyes radiating a sharp, murderous aura. I have to. Suddenly Logi, standing right beside him, cut him off. Jabez, what the hell are you doing? Logi rushed over to Jabez, shouting, what's with this arrogant attitude in front of me? Save me, right now. Seeing this absurd scene unfold before his eyes, left Grid completely dumbfounded. He stood there, stunned, and muttered, ugh, why am I being dragged into this? Jabez, extremely annoyed, glanced at Logi with a scowl. With a look of pure irritation, Jabez said, I'm no longer an employee of the Marrow Company. I'm going to punish you for your past unethical actions. Just cooperate. Logi couldn't believe his ears, stunned by such a shocking statement. The man jumped up, absolutely furious, and yelled, you dare betray us? You? A mere merchant? Acting like you represent justice? Jabez didn't care much for his words. He glanced to the side and calmly replied, precisely because I am a merchant. I always act in the interest of profit. After saying that, Rabbit looked at Grid and continued, I will bet everything on you, Grid. Suddenly being called out, Grid froze, not understanding what was happening. Ever since he met these people, nothing had gone smoothly. Unexpected situations kept popping up, leaving him completely flustered. They just kept piling on, leaving him with a blank expression, looking like a lost little lamb. Rabbit saw his dumbfounded look and smiled slightly before explaining, with your skills, you can easily create top-tier items, but you won't be able to maximize your profits by working alone. Jabez made an enticing offer. If you cooperate with me, I promise we will reach a scale. An economic scale bigger than even the medium-sized enterprises. I want to use all my resources and experience to help you. Hearing this, Grid finally had his answer and thought to himself, so that's why he's helping me. He let out a sigh of relief. Okay, that's a bit easier to handle now. Even though he felt more at ease, Grid was still very cautious of someone suddenly being so generous. Grid asked seriously, but why are you turning your back on Marrow and the Lord? Rabbit calmly replied, I want us to start our business at Khan's smithy, and by putting an end to those corrupt bastards, We will earn the trust of the people. Seeing that the conversation was dragging on, Elfamina grew impatient and stepped in to urge Jaybiz. Let's go quickly. We still have a lot of work to do. Hearing Elfamina's reminder, Jaybiz realized he had wasted quite a bit of time. He replied, right. Rabbit turned to look at Grid, gave him a professional smile, and said, I'll discuss the details with you after we handle this business, and I will make you the richest person in the world. Hearing those enticing words from Jaybiz, Grid stiffened. He suddenly blushed, feeling flustered at the mention of becoming rich. Suddenly, Elfamina stepped forward and said, wait a minute. Elfamina looked at Grid with a knowing gaze. She smirked and said, I hope you haven't forgotten your promise to craft a magic orb for me. Grid replied cheerfully, how could I forget? But you have to get me the materials and the crafting blueprints. Elfamina heard these conditions from Grid and said, understood. But why are you so obedient? Grid suddenly turned, his face shifting into a cunning, sinister expression. He said, a man must always keep his word. On the outside, he seemed sincere, but inside, Grid was thinking, obviously, it's because I'm getting my crafting skills leveled up for free. Duh. The girl, Elfamina, happily turned and waved goodbye to Grid, saying, I'll find you once I have everything you need. Saying that, she turned back and gave him a bright, sweet smile that easily stole the hearts of many young men. Seeing that radiant smile of this beautiful, cute girl, Elfamina smiled brightly and said, I'm so happy. Thank you. Watching the back of the girl who had been pestering him for so long, now walking away, Grid let out a sigh of relief. Phew. So everything's settled then, huh? He grumbled to himself. I'm so tired. Time to log out. As he was logging out, Grid wore a very smug smile, and he marveled to himself. Finally, my life is starting to bloom. The money earned from a large enterprise. Grid was overjoyed. He exclaimed excitedly, Mom, I'm rich. Switching scenes to Jaybiz's group, they had now set off. Jaybiz and Elfamina were walking side by side when Jaybiz asked, Grid seemed a bit afraid of you. Did something happen inside? Seeing Jaybiz's absurd question, Elfamina quickly raised her hand to stop him and said with a judgmental tone, Afraid? Him? He was just pretending. Elfamina said, He has the strength to defeat one of the Lord's knights, you know. Hearing such shocking news caught Jaybiz by surprise. He wondered, So that means he's stronger than a knight? Jaybiz thought to himself and muttered, There isn't a single blacksmith in this world who can. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock, as if he had just realized something world-shatteringly surprising. Rabbit gasped, thinking of Pagma. He thought to himself, if it's that person, then everything makes sense. The power to crush everything, the unparalleled crafting ability. There's no doubt about it, he is definitely Pagma's descendant. He confirmed this in his mind, and then Jaybiz thought, I never thought there would come a day where I'd have the honor of serving Pagma's descendant, aiming to build a large enterprise. It really wasn't a pipe dream after all. However, he would never reach that goal. The Marrow Company had collapsed due to the actions of Jaybiz and Elfamina and the company's evil deeds, and the Lord's actions were reported to Count Steim. Vamon and Logi were put on trial, and it all ended with a death sentence for both. However, Rabbit, because of his past actions, was sentenced to 15 years in prison. He hadn't predicted that Count Steim was such a straight-laced person who would never forgive anyone from the Marrow Company. As he was being arrested, Rabbit thought to himself, what a pity. Grid, even though I saved my own skin. I am so happy that I got to witness the rebirth of a legend. Since the villains were defeated, the village of Winston quickly recovered its former prosperity. On one of the roads of Winston Village, the village of Winston had quickly recovered its former prosperity. On one of the streets in Winston, a storyteller was recounting the tale he had told 100 times before. And so, the advisor from the Mabesh group, the most beautiful woman in the world, and a young blacksmith had brought peace to Winston together. Suddenly, a woman with white hair approached. She started by offering a compliment. What an interesting story. The storyteller, pleased with the praise, happily replied, That's right, haha. Saying that, she took out 2 silver coins she had ready in her hand. This is to thank you for telling me this story. The storyteller. Upon receiving so much money, he said joyfully, Oh my, that's too much. Thank you. After accepting it, he asked, I've never seen you around before. Are you new here? The white-haired girl smiled in a friendly way and greeted him. Yes, from now on, we'll be seeing each other often. Can you tell me more stories about this village? The scene shifted back to the Yatan Temple. Steim had decided to appoint the Duke's daughter, Irene, as the new Lord of Winston. On the news, the anchor gave a professional smile and introduced it to the viewers. Breaking news. Satisfy is pleased to welcome On the screen, a notification appeared. Satisfy unveils its first subclass. The anchor continued. The first player to possess two classes simultaneously. At the same time, in the United States, officials were meeting to discuss what had just happened. The Satisfy Corporation stated that they would not disclose too much information about this player or the subclass. In the UK, the woman there shared her opinion with the others. The only information we have is that this person is from Mongolia. It's truly unbelievable that a nation with so few players could do this. In China, a stylishly dressed girl said, "The SA group is plotting to dominate this world through the game. We must find a way to stop them immediately." In Japan, they were discussing it together. "We thought that since Japan already had a player with a epic class, someone with a subclass would appear too, right?" The person sitting opposite said, "But Korea has so much potential, and Satisfy is a Korean game. Moreover, it has the largest number of players." The girl with the special interface and dual-toned purple and black hair spoke up to dismiss it. "No. Besides Yura, a world-class professional gamer, there is no one else in Korea worth mentioning." In Korea, a guy wearing glasses who looked quite intellectual said, "When possessing a subclass, players will be able to use more types of weapons and unlock additional skills and stats." The news continued to play. At Grid's house, furthermore, every time they level up, that person gets 2 extra skill points. Now, he was sitting with his chin in his hands, looking bored, with a massive bowl of rice in front of him. This reckless attitude made no one guess that he was a talented and lucky person. Grid, while resting his chin on his hand, was evaluating the extra 2 points. "Ugh, that's such a hack. What kind of lucky bastard is that, I wonder?" he thought to himself, not knowing that he was the one they were talking about after watching the news. Grid complained gloomily. "The more I watch, the angrier I get." It was already evening, and the golden hues of sunset were spilling over the city. At Grid's home during the family dinner, Grid spoke loudly, "I won't be going to the labor office anymore." His father, hearing that, was so furious that he slammed his spoon onto the dining table and shouted, "What? You intend to stay at home and live off your parents?" Grid's sister spoke up. "Oh brother, how can you be so selfish? Even I, your sister, can't sympathize with you." Grid's mother also asked with a puzzled look, "My son, you're still in debt to people, aren't you? Or have you been tricked by some pyramid scheme?" Seeing that he was so heavily misunderstood, Grid quickly denied it. "It's not like that, Mom." After saying that, he was full of vitality, enthusiasm, and proudly introduced himself. "I am a blacksmith in the game. I will sell the equipment I craft to earn money. A merchant offered to help me. I will have a salary equal to a director." Before he could finish, he took a spoon right to the face. It left Grid stiff as a board. It turned out it was his father. Because he was too angry and felt that what Grid said was absurd, he had lashed out physically. Seeing that, his mother sat nearby, covering her face and crying, "Boo-hoo! Oh dear, what should we do with him now?" Grid's father, hearing that, became even angrier. He shouted loudly, "You cunning brat, you just want to stay at home and play that damn game, don't you?" Grid's sister couldn't stand it either. She turned to look at him and advised Grid, "Brother, if you could really earn money from the game, you wouldn't have been in debt to people in the first place. Wake up." Grid was still stubborn, sitting there and adding, "But this time is different. I have a legendary class." Grid's father, boiling with rage, stood up abruptly and shouted, "Shut your mouth! Nonsense!" Then he turned around, pointing at Grid aggressively, and said, "Wake up early tomorrow and go to work." Looking at the reaction of every member in his family, Grid gradually felt hopeless because everyone looked down on him. Grid thought to himself, "This is truly it. No one bothers to listen to me." A while later, it was dusk. The sun was gradually hiding behind the mountain gap. The weak rays of light that remained were trying their best to illuminate for the last few moments. Grid was now walking along with his bag, sauntering on the road like a jobless bum. As he walked, Grid thought, "Money is the biggest problem. If I want to convince the whole family, I have to make money first." After thinking that, he seemed to make up his mind. "All right, I'll accept Jabez's offer. With his vast knowledge and Khan's shop as a business base, I can create results and convince Mom and Dad." The scene shifted to Khan's shop. When he arrived, Khan was holding a hammer in his hand, working. Seeing him, he greeted, "Oh Grid, you're here." Grid walked in and greeted. "The village looks so peaceful, doesn't it? It's definitely much easier to breathe without those corporate guys around. Did Jabez stop by here?" Hearing this, Khan paused for a moment. He stammered, "Ah, about that." He turned aside and said, "So you still don't know? There's this for you." Hearing that, Grid curiously asked, "What is it?" Khan handed Grid a letter. Grid held the letter in his hand, curiously asking, "A letter?" Khan explained. "It was written by Jaybiz. The letter was addressed to you, Grid. It said that because of your past crimes while working for such a massive corporation, you aren't eligible for a pardon. It looks like our business deal is off for now. Still, with Khan's help, I'm sure you'll make a fortune with your talent. I hope to hear legends about you one day," Khan said after Grid finished reading the letter. The group said they couldn't just let him off the hook, so they sentenced him to 15 years in prison. When VBiz heard this shocking news, Grid completely panicked. His face went pale, he clutched his head in agony, and he screamed out loud. He was totally crushed. He slumped down, clutching his head, and wailed, "That's it. I'm done for. I'm ruined, just like Ban." Seeing this, Khan sat to the side, looking awkward as he tried to comfort Grid. "Don't be sad. Those who leave will eventually return." But right after that, Khan offered a suggestion. "How about we overthrow the Mezzo Corporation? You've proven that you deserve this smithy. That's why I want you to inherit it." As he took his hands off his face, Grid didn't seem to believe what his ears were hearing and quickly asked, "What? Say that again?" Khan smiled kindly and said calmly, "I'm an old man and don't have much time left. It would be my honor if the smithy were taken over by Pagma's successor." Elfamina sat there, stunned for a long time, as if he were still digesting everything the old man had just said. The old man was actually going to hand over his shop to him? He'd never heard of an NPC handing over a business to a player before. He felt embarrassed and scratched his cheek, looking at Khan with a strange expression. I'll accept it, provided you sign the legal contract." He acted shy, but in reality, he was overjoyed. Grid thought to himself, "Don't you dare take it back." A little later at the smithy, Khan slid the transfer papers over to Grid, across the desk, and said, "It's all here, in black and white." A system notification echoed, "You have acquired the position of smithy successor." Holding the paper, Grid was incredibly happy now that he was in a new position of power. He broke into a wide, refreshed grin. Reading the paper over and over, Grid was so happy he was blooming with joy, tears streaming down his face. Grid thought happily, "Is this a dream? Even if I have to work my fingers to the bone later, I'm the owner of a smithy now." Khan smiled happily and said to Grid, "So, shall we start training now? Being a shop owner is hard work." Grid, who was still just an extra with a minor role, suddenly got a lead role, unexpectedly. So he was incredibly excited and replied, "Of course, no need to say more." Days turned into weeks, passing by as fast as a flash. At the auction house, Jishuka was currently looking incredibly flustered and panicked. She looked at her item list and thought, "I don't see them anywhere." Jishuka stared at the screen, shocked, and wondered, why aren't they there anymore? The custom-made Jaffa arrows from before ordinary blacksmiths would usually craft batches of thousands to sell, but this guy only put 99 arrows on sale. Maybe some guild found him first? Nearby, 2 other players were standing and gossiping about Jishuka. The one in blue looked at Jishuka with appreciative eyes. "That's Jishuka, the leader of the Overgeared guild." The one in purple next to him whispered, "I have never in my life seen anyone with such massive assets. I wonder if I could get a taste?" Jishuka was close enough that she obviously heard everything. She got angry and emitted an intense pressure, then looked at those two and angrily said, "Get out of my sight before I kill you both." The 2 guys were terrified, their faces drained of color. "Yes, ma'am, sorry." After chasing off those 2 pests, Jishuka adjusted herself slightly, operated the menu, and said, "Open guild chat, Gil." She said, "Everyone, listen up. If we don't find that blacksmith by the end of this month, you're all going to go through hellish training." Regas, a member of the Overgeared guild, excitedly said, "Great, I love that stuff." Another member helplessly said, "Shut up, Regas. Don't listen to him, guild leader." Another member added, "We don't have a single clue, sir. It's not something you can do in a day or two." Before that member could finish, Jishuka said firmly, "Even if it's hard, we have to try." After a moment of contemplation, Jishuka confided, "If we want to grow the guild, we need that blacksmith." The other members replied, "Yes." And then, she suddenly shifted her focus and asked, "Jaga, you like training, right? Where are you right now?" Jaga didn't even understand why she wanted to invite him, but another member astutely realized Jishuka is just trying to drag him out to relieve stress. He whispered, "Goodbye, comrade." Suddenly, a notification chime rang out. Vantner had joined the chat. Jishuka looked at Vantner and asked angrily, "Hey, Vantner, have you been sleeping for the past 7 hours? Aren't you afraid of dropping in the rankings?" Vantner quickly said, "Sorry, I was busy looking up some information online. Then he asked, Guild leader, do you know about Winston Village? Jishuka replied, Winston, near Bison Town? That one? Vantner said. In that village, they just held a crafting contest between two players. One of them crafted an epic-grade dagger in under 3 hours. Hearing this, Jishuka was suddenly extremely surprised. She was stunned, thinking to herself, he created an epic item in 3 hours? Even top-ranked Panmir couldn't do that. She quickly turned to order her team members. Everyone, move out to Winston immediately. A team member asked, surprised. What? Right now? Jishuka was incredibly fired up, a combative glint in her eyes. She said, the last one to arrive is dead. In a ruined, gloomy building, from the inside out. In that dark and eerie atmosphere, a system notification sound echoed. You have eliminated the poisonous vanguard. You have received 543,500 experience points. The corpses of the demons lay scattered and lonely on the ground. Their faces were fierce and looked frighteningly brutal. But fortunately, they were all dead. From their bodies, a strange red aura radiated out, rising up and drifting off toward a certain direction, where they flew away. The corpses were scattered everywhere, with nowhere to step. Those times, their blood also gathered toward that place, where the system notification echoed. You have eliminated the melee vanguard. You have received 617,000 experience points. Katz looked extremely exhausted now. He knelt on one leg and braced his sword against the ground, just to stay upright. The strange thing was that the tree, his sword absorbs the crimson energy from those demons. The third person to possess the epic grade class, Blood Warrior. A special trait of this class is that the character's power is optimized when hunting or in combat. His ID is Cash, level 216. Ranked 40th on the overall leaderboard, he is the second son of a major Japanese conglomerate. Yet, despite possessing unique power thanks to his epic class traits, that 40th place rank hasn't budged, even though he's been hunting non-stop for months. He felt both annoyed and helpless, punching the wall beside him. His attitude was incredibly hostile and hateful. His eyes burned with clear frustration, bitterness, and resentment toward the world. He thought, why have I tried so hard, but I still can't reach rank 1? Is my skill level not enough? That's impossible. Cash stood there alone, holding his sword, feeling lost and at a dead end. He felt stuck. Cash thought, my brothers are in a fierce competition to win the successor spot for the company. I can't fail in this game. Cash secretly thought to himself, I need to catch up to them. I have to go to a different spot and hunt higher-level monsters. My only strength is money. I'll stock up on plenty of recovery potions. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his hand and stared at it with a deeply contemplative look. His eyes reflected utter confusion. But the status window at that moment displayed the info for his armor. Armor of Suffering, unique rank. Durability 38 out of 310. Defense 459. Speed minus 11%. When item durability drops below 100, all stats increase by 5%. When item durability drops below 100, all stats increase by 5%. Next is the Black Wind Gauntlets. Unique rank. Durability 100. 7 out of 170. Defense 57. Attack speed plus 5%. Accuracy plus 10%. Cash was extremely dissatisfied. He looked utterly disgusted and thought, there isn't a single high-end piece of gear in the shop. What the hell are those production class players doing? A bunch of lazy, incompetent smiths. Once he finished thinking that, Cash was furious. He tensed up and let out a pathetic, desperate shout. 1 month later, at Frontier, the capital of Earl Stime's territory, crowds of people bustled back and forth. Everyone had their own business and places to head to. Elfamina was also wandering around, with many thoughts on her mind. Now, she was standing in front of a shop called the Auction House, muttering, nothing here, either. She looked around the bustling crowd, looking frustrated, saying, there's absolutely no info on how to craft spell orbs anywhere. Even recipes for high-end items are hard to find. Even though I've been searching for a whole month straight, Elfamina said to herself, I was rewarded 6,500 gold for completing that quest, but I haven't been able to spend it yet. Walking down the street, she suddenly stopped, as if she sensed something unusual. Elfamina stood still, deep in thought. She was sensing her surroundings. Elfamina let out an annoyed, irritated sigh and said, you greedy ghosts, listen up. I'm already in a bad mood. Mess with me and you won't have a peaceful end. Looking straight at the pillar on the upper floor of a nearby house, Elfamina calmly said, come out. I know you're there. Staring fixedly at the spot she had identified, Elfamina wore a beautiful yet serious expression. She thought to herself, Good thing that, thanks to my class trait, my detection skill is quite high. But putting that aside, I'm being followed. Even though she had kept her identity hidden on the rankings, Elfamina wondered who could be following her. She stood in a state of high defense, her eyes flashing with hostility as she looked in that direction, saying, "I told you to show your face." A man with sharp features was currently hiding behind a pillar. He tried to conceal himself so Elfamina wouldn't notice, but he never expected that this girl could actually spot him so quickly. He thought to himself, "Just a blacksmith, and she could spot me? That's impossible." He was Faker, a member of the Tzataka Guild, ranked #1 on the assassin leaderboard. A notification popped up that read, "Stop lying to yourself. You've been spotted, Faker." On the other side, his teammate spoke up, "Let's see if you're even worthy of the Tzataka Guild anymore. I bet you got cocky after hitting rank 1, didn't you?" Faker didn't react to their mocking remarks. He remained cold and silent, though Faker was inwardly annoyed at being needled like that. He cursed to himself. Damn it. After receiving info about the item crafting contest, the Tzataka Guild members gathered here. Thanks to the viewers that day, we quickly identified the winner. The winner of the contest, the blacksmith of the rumors, Elfamina said as she looked down. Elfamina below was looking up with a defensive gaze. Faker suddenly recalled Jashuka's instructions. "I will meet her personally. Just keep following her until I arrive." Faker poked his head out slightly to monitor the current situation. While acting, he thought, "I only intended to observe until Jashuka got here, but who would have thought she'd spot me, even though I have level 7 stealth?" Faker doubted if she was really just a blacksmith. As soon as he finished that thought, he looked again and saw Elfamina unleashing a powerful attack in his direction, which startled him. Faker was momentarily flustered. He scrambled to dodge the attack. As Elfamina launched her skill, Faker fortunately jumped away just in time to escape the attack. Its power was so terrifying that the surrounding earth and rocks crumbled away. Large shockwaves erupted, causing everything nearby to collapse, creating a horrible, deafening noise. Faker had no choice but to reveal himself along with his brothers. Faker asked anxiously, "Well, since it's come to this, there's no other way. Are you guys okay?" Elfamina didn't care who they were. She unleashed another move, cursing with hatred as she said, "Stop following people around like some kind of pervert." As soon as she finished speaking, she used Angel's Roar. Her power spread in all directions. Electric currents and energy flashed out, looking incredibly blinding and dangerous. Faker and his cronies were stunned by this move from Elfamina. Suddenly, they felt a sharp pain in their ears. They were horrified to realize that the terrifying sound Elfamina created had an incredibly painful, devastating attack power. Clutching their bleeding ears, Faker was stunned and thought, what kind of blacksmith can use high-level magic like this? He struggled to resist her overwhelming assault. Faker suddenly looked surprised, as if he had just realized something important. He thought to himself, could it be? She isn't who we're looking for? Is this a trap set by other guilds that are also hunting for the maker of those custom armored arrows? They intentionally lured me here with fake intel. As Vamon panted from the pain, he thought, maybe this entire item crafting competition was just a setup. We've been played. Faker managed to steady himself and asked Elfamina, that hit stung. Which guild are you with? Hearing such an incredibly rude and classless question from Faker, Elfamina looked confused. Then, she let out a long, helpless sigh and said, men these days really have no idea how to talk to a woman. She was annoyed. He had been stalking her, and the first thing he asked upon meeting was something so tasteless. I hate men. No sooner had she said that than Elfamina unleashed Lightning Strike. Bolts of brilliant blue electricity, looking incredibly powerful, shot out one after another. Watching those thunderbolts flying toward him, Faker muttered, she can cast such powerful magic without an incantation? That's straight up cheating. He used his own powers and retorted, but that's useless against me. Elfamina looked completely stunned, unsure of what had just happened. What had left the powerful young woman so shocked? It turned out Faker had teleported right behind her, catching her completely off guard. In a flash, Faker cruelly kicked Elfamina in the stomach, making her scream in agony. The force of the blow was immense. Elfamina couldn't help but let out a pained grunt as she clutched her stomach and slid a long distance away. She thought in pain, ever since I became a copycat. This is the first time I've taken a direct hit like this. This guy is strong. Before she could recover, she saw multiple Fakers rushing toward her. It turned out Faker had created clones. One of the clones said ruthlessly, this is the end, and gripped a knife in his hand, ready to kill Elfamina. His eyes flashed with cold-blooded, ruthless intent, the true nature of an assassin. But unfortunately for him, Elfamina wasn't a pushover either. She quickly cast another ultimate skill. That attack successfully shattered all of Faker's clones. He couldn't believe his eyes and panicked. What? Faker quickly landed on the ground, to avoid being attacked by magic while in midair. But this was a disadvantage for an assassin who specialized in stealth. As he landed, Faker said, "You wiped out all my clones with just one move? What kind of trick are you pulling?" Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a terrifying monster, its entire body encased in heavy-looking armor. It turned out Elfamina had summoned the ancient Queen's Knight. Faker stared at the massive creature in front of him, utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could a young blacksmith summon a massive demon brimming with such killing intent and raw power? Faker exclaimed in surprise. A summoned demon? She can summon an assistant even though she's not a summoner? Are my eyes deceiving me? The summoned demon waved its hand and grabbed a mysterious, dark surge of energy that appeared out of nowhere. It swung its arm to cast that energy like a literal projectile. A whistling sound rang out because the speed of the throw was so intense it cut right through the air. That brutal attack blasted everything in its path away. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, forcing Faker to run for his life. To ensure his own safety, he gritted his teeth and thought, "No way. My power is assassination. I can't go head-to-head with a knight. If I can't fight the summoned demon." He stopped abruptly, pulled sharp daggers from his pouch, and prepared to throw them. Elfamina stood before the summoned demon and felt a powerful surge of killing intent rushing toward her. When she glanced over, she saw 3 daggers flying toward her. As he threw them straight at her, Faker thought viciously, "I'll just target the summoner instead." Seeing the daggers cutting through the wind, heading right for her, Elfamina was caught off guard. Meanwhile, Faker gloated in his head. "Let's see how you defend against this, Elfamina." Elfamina quickly cast magic to block the incoming daggers. This was exactly what Faker had counted on. They were explosive daggers that would detonate upon contact with magic. Faker felt extremely smug and wore a sneering smile at the corner of his mouth. Die. But what happened next wasn't what he had planned. Elfamina nimbly dodged the flying daggers with expert, fluid grace. This gave Faker a huge fright. He was stunned to see Elfamina moving as if she were flying to avoid his blades. Faker gasped in surprise. Assassin-level skills? How? As she nimbly dodged the incoming daggers, Elfamina thought smugly. During the time I spent searching for crafting methods, I also collected a vast amount of skills. I've never been stronger than I am right now. The summoned demon unleashed a devastatingly powerful attack that put Faker in a tight spot. He had to leap to dodge the strike, struggling immensely. He let out a grunt of pain. His companions who had come with him also spoke up, wanting to help. The squinty-eyed blonde guy who had just mocked him rushed forward, saying, "Don't fight alone. We'll help you." Surprised by their sudden concern, Faker said, "Everyone." The summoned demon continued to unleash another attack. It affected many people nearby. Faker's team was struggling greatly. They cursed, "Damn it. Because of that summoned demon, we can't even get close to her." Elfamina continued to cast another skill. Dragon's Claw. Hearing that name, everyone in Faker's group was shocked by the sheer scale of the move. Blazing flames of terrifying power are hurtling toward them, moving so fast they're just a blur, practically invisible to the naked eye. A powerful dragon strike causes the very earth to shake. The scene is pure chaos, and Faker, overwhelmed, is sent flying back. He crashes hard into the ground, letting out a sharp grunt of pain. The impact is so intense that rocks and dirt explode into the air all around him. Faker struggles to pull himself up, looking toward Elfamina with a gaze of utter disbelief. This is completely insane. She just overpowered 4 high-level guild members combined. It's like she has absolute power, the kind of strength we all crave. Another fireball screams toward him, slamming dead-on into Faker. He's filled with frustration. How humiliating is this? A massive explosion rocks everything, sending debris raining down while the blinding light makes it impossible to see. Smoke and dust fill the air, and the ground is left jagged and scarred from the fierce battle. Jishuka stands before the wreckage. Everything is in ruins, leaving Jishuka and her team completely stunned. She gasps. There's nothing left. Who exactly were they fighting? One of the male guild members replies, "She took down 4 of our members all by herself, Faker included, and it looks like she can use skills from every single class." Hearing this, Jishuka grinds her teeth, thinking, she definitely has a hidden class. Furious, Jishuka clenches her fist and snaps. She dared to lay a hand on our guild members? As the strongest guild in the game, we cannot let this humiliation slide. Jishuka coldly orders, "Find her. I'm going to wipe her and anyone associated with her off the map." A new day begins at Khan's smithy. Khan sighs, his voice heavy with resignation. Grid, take a break. He stands to the side, wiping sweat from his face with a towel, watching Grid with a mix of helplessness and awe. You really don't know the meaning of the word tired, do you? Beside him, Grid is hammering away, putting every ounce of his strength into forging his gear. Grid thinks. I've been stuck in this shop for a month, but I've realized a few things. He looks at the iron bar before him, deep in thought. First off, the more you craft the same item, the less experience you gain. Second, to craft high-grade items, you need two things: either top-tier materials or a massive investment of time and effort. Third, when working with heavy metals, skill isn't the most important thing anymore. You need high strength and stamina stats. A moment later, Grid collapses onto a chair to rest. He wipes his sweat and groans. So tired. Guess I'll take a breather. In his downtime, he opens his control panel. He thinks to himself, but the stamina and stat issues aren't even a big deal, because through all this crafting, every single one of my stats has already gone up by 30. His in-game info has evolved, and his legendary blacksmith's crafting mastery has reached level 2. All stats of crafted items increase by 12%. Upon crafting a rare item, permanently gain +2 to all stats, and +30 reputation across the continent. Upon crafting an epic item, permanently gain +4 to all stats, and +80 reputation across the continent. Upon crafting a unique item, permanently gain +12 to all stats and +300 reputation across the continent. Upon crafting a legendary item, permanently gain +25 to all stats, and +1000 reputation across the continent. Looking at these stats, Grid smiles and thinks, these stubborn crafting skills, finally leveled up. Another skill appears, Legendary Blacksmith's Breath. Level 2. Increases the stats of any item you create by 2%. He turns to look at the pile of junk items and sighs. The problem is, out of 73 items, and it takes 6 hours to make just one. He slumps over, defeated. Only 3 were epic grade. What kind of legendary blacksmith am I? Grid clutches his head, screaming in frustration. He picks up a book, looking at it with a bored expression. At least I still have this list of crafting recipes. Ever since I inherited this shop, Old Man Khan gave me tons of recipes. He remembers how hard it used to be to make the old man cough up even one recipe. Suddenly, he thinks of Elfamina and wonders, wait, did that brat ever find the spell orb crafting recipe? Grid leans back in his chair, relaxing. She might be a violent, scary kid, but I never expected her to hand me such a jackpot-free materials and free crafting recipes. Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine as he imagines a scenario. Wait, what if the spell orb I make for her turns out to be common grade? My life is over. Grid panics, clutching his head as his thoughts spiral out of control. That brat is definitely going to blast me with 100 spells. What do I do? Suddenly, a voice shouts from outside. Is this Khan's smithy? The voice makes Grid jump out of his skin. The tone is exactly the same. He's convinced Elfamina has come back from the dead to settle the score. Grid stammers, Elfamina. 2 soldiers from Jashuka's guild are standing there. The one with long hair and a scar across his face asks in an irritable tone, Are you Khan? Grid stares blankly. Khan steps out and replies, I'm Khan. What do you want? The long-haired man with the scar asks, Were you the one who took part in that crafting competition with someone named Elfamina a month ago? Khan replies, Yeah, that's right. The guy with the messy hair next to him speaks up. Is she really a blacksmith? I mean, you. Did you actually see her craft the item with your own eyes? Khan is confused by the weird question, but he answers patiently, Why are you guys asking such strange things? Of course, the girl is an excellent blacksmith, but who are you to barge in here asking questions like that? The scarred, red-haired man ignores Khan's question. He continues, acting incredibly rude for someone barging into a shop. As the Tzedakah Guild, are you the only reason for that competition? Was there anyone else suspicious there? Since he didn't get an answer as fast as he wanted, he looks impatient. The scarred guy with red hair scowled impatiently, griping, Hey, old man, answer the question already. We don't have all day to waste here. Just look at how arrogant and cocky those people were. Grid felt a surge of irritation, thinking, did their ethics teacher die young or something? After giving them a sharp side-eye, Grid turned back to look at Khan. Khan might be an NPC, but he's still a person with his own thoughts and feelings. He's old enough to be your grandfather, Grid thought to himself, simmering with anger. He was furious that neither he nor Khan were being shown any respect. Who gave you guys the right to scream at him like that? The scar-faced redhead ignored him completely, disdainfully mocking the kid for defending an AI. "Don't you dare stick your nose in this," Grid snapped back, fuming. "I work here, and you guys are ruining business." The long-haired, scar-faced man scoffed at Shin's retort. Grid was livid, losing his temper. "What? Do you want me to bring offerings to the old man now?" The straight-haired man next to him grabbed the redhead by the shoulder after noticing the redhead was losing his cool. He tried to de-escalate the situation, saying, "Hey, stop it. Don't waste your time with a newbie. You've been way more hot-headed since Faker's team lost." The straight-haired man seemed more reasonable. He took a step forward and spoke politely. "Sir, we need information about someone named Elfamina. Does your successor also participate in the competition? They must know something." Khan replied, "We are only rivals in the competition. Other than that, we have no connection." Grid, standing nearby, thought to himself, "They don't realize that I'm the one who inherited Khan's legacy, probably because of how I look." The straight-haired man pulled the redhead away, saying, "Let's ask someone else. Maybe they really don't know." Grid chased after them to the door, shouting angrily, "Yeah, keep walking. Get lost, you blockheads." Khan, standing nearby, could only remark, "Looking back, that contest actually brought me a lot of benefits." Mid-sentence, customers suddenly swarmed in, asking, "Master Khan, do you have any new gear today?" Seeing customers like gifts from the heavens, Khan bragged to Grid, "Look, more customers. The items you crafted are becoming famous everywhere." Hearing that, Grid smiled happily. He was thinking about the long journey ahead to earn money. It wasn't a bad idea to keep selling his gear here to the customers he had already attracted. Grid watched Khan and the customers laughing and chatting happily. Khan was setting up the stall and haggling with passers-by. It was definitely stressful, but at least it saved him the commission fees compared to selling at the auction house. He could keep all the money he made from his crafts. If things kept going like this, he'd be rich in no time. Just as he thought that, Elfamina came to mind. He grumbled angrily, thinking, "What kind of garbage does a legendary class craft? I've been grinding for a whole month and only made junk. This game system is so unfair." At the corporate headquarters, an employee said to the boss, "Sir, please take a look at this email." The boss read it, muttering to himself, "Are you guys rigging the crafting success rates? Answer me." On the big screen, the customer service ticket was displayed. To the game developers, "My class is the Legendary Blacksmith," emphasizing the word legendary. "Why can't I craft a legendary grade item? I mean, over the past month, I've crafted 73 items, and not a single one was legendary. Fine, I could accept that if I lacked the skill, but I haven't even made a single unique item. Out of 73 items, only 3 were epic grade. You're trying to keep me down, aren't you? Answer me. Are you messing with the crafting rates?" The employee read it out loud. "This game maker is absolute trash. Should I write a tutorial just to sacrifice this stuff?" Choi Nahi, unable to stand it anymore, walked over and stopped him. "Don't read that anymore." The mushroom-haired guy was confused. But why is he acting like that? Shouldn't the rate increase as the player levels up? Choi Nahi replied calmly. She spoke sharply. "The reason is simple. He doesn't know this, but despite owning a legendary class, he has absolutely no understanding of the game mechanics." The mushroom-haired employee argued, "But it's still ridiculous. With a legendary skill set, and he only crafted 3 high-tier items out of 73? It's no wonder he sent a complaint." Choi Nahi said seriously, "That is the crux of the problem. I am certain of one thing. This is not a bug or anything like that." Scene shifts to Grid walking down the street. Choi Nahi's thoughts continued. Even with a legendary class, he is still incredibly unlucky. Grid sighed with dissatisfaction, as if complaining to the world. Holding his personal notebook, Grid calculated the money he made from selling level 60 weapons and armor, about 1,079 gold, which is about 1,294,801. Grid thought intently, "This is what I earn working 5 or 6 hours a day. I wonder what it would be like if I went full-time." After thinking for a while without a real plan, Grid stomped his feet in frustration and whined. "My parents just don't understand me at all," he thought. "If I want to convince them, I have to prove it by selling the Sword of Greed to make money." But the requirement was a high-level dagger proficiency that no one had reached yet. Grid sighed. As long as no one could use it, he couldn't sell it. "Guess I'll have to go to the employment office again." Suddenly, a flyer flew out of nowhere and smacked Grid right in the face. He groaned, grabbed the paper, and read it. "Best Gaming Lounge, number 109. All members get a 30% lifetime discount. Comfortable gaming chairs, instant ramen, eggs included." Grid was stunned. Lifetime discount? Starting today? This is my chance. He bolted toward the gaming lounge, thinking, the sign-up fee is 6,000. 30% off means. Wait, wait, wait. Grid ran while panting, but nothing could stop him from reaching his true love as fast as possible. He was overjoyed. I'll camp out at the gaming lounge from morning till night, and play at home at night. From now on, this place is my office. Grid reached the lounge. He cheered happily. Goodbye to the days of going to the office. And just like that, Grid became a full-time in-game blacksmith. Scene shifts to sometime later at Khan's smithy. The voices of customers pushing and shoving filled the air, causing a massive commotion. Me next. Me too. How are you sold out already? The customers scrambled, asking for the items crafted by the master blacksmith. Time jumped to a while later, at Khan's smithy. The sound of customers scrambling and pushing against each other created a chaotic, noisy atmosphere. Me next. Me too. How can you be sold out already? Customers were shoving each other, clamoring to ask how he could have sold out of all the items crafted by the master blacksmith. Forging nameless gear. So what? A curious female customer, completely clueless, turned to the person next to her. Is the equipment that guy makes really that good? The male customer next to her beamed. You don't know? Whatever he sells, it flies off the shelves. It's a bit pricey, but every penny is worth it. Its effectiveness is 20% higher than identical gear of the same level. An impatient-looking customer pushed forward, asking, Master Khan, where is that blacksmith? We want to trade with him. Please, just tell us. Master Khan, sitting at the counter, reluctantly scratched his chin. He thought to himself, how am I supposed to answer that? He turned toward the back with a conflicted look. Even though the kid poured his heart and soul into crafting, the daily output was still limited, and the kid still didn't want to reveal his identity. Ever since that day, Khan had been bombarded with similar questions from curious people. Meanwhile, Grid was working hard at his anvil. Of course, no one suspected that the young man hammering away inside was the very person they were all looking for. Status window character name, Grid. Level, 45. Class, Pagma's Successor. Title, one who carries the legendary fate. First to create a unique item. Dexterity, plus 200. Night Slayer. Stamina, plus 100. Strength, plus 30. Messenger of Justice. All stats, plus 10. HP. 2,964 out of 2,964. Mana, 243 out of 243. Skill points, 240. Weight, 842 out of 4,960. Strength, 350. Endurance, 116. Stamina, 368. Composure, 100. Agility, 152. Indomitable, 108. Intelligence, 125. Dignity, 100. Dexterity, 425. Insight, 100. Legendary Blacksmith's Masterpiece. Number of masterpieces remaining, 5 out of 6. Success rate for adding effects when crafting items, greatly increased. Success rate for item enhancement, greatly increased. You can equip any item you want, but equipment stats may decrease depending on the level difference with the character. Reputation gain rate and gold gain rate, greatly increased. Enchantment success rate and gold gain rate, greatly increased. Unique skill, Legendary Blacksmith's Craftsmanship. Level 2. All stats of items you craft increase by 12%. When you craft a rare item, permanently gain 2 points to all stats and 80 reputation points throughout the continent. When you craft an epic item, permanently gain 4 points to all stats and 80 reputation points throughout the continent. When you craft a unique item, permanently gain 12 points to all stats and 300 reputation points throughout the continent. When you craft a legendary item, permanently gain 25 points to all stats and 1,000 reputation points throughout the continent. A special event will occur after 5 legendary items are crafted. Legendary Blacksmith's Creation. Every time this skill levels up, you can craft 3 unique item recipes, currently 5 out of 6. The creator's name will automatically be recorded in the description of items made with this skill. Legendary Blacksmith's Breath, Level 2, increases all stats of items you craft by 7%. Allows you to craft any item if you have the crafting recipe and the item in hand. Grid stood up, stretching his back. Whew. Ever since he started working, full-time, in the game room, he'd been grinding 15 hours a day. Thanks to that, his crafting output had doubled, and today was the day all that effort would pay off. He'd made this armor based on the recipe Khan taught him, Most importantly, the materials cost him 15% of his assets, 483 gold. This is the most passionate investment I've ever made. I don't want 20 hours of constant hammering to go to waste. Grid thought, tensed up. Just as he attached the final plate to the armor, Grid prayed silently, "Jabez, please be legendary grade, or unique grade at least." A blinding light flashed from the armor. The armor was complete, fine-crafted heavy armor. Durability, 272 out of 272. Defense, 303. Movement speed, -6%. Small chance to completely ignore damage from piercing attacks. Required level, 120 plus. Strength, 380 plus. Stamina, 400 plus. Heavy armor proficiency, high. Rarity, epic. Grid grabbed his head in frustration. Damn it, he pulled at his hair. Why is my luck so rotten? Master Khan, standing nearby, quickly comforted him. Don't be sad. The rarity is already higher than what was calculated in the recipe. Grid had to let it go and asked, "It's so frustrating. I wonder how much this will sell for." Master Khan replied, "It's hard to say. I think you should take it to the auction house. Knights will be very interested. I've seen them parading in the armor they wear before. Whatever they wore, it certainly wasn't as high quality as this armor." Grid muttered, "An auction, huh?" He looked at the armor and thought, that's probably the only way. Thanks to the two skills, breath and craftsmanship being activated, its stats were 20% higher than normal. Besides, it had another secondary effect. The average level of a knight is around 180. I hope this level 120 armor can still grab their attention. Master Khan smiled and said, "This is a good opportunity. The auction will be held at the castle. And there's no fee at all. What do you think?" Grid happily said, "I've been stuck in this shop for so long. I'm bored. I need to get out and get some fresh air." Master Khan said, "The auction takes place in 2 days. I'll take the chance to make a few more items to sell." Grid was extremely excited. He replied, "Of course. This time, I'll definitely craft a legendary piece of gear." 2 days later, on the day of departure, standing in front of the shop door, Master Khan said goodbye. "Take care of yourself." Seeing Grid's haggard face, Master Khan quickly encouraged him. "Cheer up. You'll definitely make it next time." He took out a badge and said, "Take this. With this, you can participate in the auction. Once they see it, no one there will dare to look down on you." When he touched the badge, Grid received a notification. "You have received Khan's air badge." Khan quickly added, "But auctions are like gambling. If you don't have any luck, don't be sad. Just consider it a learning experience." Hearing that, Grid sighed and said, "Haha, has my life ever been lucky?" He said his goodbyes to Master Khan, promising to meet again. Although the main purpose of the auctions was to find good equipment for knights, in reality, it was a place to find talented blacksmiths. It was always like that. The Annex Hall of Winston Castle was a gathering place for hundreds of blacksmiths from all over. They always wanted to grab the Lord's attention and be chosen to present their items to him. Grid looked around and exclaimed, "There are so many blacksmiths here, both players and NPCs. When will I officially take over the forge? I'll come back here later to hire some staff." The manager announced, "The auction is about to begin. Please set your starting bids and confirm your items." Grid opened his control panel and thought to himself, time to set up the auction. First, I'll list the armor and those epic grade gauntlets I just crafted. Right before he left, the stats for the gauntlets popped up. Flawless gauntlets, epic grade. Durability, 83 out of 83. Defense, 29. Attack speed, plus 4%. Accuracy, plus 8%. Requirements, level 120 or higher. Agility, 100 or higher. Grid thought, the problem is, I have no idea how to set a starting bid. Too cheap and it's not worth it. Too expensive and no one will buy it. What should I do? While Grid was lost in thought, suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey there, is something wrong?" A young man with white hair greeted Grid. "Nice to meet you. My name is Stan, and I'm a blacksmith. Looking at you, I take it this is your first time at an auction? Is there anything I can help you with?" Grid looked at him, dazed, thinking, he's a player, but I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. After thinking, he replied, "I don't know how to set a reasonable starting bid." Stan replied, "Really? Did your master send you here without giving you any instructions? Usually they'd have to explain things like this." A quest info box appeared for Stan. Master's Commission, Rank C. Blacksmith Rosvan has entrusted you with a task that only his apprentice could handle. Completion conditions. Sell items crafted by Razvan at the auction. Reward, 20 gold. Grid asked, puzzled. "Wait, you didn't come here to sell your own work? But your master's instead?" Stan shook his head. How could I? The stuff I make doesn't even have a chance to be sold at the castle. Everything here is top tier, he said, then excitedly showed off to Grid. But my master's skills are top-notch. Look, this is a rare-grade greatsword, level 190, crafted by my master. Grid felt a bit helpless. He thought, for normal players, NPCs, only give out crafting recipes once they finish a quest. Looking at the excited kid with a rare item, he thought, youth, truly naive. He then asked, can I take a look at your master's item? Grid was extremely allergic to Stan's attitude. He thought, not a chance, but replied, no, it's just, could you tell me what the starting price for level 120 defensive gear should be? Seeing Grid dodge the question, Stan didn't press him further. He just said, with a hint of disappointment, you don't want to? I'm honestly so curious. For regular grade items, the price is around 300 gold. What about epic grade items? Stan was completely stunned. Wait, your master can craft epic grade items? That's amazing. Stan didn't slack off and quickly estimated, without factoring in extra effects. Epic equipment usually goes for 600 gold for a pair of gauntlets and around 1,800 gold for a suit of armor. Grid quickly calculated. 1,800 gold corresponds to 2,880,000 won. Subtract the material costs, and I'll profit about 2 million won. Definitely worth the week I spent grinding at the PC Bang. A smug smile slowly spread across his face to the point it looked a bit inhumane. At this rate, I'll pay off that 10 million won debt soon. No more backbreaking labor. Once he thought that, he returned to his normal expression. When he turned his head back, he saw Stan retreating cautiously with an unreadable expression on his face. Grid asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Stan stammered, your face. I think you should just set the price already. Grid heard that and thought, done. I've set the prices for everything. Now I just have to wait. He put all his expectations on their wallets. Cut to the auction room. The manager said, and now, the final item of the day. The customers there were a bit disappointed, saying, it's over already? There was nothing impressive this time. Only 3 items were even worth considering. 2 picky-looking guests remarked, those pieces of trash are going to ruin Princess Irene's reputation. A guest next to them added, what could you possibly find in this rural backwater anyway? The manager stayed calm and introduced, my lords, do not worry. The final item will not disappoint you. The apprentice of the blacksmith Razvan has brought us the magic-conducting longsword. The guests there immediately stirred. Oh, did you say Razvan? Thank heaven. We've been waiting for him for so long. The first customer quickly bid. I'll buy that for 1,000 gold. Other customers quickly chimed in. Don't even dream of it. It's mine. 1,150 gold. Nonsense. I'm boldly bidding 1,200 gold. While the situation was getting heated, a maid approached and whispered something to the manager. A moment later, she said, ladies and gentlemen, please, stay calm. We have just received information about a new item being listed. Switch to Grid. Stan held his shoulder and shook him to wake him up. Mr. Grid, please wake up. Grid, groggy, mumbled. Stan said. They're announcing the results. Grid stretched and exclaimed, good grief, why does it always take this long? Stan said, the knight's evaluation standards are always high, you know. She's coming. The manager announced the results. Out of the 10 items listed by Grid, only 6 of them passed. Everyone was confused by this news. What? Only 6 items? A female blacksmith said sadly. I brought 7 items. Yet. The manager listed the specific names on the list. Miss Clarice's necklace sold for 453 gold. Sir Green's light armor sold for 189 gold. Sir Piglet's recovery potion sold for 15 gold per bottle, and Sir Stan's sword sold for 1,900 gold. Stan was overjoyed and extremely excited. He shouted, yes! The items my master made are selling for a good price. He's going to be so happy, right, Grid? Grid scowled, his face darkening with annoyance. Ask him yourself, kid. Stang shrunk back, looking intimidated. Grid fumed internally, cursing, damn it. Who would have thought that trash the kid brought would sell for such a high price? I'm so pissed. Suddenly, the manager stepped forward and asked, excuse me, is Lord Grid here? He quickly replied, yeah, I'm here. She continued, our manager wants to meet you. Please, follow me. Me? Why me? Grid asked, looking clueless. Suddenly, Stan tapped him on the shoulder and said, go with her, Grid. You're in for a surprise. Stan flashed a friendly smile. Grid, confused, was suddenly transported to an office. As he stepped inside, he scanned his surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, Now, this is what I call a manager's office. We DT4. It's so luxurious. The manager who accompanied him turned to the head official. Sir, I've brought Grid here, she said, gesturing to the arm he had sold at auction. The manager gave a soft smile. So, you're Grid, aren't you? Please, take a seat. You've successfully replicated Khan's craftsmanship. It's quite impressive for someone your age. As a maid approached to pour tea for Grid, the manager continued. I've heard rumors about a young blacksmith who bravely risked his life to save Winston. He leaned back in his chair and added, exemplary character, paired with boundless talent. Khan has really trained a decent apprentice, Grid scoffed internally. He didn't do anything, it was all me. The manager made his offer. We'll purchase your items for 5,500 gold. And there's one more thing. We want to commission you to craft equipment for our army. When Grid heard the price, he froze. Tea spilled right out of his mouth. 5,500 gold? Grid panicked. That's 6.6 million won in just 1 week. I just made more than 2.5 months' worth of salary from my labor office job. Grid quickly calmed himself down. Stay cool. There's something even more important than the auction money. Wait a minute, Grid said. Our smithy is always busy. Crafting gear for an entire army? That's impossible. The manager replied, Is that so? An hour later, Grid was deep in thought. Based on this auction, I've reached a conclusion, even though it takes more time. The higher the item grade, the more money I make. For now, I should just turn him down. The manager spoke up, sounding reluctant. I understand. Crafting such an item must require a lot of time and effort. All right then, how about you craft equipment just for the knights? However, the gear you provide must be of equal or higher quality than those auction items. He continued. I realize this is a difficult task, so naturally, the pay will be 10% higher than what you received today. This is just a small proposal, but once you accept, I expect you to see it through to the end. What? Epic grade gear? Grid thought. I'm not stupid. Even if I worked 20 hours a day, I'm not sure I could pump one out. I'll obviously get penalized. Who would be dumb enough to take this quest just for a little extra cash? The door opened. Shifting the scene to a different time, the sunset cast a glow everywhere. Grid stepped out, dazed, with a new badge. Quest. Deal with Manager Velati. Maintain a contract to craft items for Manager Velati. Epic grade. Level 100, 2,000, 180 gold. Within 1 week. Reward. Varies by item quality. Failure. Contract cancelled. All related quests deleted. Grid felt a headache coming on. I can't believe I actually accepted it. I really need the money right now. Since I've already made those 2 epic items, there's no reason I can't finish this task. Each piece takes 20 hours to make. I'll do my best to finish in a week. Grid turned back toward the castle, suddenly recalling the scene. Stan smiling and encouraging him, go with her, you might be surprised. Grid felt a pang of guilt. That kid was genuinely happy for me, and I didn't even get to say goodbye. Regardless, the auction was a huge success. From now on, Grid shouted with excitement. I'm rich. Status window. Character name, Grid. Level 45. Class, Pagma's descendant. Title, Legend Maker. First person to create a unique item. Dexterity plus 200. Night Slayer. Stamina plus 100. Strength plus 30. Messenger of Justice. All stats plus 10. HP 2000. 964 2000. 964. Weight 8 424,000. 960. Stamina 376. Calmness 108. Agility 160. Indomitable 1016. Intelligence 133. Dignity 108. Dexterity 433. Clarity 108. Persistence 124. Bravery 52. For months, Count Steim had been aggressively hunting and eliminating the remnants of the Yatan Church, an extremist cult that specialized in kidnapping and sacrificing innocent virgins. Count Steim's daughter, Irene, had been kidnapped by them before, and during her rescue, the Steim family's strongest guard, Doran, was killed. However, the war in the northern region of Winston had taken a turn. Or, to be more precise, the battle was at a stalemate. Even the general on the Count's side had to sigh. These heretics are so stubborn. But just then, a female warrior suddenly appeared. As soon as the soldiers noticed the stranger, one of them shouted, "Watch out, someone's coming." It was the Blood Witch, Yura, appearing on the battlefield. As she advanced, she observed the scene silently. The enemy force is huge. This is going to take quite a while. At that moment, a quest notification was sent to Yura. 8th Servant, Class, SS. Rescue the apostles under attack by the Steim army and become the 8th servant of the Yatan Church. Reward. Position of 8th servant. 8th servant. Gain skill. Infinite faith. Preaching. Heavenly punishment. Quest failure. -5 levels. -1000. Faith. Receiving such a daunting task, Yura's resolve hardened. It's not easy to get an SS-class quest. I have to complete it, no matter what. Yura recalled the sight of Agnes watching her with such wariness. An extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up inside her. She remembered that same feeling when she clashed with Agnes, the 7th-ranked player. It was the helplessness of facing someone who possessed an epic-grade class. This only fueled Yura's determination. She surged forward, each step charged with raw, intense power. Seeing this, the Count's soldiers grew anxious and shouted, "What? What is she trying to do? Everyone, prepare to defend." But Yura only had one thought in mind. She rushed forward with surging determination. "I need more power. I need even more." As soon as she reached the front of the Steim army, Yura leaped into the air. Then, she unleashed a powerful punch, aimed straight at the giant orb behind them. With unwavering focus, Yura silently committed to becoming the top ranker. Charging forward with overwhelming determination, she needed more power. As she reached the front of the Steim army, Yura leaped high into the air. She then unleashed a powerful punch, aiming straight for the giant orb behind her with unwavering resolve, vowing to become the top tanker. The scene shifts to Winston Castle. A voice rings out from inside, panicked. Reporting to Lady Irene, the total number of casualties is 412, including 5 knights who were severely wounded. Hearing this, Irene slammed her hand on her chair in anger and critiqued, "The enemy only had 150 soldiers. How could my army of 1,000 elite troops and 8 knights be defeated by them?" The soldier immediately offered his theory. "From what I've heard, the enemy has someone extremely powerful. I believe it's one of the 7 gods." Hearing this, Irene fell into deep thought. She looked at the ring she was wearing around her neck. Clutching it, Irene whispered to herself, "Dora, I will avenge you." Irene immediately ordered the troops to reorganize and prepare to march again. The scene shifts elsewhere. The system displays information about a sword, highly durable longsword. Durability, 250 out of 250. Attack power, 200. Requirement, level 160 or higher. Strength, over 950. Intermediate sword mastery. Rarity, common. Seeing this, Khan tried to comfort Grid. Even though the rarity isn't high, it's still a good sword." But Grid didn't look excited at all when he received the sword. Instead, he shouted back at Old Man Khan, "Are you kidding me? It's common grade." This startled Khan, who yelled, "Whoa, don't scream like that, you're scaring me." Grid just held his head and lamented, "I could only afford enough materials for 7 swords. And now I've wasted 1 attempt. Only 6 tries left. What if I fail all 6? Khan suggested, "Well, if you sell it, you'll get back 800 gold. But Grid still looked dissatisfied. That's still a loss. The material cost was 950 gold. Facing Grid's cynicism, Khan still smiled optimistically, encouraging him, "You're someone who can pour your heart and soul into your work. Spending 20 hours straight forging an item, perseverance pays off. Don't give up." Hearing this, Grid could only offer a forced laugh. Heh. Alright, I hope you're right. The following days dragged on. Another sword appeared, identical to the last, but this time, the stats provided by the system showed a slight improvement. Highly durable, longsword. Durability, 250 out of 250. Attack power, 200. Requirement, level 160 or higher. Strength, over 950. Intermediate sword mastery. Rarity, common. Then, a scene familiar from previous days played out. Khan felt a bit awkward. "If you sell it, you'll get 8. Before Khan could finish, Grid roared, "You scammer. Shut up." He was so frustrated that he ran outside to yell at the game company. "Hey, you trash developers, stop lowering the rates. Haven't I been unlucky enough already? Do you want me to sue you guys?" After his outburst, Grid cried while clenching his fists, screaming inside, "I'm going crazy. The legendary blacksmith. I've only got 5 chances left." After his screaming fit, Grid dove back into forging. As he hammered, he thought to himself, "Unique or legendary, anything is fine." A moment later, Grid held a sword in his hand with rare rarity. But even so, Grid was very dissatisfied and cursed. "What the hell? Are you joking?" Even during dinner, he tried to act like he was okay. But his heart was shattered. He tried to look stable, but deep down, he was drowning in sorrow. Seeing this, Shinsei felt helpless, not knowing what to say. Another day passed. For some reason, not only did Grid's forging skills not improve, but he only managed to forge another common sword. This time, Grid really wanted to quit. Should I just drop the game at this point? Thinking that, Grid channeled all his anger into the forging process. Fine, I don't care anymore. Whatever happens, happens. A week later, Khan carefully checked the swords Grid had forged, 2 epics, 1 rare, and 3 commons. After reviewing the products, he turned to remind Grid, "You're still missing 1 epic, but this is still pretty good." Seeing Grid didn't respond, Khan changed the subject. "So, this is the last sword. Are you okay?" Finally, Grid replied. He gave Khan a hollow look and countered, "Look at my face. Do I look okay? There's nothing left to cry about." Seeing this sorrowful expression, Khan scolded him. Why is the successor to Pagma's will so pessimistic and weak? But Grid had reached the peak of pessimism and feigned ignorance. Who the heck is Pagma? I don't know him. Even though his hands were busy forging, Grid had already anticipated the terrible result to come. The last sword is going to be junk anyway. He worked on instinct, but his heart had no hope left. What's the point of whining and trying so hard? When I'm done, I'll just log out and go to work. Just as he finished his thought, Grid assembled the sword to the hilt. At that exact moment, the sword in his hand suddenly glowed, making Grid complain. "Damn it, don't give me a heart attack, you piece of junk." But he didn't know that outside the smithy, the sky was covered in dark clouds. A lightning bolt suddenly struck down. It hit the roof of the smithy directly. Inside, Grid's sword absorbed the power that the lightning bolt transmitted. Witnessing this strange sight, Grid couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What the heck is happening?" he stammered. "I quit. Just leave me alone." Before he could even finish his sentence, he froze at the system notification window that popped up. Failure's sword. Durability. 365 out of 365. Attack power. 356. Attack speed plus 6%. Accuracy plus 10%. Counter-attack rate plus 10%. Increases additional damage. On hit equal to the target's level, plus 200. Skill activated. Perfect failure. Requirements. Level 160 or higher. Strength 950 or higher. Mastery. Advanced Swordsmanship Level 2. Rarity. Legendary. While Grid was still stunned, the system kept sending congratulations. You have crafted a legendary item. All stats increased by 25. Fame increased by 1,000 across the continent. You have achieved the title, the only person to create a legendary item. Even now, Grid was in shock, not knowing how to react beyond pure surprise. His eyes, wide and bewildered, turned to beg for help from old Khan. But in reality, Khan's reaction was even more dramatic than Grid's. The old man was so shocked he froze up and started foaming at the mouth. And just 3 seconds later, he collapsed flat on the floor, leaving Grid helplessly standing in the shop that had been so quiet just a moment ago. Now, only Grid's desperate screaming filled the room. "Old man, don't you dare die. I haven't finished my job quest yet." Back at Irene's castle, bad news arrived. "I sincerely apologize, Lady Irene. Our second army has been defeated again." Irene looked out the window and asked, "Is it that person you call a god again?" Hearing this, Phoenix could only bow his head in confirmation. "My lady, unfortunately, that is correct." At that moment, Irene turned to Phoenix with a sorrowful gaze. "I understand. Then the only key to winning this war is to defeat that person." Phoenix immediately replied, "That is correct. However, we need reinforcements right now. Otherwise, we cannot send out any more troops." Hearing this, Irene grew even more despondent. "There's truly no other way, but I will not give up on avenging Dora." While she was feeling so depressed, she suddenly spotted a young man swimming around in the fountain below. This left Irene completely baffled. "Huh? Who is that?" As for Grid, after fumbling around for a bit, he cheered excitedly, "Jackpot." He looked at the gold coin he had just fished out with affection and said happily, Hey, 1 gold coin. The first time I've ever found money." Just then, the manager rushed in from outside, calling out, "Lady Irene, are you in there?" Seeing this, Irene pointed out the window and told the manager, "You've come at the right time. There's a strange man in the garden." Hearing this, the manager spoke up urgently. "Oh, so you've seen him? His name is Grid. You need to meet him immediately." Irene looked confused. "Grid, you say?" Afterward, everyone quickly moved to the main hall. In the hall, Grid was invited to meet Irene, and the manager began the introductions. "I suggested to this young man that he craft 3 swords for us after the auction. He was also the one who stood up against the tyranny of the Marrow Company. Hearing this, Irene said happily, "Oh, the legendary blacksmith? I had intended to meet you, but I've been so busy, I haven't had the honor yet." Faced with Irene's warm welcome, Grid felt incredibly annoyed. Just give me the reward already. Where did I see her before? Anyway. Just then, the manager prepared to unveil the sword while calling out to Irene. "Look at this sword. He is the one who made it." He ripped the cloth off and said, "Here, please see for yourself." As soon as the sword appeared, it emitted a blinding light. Irene couldn't hide her shock, and even Phoenix gasped an exclamation. "The power radiating from it is unbelievable," Lady Irene exclaimed excitedly. "How could he possibly create something so magnificent?" Seeing them all gasping, Grid cut straight to the point. "Let's get down to business. How much will you pay? I remember you said you would. Pay more than the item's true value, right?" Looking at the sword with terrifying power in front of her, Irene couldn't hide her awe, an unthinkable weapon. "With this, we can definitely." Just thinking that, she quickly called out, "Sir Phoenix." Irene looked at Phoenix with expectant eyes and asked, "If I entrust this sword to you, could you stand against the gods?" Gaining the lady's trust, Phoenix replied firmly, "I am certain I can face them. I can defeat them." Hearing this, Irene stood up, satisfied. She walked toward Grid and said, "Very well, then there is no need for hesitation." Irene confidently reached out toward Grid and ordered, "Manager, buy this sword at any price. I must have it." Afterward, she took the initiative to say to Grid, "Your name is Grid, correct? We should see each other more often." But as Irene stepped closer, Grid looked extremely surprised. He stared intently at the ring she was wearing around her neck and thought, "That ring, I've definitely seen it before." Unexpectedly, before 5 seconds had passed, Grid quickly brushed that question aside. He took Irene's hand, lost in his own happy thoughts. "Who cares? I like this lady. She thinks big and is generous, plus, her pockets are deep too." A while later, Grid was in the waiting room. The manager walked in and said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Grid." Seeing this, Grid replied irritably, "Hurry it up. I've been hammering all day and I'm exhausted." The manager replied sympathetically, "I understand. You must have poured all your strength and spirit into creating that masterpiece." Even so, Grid kept a guarded expression and warned, "Don't even think about skimming off the top. I spent about 1,000 gold coins on each of those swords." Just then, the manager proposed a price. "We will purchase the sword for 220,000 gold." Hearing this, Grid's face twisted in disbelief. He thought, 220 gold would be reasonable, but suddenly, he felt like something was off. Seeing his reaction, the manager happily clarified, not 220, but 220,000 gold. After careful discussion, we decided to make this sword a family heirloom of the Stein family. At that moment, Grid didn't answer. He just sat there, completely stunned and motionless. Seeing him suddenly turn to leave, the manager calls out in a panic, "Wait, please, don't be offended. Is the amount really that low? Winston's annual revenue is only 170,000 gold. That's the largest sum we can possibly offer." But little did he know, Grid was actually bursting with joy, his eyes welling up with tears. 220,000 gold. That's 264 million won. After paying off my debts, I'll still have 254 million left. Grid's mind raced. Wait, but if I put it up for auction online, maybe I could get even more? No, right now, no one has the requirements to use it. Just sell it and get it over with. Thinking that, Grid felt like he was on cloud 9. He thought, after 26 years of living a miserable life, my time to shine is finally here. I can go to my high school reunion in a luxury car, wearing expensive clothes, and I can finally confess to my old crush, Orang, once again. Spring has truly come to me. After a moment of thought, he finally decided to seal the deal. "All right, I accept your offer." Hearing this, the manager was overjoyed. That's a wise decision. With that, he handed Grid a box. Seeing 3 glittering stones inside, Grid asked curiously what they were. The manager immediately explained, "These are blue Ogradan stones, a rare mineral. I believe they will be useful to you." At that moment, it clicked for Grid. "Oh, these are the materials I need for the quest. I need 15 of those fragments to start forging." Thankfully, the transaction was complete. The manager finally smiled in relief, saying, "Excellent. Our business here is finished." At the same time, a quest notification popped up. Quest completed. Received 234,000 gold from selling the 3 swords. Received 3 blue Ogradan fragments. Received the title, Prominent Figure of Winston. Then, the system began to explain the title. Prominent figure of Winston, a title awarded to artisans recognized by the leader of Winston. Items crafted by the holder of this title will have a higher value in Winston and be entirely tax-exempt. Seeing this, Grid exclaimed in delight, "Oh, nice!" Having received such an awesome title, he pumped his fists in excitement. "I won't have to pay taxes when I inherit the blacksmith shop. Awesome! Perfect!" After collecting his rewards, Grid said, "Well then, I'll be going." And just like that, in a heartbeat, Grid logged out of the game with a joyful thought, "Goodbye for now, I can't wait to tell everyone." As soon as he exited the game, Grid hurried home. As he ran, he thought, "I'm rich," or so Grid thought. However, he had calculated wrong. Even though no current player had the ability to use the sword, in the future, a few months from now, someone would reach the high-level swordsmanship mastery. Based on the quality of gear currently on the market, his legendary-grade sword would be worth at least a few billion won. But for now, Grid didn't foresee any of that and happily ran home. Of course, it was undeniable that this was a milestone, marking the beginning of a new life for him. In the brightly lit apartment building, Grid called out excitedly, "I'm home." As he stepped inside, Youngwoo announced excitedly, "Mom, Dad, Sei-hee, our family is moving up in the world. I finally." But contrary to his joyful mood, his whole family was shrouded in gloom. Seeing this, Grid asked worriedly, "What's going on? Why is everyone so sad? What happened?" At that moment, Shin Se-hee called out with teary eyes, "Brother, the debt Dad guaranteed is 800 million, won." And the night settled over the city with a bone-chilling cold. Grid's family was anxious about the huge debt, and his mother looked completely devastated. Suddenly, his father spoke up, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll borrow from relatives and sell the house. If we scrape everything together, we can probably pay back about 400 million. The father's depressed mood was clear to see. His eyes were full of helplessness. He said, "Everything happened so suddenly. I don't even know what to say." Seeing his father so heartbroken while he couldn't help yet, Grid felt a pang in his heart. He thought to himself, "I can't believe it. Dad is always so stoic, but now he's so discouraged. He looks so sad." Suddenly, his father looked at his two children for a moment and then spoke to his daughter. "I'm sorry, Sehei. That money was supposed to be for your college tuition and your future." Hearing this, Grid froze. He waited, but his father didn't mention him, while his younger sister beside him was already tearing up. Not hearing his own name mentioned made Grid find it strange, so he asked, "What about me? I'm your son too, aren't I?" His father simply replied. Seeing his father being so indifferent toward him, he felt helpless. Does he think of me as a leech? Meanwhile, Sei-hee was heartbreakingly mature. She looked at her parents and said, "Instead of college, I'll find a part-time job to help the family." Hearing her say that made both his parents feel guilty. They hugged Shin Se-hee, crying. Her father said, "What are you saying? Dad will make sure you get a proper education, no matter what." Her mother couldn't hold back her tears either, sobbing as she held her. "Oh, my poor baby." Se-hee, such a good girl, hugged her parents and choked back tears, saying, "It's okay, Mom, Dad." Youngwoo saw the three of them hugging so tightly and felt helpless, too. But looking at their current situation, he thought, it's understandable. At school, Sei-hee was always a top student. It would be a waste to let her drop out in the middle of it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Grid stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and said loudly, "Mom, Dad, I'll take care of the money. The whole family will support Sei-hee so she can keep going to school." Faced with Youngwoo's confident declaration, the three of them stared at him blankly, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Their looks were a bit skeptical, and they just turned back to hug each other and continue crying. "Tomorrow, I'll find work elsewhere. I'll go work at the restaurant. Yeah, and I'll get a part-time job on the weekends." Feeling completely ignored, Grid became more serious. He shouted at his family, "Everyone, stop ignoring me. I really earned some money. 200 million won." Hearing about such a huge amount, the three of them turned to look at him with expressions of utter disbelief. This time, Grid was truly serious. He looked at his parents firmly and thought, "It's time for me to become the pillar of the family. I'm an adult now. I have to fulfill my responsibilities as the eldest son." Cut 2. At Irene's castle, she cherished a sword in her hands before carefully handing it over to someone else. Irene said, "Lord Phoenix, I entrust this sword to you. To destroy our enemies, the Phoenix Church accepted the sword from Princess Irene and swore their vows. I, Phoenix, swear to bring glory to the north and to Count Steim." Hearing this, it seemed the Count was at ease. Irene immediately ordered the troops to mobilize. "Bring me the head of that cultist." Despite entrusting the sword to Phoenix, Irene still looked quite anxious. She thought to herself, The enemy force may only be 150 men, but they are led by one of the 7 malignant saints. I cannot underestimate them. The battle lines were already set. A large number of soldiers were ready for combat. 12 knights led 1,500 soldiers. With such a massive difference in numbers, victory should be certain. Phoenix sat on his horse, looking majestic. He shouted his orders. Be brave. I, the strongest knight of the north, Phoenix, will fight alongside you. In a corner, seeing the fierce army approaching, someone spoke up. Look, it's the Saintess Yura. The heretics are here to challenge us again. A man smiled cunningly and said to Yura, Haha, in the name of the followers of God Yatan, we will sacrifice them. Lady Yura, please command the ground defense. We will provide support from up here with magic. Yura stared intensely at the people wearing the armor and wielding the blades. She thought to herself, I know this church well, especially the 7 malignant saints. Every one of them is rotten to the core. Thinking this, she felt helpless and deeply regretted taking this mission. But if she wanted to obtain the hidden class like Agnes or Katz, she had no choice. She leaped off the cliff, appearing right before Phoenix's group. Phoenix was startled to see her. He immediately shouted, She's here, one of the 7 evil cultists. Your demonic tricks end here today. From now on, you won't be able to harm any more innocent people. Yura watched them rushing toward her, thinking to herself that they saw her as no different from those other malignant saints. I suppose it's true, since I've done so many evil things myself. Thinking this, Yura quickly began casting her magic. She created a purple sphere. Then she shouted, Lord of Darkness, show your power. Instantly, a strange purple light enveloped Yura and the sphere, radiating a terrifyingly fierce aura. Seeing this anomaly, Phoenix suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky and whispered, The sky is. Meanwhile, Yura was still looking at them with the sphere in her hands, telling herself she had to protect the followers. With that thought, Yura immediately unleashed a powerful attack toward the sky. Dark, black, gale. Yura calmly pulled back after the strike, confident in her ability, thinking, this should be enough to wipe out 14 troops. She didn't have to wait long. As the smoke cleared, Phoenix appeared on his horse right in front of her. Seeing this, Yura's eyes widened in shock. No way! The leader blocked that attack? With the distance too close, Yura only had time to cast a defensive spell, Diamond Shield. But Phoenix seemed determined to crush the tiny girl. He growled, Don't you dare lay a finger on my troops. Phoenix's eyes flashed with disgust. He shouted, Your opponent is me. With that, Phoenix unleashed a skill, Perfected Fourth Form. At that exact moment, Yura's defensive barrier shattered into pieces. Yura couldn't hide her shock at such power. The Diamond Shield, which can withstand even a boss's attack, was destroyed by a single sword strike from this guy. She could only stammer, Impossible. Yura refused to lose to that sword. She immediately cast magic to counterattack. Nether. It was a dark magic spell that caused the target to fall into a state of panic. The surprise attack startled Phoenix because the distance was too close, and his horse shrieked in pain. He looked at the girl and gave a smug smile. A bold move, but it's not enough. Seeing Phoenix was still unharmed, Yura was shocked once again that her attack had no effect on him. It has no effect? Why? While Yura was still in shock, Phoenix began using his sword again. He cast the skill Perfected Fourth Form once more and aimed at the girl. Perfected Fourth Form. All stats increase by 200% for 2 minutes. The user gains resistance to all status ailments for the duration of the skill. The user loses control of their body for 2 seconds after activation. Defense and magic resistance decrease by 30%, and the user cannot move. Cooldown, 3,000 seconds. Yura was immediately stunned and somewhat terrified. She thought to herself, this feeling of helplessness. I've felt this somewhere before. Suddenly, the image of a certain guy flashed through her mind. As soon as she thought of Grid, Yura gritted her teeth and growled. Grid. In a moment of distraction, Yura took a direct slash from Phoenix, causing her to vomit blood. She was helpless and had no other choice. She could neither advance nor retreat. 17 days ago, Yura had reached 100,000 faith points and heard the call of the god Yatan. Yura had been swayed by Yatan's enticing words. I will grant you new power if you pray to me. In this moment, the image of Grid flashed into her mind, making Yura even more determined. She thought, I need power. Power, to be able to fight back against someone unaffected by dark magic. Suddenly, her red eyes glowed with a crimson light, like blood, as if signaling that something was about to happen. Dark, black. Instantly, a terrifying power surged into Yura's body. The scene shifts back to Youngwoo's house. Everyone in the house was surprised by the amount of money he had earned. The father, both happy and worried, looked at Grid and asked, Son, you didn't do anything illegal, did you? The mother also felt suspicious and asked, Is this account fake? The younger sister, Se-hee, was worried her brother had done something wrong, so she hurriedly asked, Hey, are you two not selling your kidneys? Show me your bellies. Let me see. Grid was so frustrated at this point he didn't even bother resisting. He just thought to himself, it really was hard to believe an unemployed guy like him could suddenly bring home such a huge amount of cash. Then, he looked at his family and insisted, I actually earned that money by playing games. Mom and Dad, feel free to use it. He spoke the truth about the large sum. In reality, only Grid truly understood that he had sold everything, even his mammon armor and mammon longsword. After converting that haul of 240,000 gold into real money, I ended up paying 13.2 million in taxes. Grid's mom looked at him, still feeling a bit uneasy. She spoke softly. My friend told her son that if he wants to make any real money from this game, he has to become super famous. Se-hee chimed in too. I heard the same thing. They say only about 20 people are actually making a living off this. Grid just looked at his sister, helpless, and said, Can you just let me go now? His dad, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke up. He sighed, reflecting on how they had repeatedly opposed their son because of their own prejudices. He looked at his son with a newfound understanding. Seeing this money, the parents realized it was the fruit of his relentless hard work. I agree. You can be a professional gamer, his dad said. Grid was overjoyed, his eyes bright with excitement. He smiled, happy to have his family's support. Finally, he was being recognized. His father then spoke softly to Grid. It's all thanks to you, son. The family crisis has eased a bit for now. Mom and I will pay you back the 240 million won within 3 years. As he said this, his voice dropped. I've failed you so much. Thank you, Grid. With that, his father bowed, as if trying to both apologize to and thank his own son. Seeing this, his mother stepped in, patted his father's shoulder, and encouraged him. Let's do our best together, dear. Grid was thrilled to see this, but also deeply worried. The remaining 600 million won was still too much for his parents to handle. Thinking of this, Grid beamed, a bright smile on his face as he told the two of them, We're a family, so why keep score, Mom and Dad? Given our current situation, I can't think of anything else but trying my best. I'll help the family. I'll be the pillar of this family. At that moment, Grid felt a sense of relief. He knew he'd still be in debt for a while, but at least for now, he could actually do something for his family. Just as the family was feeling emotional, his younger sister Se-hee threw a bucket of cold water on them. She ruined the mood instantly. It's not 240 million, Dad. It's 240,800,000. His father could only mutter, Ah, right, you're correct. Back in the world of Satisfy, as soon as he entered the main hall, Grid was fired up. All right, today I've got to try to make as much profit as possible. Grid checked his remaining gold and resolved to use the remaining 20,000 gold wisely. Even if I make common grade gear with average stats and a few minor buffs, how much can I really make? A sudden idea flashed in Grid's mind. But if I can craft high-end gear like that sword from before, I need to make equipment level 140 or higher. If I keep messing around with low-level stuff, it'll take forever to pay off Dad's debt. Just then, a nearby conversation caught his attention. Hey, did you hear? The Yatan Church Subjugation Regiment failed again. The girl was excitedly telling the juicy news to her teammate. They say the Northern First Knight, Sir Phoenix, was severely wounded. Hearing this, her partner exclaimed, Oh, well, you can't mess with the power of the 7 malignant saints, I guess. Listening to their conversation, Grid began to think to himself, the 7 malignant saints, huh? I think I heard about those guys from the drunks at the tavern. At this thought, Youngwoo couldn't help but be curious. Are they really that strong? Then, he instinctively opened his status window to check Grid's stats. They quickly appeared. Name: Grid. Level 45. HP 5000. 682. 5000. 682. Mana 504504. Strength 393. Stamina 411. Agility 195. Intelligence 168. Dexterity 838. Persistence 190. Composure 143. Indomitable 162. Dignity 143. Insight 143. Courage 87. Glancing over the stats, Grid felt quite satisfied, thinking, my stats have improved quite a bit thanks to crafting gear. These numbers further strengthened Grid's self-confidence. Grid was fired up, determined. With stats like these, I can go toe-to-toe with a level 80 warrior. Once I get top-tier gear, hunting level 100 monsters will be like swatting flies. But when he thought about the important task ahead, Grid quickly felt a twinge of regret. I really want to go hunting monsters like I used to, but enough of that. Back to work to pay off the debt. Shortly after, Youngwoo headed to the smithy, hammer and tongs in hand, working diligently on his quest. As soon as he walked into the shop and saw Youngwoo working, old Khan perked up with interest. "Oh, you're here early today. You seem pretty hard-working today." Seeing this, Grid replied cheerfully, "It's nothing. I've actually started to enjoy this work." Seeing Grid start working with that same fiery spirit as before, old Khan asked curiously, "By the way, with that attitude, what are you planning to forge this time?" Even while focusing on his work, Grid didn't forget to answer old Khan's question. "A new hammer. My current hammer's durability is about to hit 0. Old Khan nodded in agreement. That's true. I see you using that old hammer every day. So, you're planning to replace it? Doesn't it hold a lot of meaning for you?" Contrary to the old man's expectations, Grid replied nonchalantly, "Not really. I just use it because it's the only one I've got." Hearing this, old Khan dropped his jaw. "What?" Then, he suddenly roared in anger. "Are you an idiot? For us blacksmiths, for our crafting hammer is our life." Seeing old Khan so upset, Grid was a bit scared. "Whoa, don't scare me like that." Faced with this blank expression, old Khan could only hold his head in frustration. "Geez, I thought Pagma's descendant would know such basic knowledge. Just look at my hammer first." After Grid obediently took the hammer, old Khan began to analyze it. When crafting gear, technique and material are both important. But that's not enough. Following the old man's advice, Grid focused on appraising the hammer in his hand. Its stats quickly appeared. Blacksmith's hammer rare. Rarity, rare. Durability 166250. Damage 40 to 50, plus 10% luck when crafting rare items. Requirements: level 80 or higher, strength 60 or higher, intermediate blacksmith title. Along with it came a series of system notifications. You have grasped the materials, the method, and the will of the item's creator. You have learned the method to craft a rare blacksmith's hammer. At this, Grid looked completely dumbfounded. Whoa, if I had a hammer like this from the start, I wouldn't have wasted money on materials making all that junk. As soon as he finished speaking, he started yelling in frustration. "Damn it, why didn't you tell me sooner?" Old Khan had to lower his voice to calm him down. "Grid, calm down. I'll teach you how to make one like it." Shortly after, in Grid's hand was a high-quality piece. Nameless blacksmith's hammer, rarity, epic. Durability 350350, damage 70 to 80, plus 17% chance to craft rare items, plus 7% chance to craft epic items. Requirement: Pagma's descendant. Looking at the hammer that was still constantly crackling with lightning, Grid had to admit it. The old man was right. This thing has 2 extra buffs, and I'm the only one who can use it. At this, old Khan burst into amused laughter. "Haha, you really are an unpredictable young man. This old man hasn't laughed this much until I met you." Seeing Grid in such a good mood, Khan seized the moment to ask for a favor. "Grid, I'd like to ask you for something." But before he could even finish, Grid made an annoyed face and grumbled, "What now? Are you going to ask me to do some other crazy errand?" Even though he was being difficult, Khan just smiled kindly and said, "Truth be told, today is the anniversary of my son's passing. I was wondering if you would like to come visit him with me." This unexpected request caught Grid off guard. He was both surprised and a bit guilty for having acted that way toward the old man. As the sunset quickly faded, Grid and Khan arrived at a quiet cemetery. Walking behind Khan, Grid grumbled to himself, "This is such a hassle." But seeing the old man's lonely figure, his heart softened, and he thought, "Oh, whatever. Khan was the first person to truly accept me, my very first friend. I suppose I can humor him for once." Just then, Khan turned back with a gentle smile. "And this is also the place where Oliver, my son, rests." He then looked at his son's headstone and proudly recounted, "He was a genius blacksmith. I always dreamed that one day he would stand on par with the great Pagma." As he said this, he touched the grave with a heavy heart. Because of his illness, he left this old man behind. As he kept talking, his sadness became even more apparent. "It's been over 15 years, but I still miss him so much. I keep wishing I could have taken his place instead." Just as he was getting deeply into his story, Khan suddenly glanced at Grid and asked, "Tell me, did you realize it?" While Grid was still dazed, Khan dropped a bombshell. Oliver was actually a descendant of Pagma, the person you've always wanted to learn more about. You must be quite surprised, right? He then gently rubbed the headstone, as if stroking his son's hair. He continued, I was blessed to work alongside someone as amazing as him. He was also the one who saved my smithy. Mentioning this, Khan's expression turned nostalgic. He was also the brat who kept nagging me to quit drinking. I had planned for him to inherit the smithy. Suddenly, he chuckled. Haha, I suppose I'm rambling too much, aren't I? Listen, Grid. Khan looked at Grid with sincere eyes. My son once told me he was always envious of me. If he were still alive, you two would surely have become best friends, teaming up to tease this old man. Seeing him like this, Grid felt even more pained. He couldn't hold back his emotions and called out, Khan. As he stepped forward, he couldn't help but mutter, Damn it, the developers shouldn't make things like this. I have to admit, they really succeeded in pouring emotion and soul into an NPC. At that very moment, Grid stepped up to Oliver's grave and called out, Hey, Oliver. This caught Khan off guard. He placed his hand on the grave and spoke with a proud tone. I have to admit, you had a respectable father. I promise I will turn the smithy you loved into the most famous one in this world. With that, Grid flashed a bright smile at Khan and said, So, you better take care of yourself too, you old geezer. Khan was so touched by Grid's heartfelt words that he teared up. Grid. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in from nowhere, and at Grid's feet, a glowing circle appeared, enveloping him. At the same time, a notification popped up. The bond between you and Khan has strengthened. Even the graves in front of them experienced something strange. Beams of white light soared into the sky. Looking up, Grid found himself surrounded by a crowd of spirits. While he was terrified out of his wits, the system explained, The spirits of the ancestors have felt the bond between you and Khan. Seeing this, Grid immediately shouted, Khan, look! But to his surprise, in this critical moment, the old man had fallen fast asleep, which made Grid furious. He scolded, Huh? How can you fall asleep right now, you damn old man? Just then, the spirits approached and said, It is an honor to meet a descendant of Pagma. Seeing them, Grid was scared out of his mind and screamed. The spirits immediately reassured him, Don't be so worried. We are just Khan's ancestors. We are here to bring you a gift. Hearing that, Grid froze and asked, A gift? Seeing that he had calmed down, the ancestors continued. 135 years ago, I witnessed a beautiful island-like shape drifting through the clouds. But in Grid's mind, there was only one strange thought. What is this guy talking about? Even so, he listened intently as they continued. I was captivated by it. I couldn't help but be excited, so I recorded it. I documented the entire landscape on the eastern cliff. The spirit emphasized, Oh, of the Kaisan Canyon. If you go there, you will find Pagma's swordsmanship. Hearing those words, Grid's eyes lit up in amazement. Simultaneously, a new quest was set. Pagma's descendant quest updated. Pagma's swordsmanship. Objective: discover Pagma's swordsmanship at Kaisan Canyon in the southern Winston region. Condition: learn Pagma's swordsmanship. Reward: unrestricted simulation. Only then did Grid suddenly remember, right, I remember now. It's a character quest, just like last time. Seeing this, the spirits began to entrust Grid with drawings. Surely, you will learn Pagma's swordsmanship. We hope you will become even more excellent and famous than Pagma, the friend of our descendants. After that, a gentle voice echoed. The spirit in front of Grid suddenly transformed into Oliver. He said with deep gratitude, Please take care of the old man for me, will you? Grid happily replied, Of course, leave it to me. Hearing this, Oliver felt at peace and vanished in the blink of an eye. The sky returned to its original shade of blue, and the sun began to set. Khan, just waking up, asked in a daze, Did I fall asleep again? It looks like the sun is about to set. Hearing the old man's voice, Grid watched the sun and replied with a reproachful tone, Yeah, you old geezer. Try to break that habit of falling asleep on me. Standing tall and proud, he declared, From now on, you need to take much better care of yourself. Saying that, Grid smiled gently at him. Khan was momentarily stunned by Grid's words. What's this? Even though he was moved, seeing Grid's strange, confident pose, Khan couldn't help but be curious. Why are you standing like that? Grid stood confidently, hands on his hips. But noticing Grid's strange stance, old Khan couldn't help but be curious. Why do you keep standing like that? Grid stood confidently, hands on his hips. He tried to brush off the wet spot on his pants like it was nothing, but deep down, he was still shaking. He thought to himself, Man, you really shouldn't mess with the supernatural. Later, outside Grid's house, under the clear blue sky and golden sun, Huroi stood a short distance away, watching but not daring to approach. He wondered to himself, What should I do now? Then, he spoke up, his voice full of hesitation. Will he be happy to see me? He shifted his gaze, covering his mouth with his hand, worrying. Or will he scold me for being late? His expression was incredibly tense. He started scratching his temple, still not daring to step forward. It had been 40 days since Heroi completed his waiting mission. Before that, he'd spent a week in the hospital on the advice of the ESA group, followed by another week debating their offer to reveal his identity. He was the first player to have 2 classes, and the man from the company had given him some very serious advice. Finally, 3 days ago, Heroi logged into the game. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing Heroi to jump back in surprise. His eyes widened. After doing some thorough research on his new class, he made his way to Kwan's smithy. Heroi's goal was to find Grid, the person he had sworn his loyalty to. Just then, Grid happened to step out of his house. With a bag of tools in his hand, he looked at Heroi. Confused, he let out a, "Huh?" Heroi was thrilled to see him. Heroi's eyes went round with excitement, and he shouted, "Lord Grid!" He couldn't stop that goofy grin. Right after, he dropped to his knees in a knight's salute. He spoke up, "Your loyal servant, Heroi, pays his respects to Lord Grid." Grid just stood at his door, staring down at him in total shock and confusion. Then, remembering something, Grid's eyes widened as he asked, "Heroi?" Seeing that Grid remembered his name, Heroi beamed even harder, eyes wide as he looked up and answered, "Yes, my lord." Before Heroi could react, Grid grabbed him by the collar and hauled him up, looking annoyed. "You!" he yelled. "Great timing, you jerk." Heroi's eyes went wide with confusion, letting out a, "Huh?" Grid pulled him closer to his face. He shouted angrily, "We that close, huh? You go around bragging to the guards about who you're serving and get me dragged into your mess. What did you even do?" he grumbled, adding, "Because of you, I got kicked out of the competition and thrown in jail. I was chased by knights, and then I had to babysit some crazy fire-breathing psycho." Heroi was still caught in his grip, unable to even react. He was sweating bullets. Grid kept interrogating him. "Do you have any idea how much trouble you caused me?" Heroi looked completely bewildered. Being grabbed by the collar, he turned pale and stammered, I. Immediately after, he scrambled back onto his knees and shouted, "Please forgive me, my lord. It's all my fault." Grid looked down at him, eyes wide and confused, thinking to himself, why is he being so dramatic? He started to wonder. Is he weird or something? Maybe he's been in prison too long. Or maybe he got hit in the head so hard he's actually stupid? He turned to leave, sighing and muttering, "Whatever, just get lost." Seeing this, Heroi stood up, turned, and asked, "Wait, where are you going?" Grid waved a hand as he walked away. "To your planet," Heroi, flustered, tried to explain. But, the descendant of the Pagma, the Sword King never betrays his oath. He looked at him urgently, struggling as he thought to himself, the messenger of justice and the companion of the messenger are meant to be together. Finally, he stated his case. "We belong together, my lord." Hearing this, Grid stopped in his tracks, looking back suspiciously. "Are you trying to turn me gay or what?" Seeing an opening, Heroi smiled and reached out. "My lord, if you are currently in a guild, please let me join. I swear to serve you to the ends of the earth." Hearing that, Grid looked exhausted and a little angry. He asked, "I don't have any guild. Why haven't you left yet?" Heroi just beamed at him and said, "Then you should create a guild. Heroes will gather to you, inspired by your admiration, your righteous spirit, and your brave heart." Inside, Grid was already raging. "I'm busy crafting and doing class quests. I don't have time for this drama." He glared, his eyes full of killing intent, and warned Heroi, "Stop yapping and get out of my sight," completely ignoring his reaction. Heroi looked confused and fumbled for words, but before he could finish, Grid had already walked away toward a small forest in the back. Heroi still followed him, hiding behind trees. As he watched, he confirmed to himself, disobeying my master would be wrong. Meanwhile, Grid kept walking. Heroi looked incredibly worried, his face twisting as he tried to justify his actions, but the descendant of Pagma never betrays his oath. Suddenly, storm clouds and lightning rolled in. Grid, who was trying to grill some food over a fire, just watched in despair as the rain doused it. When he climbed a mountain, a rock fell on his head. Finally, when he tried to eat a piece of bread, an eagle snatched it right out of his hand. From behind, Heroi saw his miserable state and covered his mouth, his eyes welling up with pity, thinking, "Oh man, that's so sad, I can't even describe it." Meanwhile, Grid was busy eating dirt. As he went off to mine, the world of Satisfy was going through major changes. Grid was utterly fed up with his rotten luck. Elsewhere, the Yatan Church was expanding across the north. In the 6 regions, piles of soldier corpses and weapons lay scattered across the ground, tinted by the sunset. But amidst it all, a pair of legs stood tall after the brutal battle had ended. It was Yura. She stood still with pure determination in her eyes. The world had now tasted the power of the evil god Yatan, along with the birth of the 8th divinity. The sunset bathed her in its glow. Her gaze was calm. Yura had shattered the limits of the Dark Mage class and taken a massive step forward in her journey to seek power. Immediately after, a series of events followed, and the influence of the Yatan Church grew stronger across all 6 regions. The minimum level for Yatan Church apostles has been bumped from 160 up to 170. At this rate, the Yatan Church is going to grow as powerful as an entire nation. They're gathering in droves, shouting slogans and rallying together just to stop the cultists from kidnapping people for sacrifices. 10 countries have formed an alliance and issued a global quest. The heroes have banded together to stand up to the Dark Mage, Talos, leading the charge with fierce determination. He glares at the crowd below and raises his arms, shouting, "Show these heretics the true power of Lord Yatan." He's the first bishop of the Yatan Church, the herald of the gods. After Dark Mage Talos, another bearded man steps up, reaching out and shouting orders to the entire army. Wipe every last one of those Yatan scumbags off the face of the north. That's Count Stime of the Eternal Kingdom. And finally, the battle between the 6-Continent Alliance and the Yatan Church begins. They surge forward with such momentum and earth-shaking roars, marking the start of a cataclysmic event. It's a turning point for the future of all 6 continents. On a news broadcast, a commentator is reporting on the war while weighing in. How will the plot unfold if the Yatan Church establishes its own nation? This is the biggest event since Satisfy launched. The whole world is watching, second by second. The host turns to the person beside them, asking, "Can you give us some insight into the Yatan Church event?" The other guest glances over. They calmly reply, "As you all know, this event kicked off with the appearance of the 8th god. We've also just received information that this is a player, not an NPC." The other guest stares back, stunned, and asks, "The 8th god is a player? If that's true, there's only one person who fits the bill." He then looks at Yura on the screen and adds, "Ranked 5th overall, the Blood Witch Yura. We need to be very cautious with this character." While the world is buzzing over this sudden war, elsewhere, a system notification pings. Quest: defeat 25 Yatan Church followers. Seeing this, Huroi looks confused and asks, "Huh? A quest?" He's sitting on a log with an axe stuck into a stump in front of him. A table sits to the side with a piece of armor on it, and he says with frustration, "This Yatan stuff." He sighs, confirming, "These quests have been popping up so often lately." Finally, he flicks the system window away with his hand and calmly looks around. He decides to just ignore it. Whatever, let it be. The system continues to log his progress, but some players just don't care about world affairs. Then, Grid rests his chin on his hand, staring at the armor on the table, and muses, "Completing a class-specific quest would definitely give me more benefits." The armor glows with a purple light. Grid eyes it and confirms, "I've been grinding quests for 10 days, gathered the materials, and crafted a few rare items. And yet..." He trails off, then his eyes widen as the realization hits him. The problem is, even with this gear, the Kashane Canyon is still way too tough to crack. He pictures the jagged, towering mountain in his mind and concludes, Kashane Canyon is one of the most dangerous areas on the northern continent. The terrain is so rugged, moving through it is absolute hell. He peers deep into the cave and thinks, especially the caves hidden deep in the canyon, it's crawling with monsters at least level 160. Back to reality, the more he thinks, the more hopeless he feels. He tears at his hair in frustration. It's one of the 4 forbidden zones of Winston, all right. While wandering in there for Asu's quest, I lost 10 lives. Behind him, Huroi is still keeping an eye on him. He peeks over, worried, and thinks to himself, Master has been like this for days now. His eyes well up with tears, and he covers his mouth, looking at him in a panic, wondering what to do. Should I go comfort him? What if he snaps and goes on a rampage? Should I ask for permission before I speak? What do I do? Suddenly Grid thinks of something, his eyes widening. Wait, it's not like there's no way. Compared to before, I'm definitely much stronger now. But then, he slumps over, grabbing his head, and denies his own thought. No, that's not it. It's still too damn hard. Should I just grind to level 150 before going in? No, that'll take too long. I can equip gear above my level, but what's the point if I can't survive? Suddenly, a thought flashes in his mind. He freezes, eyes wide, and then yells internally, "Wait!" Breaking the limit, he jumps up, clenching his fists, and cheers happily. Oh! Behind him, Huroi sees him and is startled, poking his head out to look. He stares at him, confused, wondering what's going on. Grid quickly taps on his system status screen, his mouth muttering, "I'm such an idiot." He stands silently, staring at the system window, and mumbles, "Even failure has its value." After losing 10 lives to the monsters in that canyon, he reflects. While the whole world is in chaos because of the war, in a small corner of the continent, he looks at the system, which displays his legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill. When the legendary blacksmith's craftsmanship skill levels up, the player can forge 3 more pieces for their own use. Number of artifacts remaining: 5 out of 6. Finally, he mutters, "Now I understand every single detail. I just need to mess with the stats a bit more." He urges himself on, feeling determined. "I can forge this." He clenches his hand tight. He smiles with resolve and shouts in his thoughts, "A new item to conquer that area. I'm going to create something completely new." At the same time, in the Eternal Kingdom, in one of the 5 forbidden zones, Keishan Canyon, the wind howls endlessly. Nearby, in an area filled with caves, monsters are lurking. Level 160. Grid sits elsewhere, observing his system window. He crosses his arms, looking calm. "I died over and over while doing Asu's quest. Back there. With my current level, I'm just too weak." He glares with serious intensity and adds, "But I need to grind for gold first. Where am I going to find the time to visit? And I've still got a mountain of debt." Finally, he confirms to himself, "This is my only option." The system window quickly displays his stats. Legendary Blacksmith's craftsmanship. Number of artifacts remaining: 5 out of 6. He yells in his mind, "Let's start casting." Then he strokes his chin and, he mumbled to himself, seriously weighing the need to craft something to counter the dangers of the Kisan ravine. As for stamina, he wasn't worried. His stamina stats were more than enough, but then he shouted in his mind, "Those level 160 monsters are the real problem," he imagined. Their ferocious appearance, and confirmed. A whole gang of gorillas camping in the shadows to ambush players. He gritted his teeth and raised a hand to his forehead. Scowling, he thought, "At least I need a weapon. Maybe a sword." He stomped on the ground, watched a line of ants marching in formation, and yelled, "Ah, ah, ah, ah." But high-quality gear isn't just something you can get on a whim. He clutched his head, eyes wide and teeth gritted, urging himself, "Think. Damn it. Think." Suddenly, he noticed the ants marching in a line at his feet. Their path was blocked by a tree root, but the ants quickly adjusted their formation. They maneuvered around the root that was blocking them. Seeing this, Grid's eyes widened, as if he had realized something. He muttered to himself, "Why the hell do I even need to fight?" Finally, he took his hands off his head, eyes fixed on the ants. Having reached a moment of enlightenment, he held his breath, eyes wide, brow furrowed. An idea formed in his mind. "What if I try to sneak past those monsters?" he added, "like an invisibility cloak." He walked over to Khan and asked him. Hearing this, Khan, while holding his hammer over the forge, looked at him in surprise and asked, "Materials for a stealth item? Are you confirming that you have silver dragon scales?" Grid sat on a chair, looked at him, confused, and asked, "Silver dragon?" Khan chuckled while forging equipment and replied to him, "That's right. It's a type of dragon that loves to live in seclusion." His eyes widened as he looked at the gear being forged on the furnace, and added, "Their scales have a camouflage layer that hides them from human eyes. It's the perfect material for a stealth item." Hearing this, Grid furrowed his brow, looking at him with a troubled expression, and asked, "So, they turn invisible, and they're among the strongest monsters?" He then muttered sadly, "In that case, how in the world am I supposed to get their scales?" Hearing this, Khan turned to look at him and replied calmly, "I've never seen anyone refine dragon scales either." Hearing that, Grid's expression turned sour, like he'd swallowed a bone, and he angrily retorted, "Are you messing with me?" But Khan remained very calm, looked at him, and added that, among stealth items, the most famous one is a cloak crafted by Cruiser, a legendary tailor who was active about 200 years ago. Hearing this, Grid's eyes rounded in confusion, and he asked, "Cruiser, the tailor?" Then Khan calmly took off his gloves, widened his eyes, and added, "There is still another type of material you can use." Then, he leisurely poured water into a glass on the table and calmly looked at him, informing him, "Sylphid scales. Those are the scales of the wind spirits." Grid sat quietly, watching and listening to Khan explain. "They also have a camouflage layer." Then he raised the water glass to his lips. He slowly confirmed, Dragon scales are too hard, so they are classified as ore, while sylphid scales are thin, so they are classified as fabric. Finally, he lowered the glass and calmly asserted to Grid, therefore, crafting a stealth item using sylphid scales is the specialty of a tailor, not a blacksmith. Hearing this, Grid rolled his eyes, raised a hand to his chin, and thought to himself, fabric, huh? Then he returned to a window. Looking at the sunlight outside, he pondered. The system chimed, asking him, "What item do you want to craft?" He looked at it and answered honestly, "A cloak." The system then asked again, "Enter the materials you wish to use." Grid didn't hesitate to input the data into the system interface. Sylphid fabric. Then, with a determined and expectant gaze fixed on the system, he thought to himself, "Sometimes a blacksmith uses fabric to make gear. If I can't craft items with fabric, the system will notify me immediately." Then, the system interface displayed, "Please draft the item." His face lit up, and he smiled, muttering, "Sweet, here we go." Right after that, he didn't hesitate to draw on the system frame. His mouth didn't stop muttering proudly, "All right, let's show off my artistic skills. A normal cloak is too plain. Let's add a hood." Then, his hands kept designing, his face unable to hide his excitement, as he muttered further, "Using this color makes it look like a priest's robe. I'll make a hoodie for the trendy kids." Then, Grid looked at the result on the system board and praised it. "Oh, that actually looks pretty decent. Put it on, and I'll become an idol instantly. Or wait, is it an invisibility cloak?" The system then chimed, reminding him, "Please describe the properties of the item." Hearing this, he let out an "oh," and finally, with a determined look, shouted in his mind, "I can't BS it like the trash tier stuff." Then he muttered, confirming, "It can completely conceal the presence of the wearer." The system then displayed, "Please confirm completion. The number of remaining creation items will be reduced by 1. Hearing this, he calmly agreed and confirmed. Immediately after, he quickly looked at the stats operating on the system and prayed, "This is the tuning process. Dear gods, please give me something good." Finally, the notification sound chimed, "Tuning process complete." The equipment, a cloak, was quickly displayed. Seeing it, he was surprised, his eyes wide, as he reached out with both hands to catch it. Right after that, the stat board for this white cloak also appeared. Grade, unique. Durability, 61 out of 61. Defense, 10. Movement speed, plus 30%. Weight, 5. Cloak designed by Legendary Blacksmith. Activates stealth when equipped. Effect lost when attacked by enemies. Increases wind attribute resistance by 20%. Usage requirement, none. Materials, 20 sylphid scales. Then, he laughed like a fool, his eyes wide, amazed at his own creation. This is insane. It's not just invisibility, it also increases movement speed and wind resistance. The cloak floated in midair in front of Grid. Finally, he furrowed his brow, smiled with excitement, and thought to himself. The materials were simple too. 20 sylphid scales. What a steal. Right after that, he looked at the cloak and muttered, confirming, "Let's give it a simple name. Dong Lao Hoodie." Then, at the forge, Khan, upon hearing him tell the story, held his stomach and laughed until his eyes were slits, asking, "Aha, ha, hunting sylphids?" Then, he spoke up to confirm with him, "Unless you're an elementalist, the naked eye can't see sylphids. How on earth do you plan on catching them?" Hearing this, he felt frustrated and cried. Grid shouted in frustration, "Seriously, old man? Why couldn't you have told me that sooner?" Khan looked on, clearly startled. Raising his hands in defense, Khan stammered. Internally, Grid was already spiraling, his mind screaming in agony. "Are you kidding me?" he lamented, confirming his worst fears. "Another item with impossible materials," he muttered. Khan, seeing this, looked at him with wide eyes, offering a glimmer of hope. "Hold on, let me finish. There's still a way to get Sinfit scales," Khan explained. Hearing that, Grid turned to him, murmuring an acknowledgement, as Khan continued with a calm expression. "You just need to hunt frost ogres in the northern frozen plains," he noted, adding, "They have a special sense that lets them track and hunt Sinfit. They also love hoarding Sinfit scales," Khan added. He then pointed out the downside. "They're terrified of fire." Grid listened, visualizing those grotesque, green monsters in his head. Khan added a warning, "But don't underestimate them. They're tougher and smarter than your average ogre." Grid's eyes lit up with hope. Good. So there is a way, he thought, reasoning that since ogres are low-tier monsters, as long as I can handle the cold, I can take them down. Finally, a determined smile spread across his face as he screamed in his mind. "Let's gear up," he started muttering to himself. I need the crafting recipe for frost-resistant armor. Khan calmly looked at him and replied, for frost resistance, you should use brown bear leather. Thinking back to his legendary hammer, Grid mused, since I crafted an epic hammer last time, surely I'll at least get a rare grade item this time. Grid clenched his fist, smiling with pure determination. He was pumped up. Let's get started. The next day, under a bright blue sky, he looked at the brown armor pieces on the table. He checked the system interface for the stats. Cute and warm brown bear armor. Durability, 200200. Defense, 143. Frost resistance, good. Weak against direct attacks. Frost resistance plus 15%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Skill, medium leather armor proficiency. Rarity, normal. Grid's face twisted in rage, as if he just stepped in something gross. He cursed internally. Damn the developers. He was absolutely furious. Khan, noticing the mood, pointed toward the window to distract him. Oh, look, a bird. Finally, Grid roared. Damn it. He slammed his hammer onto the anvil repeatedly, screaming in his head. I used high-level materials. I spent 20 hours grinding this gear. How the hell did I only get normal rarity? His hands never stopped striking the metal as he shrieked internally. My hammer is epic grade. At this rate, the whole server is going to think I'm a total newbie. He furrowed his brows, swinging the hammer while screaming at himself. No time left. Gotta focus on crafting the rest. Please, for the love of everything, don't be normal again. Grid lost his cool, forging like a madman while shouting, take that. He hammered away fiercely. Behind him, Khan just watched, smiling with his eyes closed. The next morning, the sky remained clear. Grid stood by the door in his new gear. He looked at Khan, who told him, the hunt is on. I'll say it again. Those frost ogres are tough, so be careful. Khan's eyes crinkled into a smile. Good thing our preparations are done. So, what do you think of the new gear? Grid looked at the stats on his own body and couldn't help but grin. Warm brown bear leather helm. Rarity, normal. Defense, 19. Frost resistance plus 5%. Warm brown bear leather cloak. Rarity, normal. Defense, 22. Frost resistance plus 5%. Requirements, level 130 plus. Warm brown bear leather gloves. Rarity, rare. Defense, 50. Frost resistance plus 15%. Requirements, level 130 plus. Warm brown bear boots. Rarity, epic. Defense, 95. Movement speed plus 2%. Frost resistance plus 20%. Requirements, level 130 plus. His face beamed with excitement and pride. One rare, one epic. Not bad, he thought, and said aloud to Khan, not bad at all. Just then, the system pinged him. Warning, you will be penalized for not meeting equipment requirements. Normal, stats negative 5%. Rare, stats negative 10%. Epic, stats negative 15%. Set effects, negative 50%. He stared at the notifications in disgust. These restrictions are such a drag, he muttered. Another window popped up. You have equipped the Warm Brown Bear set. Defense plus 60. Frost resistance plus 60%. Grid blinked in surprise, staring at his gear. Excitedly, he asked Khan, did you teach me how to craft full armor sets? Khan replied calmly, haha, not at all. He added, usually I only forge individual pieces. You're the one who carefully measured the materials, Grid. He thought to himself, I just followed the instructions. Is this because I'm Pagma's successor? He smiled, confirming his thoughts. This set is going to be worth a fortune. He grabbed the blade at his hip, thinking, with my failure blade, I'm fully prepared. Bring it on, one-eyed ogre. He turned to Khan and gave him a serious order. Old man, keep an eye on the forge while I'm gone. Khan nodded. Grid turned and waved happily. I'm off to make some bank. This was his first hunt. With Grid's meticulous preparation, he laughed, completely unaware of the game's cruelty. Little did he know, the drop rate for Sinfit scales was less than 1%. The system displayed his character profile. Name, Grid. Level, 45. EXP, 3,000, 400, 238,000. Class, Pagma's Successor. Titles, 1 who will become a legend. First to craft a unique item dexterity plus 200. Only person to craft legendary gear dexterity plus 350. Night Slayer stamina plus 100. Strength plus 30. Messenger of Justice. All stats plus 10. Health, 5,832. 5,832. Mana, 534534. Points, 0. Next was his gear, hoodie. Rarity, unique. Durability, 6,161. Defense, 10. Movement speed, plus 30%. Weight, 5. Designed by a legendary blacksmith. Activates stealth when equipped. Effect breaks when attacked. Wind attribute resistance, plus 20%. Requirements, none. Warm brown bear leather armor. Rarity, normal. Durability, 200200. Defense 143. Weight 300. Good frost resistance, but weak against direct attacks. Frost resistance plus 15%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Skill, medium leather armor mastery. Warm brown bear leather helmet. Rarity, normal. Durability, 6,565. Defense 19. Weight 50. Frost resistance plus 5%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Warm brown bear leather cloak. Rarity, normal. Durability, 7,878. Defense 22, weight 100. Good frost resistance, but a fashion disaster. Frost resistance plus 5%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Warm brown bear leather gloves. Rarity, rare. Durability, 110110. Defense 50. Weight 50. Good frost resistance fits the wearer perfectly. Frost resistance plus 15%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Warm brown bear leather boots. Rarity, epic. Defense 95. Movement speed plus 2%. Weight 80. Good frost resistance. Fits the wearer perfectly. Frost resistance plus 20%. Requirement, level 130 plus. Afterward, in the northern ice plains, where snowstorms blanketed the entire mountain, Grid walked across the snow, searching. He smiled, full of excitement. Standing in the blizzard, fully geared up, he declared, "Ha ha ha, truly, winter isn't cold at all," he shouted, confirming it once more. "This warm brown bear set is the real deal." Then, he looked at his gear with pride, confirming it again. "A normal player would freeze to death here, but with my 60% frost resistance, I can shrug off any kind of blizzard." Right after that, Donggu didn't hesitate, smiling as he stepped deeper into the snowy mountain, excitedly tucking his hands into his cloak, thinking, "Time to hunt." Then, he reached a village in the middle of the blizzard and muttered to himself, "There it is, the lair of those ice trolls. Time to wreck them and farm some loot." He glared down at the monster village with confidence and added, "Those idiots usually don't know how to use bows. This will be a piece of cake." Grid didn't hesitate, and quickly stood before the gates of the monster tribe. The guards saw him, and one looked at him, confused, wondering in the monster language, "What's this? Why is this human brat wandering around here?" The one next to him couldn't help but chime in, "Is he crazy?" The other replied, "Who knows? Coming here alone. He must be tired of living." They chatted across the two watchtowers amidst the blizzard. Below them, Grid saw them and smirked, muttering, "Heh, look at those pathetic trolls chatting away. Those savage monsters have no idea how strong I am." Then, he looked up at them with a dark, confident smile. He confirmed his thoughts. He was fully equipped with high-tier weapons. He pulled the sword from his waist. Grid didn't hesitate. Pointing his sword at them like a fool, he shouted, "Hand over the loot, you dirty trolls, or I'll wipe you all out." Suddenly, a sharp arrow whistled toward him. It grazed Grid's cheek and struck a tree behind him. He was still smiling confidently, not having registered it yet. But then his eyes widened in shock. Panic set in as he screamed internally, "An arrow? These trolls know how to shoot?" Grid looked at the troll drawing a bow on the fortress gate. He confirmed, "And they're scary accurate too." Then, he recalled Khan's warning. Even though ice trolls are afraid of fire, they are still much tougher and smarter than normal trolls. Finally, he gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fear. "Crap, this is bad," he thought, terrified. Grid immediately sprinted across the snow-covered ground. Running, he screamed like a madman, determined to use Flash Step. The system quickly announced. Agility and evasion significantly increased. For 1 minute, he bolted forward, ignoring the blizzard, teeth gritted, eyes locked on the arrows raining down on him. He dodged them all. But finally, he frowned, eyes bulging with frustration, shouting, "Ah!" Over 10 meters away. "In this kind of weather, and you're still shooting this accurately?" he wondered. "Are you guys related to Legolas or something?" Suddenly, the arrows stopped. Grid crouched, sword still in hand, looking up at the monsters, wondering, "Stopped shooting? Are they out of arrows?" Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. A giant blue monster with a huge stone hammer gritted its teeth and charged at Grid. Its eyes rolled back, and as it swung the hammer, it roared in the monster language, "Crush him!" Grid quickly leaped from the ground, dodging the monster's attack. He couldn't help but observe. Up close, they're tall, dark, and menacing. Definitely over 2 meters tall. No joke. The ground shattered where the monster hit. Immediately, his expression darkened, and he lunged at the monster, shouting his skill name, Whirlwind Slash. The system chimed in. Critical hit. Damage dealt equals 60% of attack power. The monster took the full force of Grid's strike and stumbled back. Blue blood sprayed from its body, and the troll screamed in pain. Grid moved swiftly, smirking, holding his sword with confidence. He thought, that hit would have sent an NPC in heavy armor flying. That should do it. But he didn't notice the axe swinging from behind. His eyes went wide with shock as he saw the blade attacking him. With no time to react, he quickly raised his sword to block. His body was knocked back by the giant blue monster, and he gritted his teeth. He squeezed his eyes shut. The monster snarled, baring its sharp teeth, glaring, and cursing in the monster language. That stings, you bastard. Seeing this, he planted his feet, though his body kept sliding back from the momentum. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Gripping his sword tight, he shouted to himself, "What? Was my attack too shallow?" Then, he added, "But it wasn't even wearing thick leather armor, was it?" On the other side, the troll had no intention of letting him go, screaming and swinging its axe again. Seeing this, he cursed internally. Just one troll and it's already this tough? He quickly raised his sword to block the axe blade again, gritting his teeth, realizing, even if I find a way to handle it. But how am I supposed to take out this whole pack before sunset? He began to wonder, his eyes widening as he stared at the monster. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had to go all out with his skills to stand a chance. Without hesitation, he lunged forward and kicked the creature. The orc looked confused and glared at him. Then, Grid turned his back, leaving the monster puzzled. The moment it let its guard down, he formed an energy orb in his hand, his face set with determination as he glared at the monster. "Blacksmith's Rage!" he roared. The system notifications immediately chimed in. Attack power increased by 10%. Attack speed increased by 30% for the next 20 seconds? The tip of his blade glowed with immense energy. Grid gripped the hilt tightly and slashed toward the green monster. "Whirlwind Strike!" he shouted. The monster was caught off guard and stumbled back. Finally, he leaped into the air, gripping his blade tight, smiling as he thought, "Once I hit that weak spot, my attack will be effective." Grid locked eyes with the monster's body, then thrust his blade toward its chest. "Die! Critical hit!" he screamed internally. The monster took the hit, blood spurting out as it glared back at him. The system confirmed, "You dealt 923 damage. Target is bleeding due to a critical hit." Grid, back on the ground, looked up, eyes wide with doubt, wondering, "Did I kill it?" Before he could finish, the monster squinted, full of rage. It frowned, glaring at him. Grid thought, "Man, I really pissed it off now." Immediately, the monster didn't hesitate to swing its axe at him, roaring in fury. His body staggered as he took the hit. Blood began to seep from his shoulder. Grid gritted his teeth, holding his wound while staring at the monster. He shouted in frustration, "It's still standing? How are you so tough? Damn it." The system notified him, "You took 1005 damage." Grid looked at the monster, which was still bleeding, and confirmed to himself, "No, my attacks are effective. The thing is just too tanky." The orc was still swinging its axe at him. Grid raised his blade to block, face contorted. The system pinged again. "You took 1051 damage. You took 988 damage. He winced and glared at the monster and yelled, "That hurts, you brute." Grid thought to himself, "I need to chug a potion. Now." He quickly drank a recovery potion and tossed the empty bottle. The system confirmed, "Used intermediate health potion. Restores 1,500 health points." He continued to trade blows with the monster, screaming in his heart with pure resolve. "Let's see who drops first." The system kept updating. "You dealt 700 damage. You dealt 890 damage. You took 1,160 damage." One hand was attacking while the other kept downing potions. His eyes remained locked on the monster. The system notified, "Used intermediate health potion. Restored 1,500 health points. You took 1,023 damage. You dealt 720 damage." The orc screamed like a madman, slashing frantically. Suddenly, Grid took a massive hit to the midsection. Panicked, he flew backward and crashed into the snow. He rolled on the ground, clutching his side, struggling to look up, coughing, "Ugh. The system reported, You took 929 damage. Then it added, warning, health is below 10%. Potion cooldown, 7 seconds. He gritted his teeth, staring at his bleeding stomach. The orc didn't hesitate, rushing forward with its axe, screaming savagely, "Rag!" Grid couldn't react in time, his back pressed against a tree. He gritted his teeth, clutching his stomach, glaring at the monster and muttering, "Damn, this is it." Suddenly, blue light began to radiate from somewhere. The system chimed in. Passive effect of the title, Justice Messenger, activated. A blue aura enveloped Grid, leaving him stunned and confused. The system added, Justice Messenger, brave and powerful. In critical situations, the Justice Messenger will not easily be defeated before the opponent is taken down. He stared in disbelief. Huh? He gasped. Then he remembered saving Heroi, and thought to himself, is this the title I got for saving Heroi? Back in reality, the blade in his hand suddenly glowed with a blinding blue light. The light quickly engulfed his entire body, even blocking the monster's incoming strike. Grid couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't think the Justice Messenger title was this broken. I shouldn't have complained about Heroi. The system confirmed. All stats increased by 30%. Grid grinned, excited, gripping his blade as he charged forward, thinking, all that suffering was worth it. Behind him, the other orcs were losing patience, roaring, why is this taking so long? Screw it, let's jump him. Before they could rush him, the monster attacked. Grid was knocked back to the shock of the monsters. Then, it collapsed to the ground, leaving the other guys confused, wondering in their monster tongue, what the… Then they looked at the corpse and shrieked in shock. It's dead. He dared to slaughter one of our own. One of the monsters in the crowd scowled, full of rage, and looked toward him, yelling, no way. How could he? Behind him, 2 others glared at him in anger, while Grid stood his ground. The system quickly chimed in with a notification. Received 266,000 experience points. Your level has increased. Then the system confirmed further. Health fully restored. Grid, pumped with excitement, swung his sword forward. Clenching his fist, he squinted at the crowd of monsters and muttered, haha, I only killed 1 monster and I already leveled up? Awesome. All around, the snowy fog was still thick, and the monsters looked. Seeing him like that, they were also stunned, staring at each other and shouting, unbelievable, he's still perfectly fine. Then, they rushed at him, while yelling in their monster tongue, surround him. Take him down. Grid was trapped in the middle, but right after, he smirked, brimming with excitement. Gripping his glowing sword, he looked at the 3 monsters and muttered to himself, now I finally get it, this is what grinding is all about. Come on, you sacks of experience points. Right after that, he bared his teeth in a crazed grin and decided to lunge forward, shouting the skill name, Indestructible Justice. Immediately the system confirmed it. Indestructible Justice deals 300% attack power. Finally, 3 days later, the blizzard was still howling through the mountain. Heroi caught his breath. Walking through the blizzard, he muttered, the north is seriously cold. He adjusted the gear on his shoulders and scanned his surroundings in the storm, muttering, I really should have brought more gear to be safe. Then, he bowed his head, deep in thought, remembering what Khan had said. He had gone to hunt ice orcs on the northern frozen plains to find crafting materials. Right after that, he dropped his shield and sword, put his hands behind his back, bowed his head to the ground, and spoke, asking himself, how could I let my lord go hunt for materials alone? I sincerely apologize, my lord. I shall punish myself. He quickly strapped his gear back on, calmly reached out to open the system window, and muttered, let's check the inventory. I've got 50 Molotov cocktails to take on the ice orcs. Then, Heroi calmly looked at the gear on his back and confirmed further, and after getting the Companion of the Messenger of Justice class, I can finally carry a sword and shield. If I were just a messenger, I'd be hopeless. Right after that, he remembered those fierce green monsters and wondered suspiciously, but with just this much, can I really fight those tanky orcs? Suddenly, far in the distance, a mass of energy erupted with a bright light followed by an explosion, catching his attention. Without hesitation, Heroi rushed straight ahead, a bad premonition in his heart. I hope I'm not too late. Those orcs love to gang up. My lord could be in danger. His expression turned determined, his teeth gritted, his eyes narrowing as he shouted in his thoughts, as if speaking to Youngwoo, I'm coming for you, my lord. Shortly after, Heroi arrived at the orcs' ruined hideout. In front of him were the corpses of a bunch of monsters lying everywhere. Heroi was confused and stammered, Huh? He was stunned. Stupefied, he stared at the bodies and stuttered, asking, This battlefield? Then, he panicked, scanning the surroundings and muttering, "Orcs. Ice orcs are strong monsters at level 120. Fighting on this scale, even the Lord must have really struggled." Suddenly, a familiar sound from afar caught Heroi's attention. "Back off." Grid saw him, and as he was crouching, he frowned and looked over, asking, "Huh? Heroi? It's you again?" Around them, monsters lay dead amidst the snow and wind. In his hand, he was still holding the sword, and when Heroi saw him, he was overjoyed. His eyes went wide as he cheered in his thoughts. "My lord is still safe." Then he added, "And he even took out all of them, with just that fruit-peeling knife." Meanwhile, Young Woo's expression was like he'd just stepped in something nasty. He froze for a few seconds, looking at Heroi. Heroi shouted internally, full of excitement, "My boss is just so badass." Facing this situation, Grid was also bewildered, his eyes wide with confusion as he asked, "Heroi, what the heck are you doing?" Heroi kept his hands behind his back, bowed, and pressed his head to the ground, replying, "This body belongs to you. Punish me." Status window. Around the orc's lair, snow was still falling heavily. Then, Grid looked at the stats on his system board and muttered, "Level 83. I grinded 38 levels in just 3 days." He confirmed, "Only 3 days, and I've already matched the level I had back when I was a warrior. Unbelievable." His face showed deep confusion, but then he rethought it. Well, the whales spend a fortune buying top-tier gear. They can even grind 100 levels in a month. Right after that, Grid noticed something else and glanced over at Heroi, who was excitedly clenching his fists while looking at him. Grid muttered in his heart, but Heroi was still enthusiastically stating, "So cool." Seeing that, he was confused and wondered, where did this pink tail come from? Then he turned to him and asked in confusion, "Hey, are you on something? Why do you keep following me around with that creepy grin?" Heroi, hearing that, froze and looked at him, replying blankly, "Huh?" Then he smiled innocently and replied to him, full of joy, "Of course I'm happy to see that you're safe and sound." Then he added, "Oh, and to get a glimpse of that gorgeous face of yours." He smiled in the freezing wind. Seeing that, he turned his face away and sighed, thinking to himself, "Being handsome doesn't pay the bills." And just like that, I hit a streak of bad luck. I've been thinking for the past 3 days that I'd killed 80 monsters, and the system finally showed me the rewards. 580 gold, 40 pieces of ice monster leather, 25 monster kites, 14 monster horns, and 3 Pagma's Sinfit scales. I was so disappointed I couldn't help but scream internally, "Only 3 scales?" Heroi was behind me, and seeing my face dark as a soot-stained pot, he furrowed his brows in worry and asked, "What is it, my lord? What could possibly be troubling you so much?" "It's so annoying," I muttered, turning around to glare at Heroi, frustration written all over my face. "I'm pissed off because the loot drop rates are trash, yet you keep yapping about my lord in my ear. Seriously, why the hell are you still following me around and annoying the crap out of me?" Heroi didn't get mad at all. Instead, his eyes went wide with pure admiration, and he smiled back. "It's because you saved me from that wretched dungeon, my lord," he added, "and you even helped me finish that quest. Do you have any idea how agonizingly long that 50-hour real-time wait was?" Grid glared at him, his body tucked deep inside his cloak, and frowned as he challenged him. "Quit the crap. What kind of quest actually forces a player to wait 50 hours in a dungeon?" Heroi stood there in the freezing wind, clenching his fists with pure determination as he insisted to Grid, "It's the truth. It really is," he quickly added. "It's only this hard because it's a secondary class advancement quest." Hearing that, Grid's eyes popped open, completely stunned. "Wait, seriously?" Grid quickly looked at him and double-checked. "Hold up, kid. Are you telling me that the Mongol guy was the first one to get a second class? And you're the second?" Heroi scratched the back of his head with a bashful, bright smile. Yeah, that's right. All thanks to you, my lord Grid." Seeing this, Grid got so annoyed he looked like he wanted to punch something. His face went dark, he clenched his fists, and yelled at Heroi, "How the hell are you so lucky? I'm the one who went through hell and back to save your sorry ass." Heroi, seeing how pissed off he was, leaned back and let out a little eek. Then, with wide, innocent eyes, he tilted his head and explained, "Please, calm down, my lord. It might sound a bit intense, but, at the end of the day, this is a noble class meant solely to serve you." Hearing that, Grid calmed down a little, thinking to himself, well, the Messenger of Justice title isn't half bad, I guess." But then, he gritted his teeth, looking clearly dissatisfied again. "But that means he's just sitting there. reaping the benefits of my blood, sweat, and tears. A devious smirk spread across Grid's face. He grabbed Huroi by the collar and roared in a threatening tone. If that's the case, you slippery little bastard, you better serve me until the day you die. Got it? Huroi stayed totally calm, looking right at him. Yeah, I was already planning on it. Grid turned his head and frowned. Huroi followed his gaze, looking in the same direction, and asked innocently, so, where are we heading now? You've already wiped out all the mobs at the entrance to their hideout. Without hesitating, Grid replied, I need 20 pieces of Sifit scales. Grid peered into the icy, wind-whipped mountain cave and added, there aren't many out here, so I've got to head deep into the cave. He let out a long sigh. I've been grinding for 3 days straight in this game. I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a massive, giant arm crawled out from on top of a rock. Grid saw it and muttered, guess I'll kill one more mob. If the scales don't drop, I'm calling it a day. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at the monster and mumbled, one mob? Beside him, Huroi looked up in a daze. Right in front of them stood a giant orc wielding an axe, with a bunch of smaller monsters lurking behind it. Grid's jaw dropped. Wait, seriously? The system pinged. Level 140 area boss, Orc Chieftain. Right then, the chieftain swung its sharp axe straight at them. Both Grid and Huroi scrambled, sprinting away and dodging the blow, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the monster behind them. As he ran, Grid whipped his head back, eyes bulging, and screamed, what the hell is that? Where the hell did this boss even come from? Huroi, running beside him, explained, it's because you slaughtered their entire village, my lord. Grid's face twisted into a scowl, teeth gritted, as he thought to himself, this isn't good. A level 140 area boss. I can't just let it wipe me out yet. He quickly turned to look at Huroi, eyes serious, and commanded, hey, stop it. Huroi added, you want me to? Huroi looked startled. Grid kept sprinting ahead, thinking to himself, doesn't matter anyway. His class is literally built to be cannon fodder. Then, he flashed a sinister grin, his eyes wild with excitement. I'm gonna make it! Suddenly, Huroi caught up, running right beside him with unnatural speed. Huroi stared at Grid, and Grid turned to look at him, completely speechless. Then, furious, he glared and snapped, are you trying to rebel or something? You literally just said you were gonna sacrifice yourself. Get back there and hold it off. Huroi, still running alongside him, yelled back, just listen to me for a second. He looked at Grid, shouting confidently, we don't need to run. My class is the companion of the messenger of justice. If we fight together, all our stats increase by 30%. Seeing Grid hesitate, Huroi pressed further. I'm level 138 right now. If we attack together, we can actually take this thing down. Huroi's words made Grid glance over at him, eyes narrowing in suspicion. He remembered back to when Huroi got stabbed in the dungeon, and thought, that's right, he was actually pretty tough back in the dungeon. He finally relented. All right, this is winnable. Grid lunged forward, stopping suddenly to look back at Huroi. Sounds plausible, let's do it. But, Grid paused. Huroi just stared at him while they were running. With a dark, greedy look on his face, Grid demanded, every piece of loot we get, it all goes to me. He added, it's my bait that lured the boss out, after all. Huroi just froze in place. He gave a forced, awkward smile and said, with that level of stinginess, sure, go right ahead, you're the boss. Immediately, the system chimed in. Party formed. Loot distribution set to party leader. Grid snatched the sword from his waist. It started to glow. He grinned with excitement, glared at the monster, and screamed, all right, let's rock. Behind him, Huroi watched him. The system announced, party leader, Grid, level 83. Huroi caught that, clutching his weapon, staring blankly at Grid with a confused, huh? He furrowed his brows and asked, looking completely lost, wait, my lord Grid? You're only level 83? How the hell are you supposed to kill high-level orcs like that? Hearing this, he darkened his face, shot him a glare, and snapped, oh, so you're looking down on me just because my level's low? You total moron. Seeing them like that, he stood there in a daze. Suddenly, Huroi's eyes went wide, and he shouted in sheer astonishment. Full of doubt, he asked, don't tell me. Grid, are you one of the 3 people who own a legendary hidden class? He stayed calm, looked at the guy, and confirmed, something like that. Seeing that, the guy looked at him with joyful excitement and cheered. My lord, you're absolutely legendary. Seriously amazing. Then, he grinned, raised an eyebrow at Huroi, and exclaimed in admiration, enough, let's get to work. Right after, Rongu quickly turned and bolted, not forgetting to shout instructions to Hiroi. You handle the boss, I'll crush the small fry. He was too slow to react. He just stood there with wide eyes, stunned. His face went pale as he panicked, thinking to himself in confusion. His Excellency is so decisive. I never saw that move coming. He muttered under his breath, screaming internally, lips pressed tight. I cannot fail his trust. His eyes flashed with pure determination, his inner voice roaring, I must prove my loyalty. Then, he shouted the name of his skill, Eternal Indomitable Spirit. The system quickly chimed in, confirming the provocation as he drew the enemy's attention. Seeing this, the Ice Ogre chieftain glared right at him. Without hesitation, it roared, charging toward Hiroi with its axe swinging. He looked toward Dongu and shouted, Your Excellency, please make your move. Dongu grinned, eyes wide as he sprinted forward, muttering to himself, Heh, those big guys are going to feel the burn. He arched his back, grinning confidently as he swung his blade, shouting, Blacksmith's rage! Lightning sparked from the tip of his blade. Indestructible justice! Grid roared, swinging his sword. He swept through the minor mobs, shouting, Whirlwind, slash! The enemies charged toward Grid. Weapons in hand, his sword tore through them. The miserable screams of Kya, Asuka, echoed out. He smirked, oozing confidence. He shifted into a combat stance, locking eyes with the monsters. Combo. Blacksmith's rage, indestructible justice, whirlwind slash. He calculated. I've been grinding like a dog for 3 days, so this combo is smooth as butter. The damage output is insane. The system notified him, you have received 2 Sinfit scales. He frowned slightly, then smirked with satisfaction. 11 ogres down, 2 scales dropped. The game finally stopped trolling me. He turned to Hiroi. All right, Hiroi, let's take down that big boss. But before he could react, the Ice Ogre chieftain lunged at Kaza. On the other side, Hiroi stood silently, looking at him, dripping with guilt. The provocation effect has worn off, he announced. Grid quickly leaped back, dodging the axe strike. He complained loudly. Why didn't you buff me sooner? The system chimed in. You have taken 104 damage. You have taken 97 damage. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. He stared ahead, completely bewildered as he struggled. Grid watched the monster that was relentlessly attacking him. Wait, just the pressure from the swings is causing me damage? The system pinged again. You have taken 325 damage. You have taken 25 damage. Grid was sent flying back, crying out in pain. Arg! He dodged flying shards of ice, brow furrowed in deep thought. I'm dodging all its attacks, but I can't find a window to counter. He wondered, how the hell am I supposed to play this? Grid stared at the massive beast in front of him, puffing out cold steam, and screamed in his mind. This is the first boss I've had to face head-on, he yelled internally. How do I bring this thing down? The system chimed in. A legend never retreats. His body erupted with flames, his face twisted in determination. Finally, he scowled, shouting in his mind, Screw it, I'm taking you down. He shouted to Hiroi to attack. Hiroi heard him, quickly grabbing his shield and sword. He charged at the monster, shouting, Yes, Your Excellency. His eyes widened as he roared the name of his skill. Indestructible justice. He struck the monster from behind with precision. The monster frowned and looked down, staggering in pain. Argh. In the back, Hiroi attacked fiercely, eyeing the beast. Grid realized, the Justice Messenger's companion, Hiroi, has skills just like mine. Before him, he leaped into the air. The monster retreated. Hiroi turned to look. Grid furrowed his brow, swung his blade, and shouted, Indestructible justice. He lunged toward the monster, swinging his blade, shouting, Whirlwind slash! Light from the blade crashed down onto the monster. He landed on the ground, casting a glance at the beast. Hit him square on. Its legs should be weak now. The monster was steaming from the impact. Grid turned to Hiroi, shouting urgently, Hiroi, let's go. Hiroi nodded, shouting, Understood. The two of them charged at the monster together. A massive explosion rocked the area. The ogre chieftain roared in pain. Grid landed, turning to face the beast. Nice. This is winnable, he declared. Hiroi remained calm as he watched it. He added, He's a bit of a hassle, but his coordination is actually pretty solid. Hiroi looked at him with excitement, cheering. Amazing. Master. The monster stood stiffly, finally gritting its teeth and glaring at them. Its hand tightened around the axe. It became even more savage, radiating cold air as it glared down at them from above. Grid was stunned, eyes wide as he shouted in confusion. It didn't work? He stayed alert, shouting in frustration to Hiroi. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to fight this? It's attacking. Watch out. Hiroi got into his stance. The monster charged at them, teeth gnashing, swinging its axe and roaring. A single sweep sent them both flying. They yelled in agony. Grid retreated, brow furrowed. Why is it so fast? Beside him, Heroi had been sent flying and stood silent. Suddenly, he frowned, looking confused. The monster narrowed its eyes. It shouted in its own tongue, "Die, you little pests!" It swung again, giving them no time to react, sending them both flying. Blood splattered as they tumbled back, crashing to the ground with cries of pain. Oof, the system chimed in. You took 5,300 damage. Grid scrambled up from the ground, muttering to himself that he was down to less than 20% health. Then he looked toward Heroi, who had passed out with just a sliver of health left. He shouted in his mind, "Horoi's out cold. He's down to less than 10% health." Grid's face darkened, struggling as he confirmed his thoughts. Normally, after taking a hit of over 40% health, a player would be stunned for 3 seconds. I'm a Pagma's descendant, so I don't get hit with negative status effects. But he froze. He shouted urgently in his heart, "Horoi's a sitting duck." Behind him, the monster swung its axe and charged right at Heroi. Heroi was still unconscious as Grid watched. The monster didn't hesitate to bring its axe down, a massive blow striking the earth, kicking up wind and snow. Through the swirling snow and dust, Heroi began to stir, groaning in pain as he lay on the ground. Grid's desperate shouting jolted him awake. "Hey, Heroi, wake up. This isn't the time for a nap." Grid lunged forward, shielding Heroi from the monster's strike. His face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth, muttering in agony, "Don't force me to solo this monster." Heroi, shielded by him, stared in shock. Grid wheezed, spitting up blood as he declared, "With me leading this fight, you're not allowed to die. You hear me?" Seeing this, Heroi panicked and screamed at him. "My lord!" Heroi quickly snapped out of it, clutching Grid and shouting frantically, "My lord!" Then he asked, confused, "Why? Why would you throw your life away for a subordinate like me?" Behind them, the monster watched them with a strange, intense gaze. Grid rested his head on his hand, his face deathly pale. He was on the verge of death, yet he looked at Heroi and scolded, "Hey, Heroi!" Instead of sitting there being all dramatic, "How about you lure this boss away from me?" Seeing him like this, Heroi asked anxiously, "Are you okay, my lord?" Grid's face looked like he'd stepped in something nasty as he wheezed. "Just let me use a potion." The system announced, "Indomitable Legend, immune to all damage for 5 seconds, when health drops to the minimum." On the other side, the axe began to glow. Heroi said, emotionally, "Your incompetent servant couldn't protect you, and now I owe you yet another life." The monster couldn't take it anymore. It swung its axe, eyes locked on them. It brought the blade down, but Heroi just hugged him, eyes squeezed shut, tearing up as he muttered, "I have failed you, my lord." Grid panicked and shouted, "What kind of poetic crap is this? Get out of the way." The axe descended, but Heroi stayed put, calmly shielding him. Grid was terrified to the point of distortion, screaming, "Look behind you. The axe is right on your butt, and you're reciting poetry?" Heroi looked at him calmly and replied, "Please, my lord, stay calm and use your potion." The axe was inches from his head. Seeing Heroi acting so insane, Grid glared in anger and shouted, "If you don't lure it away, how the hell are we supposed to fight?" Heroi's eyes turned resolute, and his body began to glow with blue light. Behind him, the axe kept coming. Heroi affirmed, "Do not worry, my lord, I will always." He turned his head to look at the blade closing in on him, and declared with determination, "Guard your back." Suddenly, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body. Grid was blown backward, landing on the ground in shock, muttering, "You idiot Heroi, what the hell are you trying to protect?" He stared through the dust. "If you try to tank that, you're gonna get turned into mush." But something unexpected happened, leaving even the monster stunned. The axe slammed into Heroi's head, but it couldn't cut through. It was blocked. Heroi muttered. His face darkened. "I will not fall to an enemy who threatens my lord." Heroi's eyes burned with resolve. Above his head, a shield formed, and he roared the skill name Iron Will. Grid watched in pure disbelief. The axe couldn't pierce through Heroi. The system explained, "Iron Will negates all attacks for 10 seconds after activation. Cooldown, 90 minutes. Right after that, Grid pulled out a recovery potion, drinking it to heal while staring at Heroi, thinking, "That crazy guy. I just remembered." He recalled Heroi taking a sword hit for him earlier and added, "Back in the dungeon, he threw himself in front of a blade too. What kind of game-breaking defensive skill is that?" Heroi stood up, eyes fixed on the monster, winding up his arm to throw something. "Target's so huge, I could hit it with my eyes closed." He held a potion and a match. With a face full of resolve and disgust, he shouted, "Drink up, you bastard!" The potion flew straight at the monster's face, shattering and igniting into flames. Seeing this, Grid's eyes widened, a smirk forming. Firebomb. Right, that's it. Huroi kept throwing bottles, shouting. Grid couldn't help but praise him internally. The ice monster is afraid of fire. That's actually really smart. Huroi's flames kept burning, and he yelled, "Eat this! Firebomb rain!" A massive explosion followed. The monster shrieked in agony as it was consumed. Double A! It was engulfed in flames. Huroi downed a potion, lunged forward, and shouted resolutely, "This is our chance. My lord, let's do this." Beside him, Grid was just as hyped, charging in as he replied, "I was just waiting for you to say that." They launched a joint attack, slashing at the monster incessantly, giving it no chance to react. Grid couldn't help but grin, shouting, "Awesome, it's working. We've got this in the bag." On the other side, Huroi kept attacking, but suddenly grew suspicious, wondering, "Wait a second, it feels like it's hitting, but..." He paused for a moment, then looked at the monster's gritted face and screamed, "It's way too tanky. Even with the elemental weakness, it's not taking as much damage as I thought." He gritted his teeth, eyes wide as he struggled to think, "If we don't land a finishing blow soon, we're in serious trouble." On the other side, Grid charged forward, looking at Huroi with a joyful laugh after dodging the monster's fire attack. It was standing completely still, like a statue. It felt too good to be true to just land a hit like that. Huroi glanced past the monster, looking at what was behind it. Finally, his expression darkened. He smirked, channeling energy into his sword and bracing himself. He shouted, "All right, little monster, stay still while I finish you off." Suddenly, Huroi's eyes widened, and he shouted a warning. "Grid, my lord, don't just stand there. It can still counterattack." Seeing this, the monster gritted its teeth and glared at the two of them. Grid's eyes went wide with shock as he looked at the monster and gasped. The monster lunged to attack him, delivering a kick that caught him square in the chest. Grid looked shocked as his body was sent flying, then pinned and crushed into the ground. In pure shock, his face turned pale as he cried out in pain, the monster's foot still crushing him. Seeing this, Huroi worriedly looked toward him and shouted, "My lord!" Then, the monster held its head high, staring down at him with a smirk, mocking the little brats. In its hand, it gripped a glowing red orb. With a ferocious look, Huroi stood by, his eyes wide with confusion, wondering to himself, "What is that orb?" Immediately after, the monster swung the orb upward, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from it. The monster's eyes glowed bright red as it roared. Then it gripped the orb tightly, staring right at it. It roared again. Seeing this, Huroi had a bad premonition. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and shouted inwardly, "This isn't good." "I have to do something," the monster roared. "I'll tear you apart." Its foot pressed down on Grid's body with even more force, leaving him struggling. The monster's body turned a glowing red. It raised its axe toward him and shouted, "Die." Suddenly, it gritted its teeth and noticed something to its side. It was Huroi, holding his shield and weapon. His body was emitting a brilliant golden light as he got into position, saying, "So, you were faking being incapacitated? I guess you're not just some run-of-the-mill monster, are you?" Right after that, Huroi closed his eyes, raised his glowing golden sword, and warned it. "If that's the case, you're smart enough to know who the real threat is here, right?" He added, "This is a skill that can completely wipe you out." His body emanated a brilliant golden aura. The monster saw this and lunged toward Huroi, roaring, "Qua!" On the other side, Grid climbed up from the ground. He looked at Huroi with shock and worry, shouting, "Huroi, what are you doing?" Huroi's hair also began to turn golden. Huroi raised his sword above his head, firmly replying, "My lord, I've never used this skill before, but now, there's no other choice." Grid noticed the stats on Huroi's health bar. Huroi struggled to stand, eyes narrowed, as he realized his health is draining fast. Then, Huroi opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with determination as he shouted, "Sacrifice for justice!" Without hesitation, he swung his sword, and a wave of energy was released instantly. The monster frowned as it saw the attack. It was struck and knocked backward in pain. Immediately after, waves of intense energy from the sword relentlessly barraged the monster. It was forced to retreat. Grid couldn't help but stare in amazement, thinking to himself, "Strong. That's seriously strong. It would be a waste if it didn't kill it." As for the monster, after the fiery blow, it still held its head high, wailing, "Ah! Ah!" Meanwhile, Huroi leaned over, gasping for air, his eyes still keeping a vigilant watch. Looking at the monster, its feet wobbled slightly. Then, it steadied itself, finally standing tall before Huroi, and roared. Looking down at him, a weary Huroi smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, struggling, just as I thought. It's still not enough. Then, he turned to Grid behind him and shouted, My lord, now is the perfect time to finish it off. Things will be different from now on. Hearing this, Grid looked over, eyes wide with confusion and stunned, wondering to himself, Perfect time? What is he rambling about? Huroi's face turned pale, but he smiled as he looked at Grid, whispering, You'll see the opening soon. The monster quickly swung toward Huroi. Huroi stood still, unable to resist. Grid's eyes widened, watching in shock. Then, Huroi endured the monster's slash. Finally, he closed his eyes in pain as his body was cut in two. Even then, he didn't forget to look at Grid and whisper, The rest is in your hands, my lord. Immediately after, his voice faded away. My liege. His body began to dissolve into blue flames. Then, the system announced, Party member Huroi has fallen. The monster was still in its slashing stance when it suddenly noticed something behind it and glanced back. It was Grid. He stood up, muttering, Perfect time. Opening. I don't get what he's talking about at all. Then, he took a ready stance. He gripped his blade tightly, eyes filled with determination, as he glared at the monster and shouted, But I definitely won't let his sacrifice be in vain. His body began to glow. He shouted the move, Blacksmith's Rage, Flash Step. Simultaneously, the monster lunged toward him, roaring. He narrowed his eyes at it and shouted, I need to aim for its weak point. Grid locked onto its chest. Immediately, he swung his blade and roared. Whirlwind, slash. A source of energy shot through the monster's body. Its chest was struck, caving in. The monster wailed in pain. Seeing this, Grid's eyes widened in amazement. He wondered to himself, It's taking more damage than before? Grid then remembered Huroi's sword technique. He realized, Sacrifice for justice is a skill that uses up all remaining health, and at the same time, it lowers the boss's defense stats. While Grid wasn't looking, the monster's axe swung toward his face. He stared in shock as it slashed across his body. The monster glared and roared, Kuaha! Right after, it swung another blow toward Grid. He looked at it suspiciously, thinking to himself, This stubborn beast is dying, and it's still thrashing around like that? Finally, his body began to bleed profusely. His face turned dark, and he gritted his teeth, shouting inwardly, I need to land the finishing blow. Immediately, his eyes grew heavy and weak. He stumbled backward, cursing internally, Damn it! You win, you miserable monster. Suddenly, one of his eyes flashed, and the system announced, The messenger of justice grows stronger in times of despair. All stats increased by 30%. Indestructible justice activated. Immediately, his eyes widened with pure determination. The blade in his hand flashed with immense power as he screamed internally, Not a chance. He quickly swung his arm, piercing the monster with a powerful strike, and shouted the skill name, Indestructible Justice. He then lunged forward without hesitation. The monster swung its axe toward Grid, but as it struck, the axe handle shattered instantly, sending a spray of blood flying from the monster. He stood there, stunned and gasping for air. The monster collapsed to its knees. His face pale, he kept his eyes locked on it, his sword pointed forward in a defensive stance. Breathing heavily, the monster finally slumped flat onto the ground. Grid watched its shadow as the system notification chimed in. You have defeated the Frost Orc Chieftain. His eyes were still wide with shock, looking at the carcass. His body trembled, and he started to grin uncontrollably, his face flushing with excitement. He looked up at the sky and let out a triumphant roar. Hell yeah. Then he laughed like a madman, because this was Grid's first successful boss hunt. The next day, at the smithy, under a clear blue sky, a long, deep hum resonated. Grid sat at the table, arms crossed, staring at the pile of loot before him. It sparkled and shimmered, but he frowned in confusion. It took so much effort to clear this dungeon, yet I still haven't got enough Sinfit scales. Is this all the loot it dropped? He then checked the stats of the items. Frost Orc Chieftain's Helmet Set. Unique Rarity. Defense 130. HP plus 10%. Critical rate negative 20%. Grants a chance to inflict fear on opponents. When all 5 pieces of the set are equipped, you can transform into the Frost Orc Chieftain. Transforming allows you to command Frost Orcs. The Cyclone Slash skill will be initialized. Requirements. Level 150 or higher. 400 plus strength. Crimson Thunder Orb. Can summon Crimson Lightning from the sky for a short duration. Enhances the attack power of weapons struck by the lightning, granting them the lightning property. Summon duration. 1 minute. The summoner's HP decreases by 10%. He then looked at the pile of gems: Divine Weapon Enhancement Stone X2, Divine Armor Enhancement Stone X3, Sinfit Scales X7. He tossed the green skin aside, muttering constantly, "Stupid, garbage orc hide, what a waste of space." He then looked at the gear on the table, frowning to confirm his thoughts. The helmet and this orb could fetch a decent price at auction. He then spotted the stones next to them, picked them up, and squinted at them. He inspected them. These divine enhancement stones are amazing. He concluded internally. If a +7 enchantment fails with a normal enhancement stone, the enchantment level drops by 3, but if I use this one, it only drops by 1. So it's worth 12 times more than a regular one, about 1,200 gold. His eyes widened as he looked at the sparkling stone in his hand, shouting in his thoughts, "This is top server player gear. Only the rich use these expensive stones." He muttered to himself, conflicted. Should I just sell it for 720,000 gold total? He suddenly remembered Khan and gripped the stone tight, eyes wide. It's because of Khan that I even got this much loot, he thought. Then added, keeping it all for myself is a bit guilty, but... He cut himself off, held the stone up to his face, and gave a sinister, greedy smirk. Let's be honest. I have no shame left. Oh Lord, this is a sin. This is so wrong, but it feels so good. His eyes glowed with pure greed. Seeing this, Khan, who was nearby, grinned back at him. Haha, did you hunt a lot of treasure? Why are you laughing? What's with that ear-to-ear grin? Immediately, he hugged the loot on the table and glared suspiciously at him. Listen up. I only got my second class thanks to him. This loot is rightfully mine, so back off. Khan, confused, looked at him and asked, What are you mumbling about? The next second, Khan leaned over his shoulder, looked at the table, and gasped, Did you get all this loot? I've never seen any of this before. Still clutching the items, he glared at him. Back off. This stuff is mine. Seeing that, Khan turned to look at the frost orc carcass on the ground and asked, Oh, so you're throwing that stuff away? Hearing that, he dropped the pile of loot and glanced over. That's just frost orc hide. It's garbage material. Khan quickly stepped forward, picked up the skin, and smiled. Oh, actually, this is a high-grade type. If you use it as an inner lining for armor, it can completely absorb the impact from the outer layer of armor. He quickly reached his hand toward Khan. Hand it over, buddy, he threatened. Don't give it back, and I'll kill you. Khan widened his eyes, holding the skin. But you just threw it away, didn't you? He pointed at Khan with a crafty smile. Fine, keep it, but make sure you use it to forge armor for me. He then added, I'm heading to the trade guild now. Hearing this, Khan stroked his beard and glanced at him, unable to help but sigh. You're too sly for your own good, kid. I've already used up all the plum wine, he added. But, it's fine. It's not often I get to touch such rare materials. Once he arrived at the trade guild, he made his request. I want 10 weapon enhancement stones. The trader quickly confirmed, that will be 1,000 gold total. He looked at the items in his hand and couldn't help but mutter, Ugh, 1,000 gold. That hurts my heart. The trader nearby smiled at him. He widened his eyes and thought to himself, well, it can't be helped. I have to prepare thoroughly for the trip to the canyon. He added, Sinfit scales aren't the only problem. He remembered the Snowy Wind Canyon and reaffirmed his plan. I have to scour the Kisan Canyon to find the Pagma sword technique mural. He then recalled the Frost Orc chieftain and thought, those garbage orcs could already make things difficult for me. Even though I'm level 85 now, there are still many monsters that are beyond my ability to handle. Thinking of this, Grid's eyes grew even more determined as he looked at the orb in his hand, shouting in his thoughts, That's why I need to enhance my gear now, he confirmed. Time to find a quiet corner and upgrade my stuff. He walked through the back alleys and finally found a hidden spot. He pulled out his small dagger, decided this spot was quiet enough, and proceeded to enhance his ideal dagger. Then, he held the blade up, staring at it in silent contemplation. He muttered to himself. But then Grid froze, his expression darkening as he thought about his family and the 3 people he had sworn to provide for. With the mountain of debt they were still carrying and his promise to take care of it, he hesitated, wondering if it was a waste to sit here spending money on item enhancements. Shouldn't I be saving every single penny? Finally, he made up his mind and gripped the dagger tight. Meanwhile, in the Ksan Canyon, the wind and cold were raging. He stood on the canyon trail, wearing his new armor crafted from frost pieces, and looked down toward the bottom of the abyss. He carefully assessed the situation, thinking, this is way too dangerous. Even if someone paid me, there's no way I'd live here. One slip, and I'm dead meat. He opened his system menu, scrolling through it as he muttered, "The scales are important, sure, but I need to focus on my main goal." He ordered it to display his quests. The system quickly pulled up the quest. Pagma's Swordsmanship. First class quest. Investigate clues about Pagma in the northern Sand Canyon. The conditions for completion. Learn Pagma's swordsmanship. The reward. Dane's life blueprint. Seeing this, he stood there in silence, staring at the quest on his screen. Memories flooded back. He remembered the golden armor and screamed in his mind. Even though the ideal dagger is enhanced to +8, it's still just a level 180 weapon. He confirmed it again. It's nothing more than a toothpick compared to the level 250 greatsword, Dainsleif. He wrinkled his nose and curled his lip in frustration. The most important thing is Pagma's swordsmanship. I have to get that skill. Right now, I've only got 4 attack skills. The very next second, he looked up toward the caves at the base of the mountain and thought, those caves look terrifying. Without hesitation, he dashed forward along the canyon trail. He kept muttering, the level 160 monsters inside killed me 10 times over. At least that means I'm familiar with how they operate. Now, if I move carefully, then. But before he could finish his thought, he looked up and muttered, they will. Grid's eyes went wide as he saw a level 162 mountain lizard crawling toward him. His face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in a panic. He cursed, can't I even find a path without enemies? Then he shouted in frustration, I want to report the admin. He accepted his fate, raising his arm to put on his helmet while gripping the dagger in his other hand, watching the lizard charge at him. He screamed in his head, the mountain lizard is a level 160 monster, right? The lizard lashed its tongue toward Grid, who narrowed his eyes. He quickly jumped back to dodge the attack, thinking to himself, this razor-sharp tongue has killed me 10 times already. It's just as deadly as before. Next, the lizard's tail started acting up, and whipped toward him quickly. He leaped up again to dodge the tail, glancing back with panic and cursing under his breath. Damn it, my hands and feet are shaking. Then, gritting his teeth, he stared it down and shouted, I'm not the same guy I was back then, baby. Die, you miserable lizard. His sword glowed with a blue light. He slashed at the lizard while shouting the name of the skill, Blacksmith's Rage. The creature was knocked back, and he followed up with another strike, roaring, kill, wind strike. The lizard screamed in pain. It shrieked, ah, ah, as its body was scorched by blue flames. The system notification flashed. You have dealt 1,230 damage. He looked up at the system window, eyes wide in amazement, thinking, I'm actually hitting pretty hard. He then added to himself, based on my calculations, the defense stats of these Sand Canyon lizards are quite a bit higher than the frost pieces. Grid looked at his glowing blue blade, feeling proud. It really was the right call to enhance this dagger. He gritted his teeth, pulled his sword arm back, and gathered energy into a fist with his other hand. He charged forward, shouting in his mind, killing these guys is a piece of cake now. The lizard looked toward him. Grid shouted the skill name, Indestructible Justice, and swung his fist into the lizard. Finally, the lizard fell on its back, tongue lolling out, and the system notified him. You have defeated the mountain lizard. You gained 329,000 experience points. He stood there, eyes wide, one hand holding the dagger and the other still clenched. He muttered, just like that, I killed a level 162 lizard even though I'm only level 85. Grid couldn't help but brag. I'm a total badass. This quest is easy. Suddenly, something appeared above his head, accompanied by a hideous screech. He looked up in confusion to see a group of monsters, weapons in hand, staring down at him and growling. They're level 185 mountain lizard warriors. He sighed, his face falling, and muttered, geez, I just opened my mouth too soon. Before he could finish his last words, the monsters screamed and jumped down at him. Grid only managed to blurt out, wait, but then he swung his sword, shouting, I'm not the pathetic Grid from yesterday. You idiots! The monsters kept charging, but when his blue sword slashed into them, it did nothing. They just stared at him, calm as ever. Grid's eyes widened in shock. The rest of them didn't hesitate, and swarmed him. They hissed, Ki-Ri. Grid was caught off guard. They kept raining blows down on him, and he could only put his arms up to defend. The system chimed, you have taken 2,019 damage. You have taken 1,504 damage. He staggered, backwards through the smoke and dust, screaming in his thoughts, damn, their defense is way higher than the normal lizards. Thick hide and top-tier gear, too. His cloak was shredded in the process. Grid gritted his teeth, shouting in frustration. If it wasn't for Khan's masterpiece, I would have been toast by now. The system introduced. Khan's masterpiece. Physical damage taken reduced by 20%. Across from him, the monsters were still relentless, wielding their weapons as they rushed at him, shrieking, "Ki! E!" He parried with his sword, assessing the situation in his mind. "But if they keep pounding me like this, even the best armor will shatter in no time," he muttered, interrupting himself before swinging down his shield. He shouted in his thoughts, "I have to lock their legs down," then roared the skill name, Indestructible Justice. One of the leaders was knocked back by his strike. The others saw this, turned, and shrieked, "Kia! Kia!" Before they could get their bearings, he swung his sword again, aiming for their mouths. He yelled the name of his next move. Whirlwind Slash. A flash of blue light swept through the monsters, scattering them as they scrambled to dodge. They kept screeching "Ca Zoo," and seeing this, Grid narrowed his eyes, shouting in his mind, "Their rhythm is a mess, time for a counterattack." Immediately, he dashed forward using Flash Step, closing in on a monster as the system popped up, a confirmation for the dodge. Bonus 30% speed. Agility doubled for 1 minute. 80 mana consumed. 100. Second cooldown. The monster he hit stood frozen for several seconds. It stared at him, bug-eyed, screeching, "Kia! Kia!" He shouted again. Blacksmith's Rage. The system chimed to confirm. Attack power increased by 10%. Attack speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. 50 mana consumed. 60. Second cooldown. His eyes narrowed as he gripped his glowing blade, deciding in his mind, while these two buffs are still active. "Finish this," he yelled. "I'm cutting you all down." The monsters he struck spurted blood as they were quickly consumed by his blue flames, wailing in agony. "Kree," the system announced, "you have defeated the Lizard Warrior. You gained 948,000 EXP. He knelt on the ground, bracing himself on his arm, breathing heavily. "Ha! I told you, this Grid is a whole different beast now." He looked at his health bar, grit his teeth behind his mask, and muttered, "That wiped them out. But my mana bar is hitting rock bottom. A 4-skill combo really eats up the mana." Grid scrambled out of the canyon, chugging a potion while warily scanning his surroundings. "Whatever. I've got plenty of mana pots, so normal mobs aren't a problem. Plus, killing 2 more of these things and I'll level up." He hadn't even finished the sentence when he stopped short, seeing a massive spider spinning a trap right in front of him. He froze, adding, "As long as I don't run into a mountain spider, the strongest mob in this area, I'm still doing okay." Above him, the multi-eyed, disgusting spider shrieked to prove its existence. Ki. Mountain spider. Level 188. Grid clutched his head and let out a manic laugh at his own rotten luck, his eyes mocking as he muttered, "Of course, I find a mountain spider. Ha. Hilarious. Just my luck, the moment I talk about it, it jumps out." The spider didn't hesitate, quickly firing web at him while screeching, "Kia!" He flopped onto the ground, flustered. Flailing his arms and legs to dodge the incoming webs, he screamed in fear, "Ah! Get away! I'm not playing with you." Grid realized in his thoughts, "I can't mess around with this one. Those lizard warriors were easy, but if I slip up here, I'm toast." He used Legend Who Never Gives Up. Grid's body began to glow, his eyes filled with determination as he grit his teeth, shouting, "Screw it. It's just another monster anyway." Without hesitation, he raised his blade and slashed at the spider, yelling the skill name. Whirlwind Slash. The system quickly notified him. "You dealt 300 damage." He stared, shocked by the number. He wondered in his mind, "Only 300? Is its defense even tougher than the Chief's? You've got to be kidding me." Immediately, the spider wailed in pain, screaming, "Kia!" He quickly leaped into the air, shouting, "Flash, step." Then he thought to himself, "If that hits me, I'm a goner." The webs were still relentlessly chasing him. He didn't hesitate, slashing a line toward the spider. While cursing, "Take this, you stupid bug," he shouted the skill names. Blacksmith's Rage, Whirlwind Slash. The blow struck the giant spider, blinding it, while he calmly backed away. The burning spider glared at him, screeching, "Ki." The system announced, "You dealt 344 damage." Seeing this, he froze, eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted in his heart, 344? Are you joking? Is its skin made of reinforced steel or something?" His sword was still crackling with electricity as he sprinted along the cliffside, shouting in a panic, "My strongest combo isn't even making a dent." He glanced at the spider, and the spider tracked him, constantly firing webs from its maw. Grid screamed in his thoughts, "If this keeps up, I'm finished." He jumped and dodged the razor-sharp webs flying his way, yelling, "Flash step!" While thinking, even with flash step, I'm barely dodging its attacks. He looked at the glowing weapon in his hand and concluded, Whirlwind Slash barely does any damage. Normally, this skill should boost my attack power by 60%, but it's only half as effective because I don't meet the equipment requirements. He shifted his gaze to his hand, which was burning with blue energy, confirming, I have to rely on indestructible justice because it boosts attack power by 300%. But then he questioned, but I have to get close. Really close for it to be effective. His eyes widened, as if he'd seen something shocking. Grid stood in the space of his own thoughts, shouting, Wait! If I… He stopped. Then, he stomped his foot to gain momentum, stopped running, and an idea sparked in his head. With newfound resolve, he thought, Let's do it! Go big or go home. Grid narrowed his eyes, grit his teeth, and lunged forward, shouting in his heart, I have to bet everything on this custom combo. Immediately, he swung his arm, sender energy from his sword flying forward, yelling, Whirlwind Slash! He gripped the hilt, firing maximum energy forward, screaming in his heart, This is it! Grid threw his fist out, following the sword that kept pouring out energy. He widened his eyes, screaming in his heart right before the Whirlwind Slash went off. Immediately after, he yelled, Justice's unbreakable strike. A massive wave of energy surged from his fist as he punched the arm holding his sword, firing it straight toward the giant venomous spider. The spider kept its fanged mouth wide open. Go! The beast roared at him. A second later, its body was decapitated by his raw energy. Over there, he was still swinging his sword forward. The energy blast hit the spider, making it shriek in pain as blood spewed from its mouth. He kept his stance, sweating profusely. He muttered, Huff, huff. It actually worked. The sword in his hand kept pulsing with energy, and he thought, no, it didn't just work, it notification. The system notification chimed in. New combination skill hit the target. Combination skill. Wind of Justice has been created. Intelligence increased by 10. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a brilliant glow. Grid saw it, and the system notified him that his entire body was shining too. The system added, Wind of Justice deals 320% damage to targets within 6 meters. Effective attack radius, 2 meters around the target. Mana cost, 400. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Requirement, Wisdom. He was shocked, asking himself in his thoughts, a completely new skill? The giant spider had collapsed to the ground, motionless. He watched it warily. Then, it jerked up, blood gushing from its body as it screeched, Key! Key! Grid quickly lunged forward, seizing the opportunity, and realized, it's down! Now, while it can't move. I have to. Grid leaped into the air, gripped the hilt of his sword tight, and gritted his teeth, determined to land the finishing blow. The spider lay gasping on the ground. The system announced, Special grade glove effect activated. Your attack will strike twice. The sword in his hand glowed as it gathered energy. His eyes went wide with resolve, and he shouted at the monster, Take this, you trashy monster, I told you. Without hesitation, he slashed at the spider, shattering its body. He yelled, I'm not the same Grid I used to be. Immediately after, a cave-in occurred with a loud roar. Grid sat on the ground, panting heavily, huff, huff, huff. Over there, the monster was being incinerated in blue flames, screeching in agony. Key. He stood still, watching it. The system announced, You have defeated the mountain spider. You received 387,500 experience points. His eyes popped wide open. He grinned, looking at his gains on the system. Right after, a golden aura appeared with the notification. You have leveled up. Current level, 86. Grid cheered, clenching his fist and his sword, shouting, Yeah! His shout echoed through the deadly quiet Kasuman. From another corner of the mountain, a man observed him and muttered, Killed a mountain spider solo, eh? It's been a long time since I've seen anyone do that. Then, he watched as he put his mask back on, acting like a total idiot while cheering with his sword, and added, Looks a bit like a fool. But with every battle, he gets stronger. This potential is limitless. His hair fluttered in the wind. He whispered, Asmafel, I've survived this long. Even though you framed me for treason, stole everything I had, and took my comrades. Piaro, he frowned. He stood still in the wind, his armor tattered, staring at him as he muttered, his hand clenched in resolve. Death will come for you. Just wait for me, Asmafel. He was the former first knight of the Saharan Empire, the Red Knight, Piaro. His eyes narrowed as he watched him, whispering, Finally, I have. Then, he cut himself off. While Grid down below was still grinning happily, completely oblivious, PRO confirmed. Found a weapon for revenge. System. Character info. Grid, level 86. 331,000. 400 out of 2 million. 298,000. Class. Pagma's Successor. Title. Legends Destiny. The first to craft a unique item. Dexterity plus 200. The only one to craft a legendary item. Dexterity plus 350. Knight of Justice. Stamina plus 100. Strength plus 30. Envoy of Justice. All stats plus 10. Health 8,052 8,052. Mana 564 564. Increased ability to add a special skill when crafting items. Increased success rate for item enhancement. Can equip all items, though there are limitations if the minimum requirements aren't met. Reputation gained will increase, and stats gained will increase. At the same time, in another part of the canyon, inside a dark cave, under a massive spider web, 3 people were tied up like cocoons. One of them asked, "What was that sound?" Then, a voice replied, "Probably just the spider that left." The green-haired man frowned and said, "It's probably out hunting for more prey." That was Choi Chan-sun, level 87, rogue. Beside him, the blonde guy with squinty eyes chimed in. "We went all the way to Winston just to end up as spider food?" That was Shin Ji-won, level 87, fire mage. The last one, an orange-haired guy, frowned in anger and yelled, "Don't blame me, you idiots. It wasn't just me who wanted to come here." That was Lee Junho, level 88, warrior. Then, Junho glared at Ji-won in frustration and shouted, "I've been taking care of you guys for 15 years, and now you want to rebel?" Hearing that, he just pouted and replied, "Fine, sorry. Why are you so stressed?" Seeing that, Chan-sun, next to them, couldn't help but say, "Junho, we're friends, don't talk like that." Hearing this, the two of them looked over. Junho frowned and snapped, "Why the hell should I have to kiss anyone's ass? Just because he's some big shot or the son of some higher up? No way." He added, "You guys would be better off if you just stayed quiet and kept your heads down like that loser Grid." Ji-won, totally confused, just stared with wide eyes, asking about who? The A. I? He smirked smugly, then squinted his eyes at them and shot back. "That kid, Grid." Then, he added mockingly, "You know, the guy who just keeps his mouth shut and coughs up money whenever he's told." Beside him, Ji-won smirked and nodded in agreement. "Ha ha, back in high school, those were the days, man." Then he scoffed. The only one who didn't know how to have any fun was Chan-sung, always trying to act so holier than thou. Chan-sung just pressed his lips together, staying silent as he sank into his own thoughts. Beside him, Ji-won suddenly curled his lip, his eyes widening as he announced, "I heard that Grid plays satisfying too." Junho flashed a toothy grin and replied, "Yeah, I heard that at the last class reunion too." Then he sneered, "Level 70? What a scrub. No matter where he goes, he'll always be a pathetic loser." Meanwhile, Junho was frantically trying to saw through the silk wrapped around him with a small knife, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Since the spider isn't here right now, we'd better figure this out ourselves." "My knife isn't doing jack." Ji-won struggled too, trying to burn the webs with fire magic, but sighed. "My fire magic isn't even touching this stuff." Junho was still trying to break free with his bare hands, his muscles trembling from the effort. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "I'm trying my best here, you idiots. I've been clenching my butt muscles this whole time and nothing's moving." Faced with this, Ji-won asked vaguely, "Are we just supposed to lie here and starve to death or what?" Suddenly, his eyes flickered towards something in the distance. Finally, he shouted, "Hey, look over there, someone's coming." Following his gaze, Grid walked into the spider's cave. He muttered to himself, "That nasty spider's been living here for 15 years. It must have dragged a ton of good loot back to its nest." His face was calm, yet he remained vigilant. As he scouted deeper, he grumbled, "I had to beat myself half to death just to kill that thing, and it only dropped trash? What a useless piece of junk." Inside, the 3 of them cocooned in the spider silk, watched him with wide, panicked eyes. One of them whispered, "Can you guys hear that?" "In here. It's too echoey to tell, but I think he said he already killed the spider." Grid kept walking deeper inside, his eyes glowing red. Junho, seeing this, gave a smug smirk and muttered, "Must be some high-level challenger who came down here. Time to put the suck-up skills to work and butter him up." Right then, wriggling in the webs, he screamed, "Hey, handsome, please save us." Grid looked over, confused, then narrowed his eyes, putting a hand to his forehead to block the light. He kept walking toward them, muttering, "What was that? Too far away. Can't hear clearly." Then, realizing, "Oh, Some people got caught by the spider. Junho looked like he'd struck gold and shouted, "Oh, thank God, you're here." But when Grid saw them, he froze, his face darkening instantly. He turned around to walk away, pretending not to see them. Junho panicked and yelled, "Hey, wait!" Then, he cursed under his breath. What the hell? What a freak. But Grid just kept sprinting away. His face was filled with panic. He gritted his teeth, glancing back at the group, and screamed in his head, "Lee Junho? Why are those pieces of trash here?" Memories from his past life flooded back Junho with his arm around him, Jiwon laughing like a maniac. They looked down on him. And back then, he was too weak to fight back. Grid thought to himself, "No, don't dwell on it." He remembered them calling him a parasite, a debtor, a game addict. He remembered it all too clearly, being bullied at that class reunion. Then, he pictured the smug faces of Junho and Jiwon, with Chansung in the back, just watching without saying a word. Grid confirmed, those guys were bullies who specialized in beating me up and shaking me down back in high school. He thought to himself, if they find out I play this game, they're just gonna keep messing with me. Returning to the present, he gritted his teeth and shouted internally, "I can't go back to being that pathetic loser." He'd only just started getting strong, and he froze. His eyes widened as he mumbled to himself, "Wait, I'm strong now." Grid turned his head back, as if he just remembered something, and smirked. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Right, things are different now." Over on the other side, Ji-won sounded exhausted as he gave his opinion. "Screw it, let's just log out." Junho gritted his teeth, glaring at the silk wrapped around his body, and added, "Even if we do that, the game counts it as a death. You idiot." He gritted his teeth, eyeing his surroundings, and said, "Just be patient and wait. He'll come back, one way or another. Those high-level challenger types love acting like saviors to people like us." Right then, Grid quickly approached them. Junho cheered, "See, I told you." The other two looked at him too. Grid stood there, his face like a monster's, grinning widely and showing his teeth as he looked at them. "Greetings, kids," he asked. "Need a hand?" Junho was trembling like a leaf, sweating, and as he looked at his face, he tried to force a smile, gritting his teeth. He kept staring at him, covered in cold sweat, thinking, something feels a bit off. It's good that he came back, but why do I still feel like there's some kind of danger here? Grid smiled widely, eyes glinting, and thought to himself, these dogs are all tied up, and my face is covered. This is the perfect chance for me to get some revenge. Without thinking twice, he turned around. He reached out to touch the spider webs nearby and asked, "Are you guys tied up with this stuff?" Without hesitation, he used his blade to cut through the silk, remarking, "This thin little string?" With his other hand, he grabbed a piece of the web. Chansung saw him do this and was shocked, frowning as he shouted, "Whoa, that glow." Beside him, Jiwon's eyes went wide with shock, adding, "That weapon, it's at least reinforced to +8. Now that's a real player." By now, Junho was smirking smugly, raising an eyebrow as he looked at him. He daydreamed, perfect. If we just flatter this guy, we'll be free. He couldn't stop sucking up. "Oh, big boss, you're so badass. If you don't mind, could you help us little guys out for a second?" Grid's face broke into a cold sweat, his eyes narrowing coldly as he thought, "Oh, is that so? This sleazy snake, when he wants something, his mouth gets real sweet." He walked closer to them, flashing a toothy grin, and confirmed, "Sure." Then he set a condition, "Strip off all your gear, and I'll save you first." Junho stared in disbelief, grinding his teeth as he looked at the guy next to him. Jiwon's eyes went wide as he screamed out, "What? You're demanding all our loot just to cut us out of these spider webs? Seriously?" Beside him, Junho tried to compose himself, sighing with a mocking sneer as he looked at him. "So that's it? I thought since you were high level you'd be something special. But it turns out you're just a petty, greedy lowlife." But the guy didn't hesitate. He slammed a fist into the guy's chin, sending blood spraying from his mouth as the others watched in shock. He was so stunned and hurt, he couldn't even react. Blood was still splattering everywhere as he screamed internally, "What the hell? How? It was just a normal punch, so why does it hit so damn hard?" Across from him, Grid clenched his fist, which was glowing with flames. He shouted the name of his skill in his head, the blacksmith's rage, while cursing at the group. "You scum! Do you have any idea how expensive it is to get me to save your sorry asses?" Naturally, it wasn't cheap. Grid was buzzing with excitement, grinning broadly as he looked down at his own fist, his inner thoughts brimming with joy. "There it is! Ha ha ha, that's the first time I've managed to punch them like that. How do you like that, you dog, Lee Junho? Long live Satisfy." Over there, Junho regained his composure after the punch, grinding his teeth. Glaring at him, he cursed, "You son of a bitch." Meanwhile, Grid just tightened his burning fist, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, he couldn't hold it back anymore, eyes bulging as he roared, threatening Grid. "You want to be famous? Huh? You think because this is a game, you can just do whatever you want? You think you can handle me in the real world? Just give me your address. Once I meet you in real life, you're dead." The guy just squinted at him, looking a bit confused. They were both startled, but the guy started narrowing his eyes, thinking to himself, he actually almost pissed himself. Without hesitation, he followed up with another punch, shouting, "Get a haircut, you bowl cut freak." Junho was beaten until he was spitting blood, unable to fight back. Nearby, Jiwon saw this and his eyes went wide. He started stuttering, threatening the guy. "You bastard, you just wait, now." The guy looked over at him, confirming to himself, Shin Jiwon, that dog who used to bully me. Right after Junho, Grid didn't hesitate. He swung his hand again, clenching his fist which was still wreathed in flames, his eyes glaring and his teeth gritted as he screamed inside. "Good thing you're tied up here too. Now's the time for me to vent." He started taunting them, cursing. "I'm sick of you bastards." The sounds of the beating echoed endlessly. Along with the screaming, Grid was thrilled inside. "I never imagined a day like this would come. Long live Satisfy." But the others kept crying out, "We'll give you the money. Just stop." But the guy just shouted back at him, "Gold and silver? You think you're rich? I just like punching you. Here's one more for good measure." Just then, Choi Chan-sun spoke up. "Hey, calm down." After seeing the other two beaten until their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, the guy turned and asked, "What was that?" He stared right back at him with a calm look and warned him, "If you don't want to help us, then just leave." He then challenged him, "Does beating up someone who can't fight back make you feel good?" Grid looked at him, his eyes going round as he remembered, Choi Chan-sun. This guy is different. He even apologized to me once for bullying me. Over there, Chan-sun was still glaring at him, eyes wide, while the guy just nodded to himself. But he added, "Fine, if that's how you want it." Grid paused. His hand started to glow with flames again. Clenching his fist and grinding his teeth, he laid out his conditions, "Kneel down and beg, then I'll help you." He thought to himself, they're all the same. Then, he gritted his teeth and smiled, asking Chan-sun, "Forget the money for a second. What do you think? I'm still a good guy, aren't I?" Chan-sun just looked at him, confused. And then, with a righteous look, Chan-sun narrowed his eyes and declared, "Forget it. I'm not the type to crawl like that. If you're so good, just kill me." Hearing this, Donggu was stunned, eyes wide as he asked, "Huh?" Next to him, the other two were shouting, goading the guy. Jiwon yelled, "That's right, you dog, just kill us." Junho chimed in, "Better that than sucking up to a coward like you." Seeing them so spirited, the guy gritted his teeth, thinking, if this keeps up, this isn't fun anymore. If I kill them, I'll go to jail, and my reputation score will drop. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. He didn't forget to shout back at them, "Fine, just stay there and die." The three of them watched his back, speechless. Junho turned to Jiwon and asked, "Is he for real? Did he just leave?" Jiwon looked back, confirming as he watched the guy leave. As Donggu walked away, he muttered irritably, "Like hell I'd let you off that easy. Do you have any idea how long I've had to put up with you guys? It's not going to be that simple." A devious expression crossed his face, his teeth baring in a grin as he shouted excitedly in his mind, "I'm going to go find a few more spiders to keep you guys company. If you're going to die, you're going to die in pain. You hear me?" Immediately after, he jumped off the ledge of the cave. Behind him, one of the three whispered, "I thought he wouldn't kill us, but I never expected him to just walk away." Junho was grinding his teeth in pain, cursing, "Damn it! Waiting here is pointless and just makes us suffer more. What a total psychopath." Beside him, Chan-sun was still calm, glaring at them, observing them as he questioned, "It's done now, so what's the point of complaining? What do we do now?" Jiwon added, "We can't escape on our own. If we wait, what if that psycho comes back? We're screwed." His face was beaten to a pulp, looking like a pig's head. Junho, bitter and grinding his teeth, shouted, "You think I want to be a punching bag for his Wing Chun practice? There's no other way. Damn it." Outside the mountain range, the sky was clear, and time passed quickly until late at night. Inside the cave, the sound of heavy breathing echoed, huff, huff, huff. Grid had returned, excitedly shouting, "Ooh ha ha ha. Grandma's back, kids." He asked them, "Didn't you say you'd rather die?" Immediately after, he gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring with malice as he laughed. Scum, like you guys don't deserve a peaceful death. You need to die in pain. But before he could finish, Grid stopped in his tracks. Inside, the three guys who had been wrapped up like cocoons in the spiderwebs were nowhere to be seen. Grid let out a surprised, "Huh?" and froze. He looked around, bewildered, muttering to himself. Did they log out? A spider behind him roared, and Grid's eyes went wide as he mumbled, "Wait, what about me?" His voice echoed through the cave, ringing out all the way to the canyon. At the same time, in a misty, dreamy place, surrounded by a seven-colored waterfall, rainbows stood side by side, creating a beautiful scene. A stunning, rainbow-colored waterfall. The founder of the Eternal Kingdom, Loran, discovered this waterfall after conquering the north. It's tucked away in the rugged terrain of the Kelson Canyon. Its location was whispered about everywhere. A majestic, beautiful, towering waterfall. Grid stood at the base, looking up, and murmured, "Loran, waterfall." He stood before the rushing water, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in awe at its grandeur. "This is Loran Waterfall. Absolutely incredible," I whispered to myself. Suddenly, I snapped, clutching my head and screaming in frustration. "Damn it, where's Pagma's sword technique?" I gritted my teeth and glared, muttering. In my head, it felt like such a struggle. I carved Pagma's sword technique onto the northern cliff face. I really am an idiot for trusting a ghost's word. I figured as much. I looked toward the waterfall, muttering bitterly. What a scam. I've spent the whole day tearing this place apart and haven't found a single thing. Suddenly, I saw some kind of cave inside the waterfall. Huh? A pitch-black cave was hidden away. My eyes went wide and I stared at it, amazed. Well, what do we have here? I didn't hesitate for a second. I waded into the cave, peering inside to scout it out while complaining. So cramped. Why is there such a tiny cave behind a massive waterfall? Then I started complaining again. Seriously, Old Man Khan's ancestor really gave me terrible directions. I looked up, at the carvings on the stone ceiling of the cave, and gasped. There it is, Pagma's sword technique. I stepped forward, glancing at the stones, then reached out to touch them. It's covered in so much moss, I said. Thank goodness I can still make out the shapes. I noticed the man in the carving holding a sword, demonstrating the technique. So that's Pagma. Wow, he's actually quite handsome. Then I focused on something else. Oh, that's the Slayer sword. It looks much bigger than Khan's simulation, at least over 3 meters long. Suddenly, I realized something, and I furrowed my brow, glancing around. But why hasn't the quest completion notification popped up yet? I looked back at the stone carvings, feeling lost. Don't tell me I have to memorize all of this, right? I couldn't stop complaining, completely exhausted, but a second later, I drew my sword. With a determined look, I confirmed, well, I'm almost done with the quest anyway, so I might as well finish it. Time flew by, and the sun began to set. A rainbow appeared atop the waterfall. Inside the cave, Grid was fuming. I glared, stomped my feet on the ground, and shouted in pure frustration. Ugh, this isn't working either. Damn it, what a waste of 3 hours standing here swinging this sword around. I panted, wiping the sweat from my brow, and muttered, if this keeps up, I'm done for. My stamina is completely drained. Then, as if realizing something, I let out a, huh? I looked down and noticed another carving at my feet. I asked myself, wait, there's one more? Just then, the system pinged with a notification. You have learned Pagma's sword technique. Pagma's sword technique. First class quest complete. Seeing this notification, I was stunned, looking at it and wondering, wait, so I didn't need to memorize it? Just seeing it all was enough? The system then urged me to return to Khan. Grid's face darkened, his eyes popped wide, and he scowled as the system's space-time teleportation kicked in. Notifications kept ringing in my ears. Pagma's sword technique. Level 1. Passive. When not using skills, physical attack increases by 20%, and critical hit rate increases by 10%. Effect only applies when wielding a sword-type weapon. Active. You can execute 5 sword styles: kill, transcend, link, slay, rise. The passive effect of the skill will disappear. After activation, it takes 10 seconds to end the activation state. Mana cost, 20. The system's rays of light flashed. Kill. Deals 155% attack power to all opponents within a 1-meter radius and slows them down. Mana cost, 350. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Then, blue rays of light kept appearing with the stats. Transcend. Enemies cannot approach you for 3 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Link deals 500% of your attack power to a single target. Mana cost, 350. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Slay deals 1,500% of your attack power to a single target, inflicting bleeding and panic. Mana cost, 1,200. Stamina cost, 50%. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Rise. Your attack power doubles, and basic attacks become ranged attacks. Mana cost, 1,800. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3,000 seconds. Back in reality, I was both amazed and sweating, looking at the stats on the screen and exclaiming, "Incredible. Simply incredible. A skill that has both active and passive effects, and they're all top-tier combat skills, too." Suddenly, my face darkened. Still touching the system window, I broke into a cold sweat. Wait, this costs so much mana. How am I supposed to handle this with my current mana pool? There are some styles I can't even use yet. After that, I walked toward the cave entrance, looked out at the waterfall, and added, "Ugh, this is so annoying. I'd need to boost my intelligence to around 400 just to use Slay. Why would I need intelligence when strength is the most important stat for a blacksmith?" The waterfall kept crashing down outside. Grid walked along the scorching canyon, hunched over and depressed. With debt piling up this high, where am I going to find the time to grind stats? Suddenly, something surfaced from the water. Water splashed everywhere, and I instinctively shut my eyes, raising my hand to shield my face, shouting, "Arg!" A monster covered in gills and scales stared right at me. The leader spoke up. "Where do you think you're going, kid? Give us your heart." They were level 175 mermen. I narrowed my eyes, my face darkening, as I calmly assessed the situation in my mind. "Give me that heart, you level 175 merman trash." Grid narrowed his eyes, keeping his cool as he analyzed the situation. The fishmen of the K-San Canyon are legendary for their aquatic combat skills, and there are 4 of them here. Grid just smirked, amused, and quickly grabbed his mask to put it on. The sword in his hand began to glow, and he said excitedly, "Good, I've got some test dummies to try out my skills." He gripped the glowing sword, which crackled with electricity, and muttered, "Pagma's sword dance." Then, he took a stance, putting his sword into position. Grid looked calm on the outside, but inside, he was screaming. His body was automatically executing these complex movements. Over there, the fishmen with staffs lunged at him from underwater. He leaped up, weaving through the air, unleashing a barrage of sword energy toward the fishmen. His expression was one of sheer astonishment. He stared ahead, shouting out the skill name. A brilliant stream of sword energy erupted from the tip of his blade, shooting forward with a blinding flash. The system confirmed. Shield. Enemies cannot approach you for 3 seconds. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 300 seconds. A circular barrier of light surrounded him. The monsters kept charging at him. When they saw the shield, their eyes widened in shock, and they shouted in unison, What is this? We can't get close to him." Inside the barrier, Grid grabbed a mana potion, drank it, and muttered to himself, "One single move already burned through half my mana. Need to restore mana, or I'm done for." The sword in his hand glowed brighter. He pointed the tip straight at the fish monsters. Energy surged from the blade as he shouted internally, "Just stand there like dummies, you batch of unprepared sushi. Now, let's test out my passive skill." Grid didn't hesitate, slashing his blade across the air, his eyes glowing bright red. He pulled his fist back to gather momentum and roared. Deactivate Sword Mastery. The system confirmed the skill was toggled off, granting a 20% boost to physical attack and a 10% boost to critical hit rate. The effect only applied while wielding a sword. He then charged toward the table, swinging his blade to unleash the Wind of Justice technique at the monsters. It tore them to shreds. The system notification popped up. 320% attack power damage against targets up to 6 meters away. The area of effect was a 2-meter radius around the target, costing 400 mana with a 100-second cooldown. The monster hit by the skill shrieked in agony before its body began to dissolve. The remaining monsters stared in shock, muttering, "Brothers, how did he dare?" Seeing this, Grid frowned and warned the crowd of monsters. "You want to know if I dare? What are you going to do about it?" He didn't hesitate, continuously moving with a flash step, his sword cutting through a line of monsters in front of him. Suddenly, a monster behind him threw a spear, piercing his back. Blood sprayed out. It screamed, "Had enough yet, you trash? Take this, rear penetration technique." Grid, hit by the skill, arched his back. He groaned in pain. "Urgh! Blood gushed out. Grid quickly dodged away, glancing back at the monster to assess the situation. One hit cost me 13,000 HP? The level difference is no joke. My priority right now is to refill my mana. The holy sword in his hand flared up again. His body moved flexibly, unleashing techniques in the air, appearing and disappearing. Energy constantly surged as Grid's eyes flashed with a golden light. He shouted the name of the technique, Sword Mastery, Pagma. Then he swung his hand forward, shouting, "Break!" A massive amount of force was released, and the system evaluated the break stat. Deals 155% attack power to all opponents in a 1-meter radius and reduces their movement speed. Costs 350 mana, 120-second cooldown. The monsters over there cried out in pain. Grr. Just a human. Their bodies gradually disintegrated into nothingness. The system kept notifying him. You have defeated a merman. Level increased by 1. Gained 10 stat points. He remained calm, standing in his pose even after the technique ended. Behind him, the monsters were dissolving. He glanced at the system window and muttered, "Put all points into intelligence for yours truly." He had his own plan. Getting another 30 mana was perfect to finish the battle. After that, he gathered his strength and climbed out of the water, wiping sweat from his brow while grumbling. I can boost my stats by crafting equipment anyway, so there's no rush. He kept punching his lower back, complaining, "Ugh, my back." Suddenly, Piaro appeared, standing with his arms crossed on a cliff rock in front of him. He praised him. Impressive. Grid, clueless, looked at him, his face full of caution, wondering, is there someone in this god-forsaken place? Who is this guy? Then he noticed the name above his head and shouted in surprise, "There's an NPC tag over his head." Seeing that, the man remained calm, arms crossed over his chest, looking at him as he said, "No need to be so cautious. I have a favor to ask of you." Hearing that, he was a bit surprised, and muttered, "That look, my body hasn't reacted yet. Don't tell me." Grid turned his head to look at him, confirming the suspicion. "A beggar, huh?" he replied immediately. "Oh man, this guy doesn't have a dime on him." Piaro, seeing him so greedy, was speechless. Then, he burst into laughter, clutching his stomach, and shouted at him, "Ha ha ha, a beggar? Where on earth do I look like a beggar?" Hearing that, he looked him up and down and retorted, "Look in the mirror, old man, and don't be so loud." Behind him, a group of mermen quickly rushed from under the water. They asked in unison, "Who killed our brothers?" Seeing that, he turned to look at them, gritted his teeth, and roared internally, "I knew it. These guys again. How many are there? About 10? How am I supposed to play this?" Grid had an idea. There was only one way. He pointed his finger at Piaro, who was nonchalantly leaning against the wall, and shouted, "He did it. I saw it with my own eyes." The old man stared at him wide-eyed. His face quickly darkened, frowning as he muttered, "Oh, passing the buck, are we?" But Piaro didn't hesitate to step forward, swinging his sword once at the monsters. Right after that, they vanished, crying out in pain. Ah! Next, he held his longsword, face darkening as he looked at him and announced, "You are exactly like him, the person I hate the most." He stared at Piaro in shock, shouting, "Look at that sword. That's real quality." Not only that, but he killed all 10 of them with just one move. Then, Grid saw his chance, scratching his head and acting apologetic, stuttering, "Big brother, I'm sorry. I messed with the wrong guy." Piaro sheathed his sword and declared, "Drop the hypocritical act. I don't want to talk much, so I'll get straight to the point." His face was stern as he looked at him, announcing, "I have a favor to ask of you." At the same time, the system announced, "Quest. The true traitor of the Red Knight's S rank has been initiated. Piaro requests you to become his representative. Request. Punish Asmofel. Reward upon completion. The Avenger title. The Avenger initiates the brutality stat. Attack power plus 100. Killing intent skill will be unlocked. Quest failure. Level -4. His face showed extreme surprise at this notification, his eyes widening. Then, information about the organization, along with a profile picture of a red-clad knight, appeared. The system added, "The Red Knights of the Saharan Empire were once considered the strongest force on the continent. Asmofel, vice commander of the Red Knights, had an illicit affair with the Empress and was discovered by Piaro. He framed Piaro, forcing him to flee and become an exile. Currently, Piaro is looking for someone who can take revenge for him." Faced with this information, Grid rolled his eyes and thought, "The title sounds sweet, but how can I possibly beat a vice commander? And that place is so far away." He didn't hesitate to refuse. "I refuse. Currently, I don't have enough skill or time to help you." Piaro heard this and calmly walked toward him, suspicious. That's a lousy lie. Is the reward not enough? Grid remained calm and countered, why would I lie to you? If I'm not good enough, I'm not good enough. Piero's face darkened. He raised the sword at his hip and confirmed, that greedy look in your eyes says it all. I'll add my sword as a reward. The system followed suit, displaying the stats of Piero's sword. Grant extra power to my sword. The system complied, displaying the stats of Piero's longsword. Unique rarity. Durability 1, 1, 0, 2, 1, 3. Attack power 387. Accuracy plus 10%. Hatred skill will be initialized. Stamina negative 100. Requirements. Level 190, plus 900. Strength 300 plus. Agility. Advanced sword mastery. Next, he lightly tapped his sword against the boy's rear and reasoned, I've been observing how you took down those spiders and mermen. Your skill and technique are undeniable. The reward I've added isn't bad either, so think it over carefully. He also stared, eyes wide, following the man's movements. Finally, the man delivered a threat. Keep refusing, and I might just kill you. It hit him like a bolt from the blue, causing him to grit his teeth as the system chimed in. You took 7,500 damage. The messenger of justice is extremely brave and powerful. In critical situations, you won't be easily defeated. Before the enemy fell, the spot lightly tapped by the sword began to glow. His eyes widened in shock. The system notified him. All stats increased by 30%. Inside, Grid was screaming, what the hell is this? Just a light tap on the thigh, and I was almost sent back to the respawn screen. He quickly collapsed to the ground, looking up at Piaro. The man was still standing there calmly, watching him. Grid screamed internally. He wasn't just watching everything I did in this ravine. He wouldn't even let me explain. An NPC who kills you if you don't accept a quest? The developers are quite the comedians. Grid regained his composure, glaring and gritting his teeth as he cursed. Damn it, then just kill me. He kept muttering to himself. Dying now just costs some EXP, but if I fail the quest, I lose 4 levels. Screw it. Dying and respawning in Winston saves me the walk back. Piaro narrowed his eyes, curling his lip at him, looking completely unimpressed. Then, he quickly sheathed his sword, turned around, and remarked, someone like you doesn't know how to value life. He then urged, get out of here. Seeing this, he quickly sat up from the ground and couldn't help but look up to ask, you said you'd kill me, didn't you? But Piaro remained calm, closing his eyes to answer him. Killing is not my hobby. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at him, adding, however, if you change your mind, come find me. Before him, the sunset had fallen, turning deep red. Piaro affirmed, this is my wish, not an obligation. The next day at the smithy, a shout echoed, yeah! Grid was full of excitement. He lifted the longsword high, his face full of joy. There you are, my lovely Dainsleif. The system also popped up a notification. Item, Dainsleif. Unique rarity. Durability, 500, 500. Attack power, 451635. Attack speed, -8%. Weight, 1,580. Deals additional damage equal to 10% of the target's defense. The more enemies, the stronger the hammer. Initializes Golden Lightning skill. Requirements. Level 2, 150 plus 1,800. Strength plus 300. Advanced sword mastery. His face was full of satisfaction as he gave a goofy grin, gripping the sword and muttering in excitement. Those guys like Junker would probably drool over this gear. And it's a long sword too. If I enhance this, it's going to be absolutely blinding. Beside him, Khan was wiping away tears, looking at the sword in front of him and muttering, to be able to witness Pagma's swordsmanship. It truly is a great honor for this old man. Thank you, Grid. He also smiled, glancing at the man. Grid looked at Khan, grinning as he asked, what's next? How do I get Valhalla? And the man smiled back, offering, haha, get some rest first. You just went through a grueling journey. Seeing that, he pouted, rolled his eyes, and sighed. It seemed he still hadn't met enough requirements to receive the second job quest. Oh well, that's fine. On the way back, I managed to hit level 95 and dumped all my stats into intelligence. Time to chill for a bit. Grid looked at the stats currently displaying on the system. Blacksmith's Rage. Level 2. Attack power plus 15%. And attack speed plus 30% for 30 seconds. Mana cost 40. Cooldown 60 seconds. Indestructible Justice. Level 2. Deals 320% attack power as a long-range strike. Mana cost 300. Cooldown 90 seconds. He then remarked, My core skills have leveled up too. I guess that's decent. In the distance, someone approached and asked the two of them, "Are you Grid?" He and Khan turned to look at the person in confusion. A soldier in armor looked at him, sword at his hip, and made an announcement. "The head administrator has an urgent request for you regarding the forging of some equipment. Please come with us to the castle." Beside him was another soldier. Afterward, at the Winston Castle Forge, he exclaimed at the sight of the place he was brought to, "Whoa, I didn't know there was a forge inside the castle." The manager stood to one side. With hands on his hips, he looked at him as he was admiring the surroundings and said, "You'll be forging here this time. This is an emergency." He looked at the boy seriously and added, "The Yatan Church is expanding at a terrifying speed. Ever since the 8th servant appeared, they have been advancing toward Winston and destroying every village in their path." Hearing that, he frowned, watching him vigilantly, and thought to himself, "I've heard rumors that Yura is that 8th servant. Many players have even joined the Yatan Church because of the 20% XP bonus event. Winston must be in a tough spot." Right after that, the castle manager handed him a scroll along with a notification. "To deal with them, we will dispatch reinforcements to the Kim Fortress." He then posed the question, "Please forge us the equipment in this blueprint." Seeing that, he reached out to take it. The system brought up a notification frame. Holy Shield Blueprint. Unique Legendary Rarity. Requirements: Level 190 plus 500. Strength 1000 plus. Holy Power. Must be a follower of the Rebecca Holy Church. Negotiate with the head administrator. Forge and deliver the Holy Shield to the head administrator to prepare for the war against the Yatan Church. Grid was shocked and stunned while reading the scroll, his hand gripping it tightly. The system notified him further. Completion condition: deliver a Holy Shield with a minimum rarity of Epic within 2 days. Reward: varies depending on the quality of the item delivered. Quest failure: the deal is off and the quest will end. On the paper, a sketch appeared along with the formula for A. The system shield also displayed a tooltip for the Holy Shield, a shield imbued with the power of Rebecca, the goddess of light, featuring a special property too: suppress dark magic, demons, and followers of the Yatan Church. After reading it, Grid's eyes crinkled with excitement, and he bowed his head to inspect the blueprint more closely, muttering to himself, "A Holy Shield, huh? Seems like the real deal." He figured that if he was suddenly gifted a level 190 equipment blueprint, he'd be out of his mind to turn it down. Right after that, the manager turned his head, gesturing toward someone arriving, explaining that he had also requested a priest to infuse holy power into this shield. Hearing that, Grid turned to look at the man. A man with clasped hands, dressed in holy vestments, frowned as he looked toward them and introduced himself. "I am Cassius. This body is offered in service to the goddess, Rebecca." Looking at the man's appearance, Grid couldn't help but get goosebumps as he judged him internally. Sure, whatever. A priest. Who looks like a total junkie. How long has he been here? Before long, the flames inside the forge began to blaze brightly. Inside the furnace, molten metal was continuously poured out of the mold, forming searing hot streams. Grid muttered, observing the work. "Phew, smelting mithril is seriously rough. I'm probably going to have to pull an all-nighter for the next 2 days." Grid continued to grab the red-hot materials, with his tongs, striking them evenly with his hammer. The rhythmic clanging of the forge filled the air as he added, "Because of that trip to the Kisan Canyon, I haven't made a single cent lately. Gotta hammer away to make a living, but man, these materials cost a fortune. Mithril, magic stones, and then even pure gold to please that goddess. Rebecca, my time is up." Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore, and leaned back in his chair, yawning wide as he asked, "Cassius, you're still standing there wide awake? You planning to stay up praying for the next 2 days straight? I can wake you up when it's time to help if you want." Standing by the side, the priest looked over at him and replied, "To bring you luck and fortune, every second and every minute spent in prayer is absolutely essential." His expression was completely calm, though his face looked pale. He looked at Grid and added, "Goddess Rebecca governs the light. Light represents the flow of positive energy. Luck and fortune are a part of that." Hearing this, Grid looked at Cassius with a skeptical expression, biting his lip as he muttered to himself, looking that spaced out. "Like you've been hitting the pipe for years, how's that supposed to be bright? If praying actually worked, my luck wouldn't be as miserable as a tragic novel character's life." Finally, he shut his eyes, nodded, and dismissed the man, saying, "Whatever, I'm leaving it all to you. Thanks for nothing, Goddess Rebecca." On the other side, the man continued to pray incessantly by the forge, muttering to himself as he confirmed, "Those 2 items are my entire net worth." After that, Grid went back to his forging, eyes wide with determination as he shouted in his thoughts. 17,000 gold, just in material costs. I've emptied my pockets and can only craft 2 items. If they turn out normal or just rare, where am I supposed to sell them? Only followers of the Rebecca Church can even use them. Elsewhere, the image of Grid forging the shield was being broadcast on a small screen as a familiar voice spoke up. Grid, how should I put this? I really don't get this guy. It was Chan Ho. He sat in his chair, quietly observing Grid in the game, while commenting, he does everything as slow as a turtle. He misses every perfect 10 out of 10 opportunity. No wonder Commissioner Jun Sang-min is about to pop a vein with this kid. Suddenly, on the screen, he spotted Cassius. The man was standing there, praying next to Grid. Oh? Who is that? Wait a second. Is that an NPC? Right after that, he immediately accessed the system information. System windows constantly swirled around him as Cheon Ho asked, Mobius, among the NPCs in scenario GHS-06C1E. Is Isabel among them? The system quickly replied, negative. On the screen, Cassius's figure became clearer and clearer. Hearing the system's answer, Chan Ho brought his hand to his mouth, smiling with a frown full of interest, muttering, oh, this is quite interesting. Grid, I never expected you to be clumsy enough to trigger this questline. 2 days later, at the delivery time, sunlight streamed into the forge. Grid urged Cassius, finally, it's done. Infuse the holy power into the gear, father. After that, the man addressed him, Grid. Seeing this, Grid squinted his tired, half-closed eyes and looked over. Cassius confirmed, I am finished. He continued, Goddess Rebecca has answered our prayers. Hearing that, Grid leaned forward and asked, whoa, seriously? He picked up the shield in his hands, and his eyes popped out at the system stats. Holy Shield. Durability, 360. Defense, 189. Magic resistance, 150. Quality, rare. He turned to look at Cassius with a deadpan face and questioned him. You crazy junkie priest, is playing with people's emotions fun for you? Next, he pulled out another shield that was emitting a brilliant golden light and calmly pointed to it as he replied, oh, no, the goddess has blessed this one instead. The system then displayed the stats for the second shield, Perfect Holy Shield. Quality, Legendary. Durability, 680 out of 680. Defense, 370. Magic resistance, 280. Weight, 8 to 100. High probability of nullifying dark magic. Skill, Holy Light, will be generated. Skill, Holy Grace will be generated. Requirements, level 190 plus, 5 to 100 strength, 1 to 1000 holy power, member of the Rebecca Church. Grid's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the shield glowing with holy power. He couldn't hold back and raised the shield above his head, grinning from ear to ear as he cheered. Thank God, it worked. The system status window also displayed the notification. Legendary item has been crafted. All stats permanently increased by 25 points. Fame throughout the 6 continents increased by 1 to 1000. He shouted in pure excitement. Holy crap, it's legendary. On the other side, Cassius saw this and looked at him happily, responding with pride. Praise be to the goddess for her blessing. The High Administrator will surely be very pleased. I will go report this good news immediately. Grid grinned and looked at him, wondering in his heart, full of doubt. Was it really because of the prayers? Whatever. I'm stoked anyway. Get ready to cough up the cash, Mr. High Administrator. After that, they quickly took the shield to the High Administrator. He clutched the shield, face twisting into a sneer as he muttered, Excellent. Then he barked, I'll wire the reward to you later. Now, get out. Grid was stunned. Huh? Get out? Beside him, Cassius remained cold and indifferent, while the steward gave a dismissive excuse about the war. The treasury is tight right now, so just head back for now. Hearing that, Grid's eyes widened, and he snapped at the steward in a rage. Like hell. Give that shield back. I paid for the materials to forge that thing out of my own pocket. It's mine. Internal monologue. He realized something was seriously off and shouted in his head. What the hell is this? He's acting completely different from when we first saw him. Suddenly, 2 guards pinned his arms, leaving Grid blinking in confusion. The steward ordered, Throw him in the dungeon. He yelled. What the? The steward ignored him, handed the shield to a guard, and ordered, Take this to him. The soldier nodded. As he left, the steward threatened him. Know your place, Grid. While I'm still being polite, he added, That shield belongs to someone else now. Cassius looked at the man, speechless. Meanwhile, Grid was still struggling furiously against the 2 guards holding him. This is insane. Have you guys completely lost your minds, or did you feed your human rights to the dogs? Cassius, however, remained calm, hands clasped. He quickly closed his eyes, shouting internally, skill, holy purification. Suddenly, a brilliant holy aura erupted from his body. The guards were instantly knocked out, releasing Grid. The steward stared at Cassius, his eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. Immersed in the light of truth. The steward stumbled and collapsed, face first onto the floor, limbs splayed out, knocked cold. Cassius calmly concluded, just as I suspected, there's something wrong with this guy. Grid and the two soldiers stared at the old man, completely baffled. Cassius walked over to the unconscious steward and muttered, only a member of the Rebecca Church can wield a holy shield. But Winston only requested a priest, not a single holy knight capable of carrying this shield. He glanced around. The only reason to order an item that can't be used is to steal it. Suddenly, the soldier holding the shield vanished. In his place stood a Yatan cultist, clutching the shield. Cassius continued, so, Yatan, you brainwashed the steward, didn't you? The cultist just smirked wickedly. Yatan's eyes glowed red as he muttered, huh, so my plan still had a loophole, huh? But even if you figured it out, what are you going to do about it, little priest? Cassius just pressed his lips together in silence. Grid, meanwhile, was fuming, glaring, and shouting, who the hell are you? Give the shield back, Cassius thought to himself. If he were just a regular cultist, he'd have trouble even looking at that shield. He must be high-ranking. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I knew this would happen. A nearby wall exploded inward with immense force, shocking everyone inside. It was Isabel. She stepped through the hole in the wall, looking excited. Finally, it's time for me to make an entrance. I'm super pumped for this, Cassius. Grid was so stunned he froze. He stared at her, thinking, Isabel? Another NPC? My head is spinning. Beside him, Cassius pouted, looking displeased as he scolded her. You have a perfectly good door. Why did you have to break the wall, Lady Isabel? She replied. It's all about the flare. And as for you, heretic. She turned to the Yatan cultist, who was still hugging the shield. Isabel reached out, summoning her weapon from a magic circle, looking alert. Start talking, tell me why you stole the holy shield. Right now. The cultist's brows furrowed in shock. He shrieked in terror. That spear. Don't tell me. She gripped a majestic, glowing blue spear. The cultist's voice shook. The daughter of Rebecca. Why are you here? She glared at him, deadly serious. Start talking. Realizing he was outmatched, he clutched the shield tightly. He glanced at the others, screaming internally. Ah, hell, this is a disaster. Time to bail. He bolted, and Cassius and Isabel chased after him. Cassius called out, Lady Isabel, don't lose him. She grinned, teasingly replying, Oh? Want to play hide-and-seek with me? In an instant, the three of them vanished. Grid stood there, staring at the empty path, dazed. It all happened so fast. Our Grid was still standing there, mouth agape, eyes glazed over, muttering to himself, Daughter of Rebecca? Where am I? Who am I? I guess this is the quest to retrieve the stolen shield? When is the notification going to pop up? But this was a hidden event chain that the chairman had just mentioned. Meanwhile, Jean-Ho was sitting with his arms crossed, watching the system screen. Since it wasn't a formal quest, the idiot Grid didn't figure it out. After waiting for half an hour, he was red-faced with rage, running after them while screaming at the top of his lungs. You bastards, give me back my shield. Meanwhile, in Pedro, a small city in the Eternal Kingdom, a man clad in armor sat with his arms crossed, looking down at the citizens below. This was a fortress, owned by one of the largest guilds in Satisfy. Zen, the Lord of Pedro, a great swordsman, currently ranked third on the overall leaderboards and leader of the guild, Jane. He stared at the armor in front of him, arms crossed as if pondering something extremely serious. He concluded to himself, armor, crafted by an unknown blacksmith. This is some serious quality. I couldn't recruit the top two smiths, Panmure and Stang, so for the guild, the only remaining option is. Grid paused, thinking. Just then, he stood up from his chair, waved his hand, and sternly ordered his underlings to find that blacksmith in Winston, and told them to recruit him for the guild at any cost. After that announcement, the whole guild went into overdrive, scouring every corner for this mysterious blacksmith. Meanwhile, in Winston, a quest notification popped up on his system interface. Find and recruit the anonymous master craftsman. Defeat Elfemina, someone muttered, then added, Based on our scouting reports, we've confirmed that Elfemina is actually Elfemina. Regas was scrolling through his system screen, glancing around as if looking for something, and muttered to himself, "I've got to find this blacksmith fast. Otherwise, Jishuka is going to kick our asses." Given the situation, it was clear the Overgeared Guild was dead set on finding the lucky charm. Then, Grid suddenly spotted Grid walking down the road, looking pale as a ghost and completely dejected. Regis shouted out, "Huh? Isn't that the guy from the Forest Guardian Conquest?" He hurried over and yelled, "Hey, buddy, you in the rags." You turned around to look. Grid quickly pulled himself together and stayed calm. He looked at Regis with a smile and replied, "Still remember me, huh? You're Grid, right? Why the long face?" You looked at him with suspicion, thinking to yourself, "Is this the muscular guy who likes helping people that I met at Baron Village while I was trying to get a spot in the Conquest raid, or is it someone else?" Grid hesitated, a thought flashing through his mind. Grid gritted his teeth and gave a sly, exaggerated grin. Internally, he screamed, "This is it. A sucker, I mean. A good person is right here." He decided to act. He quickly sat down on the ground. He put his hands over his face and started wailing miserably. "Hick. Some bastard hacked my item. I want to die," sob. Seeing him like that, Regis got angry and shouted, "Good heavens, what kind of lowlife did that? Don't think about doing anything crazy, brother." He grabbed his hands excitedly and yelled with determination, "It's me, Regis. Whoever's bullying you, just tell me." But before he could finish, a heavy blow landed on his head from behind, accompanied by a less than friendly remark about being a loudmouth. It was Jishuka. She grabbed Regis by the ear, making him shriek in pain, and didn't hesitate to scold him. "The guild's main mission is right there, and you're here playing charity worker for some random guy?" He kept wailing, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Over on the side, Grid looked at Jishuka and blushed, whispering to himself, "Oh my god, what a pair." She noticed, shot him a dirty look, and snapped, "What are you staring at? Regis has important work to do. Go look after yourself." Seeing this, Regis, even while being scolded, smiled and reached out a hand toward her to introduce them. Let me introduce you. This is Jishuka, the guild master of Overgeared." Hearing Jishuka's words, you shouted back, "So what? This is between me and Regis." Hearing that, Jishuka got even angrier and yelled at Dongu, "Ah, you little bastard. You dare talk back to me?" You didn't hesitate to bark back. "Are you a guild master or a tyrant, huh?" Jishuka didn't back down either, raising her voice. "Guild members obey the master, not some random street rat like you." Regis knelt on the ground, not daring to interfere in their argument. Everyone else looked over at the three of them. Grid steeled his resolve. "That shield is the fruit of my blood and sweat. Who cares about dignity now?" With a look of pure agony, he shouted, "Please, Miss Boss, have mercy on this little brother. Just lend me Regis for a little while, please." She glanced at the crowd surrounding them and clicked her tongue. Tsk, what a headache. If this keeps up, the Overgeared reputation will be ruined. The onlookers whispered to each other, "Wow, she's pretty, but she's a total bitch." Finally, Jishuka reluctantly gave in. Fine, but remember, you're only borrowing Regis." "Okay." Hearing that, Regis jumped up, flexed his muscles, and smiled proudly. Helping the weak is the way of Taekwondo. Jishuka, meanwhile, was grinding her teeth in silent rage. She glared at their retreating backs. Then, gritting her teeth, she screamed internally, "You'll pay for this when you get back, you Taekwondo addict." "Over there." Regis was still shouting excitedly, "Let's go." "Grid, man," you replied right back. "Okay, buddy." Suddenly, other voices started whispering, "Isn't that the guy from the crafting event?" "That's right. He was Khan's assistant in that 2-on-1 competition against Elfamina." Hearing that, she paid close attention. Her face was filled with doubt. She widened her eyes and asked herself, "Is he the legendary handsome guy? If so, he definitely knows where Elfamina is." She quickly made a decision. "I have to tell Regis about this." She quickly opened the system interface, but it notified her that Regis had blocked her messages. Jishuka was even angrier. She glared and screamed in her head, "This idiot actually blocked me. When I find you, you're dead, you Taekwondo addict." At the same time, inside a cave lit by a fire, someone was clasping their hands in prayer before a cross. Heh. "Soon I will bring back the holy shield." Who would have thought this god-forsaken place would have such a useful blacksmith? Around the cross, 4 candles were slowly burning down. Then, that voice spoke again. "Do you know what will happen if you channel dark magic into the holy shield?" The one praying was Malachus, the 6th apostle of the Yatan Church. The Yatan Church cleric continued, his eyes shifting toward a corner of the cave. "It's a good thing they were careless. Otherwise, Winston's defensive system would have been a real pain." Thanks to that, he cut himself off. The scene shifted to Irene, tied up in a corner, terrified and haggard. Malicus muttered, "And I happened to find a perfectly pure virgin to be the sacrifice, didn't I, Lady Irene?" She gripped the ring around her neck, remembering what Dora had said. "I could only save you this time thanks to that person. If it weren't for him, it would be hopeless. My lady, you must find him to seek protection." Irene gripped the ring tightly in her hand, closed her eyes, and screamed silently in her heart. Only he could recognize this ring. And the next day, Grid, wearing armor and accompanied by Rigas, was climbing a mountain to find loot. You climbed while clutching your stomach, panting heavily. These mountains. What if this isn't their hideout? We've been walking all night without sleep. And he kept walking ahead, full of excitement, and replied, "Haha. Well then, let's just go scout somewhere else. Why not? What's next?" He smiled at him and commented, "Your gear is pretty top tier. Turns out you're actually a pro, huh?" Hearing that, he looked up and asked back, "Well, better safe than sorry. What if that thief suddenly pops out of nowhere? What then?" Regas looked back at him and shared his assessment. "You said the thief radiates a dark aura, right?" "Exactly. High chance he's a follower of the Yatan Church, and a high-ranking priest at that, since he can handle the item that lower-ranking followers wouldn't even touch, without dying instantly." He also looked at him, tilted his head to listen, then quickly moved forward, eyes wide as he looked ahead and agreed, "I think you're right, Regas." Hearing that, he looked at him and pouted, "Grid, look, they're right there. The Yatan group is guarding outside the cave." Grid continued, "At least 12 of them. I don't think there are that many, since we kill a bunch of them every single day." Grid hid behind a rock, turned his head to look at Regas, and cautioned him, "We need to move carefully to avoid being spotted." He hadn't even finished his thought, nor had Grid finished his sentence, when he froze because the guy had charged forward without a second thought, shouting at the guards in front of the cave, "Let's throw down, you idiots." Divine Fist. Along with that, a massive crash echoed across the whole mountain. The Yatan guards at the entrance were quickly beaten flat by Regas. With one guy's neck still in his grip, he turned to him. "Thanks, that was a good training opportunity. Thanks, Grid." Seeing that, he walked over and marveled to himself. He wiped them all out by himself. That's insanely strong. Right after that, the two entered the cave. As he walked, he said to Regas, "That old guy must be inside the cave. The crowd out there, wasn't it?" Hearing that, he excitedly followed, asking skeptically, "Oh ho, so there's another chance to practice martial arts?" Suddenly, Malicus's voice echoed out, "I do not like uninvited guests." The system quickly announced, "The sixth servant of the Yatan Church, Malicus, has appeared. Evil energy environment causes fear, weakness, and immobilization effects." Both of them were trapped in a barrier, caught completely off guard. Immediately, something pitch black rushed toward them. Grid quickly dodged the attack. The system announced, "Legend never cowers. You are immune to all negative effects." The attack speed was so fast he had to shout. On the other side, Regas couldn't dodge as quickly. Sharp spikes pierced his stomach, leaving him in shock. Right after that, it vanished, leaving him clutching his stomach in pain as he screamed. Grid turned his head to look back as well. He shouted, his heart full of anxiety, "Regas!" He couldn't dodge because he was immobilized. Regas looked up at him, struggling. He gritted his teeth, complaining, "If this is what martial arts training is, Regas is not having a good time." Just then, Malicus appeared and scoffed, "You dodged my skill? Surprising, you seem just like Yura." He widened his eyes, glaring at him, and shouted, "But don't think I'll go easy on you." At the same time, his cloak lashed out toward him like a whip. Grid calmed himself and watched the incoming attack. He quickly pulled out his small sword, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "So reckless. We haven't even finished talking, and the fight already started." Right after that, he didn't hesitate to slash at the sharp cloak edge flying toward him, yelling the skill name, Wind Slash. A blue light burst out between the two attacks. Seeing that, Malicus looked at him in surprise as his cloak was shredded. Behind him, Regas was drinking a recovery potion. While opening the system menu, he muttered, "Didn't expect to run into Malakis. Gotta call the others for backup. Let's pause the fight for a second." Immediately, the system confirmed. "Support request at the center of Mount Ralph. Malakis has appeared." In front of Grid, who was still defending, Jishuka's voice crackled through the system, sounding furious. "You trying to die, you idiot? How dare you block me?" It made Regas wince in fear. He glanced forward anxiously and reported to her, on the other side, "Calm down, big sister. I don't know why, but we ran into Malakis. He's not at the Yatan main headquarters. The guy is level 310. So gear up and come help us quick. Right after that, she quickly sent a response back. Malakis? Whatever. The important thing is don't take your eyes off Grid. Hearing this, he stared in shock. Jishuka added, he is Khan's assistant. He might know the location of Elfamina. He still couldn't believe it and asked back, wait, a blacksmith? On the other side, Grid charged with the skill, Flash Step, fueled by the blacksmith's rage, and attacked Malakis. His hand tightened around the sword hilt, where his palm met the grip, emitting a golden glow. His mouth kept muttering, I didn't think the chance to use this would come so soon. I've been practicing swordsmanship while hunting you guys down, you filthy thieves. Immediately, the sword in his hand grew larger. Grid swung it, thinking, my strength stat is still too low, so I have to wield the greatsword with both hands. But man, the feeling of swinging something big and heavy is definitely better. His eyes were full of determination as he rushed forward. Immediately after, he shouted the skill name, Greatsword +5. Pagma's swordsmanship. Grid spun around, slashing wildly with his skill set. The system displayed the stats. Greatsword +5. Grade, unique. Durability, 500 out of 500. Attack power, 549 to 772. Attack speed -8%. Deals additional damage equal to 10% of the target's current defense. The more enemies, the stronger it gets. Skill initialized, Golden Lightning. It added, deals 500% attack power to a single target. Requirement, must equip a sword-type weapon. Cooldown, 100 seconds. Grid finished, dropping his stance and delivering a devastating slash. A massive sound echoed out. Outside the fight, Regus wiped the sweat from his face, eyes wide in a daze. He muttered to himself, strong like that. And he's a blacksmith? That makes no sense at all. But Malakis's voice kept ringing out. Huh, that's a fancy sword. He used his cloak to bundle up and block his sword strike, making Grid pause in surprise. He confirmed, but if you can't hit me, it's just a kitchen knife. Grid gritted his teeth, staring daggers at the cloak as he yelled in his mind. That cape is so weird. How much damage can it even block? Before he could finish his thought, the guy screamed at him. I'm not in the mood to play with weaklings. Die. Divine punishment. The sharp, fragmented edges of the cape attacked him from all sides. Moments later, he was battered and beaten. Grid struggled, grinding his teeth in frustration. Right after that, his face was revealed. He raised his head, let out a sharp click of his tongue, and grit his teeth. Then, he quickly stomped his foot on the ground. He shouted the name of the skill, Pagma's sword dance, Wave. Blue light pulses rapidly radiated outward. The system also explained, enemies cannot approach you for 3 seconds. Wave, mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Before this skill, Malakis also looked at him in surprise and shouted, can't get near him. Grid realized he needed to replenish his mana. Immediately, he quickly ran toward Regus, who was also standing up and looking toward the cave entrance. Grid shouted to urge Regus on, are you done healing? Let's go. He didn't listen, just smiled lightly, frowned at the cave entrance and muttered, haha, hard boss fights are the best. Besides, they've made it in time. Grid stopped, surprised, as he followed the path of a powerful arrow piercing forward from the cave entrance. Both of them looked in that direction. The arrow flew toward Malakis, who was visibly startled. On the other side, he quickly reacted, swinging his cape to block the arrow. Right after that, another arrow was quickly drawn. Then Jishuka spoke up to warn them. Get out of the way. Stray arrows don't have eyes. Find some hole to hide in. She stood outside the cave entrance, aiming her bow. Regus saw this and excitedly cheered. Big sis! He looked over at her, but she was furious. She approached them and warned him. Regus, once this is over, go home and prepare to bend over for your punishment, you hear? He just closed his eyes, accepting his fate. He laughed sheepishly. Haha. Right after that, she frowned, glanced over at him, and warned, and you, Khan's assistant, stay put and wait for us. He just stared intently at her bow, eyes wide in amazement. Oh, is that a custom-made Jaffa bow? He then asked. I'm the one who crafted that. Did you buy it? She heard this and was stunned, her eyes wide as she looked at him. His expression was full of innocence, while Jishuka's inner thoughts were in turmoil. He crafted it? So he's the one I've been looking for all this time? On the other side, Malakis saw them acting like this, and, annoyed, interrupted. It's useless. You won't be able to defeat the gods of the Yatan Church. We have already transcended humanity. But Jishuka ignored his words and reminded him, Donggu, I'm not saying it twice. Stay put and wait for us. He looked at her, confused. Now, She turned to look at Malachus, narrowing her eyes with a mocking sneer. You've transcended humanity? You're still just a little lamb, you blockhead. At the cave entrance, the members of the Overgeared Guild had arrived in every corner. She enthusiastically and powerfully announced to him, and we, the Overgeared Guild, are the predators. The enemy of Jashuka's merchant guild was the sixth divine servant of the evil god Yatan. Malachus was one of the most powerful priests, holding all the rituals of the Yatan church in his hands. His infamous reputation stemmed from the event where he sacrificed 87 virgins to turn the king of Bangladesh into a fool. He had also sacrificed 607 virgins to unleash a terrible plague that ravaged the territory of Count Raven. He looked at his own status, then glared at her, asking mockingly, "Ha ha ha, me? I'm the prey? What can you pathetic humans do? An existence that has transcended the world and become a child of Yatan." Right after that, he quickly used his cape to pierce through Riga's. He frantically pulled the cloth to cover his mouth, glaring, and shouted loudly, "You insects dare to challenge the divine?" Right after that, his cape quickly pierced even deeper into Regis's body. The system also announced, Malachus has released evil energy. The system added, the evil energy blankets the area, causing fear, weakness, and immobilization. The members of the Overgeared Guild were quickly suppressed, rooted to the spot. My body. I can't move. Next, it announced, Malachus has suddenly launched a magic attack. Huge currents of magic power quickly engulfed the group. At the same time, notification sounds rang out incessantly. You took 8,900 damage. You took 16,503 damage. You took 11,027 damage. The guild members were knocked back by the evil energy, groaning in pain. Ah, ha, gasping breaths rose along with the dust. The guild members lay sprawled on the ground. On this side, Jashuka also struggled as she lay on the ground. She gritted her teeth in difficulty, receiving the notification. Lost 53% of health. After taking damage, you are stunned for 3 seconds. Then she realized. All members of the Overgeared Guild lost over 30% of their health from that blow, an area of effect skill, and a special defensive skill of black magic that takes no casting time. It even drained the target's mana. In other words, Malachus was truly difficult to deal with. He was still constantly attacking with magic toward the group, his eyes mocking. Rigas's body was also thrown to the ground by him. Malachus laughed gleefully and asked, "Which one of you was talking big?" Toban, immediately and without hesitation, held his shield in front of Jashuka. He didn't forget to shout to remind the others, "Brothers, protect the guild leader." She looked down at him and spoke up to reassure him, "Stay calm, Toban. I'm already using a health potion." Right after that, her body gradually recovered. Jashuka, eyes half closed, looked forward and shouted, "Attention, team! As the leader of the Overgeared Guild, I order you. At all costs, protect the blacksmith." Grid. Ahead of her, she looked toward Grid, who was still standing calmly in the dust, his face full of concern as he looked at the people around him, his body completely unharmed. She paused, then continued, "Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we must ensure his safety." She was stunned, eyes wide with confusion, muttering to herself, "He's that calm? Are you kidding me?" Beside her, Toban saw this and also looked on, dazed. She looked at him as he calmly watched the battle ahead through the dust. Songwoo's face scrunched up. Jashuka muttered to herself, "And he's even equipped with heavy armor and a greatsword? What kind of blacksmith is this? Did I get it wrong? No way. He just admitted he was the one who crafted these arrows." Over on the other side, Malachus's eyes widened in disbelief. Confused, he shouted just like the rat man from before, "That was close." Jashuka quickly regained her composure. Clinging to a health potion, she shouted internally, "Damn it, just ignore that for now." She barked out an order, "Vanguard, advance." The Vanguard members immediately charged forward while she gulped down the potion. Vander surged forward, yelling as he rushed at Malachus, hacking away repeatedly with his twin axes. But the boss quickly used his cloak to block every single blow. Gritting his teeth and furrowing his brows in frustration, Vander screamed internally, "Damn it, I can't pierce through his cloak." Vander kept raining down axe blows without stopping. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to speed up his assault, muttering, "Fine then, I'll just attack a little faster." His slashes turned into a blur, leaving trails of light in the air due to his immense speed. Despite the situation, Malachus still blocked the attacks calmly, smirking as he remarked, "How foolish. You think high attack speed alone." Before he could finish, a spear flew at him from behind. He spun around, using his cloak to block it, looking genuinely surprised. He froze, staring at the spear tip embedded in his cloak. His eyes bulged as he screamed internally. Whoa, that scared the hell out of me. It stayed intact, barely managed to block that. He cut himself off. That's Pawn. Pawn smirked, clutching his spear as he spoke. Whoa, you actually blocked that surprise attack? Pawn, level 243, top of the Lancer rankings, 23rd on the overall leaderboard. Next to him, Vander charged in to attack and questioned, Hey, are you trying to kill steal from me, kid? Above them, Pawn thrust his spear again and retorted, Lancers shouldn't be attacking right now. Just focus on tanking for me, you bald old man. Then, Pawn laughed excitedly and added, Besides, there's no other tank who dumps all their points into strength like you do. Touched on a sensitive nerve, Vander got angry, glared, and challenged Malachus while still attacking. If you've got a problem, let's PvP and I'll show you how broken a full damage tank class can be. Pawn kept yelling back. Shut it, Baldy. You've been watching too many highlights. But Vander didn't stop poking. Scared of getting wrecked, kid? Witnessing their childish bickering, Malachus got truly angry. Because they were treating him like a target dummy, he unleashed his mana in a fit of rage, directed at the two of them, shouting, Shut your mouths, you noisy brats. Pawn, seeing this, just laughed mockingly at Malachus and said, Whoa, why so hot-headed, big guy? Just then, a piece of the boss's cloak whipped out, attacking Pawn, which made him jump back in surprise. He bared his teeth in an excited grin, eyes locked on the cloak, and shouted, Chasing me? How interesting. Without hesitation, he launched his spear attack. He shouted the skill name, Supersonic Thrust. The spear tip glowed with golden light as it flew toward Malachus. The boss didn't dodge, instead using his cloak to tank the blow. Afterward, he gritted his teeth, visibly shaken. His face was full of shock, sweat beading on his brow as he screamed internally. That pierced through 3 layers of my cloak, and he's just an adventurer rank. Down below, Vander didn't hesitate to hurl his axe toward Malachus, yelling with determination. Taste this, he roared the skill name, Earth Destroyer. The attack was slapped aside by Malachus's cloak, sending the axe flying away effortlessly. Seeing that, Vander clutched his head in panic and shouted, How is it this weak? Beside him, Pawn landed on the ground and retorted, That's because of your new build, Vander. Vander gritted his teeth, nearly crying, and Pawn added, Your full damage Guardian build is great for grinding in PvP, sure, but it's absolutely useless against bosses. Hearing that, Vander ground his teeth, furrowed his brows, and accepted it. Damn it, I'm already committed, so I just have to keep going. There were no items to reset his stats. Pawn quickly calmed down, glanced over at Vander, and announced, Besides, this is the first time my supersonic thrust hasn't dealt any damage. Then, Pawn looked at his own weapon and concluded, It's not because of Malachus's defense, it's because my weapon's level is too low. Only level 190, even though it's a unique grade. I guess it's starting to fall off. Right after, he looked toward Jashuka, who was watching the fight, gritting her teeth, and thought to himself, I agree with the big sister. Finding this blacksmith is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Malachus noticed her, his eyes glowing red, and shouted, Hey girl, now I'll show you what true despair looks like. He held up Rigas, who was tied up by the cloak, grabbed him by the hair, and laughed maniacally. I'm with you, boss. Getting a blacksmith like this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Malachus quickly caught sight of her, his eyes glowing blood red as he shouted, Hey girl, now I'll show you what true despair feels like. He held up Rigas, who was bound by a cloak, gripping the guy's head while laughing gleefully. Take a good look. In a few seconds, you'll end up just like him. Seeing this, Vantner panicked, widening his eyes and yelling, Rigas, did you leave your brain behind when you went to fight the boss? Why did you wander so close to him and get yourself caught? Rigas replied with a struggle. I just wanted to get a closer look. I thought it was a good chance to practice my combat skills. Before he could even finish, Malachus's hand tightened around his head, hissing, Are you done making excuses? Rigas screamed in agony. Ugh, his face turning pale. The rest of the party couldn't help but stare at the scene in horror. Someone cursed, Damn that bastard. Another sighed with regret. It's a shame. He's a top-tier player. If he dies, the experience loss is going to be brutal. Someone else added, It's hopeless. This is the peak of our strength, and it's still not enough. Jashuka heard these words, her brows furrowed as she gripped her bow tightly. More voices rose in criticism. Regas was just too reckless. It's his own fault. She gritted her teeth, brows locked in frustration and helplessness. Her brain wouldn't stop racing. Damn it. Think, Jashuka. Do I risk the whole team's lives to keep attacking? Or do I sacrifice Regis to preserve our combat strength? As she weighed her options, Grid's voice suddenly boomed out. What the hell are you guys just standing around for? It snapped Jishuka out of her thoughts. His eyes were wide with shock, and he turned to yell at them. Do you have any idea how much money this little mess of yours is costing me? Malakis was just as stunned. His eyes bulged as he looked at him. Grid moved with fluid grace, unleashing his skills in a flurry of strikes against the boss. Malakis didn't even have time to react, standing there as he took the hits. Grid's face was full of steely resolve, as he glared at him and warned, "Let him go, pal." Seeing Grid close the distance, Malakis gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes widening as he screamed internally, "This annoying gnat again!" At the same time, Grid lunged with his sword, roaring, Pagma's swordsmanship. Malakis immediately released Regis. Grid shouted again, "Guard!" Malakis was stunned to be knocked back, his eyes fixed on Grid in disbelief, while Grid kept his brows furrowed, staring right back. Grid didn't stop, his sword swinging in a dance that made hearts skip a beat. Every strike carried an air of suffocating, overwhelming pressure. Yet, it was strangely beautiful. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Jishuka, Tobon, and the others stood silent, eyes locked on him. Malakis trembled, his teeth grinding as he looked at Grid. He stumbled back, shouting in his head, "How is this possible? I, who only bow before the god Yatan." He was feeling these emotions again, his face dazed, teeth clenched, trying his best to keep his composure. I could crush this gnat right now. Afterward, he was left confused, asking himself, why can this pathetic creature still stand before me? Meanwhile, Grid, still holding his shield, stared at Malakis with intense determination as he charged forward again. After the hit, Malakis retreated, still reeling from that strange, unsettling feeling that made him tremble. Regis was quickly released and slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Grid caught him, his eyes wide with concern. "Hey, Regis, you alright, man?" The guy struggled as Grid held him up from the dirt, gasping for air. "Gah, thanks, Grid. You really are something else, human. You've truly surprised me." Even in this moment, Regis remained optimistic, flashing a toothy grin at him. His face pale, he exclaimed, "I've never seen such a noble and courageous heart." Grid was reminded of someone he'd met before. Someone in the party confirmed, "That guy is right. That's the truth. If you're outclassed, you have to know when to acknowledge it." Back in the present, Grid looked down at the slumped Regis and thought in amazement, "I just used a couple of basic sword moves, and I've already earned the adoration of a high-level martial artist? Regis, you really are." He cut his thought short, narrowed his eyes, his face turning cunning as he thought, "This is a blank slate. From now on, whatever I ask, he'll say yes to anything." Grid remembered something and helped Regis stand up. He muttered, "Damn. Guard only lasts for 3 seconds. I need to back off." Ahead of them, Malakis had landed safely and stood blocking Grid's path. Grid was still supporting Regis on his shoulder. The monster glared at him, teeth grinding. "What kind of freak are you?" That feeling of oppressive weight suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. Grid looked up at him, eyes wide, teeth gritted. "Damn it, Dance of the Two Diao-chans," he yelled in a panic. "Crap, I messed up. How the hell do I escape now?" Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right in front of them, blowing the spot where Malakis was standing to pieces. Both of them were stunned and scrambled backward. It was Yura. She controlled a fireball in her palm, shouting as she attacked. "Run! Now!" Yura, the second-ranked fire mage. When Grid saw a pretty girl, his eyes went wide, and he blushed, shouting, "Oh my god, it's the famous idol singer, Yura. She's in our guild?" Regis wheezed with a smile. "Yeah, she joined when the guild was first formed, just following her heart." Grid's eyes lit up as he ran toward Yura, bearing his heart. "I'm your biggest fan. I love you. Wait, I love all your songs." Behind them, Malakis's silhouette emerged from the smoke. She warned him, "Watch your back," her face filled with extreme panic. Immediately after, another huge explosion rang out behind them. Grid and Regis bolted for their lives. It was an arrow fired by Jishuka. She looked toward him and screamed, "You pervert! Use your brain for once and run this way." Behind Malakis. Even though he'd been hit by the arrow, Malakis's face darkened as he swung his arm forward, shouting, "There's nowhere to run." He then launched another arrow toward Grid, but he was quickly whisked away by someone. Seeing this, Malakis gritted his teeth and glared, muttering angrily, "Where did this other little rat crawl out from?" As for him, he escaped danger, still confused about why his eyes were stinging, while behind him, the illusions of Grid and Regis had been struck. He let out a sound of utter bewilderment. The one who saved him was Faker, the top-ranked assassin. With a cold expression, he turned to look at Malachus, then released his hands, dropping both of them to the ground. Grid, while still kneeling, turned around, intending to speak. Whoa, whoa, I didn't know you were an AI, but your combat skills are insane. But, before he could finish his sentence, Faker vanished, quickly creating clones. He unleashed a volley of throwing knives at Malachus, but the man remained calm, using his cloak to block the projectiles, and spoke up to taunt them. You guys think that, by increasing the number of attacks, you can take me down? How naive. Over there, Vantner couldn't help but grit his teeth and remark, that defense skill is totally broken. He doesn't even need to chant, yet he automatically nullifies every one of Runner's attacks. Standing at the top, Pawn was also astonished, adding, no, it seems like he only defends at the exact critical moments to minimize his mana consumption. Hearing this, Vantner glanced over at Pawn and asked back, wait, earlier Jishuka's arrow did hit him, right? He frowned, confirming seriously, the moment he lets his guard down is his weak point. Right after that, he turned to Rigas, who was sitting to one side, and asked, you used sky piercing to verify that, didn't you, Rigas? He quickly confirmed, verify nothing. I just saw an opening and went for it. That's all. Immediately after, Faker quickly landed beside them and added, it's still no use. He really can nullify every attack from a high-level Vantner. Vantner saw him and turned to ask, did you find anything else? Faker frowned seriously, looking at Malachus, and replied, if it's true that Malachus has been concentrating mana to defend, like Pawn said, then right now he will. He cut himself off, then confirmed further, attack. On the other side, Malachus closed his eyes and reached out his hand. A burning red energy of magical power radiated from around him. He muttered respectfully, hear me, Lord of the Underworld. Immediately after, he reached out his hand, and waves of dark magical energy continuously erupted in all directions. He muttered an incantation, unleash. The wrath of the demonic hound legion that was subdued by your greatness since the dawn of time. The group standing there couldn't do anything else. Right after that, the dark energy beams quickly moved to attack them. Jishuka watched, dumbfounded, muttering, this darkness. It's coming from under the ground. The streams of energy plunged deep into the earth. Malachus's chanting didn't stop. Order them to tear out the hearts of these insolent fools. Beneath the ground, a three-headed wolf was quickly summoned. Their fangs were sharp and ferocious, their eyes blood-red. The three-headed hound of the underworld fully manifested behind Malachus. They radiated powerful, hellish mana. He raised his voice, dare to face the loyal servant of the master. Right after that, with a smug look, he glared down at the group, ordering, kill them, now. As soon as the command was given, the three-headed hound of the underworld quickly lunged forward. Seeing this, one of the men in the legion laughed gleefully and charged forward, shouting, ha ha, is that all you've got? Turns out you could only summon a puppy. Leave them to us. Beside him, another person also rushed forward, lacking any fear. Seeing this, Malachus also shouted to stop them. Wait, don't be reckless. Immediately after, the three-headed hound quickly attacked them. One head opened its mouth and spat out fire energy. Another head spat out ice energy. One head spat out blue energy. Ah, followed by screams of, ah. They all unleashed their energy at once while continuing to sprint forward. On this side, Tobin gritted his teeth and yelled, that's disgusting, and it's fast too. Meanwhile, Jishuka glared at the three-headed hound and shouted, reprimanding them, damn it, you guys act faster than you think. Right after that, she gritted her teeth, looked at the rest of the group, and yelled, ordering, assault team, attack the rest. She cut herself off, then looked toward him and yelled, protect grid. The group quickly stood in front of him. To the astonishment of Jonggu, Jishuka added to her order, don't let him get a single scratch. Over there, as she gritted her teeth and charged forward firing arrows, she analyzed in her mind, looking at his swordsmanship, he's not a blacksmith, he's a sword dancer. The three-headed hounds kept attacking. She kept firing arrows at them while confirming. But he noticed those arrows, so he must hold some kind of clue. Vantner, who had been standing there, also started to join the battle. He stared wide-eyed and yelled, big sister, beheading them is the assault team's job. Even though they couldn't beat Malachus, he immediately grabbed his axe and charged at the three-headed dog without hesitation. This mongrel, leave it to me. But the three-headed dog didn't flinch at all and glanced back at him. Vantner, at this moment, widened his eyes in surprise and froze. He turned his head to look at the monster, his face full of panic as he shouted, what the hell? That strike must have hurt. It didn't do anything at all? Next, His body glowed. All three heads attacked at the same time. Vantner, standing in the middle of the rapid-fire onslaught, held his axe forward to block, his mouth still cursing. "You bastards, don't you dare underestimate the defense of a guardian." Suddenly, he cut himself off, his face full of panic as he watched the acid corroding his axe, and shouted in his heart, "My axe is being corroded." Suddenly, an attack lunged toward the three-headed hound along with the sound of a skill, sonic slash. Vantner was also startled as he looked toward that direction. He shouted, calling for Pawn, while Pawn was still trying to use his spear to attack, his mouth also shouting, urging Vantner, "I've opened a path, retreat here." His body quickly glowed, and his feet quickly hit the ground as he ran, muttering, "Damn it, to be saved by this brat." He didn't forget to use his skill, Resilient Guardian. The system quickly explained, Resilient Guardian nullifies one enemy attack. Right after that, the three-headed hound also attacked Vantner, to the astonishment of both of them. Pawn's expression was full of surprise as he stared, jaw dropped, thinking to himself, even though Vantner put all his points into strength, he is still a defensive guardian. Almost instantly, the three-headed dog lunged toward Vander, leaving both of them completely stunned. Pawn's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He couldn't help but think to himself, even if Vander dumped all his points into strength, the guy is still a tank. Even with the top-tier physical and magic stats in the entire guild, it's still getting thrashed by that mongrel. And to think it actually tanked a supersonic strike, he concluded that thing must be at least level 300. Right after that, the mad dog started spewing magic from its three heads, attacking relentlessly. Tobin quickly jumped in front of the group, shielding them with his own barrier. Vander and Pawn, who had managed to escape, turned back and shouted in unison, "Toban!" He just gritted his teeth, holding the line. He muttered under his breath, cursing the vanguard for being so impatient, his hands still gripping his shield tight. Jishuka spoke up, offering her assessment. "Even if it's a high-level monster, it'll go down if we wear it out. Use this chance to defend and stabilize our rhythm." The monster didn't stop its assault. As she fired arrows from the back, her face darkened, and she urged the front line, "Back line, keep unloading your skills. Maintain the defense, Toban." He stood at the front, struggling to hold his shield while thinking, "Even my best shield is getting corroded. This mutt. It's okay. We just need to hold out through this attack, and we win." From far away, Malachus watched the battle. He narrowed his eyes at them, taunting, "Wow, you bugs are pretty tough, huh? Think you can kill me?" He cut himself off, then gave a twisted smile with blood-red eyes and continued, "I don't have my lover around, but I've got a whole pile of angry three-headed dogs," the madman shouted with excitement. "But hey, I've got a whole pack of hounds." One of the lead beasts was still attacking Tobin's shield, while the rest were slowly closing in on the group. Seeing this, everyone stared in confusion, frozen in place. Shortly after, Jishuka gave up. She lowered her bow, realizing this was bad. Her face flushed red. She gritted her teeth, screaming internally that there was no way out and this battle was a guaranteed loss. Calling out to everyone, she looked at the team. The party members turned to look at her as she admitted, "The raid. It's a failure." The others turned back to her, and Jishuka added, "I'm sorry." Over on the other side, Malachus saw her reaction, grinning from ear to ear with manic excitement, shouting, "Ku ha ha ha, you pathetic worms. You guys have any idea what the power of the Yatan Church really is? As a high priest, it's been a long time since I've felt this refreshed." He then urged them forward. "Now, get on your knees and prepare to die." Across the way, Grid walked forward while sighing. The two three-headed hellhounds quickly backed away from the light radiating from Grid. Seeing this, Malachus was shocked and confused, wondering, "Huh? Why are the demon dogs backing away?" The hellhounds growled but didn't dare attack, continuing to retreat. Grrr. Grid calmly walked forward, muttering to himself, "Forgot I was still carrying this toy around." The three-headed hellhounds bowed their heads in fear as they saw him. He then calmly stood next to Tobin. His face darkened, as if he'd stepped in dog crap, sighing in frustration. He held a rare-grade shield in his hand, leaving those around him stunned. He marched forward with the shield, complaining, "Still haven't found the bastard who stole my masterpiece." The system displayed the shield's stats. Holy Shield, rare grade. This shield had a special effect against magic. Darkness. All followers and demons of the Yatan Church will be suppressed when facing this shield. Malachus's face twisted into an ugly grimace. Gritting his teeth, he muttered in fear, It's that thing again." Grid was incredibly dissatisfied, his face darkening as he muttered, "It's so embarrassing to have to use this piece of junk." The shield in his hand kept glowing. He sighed heavily. The situation turned around amidst everyone's confusion. He stood on the front line with that rare grade item in hand. The three-headed hellhounds only dared to growl. None of them dared to attack forward anymore. Jishuka was also stunned. Her eyes went wide as she read the stats of the shield in his hand. Holy Shield, Rare Grade, Durability 360, Defense 189, Magic Resistance 150. This shield held the power of Rebecca, the goddess of light. Therefore, it had the trait of suppressing dark magic, so all demons and Yatan Church followers would be weakened before this shield. It had a small chance to completely negate dark magic. Requirements: Level 190 plus, 1000 Holy Power, member of the Rebecca Church. Grid's expression remained indifferent as he held the shield, looking annoyed. She trembled, stuttering as she asked, Hey, did you make that shield? And the Jaffa arrows too? Hearing that, Pawn nearby was also shocked, eyes wide as he looked at him and asked, He's the one who forged the Jaffa arrows? Vantner pursed his lips, frowning in confusion as he asked, Is that shield really that good? Beside him, Tobin stood with the shield, looking bewildered. Staring at the shield in his hand, he thought to himself, Only a tank specialist like me truly understands that this shield is no joke. It's easily in the top 3 shields I've ever known. Meanwhile, he calmly glanced at them, his face filled with gloom. He looked at them and reminded them, It's just a piece of junk. Why are you guys staring so hard? My original gear got stolen, that's why. Hearing that, Toban couldn't help but panic. He glared at him and shouted internally, Good grief, he calls this a piece of junk? Across the way, Malachus saw the shield and gritted his teeth. He glared and shouted, That's a holy shield. So, you're the blacksmith working for Lord Winston in the rumors? The shield in your hands. Does that mean the master failed the job? You idiots! His face was filled with anger as he radiated black energy. Hearing that, he also got angry and glared back at him. He shouted, Do you know the guy who stole my stuff, or are you the mastermind yourself? Behind them, Pawn moved closer to Jishuka and called out, Leader, while these guys are busy bickering, let's have a quick meeting. She turned back, looking ahead where Youngwoo was still shouting furiously, Malachus, you son of a bee, give my shield back. Below, Pawn added, If what Malachus said is true, then Grid really is a blacksmith. He looked at him, who was still cursing angrily, and added, However, he's wearing heavy knight armor and has enough agility to equip a dagger. Earlier, he was swinging that sword like a pro too. He's definitely not your average blacksmith. Pawn's face was serious as he frowned, glancing at him, and reached a final conclusion. There's no way you'd risk the whole guild for an unknown player, right? So there's only one. Conclusion. He has a hidden class. Jishuka heard this and didn't hesitate to frown, looking at him as she replied, That's just a guess for now. We'll know once we clear the raid. She narrowed her eyes and asked, Had enough rest? Have I been pampering you too much, making you soft? Regas. He quickly recovered using potions, excitedly flexing his muscles as he replied, Leave it to Regas. He got serious and nodded, confirming, After getting trashed, I found a way to beat him. Let me lead the next attack. Without hesitation, he rushed forward. The group behind Jishuka watched his retreating figure, confidently remarking, When it comes to brawling, Regas is even better than Pawn. A bit dumb, but physically gifted. In front, Regas's expression was full of confidence. He approached him calmly and asked, Hey Grid, it seems the dogs are scared of your shield. So, how about helping the guild out a bit? He saw this and turned to look at him, confused, then looked around at the party members, wondering to himself, Now they need my help? This is a once-in-a-lifetime business opportunity. Grid's face was full of craftiness as he grinned, eyes narrowing as he thought, My merchant instincts are telling me the money is right here. Right after, he excitedly looked at the group and set his terms. Okay, fine, but on one condition, a 50-50 split. I want 50% of the loot that drops from Malachus. Hearing that, Vantner was incredibly dissatisfied, eyes bulging as he objected. What? How are you so greedy? There are 17 of us in this guild, and you want half? He then added, We've been protecting you this whole time without asking for anything, and now you want a cut? Beside him, Pawn also looked at him blankly. Right after, he glanced sideways at him and retorted, Even so, you're just one guild, and it was only Regas who actually helped me. The rest of you haven't been useful at all. Regas grinned, blushing shyly at him. Beside him, Paul smiled, regained his composure, glanced at Vantner, and clicked his tongue to let it go. Whatever, Vantner. We need his shield to complete this raid. Let's go with 55 to 45. He didn't forget to emphasize. But don't forget, our guild is taking a loss on this deal. Then he turned to Jishuka and asked for her opinion. Is that okay, leader? She heard this and didn't object. You guys handle it. Seeing them agree so easily, he couldn't help but feel gloomier, thinking to himself, I should have asked for 70-30. Just then, Pawn urged him to send a party invite, and the system window popped up quickly. Grid obediently tapped, confirm. Upon arriving, Grid's face darkened with shock as he looked at the party members. Inside, he was screaming in disbelief. All 17 members of this guild were over level 200. Jishuka, Pawn, and Rigas were probably in the top 20 of the global rankings, and the rest were surely in the top 100. What kind of terrifying guild is this? His hand hovered over the party menu, and immediately, whispers about him started flying. Hey, look at those stats. The new guy is only level 95? That's so low. How can someone playing a hidden class only be level 95? They probably don't even know how to play the game. Seeing this, he blushed and didn't dare look back at them. Rigas, who had been standing there for who knows how long, placed a hand on his shoulder and said confidently, Don't let it get to you, Grid. What you need to do right now is hold on to that shield tightly. He turned to look at him, calling out endearingly, Rigas, you're the only one who cares about me. Before he could finish, Rigas hurled Grid away with such force that his face warped before he could even get the rest of his sentence out. He got a running start and threw him hard toward the front, not forgetting to shout, Make sure you hold it tight. Grid flew through the air, crying his eyes out, his face pale as he shrieked, Damn it! Immediately after, he landed right in the middle of the three-headed dogs in front of Malachus. Grid clutched the shield, dragging his body across the ground as he cried out in pain. Next, Malachus didn't hesitate to reach toward him. With an excited look, he laughed loudly and shouted, Ha ha! Everyone stay back. I've got the little pest. Let me drain him first. Seeing this, Grid sat up, gritting his teeth as he glared at him. Right then, Rigas suddenly appeared beside Malachus. He swung a punch that caught him off guard. Grid stood up from the ground, looking over at them. He quickly used his cloak to block the attack, baring his teeth in a scornful sneer. Rigas, you truly are a foolish human. You never learn. As long as my cloak remains, no matter how you attack, the guy started. But Rigas kept gritting his teeth. Narrowing his eyes, he threw his fist down. Finally, a heavy, devastating blow landed square on Malachus's body. He bowed his head and ran off. Seeing this, he turned his head to look at the light spot behind him. Malachus, with his face punched in, was still shocked and shouted internally, What? It pierced through? Malachus was stunned as he looked at Rigas, muttering to himself, That damn guy. He was weak just a second ago, so why is he so strong now? He didn't stop, pouring his energy into his fists until his eyes turned bloodshot. Immediately, Rigas didn't hesitate to attack him relentlessly from all sides, leaving him no time to recover. After getting pummeled, Malachus gritted his teeth, finally understanding the situation. So, that's it. It's not that he's getting stronger. Rigas's punches kept coming, getting more powerful, piercing right through the layers of the cloak. Malachus realized he had to dodge the cloak and redirected his defense to the end, but at that reaction speed, can his muscles even handle that? He's a monster. He quickly reached in front of him, swinging his fists with both hands at once, shouting with full intensity, Who's that? The guy was startled, his white eyes wide with surprise. He couldn't react in time. Rigas, following through, shouted as he threw a powerful punch. He clasped his hands together to deliver a finishing blow, attacking Malachus from behind. He was hit until he doubled over, eyes bulging, unable to dodge. Immediately after, he was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. The others watched his figure disappear into the smoke and the blast. He was thrown all the way out of the cave, slamming into a rock formation. Amidst the hazy smoke, Malachus's body looked weak and battered. Slumped against the rock, he wheezed and coughed. Taking this opportunity, Jishuka quickly shouted the order, Everyone, close in. The party members quickly followed her, flooding out of the cave entrance toward Malachus. Jishuka added, It's not over yet. Don't let your guard down. Rigas, following behind, seriously turned his head to warn, You, stay back and handle those dogs. Seeing this, he looked at him and asked, Do I look like a chew toy to you? But fine, that's easier anyway. Meanwhile, the dogs stood around him, immobilized by the shield. Outside, Malachus began to recover. His energy surged powerfully again. His silhouette appeared from behind the smoke and dust, his voice filled with rage. You filthy insects. Malachus gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, shouting, You dare challenge the high priest of the supreme god Yatan? Dark magic started surging from around his body, It erupted violently in all directions, and with a voice trembling with fury, he roared, "How dare you!" Jishuka and Regis's group were blasted back by the dust and debris. Standing in a ready stance, on the other side, Tobin held his shield vigilantly and asked, "Is it over?" Beside him, Pawn held his spear and replied, "No, he still has plenty of mana left." Then, he confirmed, "I knew it. If we can't destroy that cloak, we can't finish him off. Even though he's drained a lot of mana, his health is slowly recovering." The cloak wrapped around Malakis's body and started healing him. The dark magic became even stronger. The guy's face was full of smugness as he bared his teeth in a sneer, his bloodshot eyes bulging. "You insects. You've tried, but how could you ever pierce through?" Before Malakis could finish his sentence, an attack quickly punched him from behind. It caused his face to warp, his eyes wide with shock. After the attack, the guy screamed in pain. "Ah! It's Yashuka." She raised her bow, firing with total confidence, and just like that, it pierced through. "How about that?" Beside her, Riga smiled as he looked over. Recalling his recent attack, he smiled and explained, "You were hit by my piercing cloud skill. When I attacked earlier, plus the fact that you had to use 3 layers of your cloak to defend against Pawn's supersonic strike, it means that when you're defending, you have to concentrate many layers of the cloak together. If you try to block attacks from multiple directions, you have to spread those defensive layers thin." The group focused their vigilance on Malakis, while he began to collapse. The dark magic gradually dissipated. Then, Jishuka, standing nearby, didn't hesitate to squint at him and add, "So, an arrow piercing through is only natural. Even with half his head blown off, he's still trying to heal?" Grid held his shield while glancing over his shoulder to check on Regis. "How are things over there? I'm bored out of my mind here." Hearing the call, Regis turned his head and gave a thumbs up, replying, "Thanks to you, we're finally about to finish him off." Over there, a massive surge of dark magic erupted from Malakis's body. He hung his head and let out a chilling, twisted laugh. Pathetic. Truly laughable. "You mortals are nothing but dust. Not worth a damn. It still hurts, though." Right after saying that, he raised his head, his face completely mangled and deformed. He glared at the group, then calmly declared, "However, it's time for my counterattack, isn't it?" Hearing that, the whole group started to shrink back. Staring at him in a daze, Malakis raised both hands above his head, gathering dark mana into a swirling vortex. His eyes turned stark white as he screamed out his skill, "Heavenly Punishment." Immediately, concentrated torrents of dark magic rained down, attacking the group in a dense barrage. Jishuka and Regis looked up, their faces filled with shock. Their eyes widened, unable to react in time. As the beams of light slammed into them, the group screamed in agony. Simultaneously, the system notifications blared. "You have taken 16,300 damage. You have taken 17,600 damage. You have taken 17,250 damage. You have taken 20,200 damage." Those hit by the attack shrieked in pain. Nearby, Jishuka gritted her teeth as she looked over at them. The system notifications continued. "Party member Guntizi has died. Party member Guntiden has died." On the other side, Malakis was still cackling like a maniac. His eyes rolled back into his head, and he shrieked with excitement. "Ha ha ha! Die! Die! This is the power of the supreme being Yatan. This is the wrath of the divine. Die!" Jishuka ducked, dodging the incoming attack while still clutching her bow, her eyes fixed anxiously on Malakis. She thought to herself, "Damn it, at this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. I can't let my brothers die for nothing." With that thought, she quickly knelt, braced herself, and drew her arrow. A flash of holy light spread around her. Jishuka's face was etched with determination as she shouted in her mind, "I have to finish him with my ultimate skill." The arrow was fired instantly, trailing a powerful fiery red light. Malakis screamed in his heart, "Using 100% of my mana. Fire Phoenix Arrow." A massive collision followed as her arrow struck Malakis. A blinding light erupted, scattering everywhere. Behind them, Grid, still holding his shield, felt the energy wave coming and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, hey!" And over on the other side, Malakis's cloak had been burned away, and half his body was scorched. He twisted his face and sneered, "Huh, not bad. That actually stung." But then he paused, breaking into a delighted grin. As his face rapidly reconstructed itself, he declared, "I only need to recover one more time, and victory is mine, you bunch of flies." Seeing this, Jishuka collapsed to the ground, gritting her teeth and panting heavily. "Huff, huff." She cursed, "Damn it." Toban saw this and quickly charged forward with his shield and spear, face set with determination as he yelled, "Vander, We're the only ones left who can move. We have to finish him before he heals again." Hearing that, Vander didn't hesitate to charge forward with his spear. They quickly slashed at Malicus, triggering small explosions of light and energy. But Malicus didn't even flinch. His cloak absorbed both attacks completely. Realizing their efforts were like trying to cut through steel with a needle, both of them gritted their teeth and gasped. Grid, holding his shield, stood facing away from the group. He turned to Jishuka, his voice urgent. "Hey, what's going on over there? Why are you all down? Do something." She saw him, but she frowned, glancing back at him. "Are you okay? Is it thanks to that shield?" Rigas, over on the other side, gritted his teeth and struggled to stand up, observing. "We just took a direct critical hit, but only the two of us." Pawn, standing next to him, stared with eyes full of caution, adding, "It's not working." Seeing them struggle like that, Grid called out encouragement. "Man, this sucks. Watching you two tanks charge in is just frustrating." Suddenly, a system window popped up, and he stared at it in a daze. "Huh?" He let out a gasp, then his inner thoughts exploded in shock. "Wait, I was so busy watching the party levels that I didn't even notice." On the system interface, stats were stacking up endlessly. He shouted his discovery in his mind, "Party buff." Grid didn't hesitate to draw his sword, his brows furrowing and eyes widening with resolve as he lunged forward. On the other side, Vander and Toban were still attacking Malicus relentlessly, but he remained unfazed, mocking them. "Ha ha, keep scratching, you little gnats." His expression grew even more smug as he looked at them. Toban gritted his teeth in fear, thinking to himself, "This recovery speed is monstrous." We're too late." Beside him, Vander realized, "We're going to lose this raid." Seeing them stop their attack, Malicus sneered and muttered, "Giving up already? That was fun." Before he could react, Grid charged at him, blade in hand. Malicus's eyes widened in surprise. Without a second thought, Grid swung his sword downward, cutting through the energy currents around Malicus. Energy sprayed into the air. The system confirmed. The perfect control sub-effect has been activated. The enemy will be hit twice. Seeing the stats, Malicus's face turned panicked as he let out a choked sound. His eyes bulged, and he gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, "Me? I am the messenger of the supreme being Yatan. How? How is this possible?" His body began to burn and dissolve. Grid's expression turned cold. His eyes sparked with a serious, fiery intent as he shouted the name of his technique, Pagma's swordsmanship. Malicus roared in frustration. "You little rat, how dare you!" Before he could finish, he was cut off. Grid swung his sword, slicing right through his body, which promptly fell apart. His face was filled with determination as he gripped his sword, watching him disintegrate right in front of him. The system confirmed. Malicus raid successful. Following the strike, Malicus's body gradually faded away. The rest of the group quickly looked up, watching. A notification chimed, "Task complete." Soul fragments drifted in the wind. Grid stood before it, silently watching. Then the system chimed again. "You have defeated the sixth god, the one who spread terror across the six lands." Behind him, Jishuka's group watched him, completely stunned. Immediately after, the system space was flooded with notifications. "Your reputation across the six lands has increased by 3,000. You have become an enemy of the Yatan Church. Gaining favor with the holy churches earns you blessings when visiting their cathedrals. Rebecca, Church plus 2,800. Dominion Church plus 1,500. Judah Church plus 800. The Yatan Church's power has weakened significantly after losing their high priest. They won't be able to expand their influence until a new high priest is appointed. You have gained 1,531,050 experience points. Level up." Hearing this, he also looked on in shock. Still clutching his sword with both hands, the system's reward notification rang out. Party leader Jishuka receives 382 gold and 8 top-tier weapon enhancement stones, 10 top-tier armor enhancement stones, and 3 top-tier magic stones. The others stared at him, bewildered, while he smiled smugly at the notification. Malicus's cloak, Malicus's mask, and the dark magic orb. Jishuka's eyes widened, thinking to herself, "What the hell just happened? A level 95 guy actually soloed a boss?" He quickly stowed his sword away in his inventory with great care. Jishuka shouted in confusion, "Who exactly is this guy?" His expression turned cold and stony, his brow furrowing as he questioned, "Hold on, did I just hear you mention distributing loot to the party leader? Are you trying to scam me?" Ugh. Jishuka was stunned, thinking, "Damn, that's harsh. Why play like that?" She then assured him, "Don't worry, We'll stick to our agreement. Pawn praised him. Grid, that was awesome, man. Even though your level is low, you're stronger than Toban and Vander combined. The others crowded around, expressing their awe. Truly incredible. Regis also chimed in. It's all thanks to you, Grid. The fight today was intense. Grid, seeing them like this, looked around in confusion. Layla clapped her hands in admiration. Grid, you're so cool. Youngwoo, feeling shy, scratched his head and grinned, replying, Hey, Lady Layla, you're flattering me too much. Then, he turned and asked Pawn angrily, Hey, are you guys trying to butter me up so you can snatch all the loot? Let's split the goods, Pawn thought. Get over yourself, man. Then Jishuka gathered everyone and said, All right, everyone, gather round to split the loot. She thought to herself. A blacksmith with such superhuman combat ability, even if his personality is a bit annoying, I guess it's fine. They quickly checked the stats of the items they received. Malachus's cloak, unique grade, durability 3,581, defense 15, weight 10, intelligence plus 200, scent of blood, constantly emits a foul, bloody stench that attracts wild beasts and bothers others. Equipment requirement, level 200 plus. Malachus's mask, unique grade, durability 1,120, all elemental resistance plus 5%, weight 1. Reduces magic casting time by 20%. Equipment requirement, level 200 plus. Dark magic orb, unique grade, durability 90130, magic power plus 14%. Dark magic attack power plus 20%. Magic storage slots, 4. Weight, 80. Equipment requirement, level 200 plus 500, intelligence. Pawn stroked his chin, staring at the items and calculating. The cloak is a bit weak. It adds intelligence, but that scent of blood, passive sounds disgusting. Beside him, Vander asked, So that game-breaking defense skill only works for Malachus? Xenos, the top-ranked spirit mage, said with interest. That mask sounds pretty sick, though. Resistance to all elements? And it even cuts down casting time. Next to him, Layla added excitedly. And that orb can store 4 spells. Toban frowned, his eyes widening. He realized the guild only had Xenos and Layla as mages. Jishuka also bit her lip, deep in thought. I wanted to give the mask and the orb to them. But she stopped herself, turning to look at him as he examined the items on the system window, muttering to himself. He had already agreed to split it with Grid, meaning they could only keep one of the two. Grid happily pointed at the system menu. I'll take the cloak. Everyone was shocked. Jishuka thought, He wants the worst item? Toban stared at him in disbelief, unable to react. Grid noticed everyone looking at him worriedly, and asked awkwardly, Huh? Why the long faces? You guys only cleared the castle thanks to me, right? You're really going to be stingy with my reward? Pawn looked at him, stunned, thinking, Is he intentionally leaving the good gear for us? No way. That can't be it. Regis observed everything and thought, I can't believe Grid would choose the scrap. But for the sake of the guild. No one said anything. Regis shouted internally, I have to be honest with myself. The next moment, he looked up and called out to him, Grid? Jishuka told Youngwoo, Grid, the cloak is the least valuable of the 3 items. Think about it again. Regis was equally surprised by her action. But then, he sighed. Regis smiled softly. I was being a busybody again. I have to trust our leader. Grid was confused. Why would she say the cloak is the worst? He sighed and frowned at the group, muttering to himself. It adds intelligence, which I can use for my Pagma sword skills. Not only that, he cut himself off, staring at the cloak in the system window, lost in thought. It can attract monsters with the blood scent. This is the perfect item for hunting. This gear is incredibly beneficial for a production class like me, because I just need to level up fast. I don't need to grind combat skills. He smiled with determination. Just give me the cloak. This kind of thinking was something not many people would come up with. It just proves that our boy Grid has gotten a lot smarter lately. Jishuka smiled, looking at him skeptically. Even his choice of gear took everyone by surprise. Jishuka asked Youngwoo, We need both the mask and the magic orb. So, is it okay if we buy one of them off you? She approached him and explained, Since Malachus is a unique boss who doesn't respawn, the dropped loot hasn't been officially valued yet. Give us time to hold an auction and get input from other players. Youngwoo looked at her, his brow furrowing as he reached toward the system. Sure, that's fine, but you'll have to pay an extra service fee. He calculated and said, Now, what about the magic and enhancement stones? That totals about 33,600 gold. Before Grid could finish, Jashuka said, Youngwoo, you can just take it all. She gave him a gentle smile. If it weren't for you, we would have failed this time. Just keep it. Hearing that, Grid blushed, thinking to himself, wow, how can someone be so pretty and yet so kind? He turned bright red right next to Regas. Regas quickly stepped up, placed a hand on his shoulder, and praised him. Not bad, Grid. Let's keep hunting those cultists again tomorrow, shall we? Grid, pleasantly surprised, asked, Oh? Regas, you're still going to help me? Regas replied cheerfully, Of course, I gave you my word, didn't I? That's just the spirit of a true warrior. Jashuka turned to both of them and said, All right, let's seal the deal in 3 days. I'll send you a private message later, so make sure to reply. After that, she and Regas left with their party. Jashuka didn't forget to look back at him with a smile, waving, See you later, Grid. Once Grid saw them off, he sighed, Man, this feels like a dream. Guess I should get going too. He looked into the cave, lost in thought, but then he immediately cut himself off. Grid wore a devious smile, muttering to himself, What was that priest doing lurking around here anyway? Really makes me want to dig through this cave. Just then, a voice called out near Irene. Lady Irene? Wake up. She was lying on the ground, opening her eyes in a daze. She squinted, looking at the person in front of her. Dora called out softly. Realizing she had finally woken up, he smiled gently and said, Let's get ready to head back to the city. Dora grinned broadly, kindly informing Irene. He has arrived. Make sure you treat him well, my lady. Do you remember the young man I mentioned to you? Irene smiled vaguely and said, The one who saved me from the Yatan temple? Did he come here too? Back in reality, Irene's eyes fluttered open as she looked around. But the person standing in front of her didn't seem to be Dora, but someone else. That person held a ring in his hand and muttered, The Yatan temple? No wonder this ring looked familiar. It belongs to Dora. Then he realized, Wait, so you're the noble lady that Dora saved? Suddenly, her eyes widened, shining brightly as she looked at him. So, it was Grid. He laughed happily. We meet again, Lady Irene. She sat up abruptly, noticing he was holding the rope that had been binding her. Irene was startled and asked, Are you the one who forged the self-made sword? Her face flushed slightly as she awkwardly addressed him. Lord Grid? Grid thought to himself. No wonder she didn't show up when the castle was in chaos. So she was kidnapped by Malachus. Right after that, a system window quickly popped up. Grid looked over, and it announced, You have received a new quest. Escort the beautiful Irene. The unlucky noble lady has been kidnapped for the second time in her life. Escort her back to the castle. Quest objective, take Irene to Winston City. Completion reward, maximize affinity with Irene. Doran's ring. If affinity with a female NPC reaches the maximum, the chance to trigger a special event will increase significantly. Failure. If Irene dies, affinity with Marquis Stein will drop to the lowest possible level. The entire northern region of the Eternal Kingdom will fall into crisis due to Marquis Stein's rage. Grid's eyes went wide as he read, muttering to himself with a hint of anxiety. Where the hell did this quest come from? Afterward, he looked at the item displayed on the screen and exclaimed, But the final reward is Doran's ring. Doran's ring. Unique grade. Durability 10 out of 10. Health plus 1000. Dark magic resistance plus 10%. Poison resistance plus 10%. Weight 0.1. Instantly removes curse or poison status. Cooldown 60 minutes. Instantly restores health equal to 50% of damage taken. Cooldown 10 minutes. Requirement none. Grid seemed to be calculating something, his face full of excitement, beaming, top-tier loot, and it's even a memento between me and Dora. I'll put this up for auction right away. He then thought, but the benefits don't stop there. Suddenly, a shout from behind caught his attention. That's the guy who killed Lord Malachus. Grid carried Irene on his back and said, It'd be a shame to let you walk on your own. Hold on tight. She felt shy but wrapped her arms around his neck, blushing as she spoke. Ah, Irene said timidly. Lord, Grid, I'm sorry for being such a burden. Grid turned to look at her and said softly, Burden? What are you talking about? I can do anything for your sake. That group of people chased after the two of them, yelling and urging each other on. Get him! Avenge Lord Malachus! Grid told Irene to hold tight. She did as she was told, wrapping her arms around his neck. The two quickly bolted away using flash step. The pursuers gave up after a while, all of them staring at the retreating figures. Too fast. We can't catch him. Moments later, he zoomed past them at lightning speed. They couldn't keep up, and could only grit their teeth watching him. Irene, on his back, thought to herself, so strong. Just like my father, and the great knights of the north. Irene recalled what Dora had once told her. My lady, you must always keep the young man who recognizes this ring by your side and stand with him. She closed her eyes, her eyelashes glistening with tears, calling out in her heart, Dora, Lord Grid. Grid, meanwhile, thought happily, this is a bigger payout than the ring itself. He smirked triumphantly, pulling the sword from his inventory and daydreaming. Absolute affinity with Lady Irene? That means I can marry her. She's a noble lady. I'll be a lord. He imagined the castle, his expression getting more and more excited, his lips pursed. Irene gripped his neck tighter. And the taxes. Thinking of that, Grid couldn't hide his joy. The guys following them stopped chasing. They told each other, don't get too close. Just curse him from a distance. Right after that, they formed a formation at the cave entrance and stretched out their hands to fire dark curses at them. Luckily, Grid summoned a shield to block the attack just in time. He stepped up, boldly challenging them. You minions, how could you ever touch a hair on the head of the man who defeated Malachus? He used his sword to unleash a skill. Wind slash. On that day, the Yatan church rapidly weakened after the death of the sixth servant, Malachus. The cave grew darker and gloomier. Until a new priest was appointed, players could no longer choose the warlock class. Inside, smoke and dust never stopped billowing. The Gil Sadaka Guild quickly became the most famous guild due to the Malachus Crusade. Players from all over were eager to join. Grid and Irene escaped the battle safely. Emerging from the smoke, this event caused a stir not only in the world of Satisfy but also reached into reality. Irene witnessed Grid's power and asked, My lord Grid, you're a blacksmith. Yet you're so strong? Grid explained. It's because I'm a bit different. Or you could just think of it as, he then smiled gently and added, I broke through my limits. And that was the day Grid's life turned a new page. At a large castle in the city, a loud voice echoed. The young lady of Winston Castle has returned. My lady, are you all right? Please, punish this useless servant for failing to protect you. Irene saw him and immediately moved to support Lord Phoenix, who was struggling to sit on the ground, clutching his arm in pain. You should focus on healing your wounds from the expedition first. Stand up, he replied in a remorseful tone, trying to speak. I am so incompetent. Please, punish me, Lady Irene. With a worried expression, she looked at him, gently comforting and encouraging him, then recounted what happened earlier. You must stay strong. The Yatan church is growing, and they will attack even more aggressively. Fortunately, during the time I was being rescued, the leader of the kidnappers, Malachus, the sixth servant of Yatan, was defeated. Halfway through the story, she stood up. She introduced him and told him about his heroic feats. I was almost sacrificed, but Lord Grid here arrived in time to defeat Malachus and saved my life. He looked at Grid with great surprise and shouted, having recognized him, You are the blacksmith who crafted the ideal dagger. But then, he immediately pondered the situation objectively. A blacksmith? Who is that insane? Looking at his face, he doesn't look like he has any warranty either. Looking at his daughter, he felt helpless seeing her lovesick gaze. And the young lady, too. Has she fallen for him? Or something? He appraised Grid from head to toe. His aura is indeed a bit different from before. If it's true that he defeated Malachus, then this Grid fellow is no simple man. Only then did he bow slightly to show his respect to the man standing right before him. So, you are the savior of all of Winston. I will engrave this gratitude into my heart forever. Just then, the system quest notification rang in his ears. Quest complete. Affinity with Irene has reached the maximum level. Irene's gentle call was also directed toward him, Lord Grid. Her face was smiling, slightly flushed, and she gently opened her two palms. She held out a small ring toward him and said shyly, Please accept my heart. This is a keepsake left behind by my benefactor. I hope you will cherish it. Seeing a valuable item, he immediately laughed happily and accepted it without hesitation. Of course, Dora is a good friend of mine, after all. The system notification immediately popped up again. Dora's ring has been bound to you. Hearing every word the system announced made his face instantly turn black, as if he had just seen something catastrophic. Looking at the blue ring still sparkling on his hand. Bound? Then how the hell am I supposed to auction it off? He cursed in his head, annoyed. All those $1,000,000 features, but I can't even sell it? What the hell? The ring's light kept shimmering, yet it was useless to him, except for the healing ability. Irene happily smiled and invited him to stay for a meal. I will host a banquet in your honor. I cordially invite you to attend. He stood there, with 2 streams of tears flowing in his heart, but still tried to act like he was fine, replying, Yes. Leaving the castle, the sky was already at sunset, the warm orange light fading after a chaotic afternoon. He looked back, one last time. He calculated the money in his head. This haul was a huge win. Just by taking down Malakis, he had already reached level 97. The profit from the conquest was 33,600 gold, or about $35,000. He happily turned, thought for a moment, then quickly logged out of the game. These guys really helped me a lot. Okay, logged out. Time to chill. At a luxurious Western-style restaurant, neatly arranged, Sehi looked at the menu, flustered, and whispered to him sitting opposite, "Let's go somewhere cheaper. You're spending at least $200 per person here. We still have debts, you know." But he still spoke happily and generously. "Let it go, kid. I made $35,000 yesterday. I was even planning to treat mom and dad somewhere fancier, so eat up. Don't think about it." She furrowed her brows, looking at her brother with worry. She replied softly, "You don't make that much every day, you know. We still owe $500,000. Hearing those words from his little sister, he sighed in disappointment and frustration. "You're only a freshman in high school, but you sound like an old lady. If I don't treat my little sister to a good meal on school anniversary, what kind of person would I be?" From afar, a mature woman turned her gaze toward them as they argued. Sehi looked at her brother, still wanting to continue. But, she was interrupted by him offering tasty food. "Just eat. Can't you let your brother save face for once?" The woman immediately looked surprised. She recognized him. "In my head, that guy at the Yatan temple. I never thought I'd run into him in real life." She ignored the reporter who was blabbering in her ear and just silently watched him and his sister eating in the distance. "Thank you, Yura, for agreeing to the interview. Is the food to your liking? This restaurant is quite famous, you know." She then smiled slightly and shyly told the young reporter to find an excuse, to leave immediately. "I'm sorry. I just remembered I have urgent business. I hope you understand." "Ah, yes." Right after she turned to another direction, she took out her phone and called someone. "I've been investigating for so long and couldn't find his identity. And yet, I met him here? Does he live nearby?" In her mind, she kept thinking of the image of him when he was at the restaurant lobby. "The only person who makes me, runner, ranked 5th, feel concerned. Finally, I've caught you." As soon as the other end picked up, she said bluntly, "It's me. I just sent the location. Find out everything about the man eating here. He's the one. Then we'll know who he is." Shin Seihi was in a happy mood. She ate while complimenting the food in front of her. "This is delicious. You have to try it." He could only remind himself with a tender gaze, while his phone on the table buzzed with an incoming call. "Haha. Eat slowly." He immediately noticed the screen displaying an unfamiliar number. A strange number? A debt collector? But I've already paid off all my debts. Even though he was a little scared, he picked up the phone and accepted the call from the other end. A familiar voice came through, making him freeze in shock. "Hello? Is this Grid's number?" He quickly recognized who was calling. It was his white moonlight, his dream girl. Images immediately flooded his mind of a gentle girl with 2 large hills that hit his eyes directly. It was Ah Young, the girl of his dreams. He couldn't forget that angelic voice even if he died. He shyly and nervously replied, "Ah Young? Is that you? Is something wrong?" The voice on the other end immediately became excited. "You still remember my voice? You're still so thoughtful, Grid." Then she got straight to the point, making his face turn bright red. "It's nothing. I was just looking through the old yearbook and happened to see you. Are you free tonight? Let's grab a beer and catch up." After hanging up, his tone changed instantly, urgently snapping at his sister, who was slowly enjoying her food. "Hurry up and eat, or just pack it up and take it home, quick." Hearing that, she was stunned. He looked at the phone that had just been connected to his dream girl. His face flushed, and his lips pursed tightly as he thought to himself, "Am I dreaming? Ah Young actually reached out to me first. Before, I was too insecure to confess, but things are different now. I'm a man with money now." At a nightclub with dim, colorful lights, the appointment time finally arrived. In front of him was his gentle, seductive dream girl. She was there with a glass of red wine, speaking softly. "Grid, you look really sharp now. It's been about 2 years since we last met, hasn't it?" He was wearing an expensive suit with his hair gelled back, smiling shyly while avoiding her gaze. "Ah, she's still as cute and gentle as ever. Just looking at her here makes my heart feel like it's going to explode." He looked at her with a flushed face. His heart was thumping hard, like it wanted to jump right out of his chest. "I've been waiting for this moment for so long. This time, I have to confess properly. Both of them sat there, but the atmosphere was a bit awkward. You have such a different vibe now. He sat there, carefully responding, it's just, my work has been bringing in some good money, and I've paid off all my debts. His expression was full of worry. I spent $1,000 just to look this sharp. Will this be enough to charm Ah Young? What should I do if I just confess right now? Ah Young looked at him with a gentle, seductive gaze and her familiar, sweet tone. So, you've always been hardworking and diligent. I knew you would succeed. That's exactly what I like about you. Hearing that, his brain immediately switched into heavy delusion mode. Like me? Does this mean she's liked me since before? I never asked, but it must be because we were both too shy. His two hands under the table clenched tightly with determination. After all that overthinking, I have to be a man. It's now or never. Open your mouth, Grid. Confess what's in your heart. Gathering all his courage, he spoke his true feelings out loud. I like you, Ah Young. I've liked you for a long time. After saying it, he quickly let out a sigh of relief. Phew. That feels so good. I've always wanted to say this. I've never dated anyone, so I'm a bit awkward. Sorry about that. Ah Young's expression. After hearing that, she looked completely astonished, her eyes wide. Grid? But then, she suddenly burst out laughing, making him feel uneasy. Ha ha ha, you look so serious. Then, her expression returned to that gentle smile and her affectionate gaze. You really are just like Grid. I'm so happy. If you're really serious, give me some time to think about it, okay? Seeing that, he naively agreed immediately. Ah, of course. Nothing like Ah Young. Just one sentence made the awkward atmosphere vanish. Then, she made an excuse to leave her seat. I'll decide soon. Let me go freshen up a bit. It made him a bit confused, but he still agreed. Ah, sure. Go ahead. As she turned to leave, he relaxed his body, thinking to himself, don't have to act tough anymore. Who knows, maybe after today, I'll have a girlfriend. Should I invite her out for a second round of drinks? Better take the chance. At that moment, he also stood up to head to the restroom. Should I go freshen up so I look handsome? Can't let myself be caught needing to pee at a peak moment. With a blooming face, he went up and asked a nearby guard. Excuse me, where is the restroom? The restroom is at the end of the hall on the left, sir. He walked toward the restroom, feeling happy and satisfied, skipping along. Should I act like a domineering CEO or a cool, handsome guy? Just as he got close to the door of the women's restroom, a familiar voice rang out. Ugh, so annoying. Inside the women's restroom, Ah Young's voice could be heard on the phone, speaking without hesitation and openly voicing her dissatisfaction with him. Meanwhile, she was reapplying her lipstick. Just like the guys at the reunion club said didn't go to college and didn't even know how to dress properly. She'd just grab whatever outfit she saw on someone else. Heaven knows where she got the money to act all high and mighty. Her face looked so ugly and fake right then. As she talked on the phone with a mocking tone. And get this. The loser actually confessed to me. I'm not even kidding. Start saving your money. I'll drag his sorry ass to the next reunion for sure. He stopped dead in his tracks, right in front of the women's restroom, frozen stiff. Ha ha ha, these naive virgins are just so cute. He felt like he died inside, utterly crushed and disappointed as he stood there, hearing every single word. Words coming from the mouth of the girl he thought was so gentle and sweet. Oh my, really? I'm so looking forward to the next reunion. He immediately turned and left the bar. He hopped on a number 51 bus, heading straight home. After everything that had just happened, he sat there, crushed, clutching the bag of expensive clothes in his hand. He sank into a depressive state, thinking, I thought I'd grown past those impoverished, pathetic days. He was mentally broken. So broken, he started comparing himself to a half-smoked cigarette crushed on the sidewalk. What's the point of earning more money or wearing fancy clothes? It's all just like a pretty cigarette box. Sitting on the bus, he tried to hide his face as tears streamed down his cheeks. He felt so helpless. I'm such a loser. Back at Khan's smithy, under the blue, cloudless sky, there was no sun to be found. Khan watched him with concern from afar, seeing him sitting on some stiff wooden logs, and thought to himself, the kid looks so down. Did he lose his livelihood? Meanwhile, he sat there hugging his knees, his mind drifting into negative thoughts as he muttered to himself, I have to work. I have to pay off my debt. Is that really my only purpose in life? No plan for the future, just blindly drifting. A notification dinged from the system. A bright blue screen appeared right in front of him. Grid. He calmly picked up the logs, scattered on the ground. He hugged them and replied to him. We formally invite you to join our guild. Don't worry, we can make it work. We promise to provide the best resources for you. A happy smile appeared on his face, Though a hint of sadness lingered in his eyes, he'd clearly been crying a lot, but he said confidently, "We need you, Grid." Now, he's Grid 2.0. Standing before him was the Overgeared team, led by Jashuka. "We need you. We'll handle everything you need to craft your gear." He sighed and closed his eyes for a moment, thinking, bringing the whole guild over like loan sharks? Probably because I accidentally showed off my high-end gear and swung a few sword strikes, and they realized my hidden class. After a moment, he finally spoke up to answer her. "I can make money just fine working alone." Seeing he was about to refuse, she leaned in to persuade him. "Think bigger. What is money, really? I guarantee that collaborating with us will bring much greater benefits." His gaze shifted to them, turning resolute, his voice firm. "But I work at Khan's smithy, and I don't plan on moving. Is that still okay?" Jashuka looked him straight in the eyes, serious. "Cool," she said bluntly. "Our guild will move there. No worries. More importantly, now that you're satisfied." He immediately agreed with a smirk on his lips. "Well, damn, you guys really care about your little brother, huh? Then okay, I'm in." He looked so smug right now. Excitedly, he whispered to himself, "Ah dong, oh ah dong. Open your eyes and watch me strike it rich." Right after that, a system window appeared. Guild invitation popped up around him. "You have joined the Overgeared Guild." The guild info panel displayed the stats clearly: guild name, Overgeared. Level 5. Reputation, 600, 12,000, 140. Guild leader, Jashuka. Members, 18 out of 80. Friends, 0. Alliances, none. Enemies, Grid Kingdom, Fire Dragon Shao Ke, Yatan Church, Blood Iron Guild, Kaiba, Fanboy. Orientation, neutral. Territory, none. Staring at the alliance list, he was instantly stunned and muttered to himself, "Huh? No alliances I get, but no territory? Alliances, none. Enemies, Grid Kingdom, Fire Dragon Shao Ka, Yatan Church, Blood Iron Guild, Kaiba, Fanboy." He was oriented toward neutral. Territory? None. He added, after reading the rest of the info, "How the hell did you guys manage to make so many enemies? You're even beefing with the Fire Dragon Shao Ka?" Then he looked up at her and asked, "Doesn't every guild get assigned territory by the king to collect taxes and stuff? That's where the real money is, isn't it?" Seeing him ask, she didn't hesitate to say, "We've had several offers, but we turned them all down." Hearing that, he was terrified and couldn't sit still anymore. "Are you joking? People out there are literally killing each other for a piece of land. I joined a broke guild." He was scared and wanted to leave the guild. But before he could finish, "Then how are you guys supposed to back me up?" "Forget it. I'm leaving the goo." Her serious tone immediately cut him off. She said plainly, "Let me spell out the guild's purpose for you. We turned them down because we were busy looking for you. Protecting a territory while roaming the 6 continents to find you is impossible." Her face lit up with confidence and determination as she continued, "Listen to me. To find you, whether we have territory or not, doesn't matter." Those words moved him, and he felt a bit of joy inside. "I guess I'm kind of a big deal, huh?" he thought, acting all shy. Turning his head away, he muttered, "So, being a hidden class player really gets you special treatment, huh?" Hearing this, the others in the guild started scrambling to find her, though he didn't exactly mean it like that. Toban then jumped in, explaining so he'd understand. "It's just that there aren't many blacksmiths in Satisfy who can craft high-end gear." She kept a serious expression as she added, "High-level blacksmith players are rare, and even the NPCs are just scattered across a few big cities." She cut straight to the point. "The truth is, our guild isn't looking for a hidden class player. We're looking for the blacksmith who created those epic-grade arrows." She laid it all out plainly. Respecting his privacy, she added, "Of course, we're curious about your class, but we won't pry if you want to keep it a secret." Just then, behind her, Khan walked in carrying a tray with a teapot and cups, saying casually, "Let's chill and have some tea, shall we?" The guild members were stunned and glanced at the old man behind her. Toban immediately stepped forward, respectfully taking the teapot from Khan's hands. "My apologies for the sudden intrusion, sir." He watched, feeling satisfied, and giving a small, content smile. "Look at how they're treating Khan, rough around the edges, but they've got a decent side to them." Right after, he stood up, leaving her staring at him in confusion. "I think I like you guys." He was secretly thrilled. They actually recognized his worth. He looked at them, beaming, and said, "Pleasure doing business with you, my 500 brothers." As soon as he agreed, the sparkling, naive eyes of every guild member locked onto him, making him feel a bit nervous. "Thank God, we finally got a blacksmith." He panicked, taking a step back. he thought to himself. Why are they looking at me like they want to eat me alive? Then he spoke up. So, you guys will handle the materials and blueprints for me, right? He added bluntly. Even so, don't think for a second that I'm doing this for free, all right? Regis beamed and replied, Don't worry, the blacksmith is the backbone of the guild's growth, so of course we'll pay you fairly. That made him feel a bit awkward. Blacksmiths are that valuable, huh? Awesome, he tentatively asked. So, who do I start with first? Pawn immediately rushed forward, but Vander blocked him with his arm. Me first, Vander shouted as they competed. No, me! Tobin stood by, arms crossed, helplessly shouting, Have you guys lost all sense of shame? Pull yourselves together. With a stern face, he glanced at them and declared, Obviously, we have to start with our big sister. She's the face of the guild. Prioritizing personal gain is a wicked mindset that'll destroy our unity. Right after, Tobin did a total 180. So, after big sister, it has to be me. Pawn and Vander yelled in unison. Just shut your trap, you opportunist. Then, the two of them immediately started bickering. Hey, remember, I'm the vice president in charge of personnel, okay? If you don't prioritize me, who else would you choose? He stood there, watching, feeling drained. What a joke. That's just straight up abuse of power. Seeing the chance to cash in, his eyes lit up. They're that desperate for top-tier gear, except for Rigas, who only cared about fighting. Tobin. He read out the names of the guys he remembered. You there, it's Locke and Jiffer. Their faces lit up with pure excitement. That's it, man. Right after, he threw a bucket of cold water on them. Yeah, you guys go to the end of the line, he reminded them, referring to their previous encounter, which made them turn pale with fear immediately. The arrogant young punks had said, Hey, old man, you'd better answer us quickly. He replied, Keep dreaming, keep acting like jerks, and I'll put you at the back of the queue just to teach you a lesson. He also said plainly, with a stern expression, And don't even think about me forging gear for you if you haven't apologized to Old Man Khan yet. Hearing that, they immediately knelt down to apologize to Old Man Khan, who was standing beside him. He grinned in satisfaction. That's when Jashuka spoke up with a serious tone. All right, enough. I suggest you forge a spear for Pawn first, she explained. He's the guild's main physical damage dealer, so he's crucial for high-level raids. However, Pawn's current weapon level is too low, so he can't fully unleash his potential. Pawn, slightly hesitant, handed him a blueprint and asked cautiously, I have the blueprint, but do you think you can even learn it? The item information window popped up. Storm Spear Blueprint. Requirement. Advanced Blacksmithing Level 4. He calmly reached out, took the blueprint, and learned it in an instant. Pawn, yeah, this is totally fine. He accepted the crafting method. Seeing that, both Jishuka and Pawn were stunned, their jaws dropping. They never expected him to learn it. That meant, at the very least, he had to be an advanced blacksmith level 4. Even the top-ranked blacksmith was only an intermediate blacksmith. On top of that, his combat skills were top tier too. Jishuka's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even if he's hiding his class, this guy is basically hacking the game. He remained calm, rubbing his chin as he read the long blueprint that Pawn had just handed him. It's not as good as the farming sickle, but it looks decent. Storm Spear, Legendary Rarity. Attack Power, 290 to 493. Attack Speed, plus 5 to 10%. Critical Rate, plus 5 to 10%. The spear is forged from midran, a lightweight material, so the more skilled the user, the higher the output. Attack speed increases by 0.5 to 1% with every successful hit. Skill. After image initiation. Requirements. Level 240 plus 750 strength, plus 400 agility. Advanced Spear Mastery Level 2. Seeing that, Pawn excitedly told him, Go on, let Rigas help you find the forging materials. I'm heading off to get them now. I'll help Rigas get his shield too. So just focus on forging, okay? He happily replied. Goa? That's the spirit. I'll give it my all. He looked at the skill info panel, clearly showing, in front of him, and thought, the key point is whether the breath skill will be activated like when I crafted. The farming sickle. Breath of the legendary blacksmith level 2, 42.5% chance. When you focus on crafting equipment, the will of the successor, Pagma, will be infused into the creation. All equipment stats increase by 7%, with a small chance to add a special feature to the equipment. If that activates and I can engrave an extra special feature, that'd be amazing. From behind, Vander approached and asked him, shyly, Hey, do you accept weapon repairs? Got chewed up by Malicus's hounds, so it's a mess now. A moment later, Old Man Khan came over from the other side and added, "Let me get you a set of hammers and an anvil for repairs." It surprised him. "You need a whole separate set?" He set down a hammer and shared happily. "You have to act the part. Repair tools are single-use items so you can squeeze more money out of the customers." He laughed. "This is the secret wisdom of our founding master. Acting deep, are we?" He put on his gloves behind him and chuckled. "Huh, the founding master really knew how to make money. That makes perfect sense." He placed all the weapons that the guild needed repaired onto the forging table. A notification window popped up. Twin Blood Axe, unique rarity, durability, 39 out of 500. Attack power, 250. Critical rate, plus 20%. Critical damage, plus 30%. Weapon of Fang, the Butcher of Kirim Peninsula. High chance to attack twice. Chance to inflict bleeding status on critical hits. Requirements: Level 200 plus 1000 strength. Advanced Axe Mastery level 1 or higher. Alright, let's see. He looked at the info window, stunned. He turned to Vander, who was standing not far away. "Wait, Vander, this axe. Why is the attack power this low?" He replied, looking a bit flustered. "Oh, you noticed that too?" "Yeah, that's right." Standing not far away, the guild member Vander asked, "Wait, why is the attack power so low?" He looked a bit confused, and he replied, "Oh, you noticed? Yeah, you're right." He sighed with dissatisfaction and said, "I mostly use it just because I like the features. Honestly, it's pretty boring since the subjugation quests are such a pain, you know?" Suddenly, he realized something and frowned. "Wait a second. Why do you call me Uncle Vander but call Pawn just Pawn? And as for you, never mind." He just stayed silent and kept examining the weapons. Then, his eyes widened as he stared at the items on the anvil. The two axes suddenly started glowing brightly. Feeling a bit moved, he smiled gently after discovering the hidden traits in the weapon. "Oh, I see." Toban, who was standing next to Vander, looked over and asked, "Huh? Wait a minute. The atmosphere is a bit strange." Vander stood with his arms crossed, watching him repair the weapons, then grumbled, "Shouldn't it be Uncle Pawn and Vander?" Right after that, he tossed the dual axes toward Vander. "Take these, Uncle Vander." Vander happily took them, admiring the repaired axes. "Wow, you're actually quite skilled." Suddenly, a purple light flashed. It left him staring with a look of pure shock. Vander exclaimed in disbelief, which made Toban curious enough to run over and check. "What is it, Vander? Is something wrong?" He was so surprised he couldn't even speak clearly. "What?" Check the stat board. The information panel for the axes popped up. It left all three of them speechless with amazement. True blood-stained axes, unique grade. Durability, 500500. Attack power, 250 to 380. Critical hit rate, plus 20%. Critical damage, plus 300. Has a high chance to attack twice. Has a chance to inflict bleed status on critical hits and confusion status when a critical hit lands. Initial skill, true form. Jishuka couldn't help but gasp. The axe changed, and it even added another feature? Toban stammered, "No way." "Grid, what kind of enchantment is that?" He smiled brightly, crossed his arms, and said confidently, "Enchantment? No, it's just a skill. I can detect hidden features through appraisal." He immediately explained, "This axe has a hidden feature that allows the user to change the attack power by pressing a hidden button on the handle. Whoever designed this was a real joker. All this time, its attack power was set to the lowest mode, so I fixed it and cranked it all the way up." Vander and Tobin were now staring in awe and admiration. "Appraisal can even do this? That's amazing." He grew even more smug. "Ha ha ha. You guys see that? That's what a legendary class is all about." Jishuka excitedly turned to look at him. Her face was blushing slightly as she shyly asked, "Do all pieces of equipment have hidden features?" He awkwardly backed away from her warm, radiant gaze. She's too pretty. Can't let Jishuka blind me. From now on, I'm staying away from women." He fumbled. "Not really, but I have to appraise them to find out." The three of them, seeing this, excitedly rushed forward, competing to speak. "Hey, appraise my gear next. Mine too. How much does an appraisal cost?" He turned his head away, thinking to himself, "This skill is better than those 1-5 gold Palian's Eyes tools, so 20 is probably fair. But my skill has unlimited uses. Overcharging my own guildmates doesn't feel right." He turned back to calm them down and spoke to their eager faces. "All right, everyone, listen up." He cheered, holding up 3 fingers. "I really value my guildmates, so I'm giving you a special discount, just 30 gold. But if I find a hidden feature, you have to chip in an extra 300 gold. Now, line up. They cheered excitedly and thanked him. Oh, thank you. I'm going to bring my whole stash to be appraised. He was secretly happy inside, too. Just a quick look and I've already made thousands of Biden. But by the end, Grid bluntly told Toban to wait until the very end, while the others were at the shared Satisfy item trading counter. Riga stood before the trading counter looking for materials missing for Pawn's spear. The Greedin shop usually didn't sell them, and the auction house prices were sky high. And you have to buy so many. It's not like it's a guaranteed success. But because the price was so expensive, Pawn hesitated. Sigh. Even as a high-level blacksmith, the success rate for crafting epic-grade items is less than 10%. If I count all the costs, I can only afford to make 3 spears at most. So boring. Regas also cried helplessly, unable to help. If I had the money, I would have lent it to you, bro. Sorry, Pawn. He just helplessly turned to him and spoke softly. For goodness sake, how will you ever get rich if you keep acting like a charity, man? Suddenly, something caught the eyes of both Regas and Pawn. It made both of them turn to look. Not far away, a blonde man and a young guy, a tanned teenager with platinum hair, were standing there. Wait, that looks like someone from the Tzedakah Guild. What are they doing in Winston? He heard that Grid, their guild leader, had just become the Lord of Raiden. Pawn's expression was highly alert after seeing those two from another guild. They look like they're scheming something. Let's buy the materials and go report it. Even if they were weaker than us at the start, they're the strongest force here now. Best to avoid them. But before 3 seconds passed, Regas, being naive, pointed toward the counter and said, "Look over there." But wait, brother, the people selling Graiden tendons are all from the Tzedakah Guild. That left him completely shocked. Are you kidding me? They're messing with us? Back at the forge, where Grid and the guild were gathered, chatting noisily. Nice. I hit the jackpot. Darn, I failed. Wah! Damn, I failed too. Just then, Pawn and Regas arrived, not understanding what was going on. What's this about jackpots and fails? Who's winning? I'm following them. Seeing Vander standing nearby, Pawn called out, Vander, what's going on? Vander, with a joyful expression, hugged his 2 precious axes in front of Pawn. Check it out. Check it out. Jealous? I bet you're super jealous. Hee hee hee. True blood-stained axes. Seeing his 2 hot new items were top tier, even Pawn was shocked enough to drop his jaw. What? How on earth? Did someone hack the game, bro? Vander laughed triumphantly. Grid discovered the hidden features in my weapon through appraisal, Toban calmly continued. So the whole guild brought their entire weapon stash for him to appraise. But out of 300 items, only 3 had hidden features. Seeing that, Pawn immediately took out his own spear, aggressively wanting Grid to appraise it. What about mine? What about this spear? He continued, sounding a bit surprised. In just half a day, he's already made the whole guild significantly stronger. He finished the appraisal and said with a deadpan face, failed, bro. It left Pawn feeling dejected. I'm not the lucky one then. Moving here, despite everything, was worth it. After appraising all the guild's weapons, Grid became ecstatic. I've already made 10,000 gold in just a few hours. That's over 10 million in real money. And that's not all. And I've gained a significant boost in my understanding of items, too. While you're at it, give everyone a heads up. I'm off to the forge to craft a spear. If you guys want to go hunting, go ahead. Just then, Pawn noticed something and asked in surprise. Oh, it's already night? Realizing it was late, everyone bid Grid farewell and left. I'm out of here. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you make, Grid. Before leaving, Vander didn't forget to look back and tease Pawn. Annoyed, he shouted back, a spear for Pawn, even if it's junk, is still a spear. Shut it, you bald old man. Watching them, a small, happy smile spread across his face. What a noisy bunch, but I guess they're worth calling brothers. After everyone from Overgeared left, he started building the fire to get ready to forge. I can use all kinds of equipment, even if I don't meet the requirements, and I can use skills like Undefeated and the Pagma's sword dance. The descendant of Pagma isn't inferior to any AI. He started putting the materials into the forge. Only when crafting items did he realize how overpowered it was. The descendant of Pagma was sensitive to every temperature change. I can calculate the internal temperature of the forge 1,000 degrees, 1,350 degrees. After heating the materials, he poured them into the mold. I need to adjust the temperature. To refine midrin, you need a temperature between 1,820 and 1,840 degrees. But honestly, to manipulate the furnace temperature at that level, you'd need to be at least a senior blacksmith. Level BA. After pouring his heart and soul into carefully casting the material into the mold, he finally succeeded. The color was absolutely perfect. It looked even better than that piece of trash Adong. Thinking about those painful memories made him sad again. He was way too old to be feeling lovesick, damn it. He then pulled out a massive, nameless blacksmithing hammer. Epic grade. Rare gear crafting rate plus 17%. Epic gear crafting rate plus 7%. He stared at it, deep in thought for a moment. Ever since I started using this hammer, the success rate has jumped quite a bit. But if I want to aim for items above unique grade, I'm still going to need an even better hammer. Still, he gripped it tightly. Then, with a joyful expression and a look of pure determination, he muttered, "I'm counting on you for now, buddy." This was the first gear he'd ever forged for his bros. Oh, right. The meeting time with Pawn at the forge had arrived, and he was surprised to see 3 days later, everyone in the party had arrived at the forge before him. "You guys are all here already? I was just going to go pick up the spears." Vander saw him, walked over, threw an arm around his shoulder, and chuckled. "I saw Grid's message, so we all came. The rumor is that your crafts failed, so we're all here to make fun of you. Haha." Pawn's face turned sour. "Shut it, you dog." Jishuka chimed in to comfort him just as Grid opened the door and walked out. "Don't be discouraged, Pawn. White-grade gear is fine for a temporary fix, right?" he muttered dreamily. "Ugh, why is it so noisy so early in the morning?" He wiped his dark-circled eyes with one hand. His eyes were black with exhaustion. "It failed. So why the hell are you guys all crowding here?" He held out 3 carefully wrapped spears. "Here, take these." Pawn saw him looking like a panda and asked gently, "Did you pull an all-nighter?" "That must have been rough, Grid." Grid replied comfortably, "It's nothing. I felt bad because I thought it was all garbage." He spoke with a deeply moving, affectionate tone as he unwrapped the spear. "It's okay. You did this for me. Thank you. Plus, I only gave you enough material for 3 spears." When the wrapping finally came off, the look of shock on his face, he stared fixedly at the weapon in his hand. He immediately turned to look at Grid, who was sitting nearby, calmly wiping his face. As he lowered the towel, Grid's expression shifted to a gentle, determined smile. "Even if it's disappointing, I hope you'll try to enjoy using them for your little brother's sake, okay? I really wanted to forge a legendary one, but I only managed 2 epic ones." And when Pawn completely unwrapped the spear, it left him even more stunned. "Wait, one of them is unique grade? Zephyr Spear, unique grade. Attack power 476, attack speed plus 10%, critical hit rate plus 5%. A piece of gear crafted from Midrin. Because it's lightweight, the higher the user's skill, the more powerful the gear becomes. Hidden within it is the powerful will of the craftsman, a burning desire to turn it into a masterpiece. Attack speed increases by 1% for every successful hit. Activates the true image skill. Activates the craftsman's will skill." Vander, unconvinced, wanted to rush forward, but was held back by Toban standing nearby. "No way, that's gotta be a fake. It's definitely a fake. Forget the market regulation. Get real. You actually crafted a unique item? I can't believe it," Grid calmly explained. "The epic ones are just decent. But the durability and attack power of this unique spear are about 19% higher." He then thought to himself, "It's because my legendary blacksmith skill added 12%, and the breath of the legendary blacksmith added 7%. Then, a game system window popped up. It also has a sub-skill, Craftsman's Will. Weapon attack power increases by 30% for 2 minutes. Can stack with buffs of the same type. Weapon durability consumption, 100. With a buff like this, turning the tide is a piece of cake. Pawn excitedly swung the spear, testing his new weapon. Its beauty could rival Persona, the national treasure of the Saharan Empire. The length and weight of the spear were perfect, as if it had been created just for him. I've only felt this kind of excitement twice, since I started playing Satisfy. His expression of pure amazement couldn't be hidden. The first time was when he first started playing the game. The second was when he met Kraugel, the top-ranked player. The image of that memory flashed in his mind again. A genius in every sense, the strongest player in Satisfy. To surpass Kraugel, I've struggled to find a blacksmith who could craft a unique item. His eyes remained fixed on this inexperienced, green young man. And yet, this kid just fell from the sky and succeeded on his 3rd try. I feel like I'm finally about to overcome the ghost in my heart. This is the 3rd time I've felt this excited. He bowed seriously and cautiously. Thank you for lighting the path for me. I am truly honored to have a great craftsman like you as a teammate. As soon as Grid fell, Jishuka rushed over and hugged his head tightly. You're so cool. My Grid is the best. Pawn was also in high spirits. He turned to Vander, who was standing nearby, and playfully teased him. I've got 2 extra epic spears left. Maybe I should try dual-wielding them just to go all out. Huh? Vander? Vander shouted back. Shut it! You show-off! But suddenly, Faker lunged out from behind Pawn with throwing stars in his hands. Not a bad idea. Let's try it out in a real fight to see if it's hot enough, shall we, Faker? Pawn replied joyfully and swung the spears in his hands. Thanks for the suggestion. I'm itching to test these spears out too. Faker quickly leapt away. Keeping his distance from Pawn, he threw a few shurikens at him. Your skills aren't half bad. Have you studied dual-wielding spears before? Pawn smugly held his 2 spears and swung them toward the assassin, who was as agile as Faker. Just basic skills. Can't help it if I learn too fast. Let's see how it goes when facing an assassin. Shall we? The assassin quickly dodged the spear thrusts, very confident. You might be ranked higher than me on the total leaderboard, but you can't match my agility stats. I bet I'll be faster than your spears. Pawn, still full of confidence, lunged forward. But the question is, how long can you keep that up? The speed of Pawn's spear thrusts began to increase. It became much faster. The speed was now so high that you could only see the light of the spear forming a streak. It kept accelerating, accurately piercing Faker's leg. Blood splattered as the spear grazed him, forcing the assassin to land and retreat. Huh. Why is your attack speed increasing so fast? Despite being injured, Faker still smiled happily. Is it because of the sub-skill? To think you could actually keep up with an assassin's speed. This feels a bit overpowered, don't you think? Pawn stood there happily, thinking, not noticing what was behind him. Amazing. With this, I'll finally be able to compete with Kraugel. Vander charged forward furiously, brandishing his dual axes. Come on then, you punk. You're really going to mess with the customers at Khan's smithy? Khan looked over, looking completely bewildered. Is that actually a smithy? This made Vander turn around too. What's going on? Why is the smithy such a chaotic mess? Both of them stared in confusion, looking like bystanders watching a comedy skit. It looked nothing like a proper smithy. A loud shout from the shop owner snapped Grid out of his trance. What kind of ruckus are you making in front of my forge? Meanwhile, Grid, still lost in his own little world, quickly backed away toward Khan. Did you put some kind of spell on me? Are you trying to use your beauty to charm me into crafting gear for free? Don't you dare try to toy with my fragile heart. Cough up the money. Pawn scratched his head, looking sheepish. Sorry, I was just too excited. The truth is, this is my first time buying such top-tier gear, so I honestly didn't know how much to offer. Then, he named a number that even stunned Grid. 800,000 gold should be enough, right? 800,000 gold. That's 960 million won. Pawn didn't wait for a reply, just staring blankly at the legendary failure sword, which had only sold for 220,000 gold. Yet here he was, willing to pay 4 times that amount for a single unique weapon. After a moment of quick math, a wicked, calculated grin spread across Grid's face. Another newbie who knows how to fight but has no clue about the cutthroat business world, Grid thought. I'll just add him to my list as newbie number 2. Number 1 was Rigas. What an idiot. Selling a legendary weapon to an NPC for just 220,000 gold, when I could have auctioned it off for millions. Satisfied, he generously offered, Fine, since I'm in a good mood, I'll throw in those 2 epic spears as a bonus. Both Jishuka and Pawn were caught completely off guard. For real? Each of those is worth at least 150,000 gold, and he's just giving them away like it's nothing? Jishuka, meanwhile, was beaming. She thought to herself, I thought he was just a selfish idiot, but it seems I was wrong. This guy is actually worth trusting. At that exact moment, 2 figures were lurking behind a tree in the distance. Thanks a lot. You really are the number 1 smith. Ha ha. Ugh, stop it. You're making me blush. They were none other than 2 members of the Gilgamesh Guild. Pawn and Rigas had spotted them while out gathering materials. Word was that the Gilgamesh Guild frequented this smithy, and it turned out the spy was there to report back to their guild leader. Grid, however, was still in high spirits, completely unaware of the danger looming ahead. If he really is the smith from the rumors, we can't let Gilgamesh go easy on him. He must belong to us, the Gilgamesh Guild. Massive explosions engulfed the figures in a cloud of dust. Rigas stood his ground, ready for battle, and let out a sigh. Man, I've got to hurry up and find that shield for Grid, but he keeps throwing himself into danger like a moth to a flame. 2 holographic screens popped up, showing a guy with blue tied-back hair and a scar across his nose. Did you find anything yet, Rigas? Hearing the call, Rigas turned his head and shouted, Pawn. Rigas replied immediately, I'm heading to the last place the shield was seen. Meanwhile, Pawn, holding his spear, looked around and answered, I'm on the outskirts of Winston, tracking its trail, but so far, I've got nothing. Rigaz, on the other end, asked, "How's that wind-piercing spear?" Grid is going crazy over it. Pawn looked at the weapon in his hand, unable to hide his excitement. It's absolutely incredible. It's so good, I don't even want to use it to fight monsters. Jishuka appeared on the call, immediately cutting in. Hey Regas. Pawn, stop trusting that thief and quit the chit-chat. Pawn turned his head. Big Sister Jishuka was standing with a crowd in the middle of the arid hills, reminding them, "Find that shield for Grid. Hurry up and get it done so the kid is happy." Toban and Vander stood behind Jishuka as she gave her orders. The rest of the guild will continue the interrupted raids. Since we're all out looking for Grid, we need to distribute our forces carefully. Hearing this, Vander clicked his tongue. "Ah, you're back in serious mode again." Toban replied, "Probably because of those guys from the Gilgamesh Guild in Winston that Pawn saw the other day." Seeing Jishuka's dark expression, he continued, "Back in LTS, they weren't even close to our level, but since switching to Satisfy, the tables have turned." Jishuka was clearly trying to close the power gap between the two guilds quickly. Jishuka turned back to the communication screen. And, another thing. "If you don't find that shield by today, you're dead meat." The chat window flicked off without a response. She yelled in frustration, "These guys are so disorganized." They disappeared again. Vander chimed in with a suggestion. "Jishuka, why don't you have Grid forge some new weapons for me? Too, it'll boost the whole guild's combat power." Jishuka dropped her cold expression and replied, "Everyone will get their turn. That's exactly why I left him there, even though things are so heated right now. The second order of equipment is for him." In front of a workshop room, a guy with red hair was standing guard. His name was Ibelin. A member of the Overgeared guild, he was standing in front of the door, hesitating. "This Mr. Grid guy, he seems really focused." Ibelin curiously opened the door to sneak a peek at his new gear. "I'm so excited. Would it bother Mr. Grid if I took a tiny little look?" Suddenly, Grid's scream rang out. "Ah, damn it, this is so frustrating." Ibelin jumped and slammed the door shut immediately. Why is he suddenly so pissed off? Inside the room, a hand slammed down on the table in frustration. "What is this hideous piece of junk? Is this supposed to be a flamberge?" The crafting method. Spiked blade. Requirement: advanced blacksmithing level 5 or higher. A flamberge with small blades, similar to the thorns on a rose bush. The opponent would be in extreme pain when cut by this blade. Usage requirement: level 207 or higher. On the screen appeared an image of a sword with a flame-shaped blade. Grid draped his hammer over his shoulder, grumbling, "It's all jagged. It looks so pathetic. The blade shape is so weird," he thought to himself. The more forging steps you go through, the harder it is to shape the steel, and the specific shape of a flamberge is the defining feature of this weapon. So there are almost no flamberges above the epic grade because everyone just gets annoyed and gives up halfway through. He scrolled through the screen with a serious expression. The prerequisite is ensuring its form, because the main function of this weapon is to tear people to shreds. But I'm not planning on hammering out any common or rare garbage. The system window pops up. Level 97. Title: First to craft a unique item. Dexterity plus 200. The only one to craft a legendary item. Dexterity plus 350. Title: Messenger of Justice. All stats plus 10. Health: 9,016 out of 9,016 plus 1,000. Mana: 1,419 out of 1,419. Strength: 824. Stamina: 571. Agility: 257. Intelligence: 279 plus 200. Dexterity: 904. Persistence: 273. Composure: 204. Indomitable: 230. Integrity: 0. Insight: 204. Courage: 148. Grid thinks, if I add the title effects, my dexterity must be nearly 1,500. The image of an old man with white hair and a kind face flashes in his mind. A level 2. Advanced blacksmith like Khan has about 600 dexterity. That means my dexterity is even higher than Khan's. The man dubbed the greatest blacksmith of the north, Grid, picks up his hammer and continues forging, whispering to himself, "With these very hands, I will create the finest flamberge in this entire northern Gulf." Deep in the dungeon south of Pedro City, dust and smoke are everywhere. A man with a sinister expression is slowly fading away, his mouth spewing threats. "You lowly humans. I will return and avenge this humiliation." The system issues a notification. You have defeated the Vampire Baron. You have received Vampire Necklace, Strength elixir and agility elixir. Two potion-shaped items and a necklace appear in midair. A lazy voice chimes in. Ugh. Make sure to bring back more elixirs next time, okay? A handsome man named Grid, the leader of the Overgeared guild, stands on the ground with a sword stuck in the dirt. He picks up the pink potion and drinks it. The system announces, permanent strength increased by 3. Permanent agility increased by 3. Grid's expression is indifferent. He doesn't seem surprised at all. He turns to the people around him. Good. With this piece, the vampire jewelry set is finally complete. Everyone cheers excitedly. You've gotten even stronger. Congratulations, Guild Master Grid. Grid turns, reaffirming, my power will become the weapon for all of Overgeared. The high-ranking members will soon have the complete vampire set. Keep up the good work, everyone. A red-haired guy on the team speaks up. Guildmaster, what do you think about that nameless blacksmith joining Overgeared? Why don't we just go and snatch him up? He says arrogantly. Our guild has 530 people. After all, why be afraid of that trash guild with only 17 members? Grid just turns his back and laughs loudly. Trash, huh? Ha ha ha. You're a high-ranking member who joined after we moved to Satisfy, right? He doesn't turn around and just coldly replies. Overgeared fled from LTS to Satisfy to avoid Yadaka. That is a disgrace that has haunted our guild's name for so long. Mentioning this, Grid's expression turns serious. When you face them, you'll understand their power. They are the real deal. The red-haired guy still isn't convinced, muttering, it still sounds kinda pathetic to me. Grid just smiles. You know nothing. 3 out of the 5 guild captains didn't join today's conquest. He looks back and continues. Those are the 3 who have always held a grudge against Yadaka, ever since the LTS days. What do you mean pathetic? They are the ones who will take every opportunity to take Yadaka down. Just them alone. An image of a blonde man with a sword appears, blocking Regis's path. His expression oozes arrogance. That is Mahara, the magic swordsman, one of the 5 captains of the guild, ranked 19th in the overall rankings. A brown-haired man stands in front of Pawn. He looks a bit older, named Jerkin. Also, one of the 5 captains of Overgeared, top of the swordsman rankings and 11th in the overall rankings. He definitely doesn't know what it means to just stand by. A long-haired figure stands on the mountain, looking down at the crowd below. Jishuka's team is gathered there. The man's name is Azaleus, a sorcerer, staring down at them. He is also one of the 5 captains, ranked 32nd in the overall rankings. On Regis's side, the two are still facing each other. Mahara speaks first, wearing a smile. The strongest player from LTS. I'm honestly excited to face you again. Regis stands there, silent, saying nothing. Mahara ignores him and holds up 2 fingers. A wave of golden power emerges. It's been a while, hasn't it? Let's say hello properly. How have you been? Attacks transform into flames, surrounding Regis, catching him off guard. A slash cuts across his chest. Regis clutches his chest, stepping back, letting out a pained grunt. Ugh! Mahara laughs mockingly. What's wrong? You're this weak now? His face is filled with excitement, and every word is a taunt. You're not what you used to be, Regis. Or, maybe I'm just too strong to be considered your rival now? Regis coughs up blood, his face darkened by pain. He asks back. Lately, I, Regis, haven't been picking fights with anyone. But excuse me, who are you? Mahara's expression changes. He gets furious instantly. You bastard. You don't remember me? 2 weapons clash. Pawn and Jerkin are fighting over here. Pawn uses his spear to block the incoming sword strike, not forgetting to mock Jerkin. You're still wasting your time serving that incompetent guy? Jerkin looks down from above. Long time no see, Pawn. Your intel is really outdated. His golden eyes exude an intimidating aura. As if seeing through everything, he says, the Guildmaster has become stronger than both me and you. He is someone who is truly worthy of my loyalty. Pawn uses both hands to shove the spear against his opponent's sword, thinking to himself, back in LTS, I was stronger than the old man, but now he's ranked even higher than Jishuka. This is going to be a tough one. But out loud, he still jokes, huh, is that so? You seem happy, old man. While Pawn raises his weapon, Jerkin swings his sword, preparing to attack. It's not just the joy of a 70-year-old man like me. He slashes multiple times at Pawn's body, leaving him no time to react, and continues, but also the satisfaction of holding power and forces in my hands. Ultimate strike. His feet are frozen in place. A panicked voice rings out, no, no way. Who are you? Show yourself. Jishuka and the others look around. She shouts, reminding them. The anti-petrification enchantment I prepared to deal with the snake monsters has been broken. There's a powerful enemy nearby. Jashuka, Toban, and Vander turn around. An army of stone men is surrounding them. Azelius is extremely excited. I've waited so long for the day I could corner you guys. Vander clicks his tongue at the scene. Tch, there must be at least 200 of them, huh? Toban also remarked that the Giant Guild really is the biggest in the game. Jashuka frowned slightly, her expression showing no fear at all. Still relying on sheer numbers to build your reputation, huh? You Giant Guild members really haven't changed a bit. Seeing Jashuka and the others' reaction, Azelius felt secretly amused, not even shaken by this massive force. Interesting, Overgeared. He kept his head bowed, his expression hidden. But thinking we're still the same as before, that's a huge mistake, he thought, while projecting an air of calmness. However, they had timed their strike perfectly, while Pawn and Rigas, the guild's main damage dealers, were away. Jashuka cursed inwardly. Grid, you played us well. Wait. A look of worry crossed her face as if she suddenly realized something. Don't tell me. Azelius watched from the side, thinking, Grid is the one who valued your potential the most. Grid's image flashed in his mind. A guy like him doesn't just aim for small, petty battles like this. Azelius suddenly raised his voice to declare, I hate that attitude. Always looking down on our guild leader. You guys really are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Listen closely. This is a message from Grid. Grid issued an order. The true objective is the Dragon Orb. If you keep looking down on me, you guys. Meanwhile, on the side, Ibelin was guarding the door when a look of horror crossed his face, as if he had seen something terrifying. A horde of footsteps was approaching. The group approaching didn't seem to have good intentions, making Ibelin instinctively step back. Grid's words still echoed in his mind. You're dead meat. A sharp sword blade swung down rapidly. With a burst of strength, Ibelin slashed off one of the enemy's arms. He had already taken down 4, and sweat was streaming down his face, but he was determined to stand guard in front of the blacksmith shop. I have to protect Grid at all costs. An enemy from the Giant Guild rushed over and said with a sneer, Is that all the Overgeared Guild has to offer? He swung his hammer, smashing it directly into Ibelin, sending him crashing to the ground. To think they'd let a brat like you into the guild, he said, holding nothing back. He walked right over and cruelly stomped on his back, making him scream in pain. Holding out this long is pretty impressive for a little kid. But, even though I'm not that strong, I've got plenty of brothers. The enemies all wore smug grins as they looked down at Ibelin lying on the ground. The days of the Overgeared Guild are long gone. In Satisfy, we, the Giant Guild, are number 1. At that moment, pinned to the ground, he felt helpless and pained as he stared up at them. I took down 4, but the remaining 12 are all over level 150. In his eyes, they were mocking him and his team, but he was helpless because he was exhausted. Fighting for 3 hours had drained all his stamina. He looked at the armor they were wearing. More than half of them belonged to the Knight class, wearing heavy armor. They were the natural enemies of the Flambard, which had low armor penetration. The people around them could only whisper, watching and talking amongst themselves. Are they fighting over there? The Overgeared Guild and the Giant Guild are clashing. The Overgeared Guild really is past its prime. Everyone says they're so strong, but now look, their members are being ganged up on, left for dead, without anyone coming to save them. It was the end of the line, leaving him feeling completely helpless, tears streaming down his face. It's all because I'm too weak. The seniors. Grid. I'm so sorry. Oh? Can't handle the fight so you're crying? Whatever. Finish him off so we can get to the main business. He quickly grabbed his sword, using the last of his strength to twist around and slash at the guy in golden armor who was stepping on him. The guy was startled and shouted angrily, Hey! This brat is pretty scrappy, he shouted back with an angry gaze to stand his ground. Overgeared. Before he could finish, the guy with the hammer who had been stepping on him used magic to blow him backward. He fell hard, suffering heavy damage. But in his head, he remained determined, thinking Overgeared until his body slammed into the door, breaking the hinges and leaving his blood on it. Scene shifts to Rigas, who was also fighting fiercely. With one hand, he clutched a deep wound on his chest. A blonde magic swordsman with hair like a rooster comb rushed at him with a ring of fire magic. Not bad, still holding on even after taking that hit. It's a miracle you aren't dead yet. But Rigas didn't give in. He actively charged forward, using his own skills. He lunged, delivering a punch that blew the Giant Guild's magic swordsman backward, along with his fire magic spell. He still hadn't given up. The enemy lunged again, with another spell aimed at him. Damn, just as I thought. This guy isn't a pushover. But Rigas was currently surrounded by magical fire. His eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the crafty blonde guy. A sword flew out from the flames, aimed straight at Rigas. Seeing this, Regus laughed excitedly, lunging toward the flying sword. I have to admit, my friend, you're great at swords and magic, but your attacks are too monotonous. Just throwing your sword like that. There's nothing special about it. The guy replied irritably, You arrogant bastard. Magic swordsmen specialize in flashy combos. Immediately, the sword flying toward him changed, becoming a lightning-infused sword heading straight for his eyes. It was getting closer and closer. Even though he realized it, he couldn't dodge in time. Damn it! The lightning from the sword triggered, and the residual heat from his previous fire attacks reacted. The combination created a massive explosion. A blinding flash occurred right where Regus stood. Dust and smoke filled the air. The guy stood outside, watching and laughing gleefully. Coo ha ha ha. Die yet, kid? If you're still alive, taste the ultimate skill I used to slaughter 180 Yatan followers. Until the fine dust from the explosion gradually cleared, he saw that he had survived. However, one of his eyes was injured and unusable. Take your glorious past to the grave and rot there. Regus lost vision in his left eye. All stats reduced by 30%. Status: confused. His sharp gaze stared straight ahead. I'm blaming myself. To get hit by a basic combo skill like that, I really need more training, he thought. After that, the magic swords man took out colorful stones imbued with corresponding energy and chanted, Oh, cold jade. Oh, scarlet ruby, rise and become one with the wind of the 6 jewels. He gathered a large amount of energy and fired a massive beam of energy straight at Regus, who was kneeling on the ground. End of the line. Goodbye. When that blast hit the ground, another explosion occurred. Ice. Chill. By now, the giant guild member was also exhausted. He swayed, unable to stand steady, panting heavily, having completely drained his mana pool. His mind was reeling. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, but now his grin had twisted into a grimace of shock. He knew if he took that hit head-on, he'd be finished. A pair of legs, combined with a glowing, specialized technique, soared high into the air. With his usual calm tone, the stun effect lasted about 5 seconds. Mai's ultimate skill takes 3 seconds to cast. Regus used his move right in time. He blocked that high-energy attack, but since a monk class focuses on both physical and mental conditioning, he recovers faster than other classes. The blonde guy's jaw dropped in disbelief. With just one kick, he'd nullified his ultimate skill. Not giving him a moment to breathe, Regus lunged straight at him. Despite being covered in wounds, this guy is a monster. He started leaping high into the air, eyes locked downward. Aiming straight for the magic knight of the giant guild, he didn't hesitate to unleash his ultimate move. A spinning, earth-shattering dragon kick. He landed squarely on him. The massive pressure from his skill shattered the stone, creating a crater. As he was sent flying and fading away, he shrieked, I thought I'd already surpassed you. Why were you killed by the damage shock while he only had a few scratches and remained perfectly safe? He landed successfully to regroup with his team. You really are a strong opponent. It's been a long time since I had such an exhilarating fight. A look of triumph flashed across his face, his voice momentarily hesitant. But I'm not the only one who's been growing stronger. On Paul's side, they were also putting in maximum effort, dodging and countering the enemy's onslaught. The old man from the Jane Guild seemed calm on the outside, but his thoughts were growing anxious. He had been training relentlessly to become the #1 swordsman. Yet, why was sweat dripping down his face? He looked exhausted, contrary to his calm exterior. He couldn't overpower him. The younger generation always surprises you. Pawn's spear speed kept increasing. Then, a barrage of spear thrusts, as if multiplied, struck the enemy rapidly. The swordsman couldn't react in time, and was hit by several of Pawn's stabs. Why is his spear so fast all of a sudden? This wasn't part of the plan. At this rate, my defense is going to break. Even so, Pawn didn't stop. He kept pushing forward, activating a skill to overwhelm him. 10 illusionary spear thrusts manifested, stabbing straight toward the swordsman. Without mercy, he sent the man flying into a stone wall, shattering it. The guy's mouth twisted in pain as the agony struck him instantly. Blood began to pour from his head and mouth. He wheezed, You've gotten stronger, kid. Pawn stood confidently. In front of the old man, his spear pointed toward the sky. I was only able to win because of this spear. In reality, you had me dominated from the start. The man smiled contentedly, closing his eyes gently. He murmured, A golden sword in the hands of a kid is still just a piece of metal. Don't be so hard on yourself. This old body really couldn't keep up with you anymore. His expression shifted, turning cold and deadly in an instant. If you think this is enough to threaten Jishuka, you're dead wrong. Deliver this message to Grid. We move to a rugged, rocky landscape under a starry, frost-chilled sky. Azalea stood on high, looking down with a face full of shock, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. No way. They were 3 months behind our guild. Jishuka, Tobin, Vander, and the others were down there. Just 10 of them? Single-handedly crushing his entire army? How can they overpower 200 of our men? This is way too unrealistic. From above, he analyzed the situation clearly. In the formation, Jishuka led to push back his army. The key to the formation was Jishuka herself. But, to get close to her, he had to break through Tobin's ironclad defense. Even though he found the situation interesting, he couldn't hide the fear, flickering deep down. With enemies as strong as Jishuka leading the charge, their original plan to wipe them out was falling apart. I can't just retreat like this. I'll stall them here until the other team finishes the mission. Tobin sensed Arsalas's scheme and quickly warned her. Jishuka, they're intentionally dragging out the fight, so their target definitely isn't us. Jishuka clicked her tongue in annoyance and said, "Got it. Just as I thought. Let's finish this quickly." She shouted in frustration. "Stop hiding and show yourself, Arsalas. This fighting is getting boring. Your main target is the forge, right?" Arsalas, hiding behind a large boulder, laughed and called back. "Ha ha. You're pretty sharp, aren't you? But it's too late. Pawnee's main force has been diverted. Everything is going according to plan." A scornful smirk touched her lips. "Is that so? Plans are nothing but the subjective assumptions of men. Just watch how the next act unfolds." A door hinge, hit by Ibelin's brute force, snapped off, splattering blood as it flew. Straight into the ingot Grid was hammering, causing it to fuse firmly to the metal. Zen's group, still oblivious, arrogantly planned to walk right in. Wasting time with this piece of junk is a drag. Is Smithy that guy? Grid's face went completely dark. He used his tongs to lift the piece of hinge stuck in the mold, looking at Jishuka with a confident, calm expression. "Let's see how your plan turns out." Instantly, his equipment shifted into his crazed battle mode. "You bastards! Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and tears I've put into this? If you mess with a master blacksmith, you're dead." Ibelin struggled through the pain, rising to his feet and calling out. Grid, the gray-haired guy, with a massive blade on his back, remarked, "Looks like we interrupted him right when he was crafting something. He looks pretty pissed." Hearing this, the blonde guy beside him sneered. "He's throwing a tantrum over that?" He spat on the ground. "Well, the guildmaster ordered us to, so let's suck up to him for a bit. Is this brat trying to play dirty with me?" The blonde guy raised his hands with a sycophantic smile and stepped forward. "We're members of the Jane Guild. You know who we are, right? We came all this way to invite you to join our guild, so let's try to be friendly and talk it over, shall we?" He tapped the iron on the table and asked, "Grid, our guild has over 10 blacksmiths, so we understand forging isn't easy, is it?" He grinned, reaching out with an intent to recruit. "Listen, forging something else takes time, and you guys broke it, so just forget it. We only invited you out of courtesy, so stop acting so hostile. It's hard to talk to you like this." Ha ha. Grid gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating killing intent. "Forging another one? You think just because you're a big shot, you have the right to look down on someone else's hard work?" Ibelin, lying on the ground, realized the situation was spiraling out of control. He panicked inwardly. "No, I have to stop him." He pushed himself up, his expression strained. He had to take on 12 players, with an average level of 150. This is PK, not some dungeon raid. He immediately sent a message. "Grid, stay calm. Wait for me to finish healing. Don't face them alone." Grid, absolutely furious, didn't care about anything else. He lunged forward, shouting, "You trash. You're the ones who apologized, and this is the attitude you give me? I'm going to kill every last one of you." Ibelin jumped. He'd completely lost his cool. The guy with the gray buzz cut was shocked by the scene. Even though their squad leader had been taken out by that kid Ibelin, they were still shocked that he dared to provoke them like this. This guy's got a death wish. Another squad member pointed at him, asking, "Hey, are you sure he's even a blacksmith? Look at his armor. He's even carrying a dagger." The guy with the buzz cut froze as if he just realized something. "Wait. Yeah, something's not right. Why would a blacksmith?" Before the guy with the blonde hair could finish, he ignored the killing intent radiating from Grid and kept talking. "Look, if you want to keep forging, just do it. We'll wait." Grid, by this point, was beyond enraged, but the guy kept blathering on. "It'll only take a few hours, right? That's fast." The guy with the buzz cut realized things had gone sideways and screamed, "Watch out, Keto, get away from him." He swung his sword at the blonde guy, triggering the double strike effect from his unique rated gauntlets. The rest of the squad watched in stunned silence as the blonde guy's face twisted in agony. He cried out in disbelief, "No way. Just one hit? He's just a blacksmith." The system notification flashed. Party member Keto has been eliminated. The guy with the buzz cut was speechless, breaking into a cold sweat. What the hell was that? Is it because Keto's an assassin and has low health? No way. He's a blacksmith. That damage was way beyond the limit. Grid himself was surprised. He gripped his sword, thinking, "So, this is it? This is insane. Absolutely broken." The sword emitted a golden glow. He had just swung it casually, and yet it claimed a life. It was a replica of Dainsleif. Unique rating. Attack power. 451 to 635, plus 165. Deals an additional 10% of the target's defense as damage. Increases damage based on the number of enemies. Skill activated. Golden Lightning. Grid looked at the crowd gathered before him. Since it has a sub-skill specialized for crowd fighting, Dainsleif gets an extra 165 damage. There are 11 guys left, meaning 15 damage per person. He stared at his hand, calculating quickly. So, if I fight 100 opponents, the extra damage will be 1,500. There's probably a limit, but when you add the base stats on top of that, this is literally game-breaking. Thinking this, Grid was stunned. This was a weapon crafted by the first legendary master, Albertino. Even though it was only a unique rating, it was truly on a much higher level than his own work. The sturdy figure of an old man with a long, silver-white beard appeared in his mind. Even as the successor of the legendary Pagma, his own skills were still far inferior to that man's. This is a mountain I have to conquer. Grid dashed forward, ready to continue the fight. But first, he had to crush the people who broke his work. He roared at the crowd. Blacksmith's rage. He swung down hard at the guy with the buzz cut. The system notification appeared. Attack speed will increase significantly for 20 seconds. The guy with the buzz cut coughed up blood, using all his strength to block with his sword. I blocked it. But why is the damage still this high? This monster isn't a blacksmith. It's a trap set by Zadaka. The crowd immediately turned and fled. One of them screamed, "Everyone, retreat, fast." Grid had no intention of letting this go. "You think you can just run away?" Flash step. He teleported, slashing into the back of a fleeing player. The system notification flashed again. Critical hit. 5,000 damage dealt. The guy with the buzz cut looked back, completely shocked, his thoughts in disarray. This is impossible. Max River is a tank. He's supposed to be able to take hits from ogres. In the guild, he's one of the players with the highest health and defense. He felt frustrated. "I thought we were just dealing with Ibelin, a top 10 rookie. But who would have guessed they had an ace up their sleeve?" He kept screaming to the front, "Run! You have to survive at all costs." A wave of destructive force swept across the area, surrounding the retreating players. Wind, slash. The warning voice rang out. "Retreat. Quickly!" Grid slashed repeatedly. He turned toward the crowd, cursing. "Who said you could run? Drop dead, all of you." He raised his weapon, his eyes glowing with light. Pagma's swordsmanship. A fiery arrow shot out, pinning into the rock face nearby. On the other side, Azelius looked at the arrow that had landed just inches away, swearing in fear. "Is this all I can take? You Zadaka bastards." A handsome guy, with brown hair and blue eyes, clenched his fists excitedly, telling Jashuka, "Precise. Big sis, your support was spot on." He scanned the chaotic battlefield. Tobin raised his hand to check. The petrification spell's effect has worn off. Time to go back to the forge. Jashuka frowned, annoyed. "Damn it, we've been here too long." The contact window suddenly popped up. "Big sis, it's me, Ibelin." She was startled, blurting out, "Ibelin?" Jashuka immediately asked, "Are you okay? Is Loren being attacked too?" Ibelin held a potion, wiped his mouth, and replied, "Oh, so you knew? There are 13 enemies, and I'm currently healing." The hesitation on his face and his stuttering voice on the screen caught Jashuka's attention. "Big sis, why is Grid so insanely strong?" On the other side, Grid was single-handedly wiping out the crowd. He kept attacking, golden light erupting from his slashes. Using the skill, Wave, he unleashed a sword dance, fierce as a tidal wave, dealing 155% of his power. Unleashing a sword dance. Chaotic like violent waves, dealing 155% damage. The attack hit every enemy within a 1-meter radius while slowing them down. One guy screamed in pain, but the buzzcut guy was still struggling to hold on. I can't believe it. He took out 10 of us in one move. It was then that he realized an area of effect skill with that much power is terrifying. Could this be a rare skill? Evelyn stood to the side, witnessing everything, her expression turning into awe. What is Grid? Everyone started guessing. Some thought he had an epic class job. She watched Grid fighting, but this power proves that he must have at least a unique hidden class. A pink-haired guy kept chugging health potions, struggling to speak. What the hell? How is there a monster like that in Overgeared? How are we supposed to take him down? The buzzcut guy standing next to him countered. Not taking him down isn't an option. Blood from his head streamed down his face. Gathering his courage, he shouted, "We can't go home empty-handed. If we have to die here, we need to dig up as much information about him as possible." The whole team attacked Grid together, using crowd control skills. But Grid blocked every single one without being affected at all. The heck? The buzzcut and pink-haired guys froze at the sight. It didn't work at all. Grid flashed a gruesome smile, his killing intent suffocating. Each word he spoke was like a demon claiming a soul. "If that's all you've got, then let me finish this." A crowd of passers-by stood to the side, watching the drama and gasping. "Whoa, that's intense," one of them asked the person in front. "Are you recording this?" The man replied, "Of course. This footage alone could sell for a ton of money." The scene of Grid hacking and slashing was absolutely gruesome. This wasn't a battle anymore, it was a massacre. At this point, he was incredibly hyped up, screaming, "Die, you pieces of garbage, ha ha ha." An unexpected counterattack from the money-loving blacksmith, or rather, the professional one, had completely annihilated the team sent by the guild. The next day, a hand slammed hard onto the table, and an angry voice rang out. "A bunch of useless trash. A whole squad of 300 men, and you couldn't handle 18 enemies?" Grid lowered his head, secretly worried. The skills that Blacksmith used. He must have at least an epic hidden class. "How on earth did you lure him in, Jishuka?" His face darkened, grinding his teeth in frustration. Members of the guild were forbidden from engaging in side activities and were ordered to focus only on leveling up. This was an order from Grid himself. No one was an exception. On Jishuka's side, however, a fresh wind was blowing into the Overgeared guild. The guild's combat power had been boosted. A new group of 4 strangers, high-level rankers, started to recognize the strength of Overgeared and wanted to join, including Grid. Overgeared now had 7 new members. Jishuka pondered. Increasing the guild's combat power is good, but these people aren't just ordinary players. They definitely came after watching that crazy scene. The image of Grid appearing like a god of death. That was the day a blacksmith who loved money who was crazy about his craft, flew into a rage because of an annoying door hinge. The very next day, this information spread across the world at breakneck speed. On a news program, 2 male anchors were reporting. "Welcome to today's Satisfy review. We'll start with a clip provided by a viewer." A person pointed toward the large screen. "A quick disclaimer. We advise the elderly and pregnant women to be careful. The clip contains violent and bloody imagery. Please consider this before watching." That was the day a single blacksmith could shake the media. The video recording of Grid in that battle appeared on the big screen. The anchor continued. "Our topic today, should we allow a bloodthirsty, beast-like player to vent in the game?" Back then, a killer was born. Memories of Grid's arduous conquest flashed through his mind. "I got 40 million from the Malachus raid." Next was the memory of receiving money from a spear, 960 million won from the Gale spear. After that, the time he joined the guild and helped them review weapons. Another 10 million from appraising gear for members of the guild. That's a total of about 1 billion won. Now, he was getting another huge sum. Not only that, the sender, Jishuka, said, "The market price for the Dark Star has been determined. We'll transfer half of that to you, which is 300,000 gold. Confirm the transaction and let me know. I'm making an extra 360 million won on top of this." He thought about it all and started laughing, clapping his hands. Bwahahaha. The star was 600,000 gold, and the Gale spear was 800,000 gold. I can't believe someone would pay that much money for unique gear. His face turned red, accompanied by a goofy laugh. Bwahahaha. A bunch of idiots. Pawn, Jishuka, you guys are just too naive and green. The legendary failure sword was only 220,000 gold. Only 220,000 gold. You morons. 2 lines of tears streamed down his face. My emotions right now are all over the place. I can't even tell what I'm feeling. But why, for the love of God, did it take me this long to realize that I'm the biggest idiot in this world? I screamed at the top of my lungs and slammed my head down onto the wooden workbench. Haha. I really am a total newbie, getting scammed into buying a sword from an NPC at that price. The shop really did me dirty. Gullibility is a sin, I guess. When I lifted my head, a massive bump had already sprouted on my forehead. 2 lines of tears streamed down my face, helplessness written all over it. How did I manage to earn 1.4 billion won, but still feel this salty? Then, I let out a long sigh, my expression shifting rapidly. I tried to distract myself. No, I've got to look on the bright side. It's thanks to this sword that I became an honorary player in Winston and got a tax exemption. Plus, I learned the crafting method for the Holy Shield. My thoughts drifted back to the memory of the Malachus raid. Even though the gear is outdated now, it was thanks to that fight that I managed to take down Malachus, and it boosted my affinity with Irene, and I joined the Jishuka Guild. The determination on Grid's face grew stronger. Yeah, everything was going perfectly, until my eyes landed on that raw material. It was sitting right there on the table. Damn it. It reminded me of the work I still had to do, cutting my random train of thought short. Now isn't the time to dwell on the past. I have to finish forging this weapon for Ibelin. With the materials in hand, Grid watched them with focus. The thorn is the toughest equipment I've ever forged, and the materials are hard to come by too, and those bastards from the Jishuka Guild had the nerve to mess it up. Just as I was muttering to myself about Ibelin, if Ibelin hadn't managed to find more materials, the kid suddenly burst in from outside, calling out loudly, his face full of excitement and joy, holding the materials. Sword forging? I'm here! I got them! I turned around, relieved, toward the door to check the materials Ibelin had brought. It's been 2 days since I've slept. I honestly thought you wouldn't find them. It was a struggle, big bro, but I got enough to forge one. Looking at the items he brought back after a long search, my face lit up with excitement. I'll start tomorrow morning. This is the perfect chance for me to surpass Albertino. Ibelin stood there with a bright, sparkling smile. He looked at me, excitedly telling me everything he'd heard on the way back. People in town were still buzzing about the battle 2 days ago. You're the man. You were so cool, big bro. My heart almost stopped. Grid's expression turned smug, and he flashed a charming, handsome smile. It's nothing, kid. This kid isn't just cute. He's got a good eye for people, too. Thinking back to the bizarre appearance my armor gave me, it's no wonder. People gave me some weird nicknames. Just like Ibelin said, the video of that massacre the other day brought me quite a bit of fame, like the psycho or the murder maniac. As I shoved the materials into the furnace, I pondered the future. It's all because of that helmet. It looks absolutely atrocious. I need to make a new, classier helmet. If I end up on screen again, I have to look handsome at least. Then he broke into a slightly lecherous smile that would make anyone green in the face. Yes! I need to equip a badass set of armor and add an elegant smile to go with it. The world is about to meet a real lady killer. Ibelin, innocent and clueless, opened his mouth and immediately annoyed me. Big bro Grid? Are you constipated? Your face looks weird. I turned back to look at the kid, slightly annoyed. Who was it that just said I looked cool? Is my smile really that offensive to look at? That made the kid afraid to talk nonsense. I'd like to turn off my comment mode. Then, I kicked the little brat right out of the room. Kids these days don't know what a handsome man looks like. I took a deep breath. All right, come back tomorrow. Good luck, bro. His hands continuously hammered the surface of the thorn, to shape it. I only get one chance at this. At the very least, it has to be an epic grade. As I worked, I thought about the gold I'd make. 100,000 gold. After paying back the 700 million to my dad, the remaining 800 million will be enough to buy a killer ride. My energy was burning like a wildfire right now. Even a fly wouldn't dare buzz in here and survive. If you're gonna live, you have to live in style. From now on, the image of this Grid must always be associated with high-class luxury vibes so I can look spectacular on screen. Make that bitch-ass dragon open its eyes, will ya? I'm counting on you, Thorn. After a while, the product was finished, but it was only rare grade. Thorn, durability, 151, 151. Attack power, 231. Armor penetration, 30%. Usage requirements, level 210 plus. Strength, 700. Agility, 300. Advanced sword mastery, level 2 or higher. Weight, 300. Quality, rare. Looking at the finished product in front of me, I felt like collapsing. Well, I guess I'll just buy some cheap tires then. Grid slumped over, holding his head in front of the sword. It couldn't get any unluckier than this. With this, I can't even buy a B13 sedan, let alone a new car. I sat there, falling apart, muttering to myself. Maybe I should take out a loan from Vegas? No, he's still busy trying to find his own shield. My eyes accidentally caught a piece of raw forging material on the floor. Wait, the raw material for the thorn is still rolling around in the corner. It's got a little blood on it, but I can reforge it and salvage it. A smug smile appeared on Grid's face. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Let's give it another shot. Even if the materials are scraps, getting an extra sword means extra money. At the Jashuka Guild's smithy, 2 days later. Don't be discouraged, Ibelin. Jashuka and Ibelin came to Grid's smithy together to pick up their weapons. I'm fine, big sis. Even if it's just rare grade, because Grid made it, it's already top tier. Thank you. I couldn't even finish my thought. I was sitting there, dazed, holding my legs and yawning a massive yawn. You're here? The finished product is on the table. You see it? Ibelin heard the yawn, turned to look, and politely greeted and thanked me. Morning, big bro Grid. Thank you so much. Grid, exhausted, yawned again. What can you do? That's life. I made another one to make it up to you. It's a bit shoddy, so try to make do with it for now. It's on the chair. Ibelin quickly bent down to the chair below. Oh, and also, one sword in both hands is enough, right? Anyway, thanks, bro. Grid forced a smile, accompanied by the fatigue visible in the dark circles under his eyes. I forged it using the leftover scrap from when those bastards disrupted me, so don't expect too much. When he opened the wrapping covering the sword on the chair in front of them, Jashuka and Grid saw a red aura radiating from the sword. That's life. Thorn. Legendary quality. Durability. 269. Attack power. 409. Armor penetration. 60%. Causes heavy bleeding on hit. Reduces healing effectiveness by 50% on the target. Trigger skill. Slash. Ibelin initiated the skill, Cursed Bloodline. Ibelin stammered, staring in shock at him. Grid. I'm speechless. Yeah, I was the same way at first, he replied. He looked at the sword he'd poured his heart into, which was radiating a shimmering blood-red aura that highlighted its true value. This item was forged with the absolute dedication of its creator. During the crafting process, this falchion had been stained with blood, causing the blacksmith to abandon it as a half-finished piece. Because of that, it was filled with pure rage and hatred. Requirements. Level 210. 700 strength. 300 agility. And it must be wielded by the owner of the bloodline with advanced sword mastery level 2 or higher. If someone who wasn't the owner of the bloodline tried to use it, they would be cursed 100% of the time. By now, the fatigue had vanished from his face. In its place was a look of pure satisfaction as he gazed at the sword, a weapon fueled by extreme fury and hatred. How ironic, he thought. You have created a legendary item. All stats permanently increased by 25, and reputation across all 6 continents increased by 1,000. Jashuka stood there, stunned. History recorded that a blacksmith creating a unique grade item was already incredibly rare. Following her shock was a deep sense of admiration for Grid. For him to create a legendary item? That was supposed to be impossible. They only ever dropped from high-level raids at an abysmal rate. Yet, this person, step by step, she stepped closer to him. Based on my knowledge of the Satisfy system, there is only one reason you could have achieved the impossible. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked directly at him. Grid, you have a legendary class, don't you? Hearing that, Grid's expression tightened. She figured it out. He knew he couldn't hide it forever. But, from Grid's perspective, Jishuka's admiring gaze had become strangely seductive, triggering an internal psychological battle. He thought, what's with that look? Are you trying to break my vow of celibacy? If she keeps looking at me like that, this dragon of mine might lose control. Grid awkwardly turned away, pulling at his collar to cool off. Stay calm. This fragile heart has been hurt before. Lust is just a fleeting shadow. He stammered. Yeah, that's right. She reached out suddenly and lunged toward him. She was so excited and thrilled that she grabbed him and pulled him into a hug against her chest. Grid, you're just too amazing, she praised him wholeheartedly. His face was pressed against her chest, turning as red as a tomato. His head was spinning, he had to stay focused. Don't let the lust take over your brain, Grid. Wake up. But, it's so soft. The kid, Ibelin, was also excited and grateful. Grid, I don't know how to express my gratitude. I'll send you 1 million gold right now. Hearing that price, Grid's expression shifted instantly. He pulled away from Jashuka's embrace and immediately countered, No way. Buddy, that's a legendary item. 3 million. No bargaining. The moment he heard the price, The kid was shocked. Huh? 3 million? Why so expensive? He looked at the sword with lingering regret, unable to let go. It really is the best of the best. But only I can use it since I'm the owner of the bloodline. Others can't use it, so I can't even resell it. I didn't want to shortchange you, so I offered 1 million. Evelyn argued. Grid helplessly held out his hand to take the sword back, knowing there'd be a negotiation. Bring it here. Huh? It has a curse effect. Are you sure you'll be okay? After taking the sword from Evelyn, he swung it around a few times, showing off for the kid, which only made him even more stunned. Grid's eyes glowed with a cool, sharp light. Spikes of sighing, hatred, and curses. Curse nullified. Spikes of sighing, hatred, and curses. Curse nullified. If you're not going to use it, let me handle it. The kid's eyes went wide with disbelief. Grid, what kind of game-breaking class do you have? Grid looked at him with grim determination. Just stay calm. Look, as fellow guild members, I'll give you a final price, 2.5 million. I'm not getting ripped off like that incident with the sword again. That was more than enough. Returning to the real world, at the family's apartment, he planned to pay off all their debts first and use the rest to stabilize the store's business. He transferred all the gold into one and put it into a bank card for his parents. His parents had been working themselves to the bone day and night, struggling to keep the shop running. Right? Grid's mother looked surprised, tears welling up as she asked, Young Woo, where did you get all this money? His father's voice choked up. Providing for the family should be the parents' responsibility. You've had it so hard, Grid. His father turned away, secretly wiping his tears. He hadn't realized until now just how much his parents had suffered. Being a parent for the sake of the family really isn't easy. Looking at the warm scene before him, his own eyes started to tear up. We should be taking care of each other. We're a family, aren't we? Shin Se-hee was also tearing up, smiling happily as she looked at her brother and said softly, Big brother, this is unbelievable. Don't go wasting whatever is left, okay? Haha, that kind of thinking isn't stable, little sister. The whole family moved together down to the building's parking garage. A shiny, brand new black car sat there. Ta-da! I bought you a new ride, Mom. It's the dream car for young people, the B13. It only cost 8 million won. Seeing the expensive new car, Grid's mother immediately got angry and smacked his back. Why would you spend money on such luxury, you brat? A sleek, shiny black car, it looked brand new. Ta-da! Mom, look, I bought you a new ride. It's a dream come true for young people. A BMW 13. And it only cost 8 million won. Seeing the expensive new car, Grid's mom flew into a rage and smacked him hard on the back. Why on earth did you go and buy something so luxurious, you brat? When will you ever grow up, kid? You apologized, but deep down, you actually found those touches incredibly warm. Yet, the sight of your mother chasing after you made you feel happier and more joyful than ever. This is amazing. The sparks from her work were full of love. On the school grounds, a crowd of guys gathered, intently watching the two girls who had appeared, whispering. Word is spreading, and the compliments are non-stop. Wow, they look incredible. They're as beautiful as movie stars. And it's not just their looks. They're both top 5 students in the nation. Yareem, gripping the strap of her blue bag over her shoulder, laughed as she spoke. Haha, look at them all lining up. Se-hee, walking beside her, looked around, feeling flustered. Ugh, why are they all acting like this? Yareem threw an arm around Se-hee's neck. She wore a friendly smile, waving to the people around them. Come on, give them a wave. You're being way too stiff. Hearing this, Se-hee scolded her. Stop that. It's only getting worse because you're drawing more attention to it. Yareem's expression turned mischievous as she looked at Se-hee and teased. So, are you going to introduce that brother you've been hiding from me, Se-hee? Se-hee jumped like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. No, not my brother, especially not you. Grid, wearing a completely mismatched, rustic-looking green outfit, appeared from somewhere. He waved his hand. Seeing him call out, Se-hee turned around. Oh, Yareem, standing beside her, watched Se-hee. Then she asked in absolute disbelief, Wait, that's your appa? He looks so different. Were you adopted? Se-hee retorted immediately. What do you mean adopted? That's my brother. Grid approached them. He radiated a kind of goofy energy and greeted them with a laugh. Oh, you must be Se-hee's friend. Hi there, so nice to meet you. Yareem recoiled. She took a step back, as if avoiding something filthy. He's so ugly. Get lost. I don't want that ugliness rubbing off on me. Se-hee stepped toward her brother. Hearing that, she yelled angrily, Hey, park Yareem. Grid ignored the comments, pulled out his car keys, pointed toward a black car, and told the two girls, Let's keep chatting as we go. Get in the car. Se-hee looked at the car and asked simply, You bought a car? Yerim seemed completely shocked, her eyes wide as saucers. No way. The high-end autonomous model, the B-13? Yerim, excited, quickly hopped into the car. She leaned her head out the window, waving. What are you two doing? Come on in, handsome. Sahi was speechless. If you're in such a rush, just walk, park Yerim. At that moment, she remembered to turn to Grid and ask, why did you even come here? Is something wrong? Grid turned his head. It's just, he replied shyly. Sahi, I need your help to look a bit more presentable. I have a class reunion tomorrow. On the day of the reunion, Grid was cruising down the road in his newly bought B-13. While driving, he muttered, are they seriously holding this reunion all the way out here? You've got to be kidding me. Well, it doesn't really matter. I got some decent fashion advice. His hands gripped the steering wheel tight, his expression full of confidence. I'm here with my baby, the B-13. I'm a changed man. Suddenly, the figure of a girl appeared on the road, waving her hand, with a car parked behind her. Grid looked over. Huh? Is the car broken? He was in a rush. What time did he have to help? But he whispered to himself, I think I need to help a person. Well, no, help someone in trouble. He pulled the car over, leaned his head toward the girl, and asked, need a hand with something? The girl stepped toward the car door, opening it slightly. Grid looked at the broken-down car. Is that a Liala model? That has to be 4 times more expensive than the B-13. That's a famous model for millionaires only. How could someone so young own that? The girl's face came into view. Could you give me a ride? When he saw her face clearly, he froze for a moment. He was shocked, screaming inside, Yura! It's Yura! The girl with long purple hair and red eyes, the only female player in the satisfied top 10 rankings, ranked 3rd among the 100 most influential people in the world. The queen of CFS, the most beautiful person in this world. Youngwoo was so taken aback by her beauty that he couldn't speak. Is she really standing in front of me? She's so beautiful. This can't be real. How could it be such a coincidence? He remembered the trash talk posts he used to write about Yura. Yura is stupid. Yura isn't as pretty as the rumors say. Why are you all so obsessed with her? Yura is the worst. He broke out in a cold sweat. A flicker of fear in his eyes. Could it be? Is it because of the trash I talked? Is she here to take revenge for what I wrote? Did she sabotage that quest because of me? Yura took advantage of his shock and climbed into the car. Since you're silent, I'll take that as a yes. Youngwoo thought to himself. She doesn't recognize me, right? Well, I do look different. Yura turned to greet him, cutting off his train of thought. It's such an honor to meet you in person, Grid. Grid turned pale and replied reluctantly, You've got the wrong person. He whispered to himself, I'm dead. I'm so screwed. He struggled to speak. Am I going to die today? Yura replied, Just drive to where you were going. At a certain restaurant, an angry voice shouted, Grid. That jerk. Why is he so late? Lee Junho looked at the person next to him and raised his voice. Hey, Kim Ah-young, are you sure Grid is coming? Ah-young arched her brow, still holding her wine glass, and replied, I'm not sure. You're the one who picked a place this far away just to mess with him. She laughed joyfully, her tone full of confidence. Are you getting cranky because you can't bully someone? Can't you sit still? Don't worry. His first love called him. How could he not show up? Ah-young looked around and said, No need to be so annoyed. They're waiting for Grid, just like you. Bullying him really is a guilty pleasure, isn't it? She turned back to ask Junho, You're still unemployed at your age, right? And you just got fired from the convenience store because of your temper. You haven't changed a bit. You need to bully him to feel better about yourself, don't you? Junho didn't answer. He frowned, thinking to himself, It's annoying, but she's right. The only person with a more pathetic life than me is Grid. Suddenly, 2 classmates looked out the window. One of them exclaimed, catching Junho's attention, Someone's arriving in a B-13. The person next to him chimed in, Whoa, that's a limited edition. That costs over 800 million won. Hearing that, Junho walked over to look, his voice full of jealousy. What the hell? So what if it's a fancy car? It's probably some rich kid who just leeches off his parents. Ah-young just laughed coldly. Are you jealous? Whoever is driving it, they're big fish. The classmate standing next to them gasped, Oh, the door's opening. There's more than one person, huh? Junho and Ah-young were both curious and glanced down. The sight of Youngwoo and Yura appearing left them all shocked. Grid? They were incredibly surprised. No way. Grid has a car? Wait, is that Yura? The goddess of Satisfy? Really? The people around them kept whispering in awe. Isn't Grid unemployed? How did he become successful so fast? Junho's face turned black. Is that really Grid? Compliments filled the air. Oh my god, Yura is insanely pretty. She makes all the girls here look like trash. She really suits Youngwoo. Ah Young's expression wasn't much better. He succeeded? And her? A luxury car stopped right behind Youngwoo. He glanced over, full of curiosity. Yura spoke up. That's my secretary. Thanks for the ride. She looked toward Grid. After a reminder not to underestimate the conversation in the car, Grid turned back, feeling completely helpless from the whole ordeal. Suddenly, Yura leaned in close, bringing her hands up to cup his face. The crowd gathered by the window gasped in shock. What the hell? He's kissing the super famous Yura? Grid? Yura whispered into Grid's ear. You've got enough attention now. Consider this debt paid, okay? Grid blushed, feeling flustered. Whoa. She really leaned in close just to whisper that. As soon as she finished, Yura turned her back on him, leaving Grid behind. I'm heading out, she said. Elsewhere, Junho and Ah Jong were sweating, their expressions twisted with frustration. No way. That loser, Grid. Is he living in a completely different world? Inside the restaurant, the lights were bright. Grid sat there, surrounded by people asking questions. Hey, Grid, are you a high ranker? Why are you so rich? Are you dating a goddess? Introduce us, will you? We're close, right? Let's hang out. Junho sat to one side, looking miserable, thinking, this is exactly why I didn't want him here. A voice rang out. Hey, Lee Junho. Grid stood in front of him, his face dark. What are you trying to pull? Do you have a habit of picking fights or something? Junho's eyes widened. Grid continued. You're old enough. Grow up. Hearing this, Junho grabbed Grid by the collar. He screamed in a rage. You bastard. I don't know what you think you're doing, but don't get cocky. I'll beat you to death. Grid let out a scornful laugh. Getting angry isn't going to help you. His eyes flared with intensity, staring at Junho like a predator, his tone challenging. How does it feel, being stepped on by the guy you always look down on? Junho froze. He suddenly realized, I remember those eyes. He thought about the masked man. It's him. It's definitely him. Junho let go and stumbled back. Grid, hands in his pockets, said, I like that look. I wish I could watch it a bit longer. But honestly, you guys are making me feel more disgusted by the second. He snapped at the surrounding people, who all looked incredibly awkward. You've been messing with me all this time. And now you're desperately trying to be friends with me? You guys are just pathetic pieces of trash. Grid walked toward the door, adjusting his jacket, and turned back to add, you need to know your place in this world. Stop wallowing in the delusion that you're the smartest person in the room. I'm leaving. You walked away from them and headed toward your car. When Young chased after you, calling out, making you turn back. Grid, you're just going to leave like that? We haven't even finished talking about what happened before. She bashfully brushed her hair aside and confessed, I like you too. I can help you treat the wounds they inflicted on you. I promise. Grid fell into deep thought, muttering, Young. A promise? He recalled the conversation in the car with Yura, where he had asked, do you want to repay me for saving you at the Yaten temple? Seriously? You forced me to give up the victory and help you complete your quest. Grid turned to Yura and explained, I think you've got it all wrong. I never had any intention of helping you with your quest. You don't owe me anything. In his heart, he thought, that was a nightmare. Just thinking about it is miserable. Yura didn't care. She simply replied, I only became the 8th servant because of you, so I can't just let this slide. Grid felt utterly helpless. Is she even listening to me? Yura rested her chin on her hand, looking out the car window. I know you participated, and that Overgeared has defeated Malachus. Conflict is unavoidable now that you've become an enemy of the Yaten temple. She turned back, gave a smile, and continued. But I will never kill you. I'll probably just beat you until you're incapable of fighting. Grid sighed to himself. Ugh, she knows too much. Is she planning to repay her debt? By beating me to within an inch of my life? If you people want to fight, go ahead. I just want the money. Yura continued speaking in the face of Youngwoo's blank expression. That is the debt I will repay in-game. I hear you often get humiliated at your class reunions. How about this? She offered. I will be your girlfriend. You'll be the center of attention. Consider that a promise to repay my debt. You wore a faint smile, whispering to yourself, her promises. She's truly terrifying. The superstar Yura, facing Young's bewildered expression, Grid spoke up. Thanks for the answer. But he mocked his own school day thoughts. Young. I actually used to think there was no virgin, more saintly than her. He found it funny. You smiled, letting it go. I don't believe you anymore. Goodbye. And you Satisfy is the game that Grid participated in. Although Satisfy has over 10,000 job classes, Holding a spot in the top 10 of each class is genuinely difficult. That's why the rankings rarely change. Looking at the current state of the rankings, things are different now. The members of Overgeared are slowly climbing into the top 10 after only 4 months since the shift. The gaming community calls this the Great Upheaval. Deep inside the monster-slaying dungeon, the once stable rankings were shaken up once again. The blood of dungeon monsters splattered everywhere following the sword slashes. Their screams of pain echoed after being struck by a blow. Huh. The blood flowed ceaselessly. The sword failure sighed as the red, magic energy surrounding it blew away the blood and continued to strike. The blood vessel seal, the fire bloodline within failure, was resonating and strengthening your bloodline. Along with a kick to the shoulder, the demonic beast collapsed, and the blade followed through. Skill damage plus 150%. Movement speed plus 80%. While the active skill drains your health gradually, Evelyn charged forward with a saber, a diagonal slash smoothly and beautifully cutting through the demonic beast that looked like a rat. They are the top 10 rookies. Laceration, after slashing that beast, received a system notification. You have leveled up. After that strike, even you were surprised by the power the sword possessed. To Ope, these monsters are 30 levels higher than me, but I still crushed them. 100,000. Just like that, at lightning speed. You looked at the sword, still brimming with momentum after killing a monster in one hit. It's all thanks to failure. 2.5 million gold. Worth every penny. Your expression was filled with determination, though slightly exhausted. At this rate, I'll catch up to him soon. You thought of the rookie who surpassed you. At first, I held the upper hand as a top 10 rookie, but then I let Lawel pass me and become the #1 magic swordsman. To be overtaken by someone the same age, how can I not be pissed off? After that, you continued to charge at other demonic beasts and slash them without a shred of pity. Just you wait, Lawel. With me and failure, I'll leave you in the dust. Elsewhere screams echoed through the blue clouds. Vantner shouted with 2 streams of tears of resentment. Evelyn was holding a legendary weapon, farming levels like she was hacking. Why on earth did she say, Grid should forge armor, not a new weapon for me? Jishuka walked in front, glanced back for a moment, and coldly replied, Shut it, Vantner. Your weapon is as good as it is now, thanks to Grid. You need gear that increases resistance to be useful in raids. But then, her voice softened, though still no less cold. I know you're jealous seeing everyone with top-tier gear, but even if it's Grid, he can't forge a unique or legendary item every single time. You're lucky enough to even get new gear forged. He looked at her and could only helplessly respond with dissatisfaction as she said that. Well, having a new weapon is nice, but I want to kill monsters and farm levels, not stick my face out to get hit. Once he finished, her fiery, killing intent terrified him. You're bald and talk too much, aren't you? Afterward, she asked him, So, did you give the blueprint and half the materials to Grid yet, Vantner? At this, he only dared to hesitantly reply. She spoke in an irritable tone, mixed with a bit of seriousness, and urged him, Stop fussing and go find the rest of the materials. Besides, Grid isn't at the forge right now either. He's busy grinding away too. In another place, like a different level of the dungeon, small stones and iron were flying toward him at high speed. A monster made entirely of stone, with 2 glowing red eyes, was charging closer. Those iron golems have extremely high physical resistance, yet he was able to easily overpower them. Wait, golems are supposed to be a hunting ground only for mages. The others in the tunnel were astonished by the sight before them. Seeing him carry that greatsword, I thought he was some noob. Look closely, he is none other than Grid. He had put on the ghostly armor to fight the monsters, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The insane butcher from the Vin's Valley the other day. Sweat poured down their faces in astonishment. I can't believe my eyes. He's charging in solo. But it was unbelievable. How on earth are those golems, which were so stubborn that entire parties couldn't make a dent, being struck by him holding a weapon designed like a pickaxe, crushing them so easily? With pickaxe swings as heavy as chopping wood, you secure 6 iron ores, 3 high-grade iron ores, and 3 fragmented Oridan ores. You're secretly thrilled with every rhythmic strike. That's the way to do it. Using a pickaxe with 100% mastery is the perfect choice. Using a greatsword at first only depleted half of the golem's health, which had me a bit panicked. Right now, you can see rare glowing spots that allow you to easily defeat these stone golems. They're incredibly tough, but aside from the magic stones serving as their energy-providing cores, they are essentially made of mineral deposits. With this pickaxe, I can easily spot their weak points. seeing the glinting light ahead, pointing. The way for me makes me even more excited. Legend has it that some supreme mage from long ago hid treasure in this maze, so they created these things. Truly killing two birds with one stone, you get experience and you can mine at the same time. Seeing you easily take down monsters like that, a young guy who thinks he's tough grabs a pickaxe and yells loudly, making you turn to look. Oh, I see how it is. So, the pickaxe is their weak point, huh? That's too easy. Grab your picks and start digging, boys. But then, the golem hits him with one blow, and he disappears into a flash of light, wiped out without a trace. You stare at the guy for a moment, then turn back to the golem in front of you and strike, ignoring the two people watching. Can you believe this? There's a guy dead right next to him, and he doesn't even blink. What a total psycho. After finishing the strike, you lower your pickaxe and let out a relieved breath. Woo. Got a decent amount of EXP and minerals too. Just then, a system notification pings in your ear. A message. Sorry for making you wait, Grid. The raid was a bit tough to chew. We've finally got enough materials. Oh, guess it's time to head back then. By the time you realize it, there's not a soul left. Only the remains of the golems you smashed lying all around. Where am I? Anyway, you got so carried away mining that you're lost. Great, another maze. The guys who were watching have also vanished. Helpless because you're lost. You decide to send an SOS, not noticing the ground under your feet is starting to sink. Best call the team to save me. I could be stuck here forever wandering around alone. Hello? Anyone there? Pick me up. I'm lost in the golem maze. You had just sent the message when the floor gave way. Beneath you. You're falling fast along with some rubble. Suddenly, a purple light and a system notification appear, catching you off guard. The magic trap set by the Supreme Wizard Bram has been triggered. Your body starts to glow with a blinding purple light, taking 205,100 damage. Activating Doran's Ring effect, recovering 102,550 health, taking 410,030 damage, taking 399,000 damage, taking 174,340 damage, and then you land safely. Activating Undefeated, nullifies all attacks at minimum health for 5 seconds. Huff, huff, you gulp down a health potion while looking around, pushing yourself up with your hands. Where am I? Thank God for Undefeated, or I would have been a goner. Now I'm in trouble. Undying has a 24-hour cooldown. From somewhere, a massive golem with a purple gem appears before you. The Maze Guardian has awakened from its eternal slumber. It's huge, like 5 times bigger than a normal golem. You say a few words nonchalantly, then grab your sword and charge straight ahead. Just need to kill it, and I can get out, right? Sword dance, Pagma. A slash lands squarely on the chest of the golem, in front of you without hesitation. Activating Gauntlet of Excellence effect. Attack damage doubled. You dealt 68,700 damage, but that blow didn't even scratch it, and you get slammed hard into the stone wall. Sitting on the ground in pain, you stare at it, thinking, with a 1,500% damage boost, I only took off 115 health? My strongest skill isn't even leaving a dent. Well then, you think, dashing away to dodge its incoming attack. I have to hit it 15 times while dodging everything it throws at me, including the cooldowns. I'll be here until next Christmas. Your heavy, ragged breathing mixes with the sound of familiar red high heels standing at the edge of the pit you fell into. Huff. Huff. Jishuka calls out. Vander and Jishuka have just arrived, looking down from above. We got here as soon as we got your message. How on earth is our top player soloing? The boss down there? He glances at her, but she seems to have calmed down. We have to help him. Why aren't we going down? Grid still hasn't given up. With his personality, if we go down now, he'll think we're kill-stealing. She stands from above and yells, Grid, if you can't handle it, run for that small cave. Behind the Guardian. That's all I can do to help. Following her directions, you look over and see a small, dark cave in the distance. Huh? When did Jishuka get here? A small cave? Who? You have to quickly snap your attention back to the front because the golem is charging with a fist coming your way. Lost focus for a second. Distracted by a pretty girl again. You flash a confident smile as red light radiates from you. You bastard! Don't think I'll just stand here and let you hit me. Eat this. Following that, a bolt of red lightning from where Jishuka and Vander are standing strikes down hard. It hits the monster directly, making it howl in agony. Your laughter rings out clearly now. The sword is infused with red lightning as you raise it. Hoo-hoo! If I can't dodge it, I'll go head-to-head. You confidently stand before the golem. Hey, Rockhead. That hurt, didn't it? Crimson lightning orb. Summoning Red Lightning. Temporarily buffs the user's weapon with the lightning attribute, dealing lightning-based magic damage. Another powerful sword strike plunges straight into the stone golem's body. It roars in anger and pain, accompanied by a system notification. You dealt 141,000 damage. You happily stare at the sword, glowing with red lightning. More than double the damage from last time? Is it because the sword is now infused with magic? The two people standing above can't help but be amazed. This is insane. He even knows how to use magic? How is he doing that? I have no idea. Then, another powerful strike from you rushes toward the stone man, followed by Vander's shout. This guy is hacking the game. After you pull the sword back, that spot glows with a shimmering blue light. The spot where the lightning hit looks strange. It looks like raw ore. Seeing that, you become even more bloodthirsty, rushing to slash at its arm. If that's the case, you swap your weapon to a hammer and smash down even harder, causing it to shimmer even more intensely. The golem's arm has turned into a chunk of shimmering, special mineral. Your smile widens, becoming even more crazed. Haha, he scoffed, screaming at the creature. Turns out you're nothing but a walking pile of ore. With every ounce of his strength, he brought his hammer crashing down onto the monster's body. Hold still while I flatten you out. Let's get you looking neat and tidy, he mused, turning you into a shiny, square-cut golem. Yeah, that looks sharp. Every joint in your body is smashed to pieces now. No way you can fight back. Seizing the moment, Grid unleashed a heavy-hitting technique, making the light on his sword glow even more blindingly intense. Blacksmith's Rage. I haven't had a chance to test this skill out properly yet. Now, thanks to this cloak, I finally have enough mana to use it. His golden eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. Sword Dance. Kill. With both hands gripping the hilt, he braced for the strike and stepped forward. Rocks and debris flew everywhere as Grid swung his blade with all his might, sparks of electricity crackling wildly. The upper half of his body was enveloped in a violet light. A devastating blow erupted from Grid's sword. He roared, Ascension. This technique doubled the user's attack power and turned basic strikes into long-range attacks. Requirements: Sword-type weapon. Mana cost: 1,800. Duration: 30 seconds. Cooldown: 3,000 seconds. Seeing the incoming strike, the stone monster flinched. The impact triggered a massive explosion, causing it to scream, Arg! Arg! By now, the stone monster was heavily damaged, with its body severely cracked. Grid watched the scene and chuckled, thoroughly enjoying himself. Koo-ha-ha! Double attack power, plus a lightning debuff on top of that. Let's see you take this, you stubborn block of stone. He lunged forward, preparing for another attack, having a training dummy to test the rest of the moves on. This is perfect. Grid instantly teleported with incredible speed. This technique dealt a total of 500% of the user's attack power to a single target. Mana cost: 450. Cooldown: 100 seconds. The monster couldn't even counterattack as it was pummeled. The system kept popping up notifications. You dealt 10,940 damage. You dealt 11,020 damage. You dealt 9,450 damage. You dealt 12,250 damage. You dealt 12,040 damage. You dealt 9,450 damage. You dealt 10,150 damage. You dealt 9,750 damage. Seeing this, Grid was absolutely thrilled, beaming with a wide grin. Amazing. Back when I first learned this, I could only chain 6 sword strikes, but now it's up to 10. I'm getting stronger by the day. He was so pumped he didn't stop, unleashing blow after blow. Hoo-ha-ha. Bringing those flat slab-like hands up to block won't do you any good, you clod. The stone monster let out a pained cry. Oh, oh, oh. The others watching the battle from afar were stunned. Grid. Grid is actually dominating? He was overwhelming the boss in every stat, from attack power to stamina. Jushuka and Vantner watched the spectacle in disbelief. It's a good thing this Labyrinth Guardian doesn't know how to use skills, but for a single player to completely overpower a zone boss like this, that's just absurd. Then, seeming to realize something, she murmured, As I thought. What we saw during the Malekith raid and the clash with Gilgamesh was still only a fraction of his true power. She whispered to herself about this man. Down below, Grid finally took down the stone monster and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Even a tough beast eventually dies. Then, he raised his sword to deliver the finishing blow. Sword dance. Kill. Jushuka thought to herself. If he really tries, Grid might even be on par with Riga's. He swung his sword forward with immense force, sending waves of crimson light and scattered rocks flying. Grid stood with his back to the pile of crushed blue stone, gasping for air, to regain his stamina. Huff, huff, huff. The system notification popped up. You have defeated the loyal servant of the great mage, Braham, Labyrinth Guardian. You received 180 gold. You received 4,530,000 experience points. Your current level is 114. He excitedly clenched his fists and jumped for joy. Who? A gleam of excitement sparkled in his eyes as he thought, ha, I soloed the boss, which means I don't have to split the EXP with anyone else. That's how it should be. The system continued. Rewards received: 90 high-grade iron ore, 3 high-grade magic stones, 45 orichalcum ore, 33 black iron. The smile on Grid's face faded. You also received 1 Bram's treasure chest key. He stood frozen, staring at the screen in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This is it? Is this a joke, Grid? He tried to scroll down to see if there were any other rewards. A boss this massive, and this is it? He grumbled continuously. This place is full of traps, playing guerrilla warfare with me, and the loot is just a bunch of trashy ore? Seriously? No sooner had he finished speaking than massive rocks began falling from above. Grid panicked. Eek! Oh, crap. My bad. I take it back. You guys are number 1. He looked up to see countless heavy objects about to crush his head. Where the hell are all these bricks and rocks coming from? Jashuka and Vantner were still standing above the cave opening. She shouted to warn him. Grid, the place is starting to collapse. Run to the cave I told you about before. Hurry! Grid spotted the two of them and cried out, Jashuka! He scanned his surroundings, looking for the cave she mentioned. There, he dived inside just in time. Whew! Grid wiped the dust off and panted, his mask slowly vanishing. Phew, that was close. Why are there traps everywhere? I'm exhausted. He looked around the cave and saw 3 chests. He was still grumbling. The monsters are ugly, the loot is trash, and now they love setting traps to ambush players? This game is as crappy as a butt. Suddenly, he paused, remembering the key. Braham's treasure chest key. A sincere, heartfelt smile spread across Grid's face, a soft glow radiating from him. That's right. Gotta have faith. Bless the game developers. The 3 chests were placed on a white table. One chest was emitting a golden light, looking quite valuable, and the other 2 looked fairly ordinary. He was extremely excited. That's more like it. Now that's reasonable. Mlem. Which one should I pick? Grid started to calculate. A normal player would definitely go for the shiny, expensive-looking chest. But that's just a lure. This is just a psychological trap to fool the indecisive ones. He directly took the key and opened the one that looked the most precious. That's why the best loot has to be in here. You can't outsmart me, developers. You're dealing with a pro gamer here. He chuckled. The key turned perfectly in the lock. The chest clicked open, revealing a blinding light from within. Grid clenched his fists, staring into the chest with pure delight, shouting, You ha ha ha. The moment of the jackpot has arrived. A reward worthy of my tireless efforts. Come to your true master. As the light faded, a plain egg, faintly shimmering, appeared inside. Tell me, who's your sugar daddy, little one? This is awesome, a raw egg. Grid. Holding the egg, his face flushed red with rage. Are you kidding me? Isn't it enough that I've been through so much? I'm reporting the developers. He gripped the egg, muttering complaints nonstop. I risked my life fighting that terrifying boss and ran for my life just to get here, and all I get is this? An egg? You absolute jerks. Who puts an egg in a loot chest anyway? Seriously? Grid slumped over in defeat. You dirty scumbags. Do you really want me to hatch this just to keep you happy? He looked at the 2 remaining chests with a look of regret. Wait, maybe the real treasure is in one of these. Damn it, I'm out of keys, he grumbled, looking annoyed. Suddenly, he paused, staring at the chest as an idea struck him. Oh, wait. If I don't have a key, his face lit up. I can just craft one using the production system. Thinking this, Grid opened the menu and tapped the button. Seems solid. Let's do it. The system prompted him. Which item would you like to craft? He replied, a master key. His hands began moving rapidly. I'm bound to run into tons of chests later. It'd be a waste not to use the crafting system. The 3 chests sat neatly on the table. To open any kind of chest, it needs to be reusable and made of black iron, tough as a sole of a shoe. Grid stared at the screen, deep in thought. Next is the design. What should it look like? If it's meant to open everything, it should look like those lockpicks burglars use in the movies, right? He continued tweaking the design. The sketch took the shape of a key. If I remember correctly, it looks like a piece of steel wire. All right, this looks good. A light flashed, and the item appeared. The system notified him. Automatic refinement complete. Please name your item. Grid felt a wave of joy. Nice. It was a modern, universal key capable of opening any lock. He was incredibly excited. So, its name will be the all-purpose key. It was a uniquely shaped key. At the tip were two small iron prongs crafted from black iron. Despite looking flimsy, it could open many types of locks. It didn't look like much, but it was made of top-tier materials. On top of that, it had an impressive feature. It could open various types of locks. The higher the user's dexterity, the more types of locks it could open. Requirement: at least 300 dexterity points to use. Grid looked around, appearing troubled. I've got the black iron, but the problem now is finding a flame strong enough to refine the materials. Where am I supposed to find that here? Just then, Jishuka appeared from behind him, asking, Grid, are you all right? Seeing her, he was delighted. Oh, finally, a lifesaver. Grid put on a cheeky, flushed smile and pleaded, Hey, mind lending me a little fire? You know, the Fire Phoenix skill, right? Yeah, that one. Jishuka and Vantner stood frozen, speechless. He kept rambling. I need the fire to refine some ore for a small item. Come on, please? Jishuka's face darkened, and she radiated an aura of anger so intense that Vantner was terrified and asked, Are you seriously trying to use your ultimate skill, which consumes 100% of your mana, just to start a campfire? Grid looked mischievous, his tone mocking. What's the big deal? If you don't want to help, I'll just leave the guild. Jishuka, feeling helpless, sighed in defeat. Fine, whatever. I just need to shoot the wall, right? She muttered to herself about the annoying brat. Still, supporting a legendary blacksmith was worth it. She raised her bow and warned Grid and Vantner behind her. Everyone, step back. Jishuka drew her bow, and at the tip of the arrow, a circle of light formed. Fire Phoenix! She released the string, and an arrow shot forward, creating an explosion. A large hole appeared, and inside, something seemed to be evaporating like molten lava. Grid was ecstatic. Whoa, perfect. Great shot. He picked up his hammer, ready to forge the key, not forgetting to praise her. That fire is top-notch, lady. Vantner, watching from the side, turned red and sighed to himself. He actually has Jishuka in the palm of his hand. I'm so jealous. A moment later, Grid held the key, his mood soaring. Awesome. Done. Jishuka looked on, curious. What is it? Grid laughed happily. Heh, it's the real deal. Look at this. He inserted the key into the lock of the shabbiest-looking chest, opening the trashiest one first. Let's see. Oh, it opened. The three of them stared at the chest. Grid exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, a pair of really fancy-looking boots. Boots? Bram's boots? He checked their stats. Oh my god, what is this? It has a flight skill. Grid rejoiced inwardly. Amazing. It reduces the cooldown of skills and even has a flight skill. Especially since only a few mages possess flight. It summons invisible magical wings, allowing the user to fly like a bird. Flight speed is proportional to the user's magic power. Mana consumption, 2 per second. With this, I don't have to wait forever for the Pagma's sword dance cooldown anymore. Jishuka stood by, stunned. Unbelievable. Flight is a spell that can only be obtained after reaching level 200 and completing the second advancement quest. That's why only a handful of mages can use it. Vantner laughed out loud. The stats are insane. And the defense is high too. Sell it to me, Grid. I'll pay any price. Grid turned, glared at him, and refused instantly. In your dreams. Do I look like I'm that desperate for money? Besides, I need this. Vantner secretly shed tears of sorrow. Grid looked at the last chest and spoke up. All right, let's open the final one. He thought to himself, I've paid off all my debts. And now I have a steady income, so my current goal is to build up some wealth. He inserted the key into the last lock, feeling hopeful. I hate looking like a pauper. At least be as good as the last one. The chest shone blindingly. Grid's face was filled with excitement. This is the start of my luxurious life. The chest lid opened just a crack, and a stream of light burst out, slamming into Grid's chest. He was stunned, and for a split second, a look of pain flashed across his face. What is this? A stream of black gas poured from the chest, coalescing into the shape of a beast. It even had eyes. Grid couldn't believe it. What? What is this thing? Grid was attacked by a strange light. The scene left Jishuka and Vantner wide-eyed in shock. His body, slumped to the ground, his face pale as if he were about to leave this world. His eyes were wide open. They both shouted in worry. Grid! Jishuka grabbed her weapon. and fired a blast of spirit power toward the strange creature. "You bastard! How dare you? What are you?" That powerful blast of energy shot straight through the creature's body. It sent him flying backward. Vander screamed in fury. "You bastard! You died such a miserable death. Grid, I swear I'll avenge you." Grid, who was standing right behind him, jumped up and shouted, "Stop cursing me, you bald-headed geezer." She stared at Grid in confusion, unable to believe her eyes. "But that attack went straight through you, didn't it?" Grid looked just as baffled. Yeah, I thought so too." A glowing, sparkling egg floated in front of him. Grid stared at it, completely bewildered. "But this egg, it shielded me." Vander collapsed to his knees, his eyes fixed on the egg. The person beside him looked clearly suspicious. "What even is that thing? It can move on its own? It's not just incredibly fast, it's tough as nails too." "That must be how it blocked that attack," Grid muttered, staring intensely at the egg for a long time before letting out a scoff. "Honestly, it just looks like a regular egg. Could it be a dragon egg?" Suddenly, he noticed something strange. His voice filled with surprise. "Whoa, it's hatching." The egg suddenly burst into a blinding light. The glare was so intense that Grid yelled out in panic, shielding his eyes. "Ah!" When the light finally faded, a shimmering, metallic object appeared in front of him. Grid was stunned, unable to tear his eyes away. He was filled with confusion, wondering, "What the hell? Is it liquid? No, it looks more like metal. Something like mercury." A cold, chilling voice echoed out. 300 years? And you still dare to defy me? You insolent little lump of ore." Grid was so terrified he fell backward, scrambling away on the ground. "Hey, someone help! Jishuka." Sensing an extremely dangerous aura, she fell into deep thought. "This pressure, it's intense. It's at least on par with Malachus." The man had white hair and glowing red eyes. His face was devoid of any emotion, and his voice sounded like a blade cutting through the air. "Pavranium is protecting you." "So, you are Pagma's successor, are you?" Grid's face was a mask of shock, his mind racing with questions. He mentioned Pagma's successor. "Is this a class quest?" Vander blurted out. "What the heck is Pagma's successor?" Jishuka looked confused, thinking to herself, "I have no clue, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn more about Grid's class." Not taking his eyes off the man, Grid answered bluntly, "Yeah, I'm Pagma's successor." "Are you an AI?" the man replied coldly, with a hint of disdain. "Grid, I am the great magician Braham. A long time ago, I built this maze filled with ore just to wait for you." Braham locked his gaze onto Grid and continued, "I created 27 other places like this, across the 6 continents, and it took you this long to finally stumble here? Being his successor, you don't seem very interested in the ore, do you?" Grid looked at him, confused. "You built this maze? Just to wait for me?" He didn't answer the question, as if it didn't deserve a reason. Braham pointed at the floating metal in front of Grid. "This metal is called Pavranium. It has its own will and can move on its own. It is the most perfect metal, crystallized from Pagma's blacksmithing skills and my magic. It's harder than vibranium, lighter than mithril, and as flexible as Jafar." Grid's eyes widened in shock. Thoughts of Pagma flashed through his mind. This metal is Pagma's creation? Just how insanely skilled was he to invent an entirely new metal like this? Brahm finished speaking, but when he didn't hear a response from Grid, he grew furious. His mana flared up, and he pointed an angry finger at him. "You brat! When I'm talking, you're supposed to listen." Grid panicked, throwing his hands up to cover his face before the attack hit. Ah. Realizing he didn't feel any pain, he looked up and saw. Pavranium had blocked the entire attack for him. Braham watched the scene, thinking to himself, "It only follows the blacksmith who has the ability to refine it." Such a picky piece of metal. Grid yelled back at him in anger. "Are you crazy? Why do you keep attacking people out of nowhere? I'm not a punching bag, you know." Braham's face was full of arrogance as he spoke coldly. "I am the great magician. I have survived a brutal battle with the fire dragon Trauka. I have already transcended humanity, so I longed to become immortal." A Vas appeared in his thoughts. Braham continued, explaining his plan. "That is why I designed a soul container, to make my soul immortal. And Pavranium is the perfect material to craft it." Memories of him working with Pagma surfaced in his mind. His voice was flat. "For 15 years, I collaborated with Pagma to create Pavranium." Braham gritted his teeth as he continued. All that effort finally paid off. The Pavranium was complete, but then that old man Pagma just died of old age. While I was completely clueless about craftsmanship, I tried giving it to those pathetic dwarves, but even they couldn't refine Pavranium. I was nearly at my wit's end, he muttered, staring straight at him. But now, I have you. Someone who can help me fulfill my wish. Pagma's successor. A system window appeared in front of Grid, surprising him. Class quest, Pagma's successor. Braham narrowed his eyes. His glowing red eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Create a soul container for me. If you succeed, I will give you all the remaining Pavranium. A series of system notifications popped up, leaving Grid quite dazed. Great Magician's Rebirth. Second class quest. You have encountered a fragment of Braham's soul, sealed within the 28 mazes. Braham desires a soul container to be reborn as an immortal existence. Completion requirement. Craft a soul container. Completion reward. A mountain of Pavranium. Grid thought. A material even stronger than the legendary metal vibranium? Its rarity is off the charts. Suddenly, he looked up with a bright smile, raising his hand in determination. I can't think of any reason to refuse this offer. Fine, leave the soul container to me, Grid. He drew a shape on the ground with a stick. He looked up at Braham with a naive expression. It looks a bit like a dog food bowl. Is that okay? Braham was furious, thinking to himself, where did that old man Pagma find such a disrespectful successor? Look at my legendary soul container. It looks absolutely ridiculous. Brahm coldly replied, the god of might and wisdom, Judar, the god of war, Dominion, the goddess of light, Rebecca, and finally, the god of darkness and greed, Yatan. The soul container requires their blessings. As for using Pavranium to forge it, the shape doesn't matter as long as it can contain a soul. Grid looked a bit awkward. How do I get their blessings? And I might have trolled the Yatan church a little too hard, so I'm pretty much blacklisted. The only blessing Yatan would give me is a swift death. And if I use Pavranium for the crafting, the shape doesn't really matter as long as it can contain the soul. Grid looked a bit uncertain. How do I get a blessing? Oh, and I might have provoked the Yatan church a bit too much, so I've been blacklisted. The only blessing Yatan gives me is a wish for me to die early. Huh. Grid smirked. Looks like he's offline. We'll do it this way. He started casting a dirty trick. His body vanished, leaving only a dark aura that slowly dissipated behind him. His voice echoed, I'll be waiting here for you. He placed his trust in the successor of Pagma. Grid crossed his arms, lost in deep thought. After I take down Malakis, the 3 remaining churches will have high favorability with me. The real problem is, how do I get Yatan's blessing? Jishuka looked at the data screen and spoke up. Laela, do you copy? Answer me, she whispered. Do you know anything about Braham or Pagma? From the system interface, lines of text appeared. Of course, milady. He is practically the forefather of all magic. The system's robotic voice chimed in. An ultimate mage who created most of the most powerful spells in Satisfy. But Grid had never heard of Pagma. Jishuka spoke again. Then, Vander, start investigating Pagma for me. If he's a historical figure, the NPCs would know more than the players. The boots Grid was wearing began to change color, as if enveloped in a source of spiritual power. I'm taking off. I see the path now. Looks like Bram gave me all the information about this maze. As Grid flew higher, he said, I'm heading back to the forge first. See you guys later. Vander stared at him in disbelief, his mouth agape. So cool. Jishuka's thoughts raced. The equipment requirements for those boots are level 240, right? The cloak must be over level 200 too. She smiled brightly. Just like with the Thorn of Deep Grief. He can equip anything? His class is making me more and more curious. Down below, 2 people accidentally spotted Grid flying in the sky. One shouted, Hey, look up, someone's flying. High above, Grid felt his mana being drained by the boots. Damn it, these boots consume way too much mana. Screw it, I'll just walk. The Pavranium hovered in front of Grid. He chuckled. Heh, it's been 300 years since you were freed, so you're feeling pretty good, huh? He continued. But you still look like trash right now. You need me to tune you up to get you back in shape. To craft something new, I'll have to mix you with other materials. But I don't want to do that. Grid looked at the Pavranium. High-end material that can automatically protect its master? Oh, I've got it. My head is filled with ideas. Let's hurry back to the forge and refine this baby. The 2 people below kept staring at Grid, whispering in curiosity. Did he leave? Flying around like a bird. That's gotta be a high-level mage, right? I've never seen a ranker before, but what kind of mage carries a greatsword on his back like that? Even the top-ranked magic swordsman can't fly. What the hell is going on? That day, several people posted about the story on the forum, but nobody believed them. Grid was excited. Materials created by Pagma himself. I can't wait. The legend of the flying swordsman slowly faded into oblivion. The town was bathed in orange light as the sun set. Jishuka and Vander were panting heavily. Grid walked toward them. Vander breathed hard. I hate mazes more than anything in my life. Grid crossed his arms and stared at them. Dragging your feet? Are you? Pick up the pace, will ya? Grid reached out his hand. You two, come here. Shoot an arrow at me. Jishuka stepped forward, feeling a bit annoyed. Humph, he's the one who told us to rush like crazy to save him in that damn maze. And now that we're back, he's making us do something else? Vander grumbled. Just kill him, okay? She picked up her bow and aimed at him. Can he even block it? Jishuka thought. I'll aim just slightly off to give him a good scare. As the arrow approached, a light flashed. Grid exclaimed, "Hey!" She was stunned. Even if it wasn't an ultimate skill, that was 5 parts of my power. And he blocked it? Grid held up the 2 pieces of uranium. Happy. How about that? Pretty good, right? I refined it myself. He also silently grasped how it worked. His mind raced. It freezes the target for 2 seconds after impact. So, I can't rely on it completely. A thought flashed in Grid's eyes. Because of the limited weight, I need to craft something small and flexible. That's it. I'll press them into thin sheets of metal and embed them into my armor. Now I've got an automatic defense system. Suddenly, an AI voice spoke up. Are you Grid? He turned to look at the speaker. Yeah? The soldier leading the group bowed respectfully. Count Stein would like to see you. Please come with us. Jishuka was shocked. She was full of confusion. The Overlord of the North, one of the most powerful forces in the Eternal Kingdom, wants to see Grid? Grid was clueless and bewildered when the armored man mentioned the Count. Jishuka's questions about him grew even larger. Just who are you, Grid? At Winston Castle, Count Stein sat on his throne. I don't like him. My beloved daughter fell for a commoner instead of the princes pursuing her. Is he really the blacksmith who bravely defeated Malachus and saved Irene? Even if it's true, it's unacceptable. Brenzalon, Count Stein's student and Irene's childhood friend, spoke up. I'm sure he's just a common swindler. My Lord Stein. That guy is so young. How could he possibly do such extraordinary things? We can't entrust Irene to that jerk. You must punish the fraud who seduced her. Grid knelt on the ground. It's a pleasure to meet you, Count Stein, the mighty Lord of the North. How dare you dress like that? You didn't even perform the proper greeting, Brenzalon shouted. Grid thought, isn't it my merit that got me invited here? Why are they acting like this? What's that moron's problem? Count Stein spoke. I heard you created the Overgeared sword and defeated Malachus along with the Yatan cultists, even though you are very young. Yes, sir. I killed Malachus with my party members. As for the Yatan cultists, I defeated them because they were too weak. Did you handle them with blacksmith swordsmanship? So, are you sure they were the ones who kidnapped Irene? Is he doubting me and implying I'm making it all up? You sold him an excellent sword at a dirt cheap price and saved his daughter too, Grid thought. Irene hurriedly spoke. Father, why are you speaking to Grid like that? He is, my lady. This is no small matter, Brenzalon interrupted. He swung his sword and lunged. Prove it, you blacksmith. Grid raised his sword and said, I didn't expect you to treat a guest so poorly. However, if this is how you want to settle the misunderstanding, then I have no reason to refuse. He swung his sword and shouted, You're not so easy to mess with. Brenzalon was pushed back. He was stunned. You sold him a superb sword for pennies and saved his daughter, he thought. Irene spoke up quickly. Father, why would you say that to Grid? He is milady. This is no small matter, Brenzalon interrupted. He swung his sword, lunging forward as he shouted, Prove it, you blacksmith. Grid raised his sword and said, I didn't expect you to treat guests so poorly. However, if this is how you want to settle this misunderstanding, then I have no reason to refuse. He swung his blade and shouted, I'm not someone you can just mess with. Brenzalon was pushed back, looking stunned. He's swinging that massive greatsword with just one arm? Is he only that strong because he's a blacksmith? He thought, feeling smug. Fine, I'll win this with footwork. He raised his leg to block Brenzalon's attack, sending him stumbling backward. He thought, seriously, I didn't expect someone who looks like that to have such impressive swordsmanship. Brenzalon was level 200, but his weapon stats, Grid's combat experience made up for the level gap. He spoke up, just a slip-up. I hope you'll excuse me, my lord. Brenzalon entered his combat stance and performed the spiritual wish sword technique with soul armor. Grid was stunned. Oh, are you a magic swordsman? Brent said smugly. Keep running your mouth, you lowly commoner. I'll wipe you out with my family's heirloom magic, Brent shouted. In the name of the only son of Earl Asuka, the great mage. Grid was stunned. A flashback of Earl Asuka flashed through his mind. At that moment, Brent Zelen attacked with Storm of Rage. The system echoed, Storm of Rage, a skill that creates a powerful vortex to restrain the opponent. Agility reduced to 0 for 2 seconds, restricting the enemy's movement. Brent was feeling smug. He swung his sword. Now that you know who I am, you regret it, don't you? But it's too late. The system echoed. Attack nullified. You jerk, you should have said that earlier, he roared in anger. If I knew you were that guy's son, I wouldn't have wasted my time talking to you. With that, he swung his sword. Pagma's sword dance. Pagma? No way. Earl Stein was shocked and jumped to his feet. Brent Zelen was knocked back, crashing to the ground. He was stunned. As the rightful son of Earl Asuka, how could he lose? The crowd control skill didn't work? And what was that lightning-fast swordplay? What kind of monster is this guy? Grid said loudly. Is this enough proof? Earl Stein? He was stunned. It can't be. I should have realized it from the start. Only one person is both the greatest blacksmith and the strongest swordsman. He rushed over, shook Grid's hand warmly, and said, Please, marry my daughter, descendant of Pagma. He was frozen. He realized, he knows, Pagma. Wait, marry Irene? She has a great personality, and she's beautiful too. Some might mock me even though she's an NPC. But this is a virtual reality game. NPCs have thoughts, feelings, and physiological needs, just like humans, he thought excitedly. After 27 years of being a virgin, I can finally settle down. Brent struggled to stand and whispered, My lord, he is cursed by the gods. He cannot die. Are you just going to leave Lady Irene lonely when she grows old? He raised his sword and shouted, I won't let you have her. I challenge you to a second duel, Grid. I don't care about what this descendant of Pagma stuff is, but I can't let you have Lady Irene. Irene heard this and hurried over. Don't cause a scene, Brent. I have feelings for him too. Grid, whatever the outcome, I will accept it, he shouted and charged forward. You're too blind. Storm of Shredding Grid also raised his sword and charged. You really are stubborn. I'll show you the difference between us. Pagma's sword dance. Kill. Brent was thrown backward, slamming hard into the wall. Earl Stein spoke up. I didn't expect Brent to be this angry. I know he had feelings for Irene. As his master, I apologize to you on his behalf. It's fine, but he'll be unconscious for a while, Grid said. However, since I have some unfinished business, I can't hold the wedding just yet. He scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, so you agree? That's good. I know you care for Irene. Marrying her is an honor for me, he thought to himself. No need to rush. Finish the quest first. Earl Stein happily said, I invited you here and you had to go through all this. I'm truly sorry. I will pray that your work goes smoothly. Grid suddenly remembered that Quesos had mentioned Earl Stein had good relations with the Rebecca Church. To make amends, could you help me write a letter of introduction? I want an audience with the Pope of the Rebecca Church. Earl Stein happily agreed. The Pope? No problem. I'll write the letter and send it as fast as I can. Irene spoke up. Do you have to go back to the forge right away? Take care of yourself. Of course. Your fiancé is very strong. Grid was Pagma's successor, the first, out of 2 billion players to become a nobleman's son-in-law. He walked down the road, happily thinking, the son-in-law of a nobleman? Even though I failed at the Yatan Temple because of Yura, in return, everything else is stable. That failure really had a purpose. Suddenly, a huge man jumped out. I've been waiting a while. Are you Grid? I heard you're an amazing blacksmith. He tried to remember this guy. It seemed like Tun, one of the 6 people who recently joined the guild. So, Grid replied, do you know the guy who defeated the giants? Make me a weapon so I can duel him, he spat, acting arrogant. He had a cold, annoyed look. What do you think you're doing? Tun teased the level 100 guy. He was getting annoyed. It seems like people in this guild pamper you too much. Huh. Let me tell you, I'm going to leave this guild after I destroy that masked bastard. He held his head high. Oh shoot. I let that slip out. Grid drew his sword and entered a combat stance. You will be the last thing I deal with today. I'll teach you a lesson for dirtying my workspace. Tun was interested, still maintaining his arrogant attitude. Pretty professional stance, but I already said, don't do that in front of me. He threw a punch and charged in. Don't regret starting this. I'm not like the others. He frowned. This jerk. I'm strong enough now. I can't be suppressed. Tun charged in. He swung his arm, making Grid stagger. He was stunned. He was so strong. Tun laughed smugly. I was holding back because you're a total newbie. So don't complain that I'm bullying you, okay? Tun was ranked 40th in the overall rankings. After Tun's attack, Grid was sent flying. he muttered to himself. After the Malachus raid, I've become significantly stronger, and until now, I've always been confident in my strength stats. But this guy is much stronger than me. Toon charged in, excitedly saying, "Whoa, surprising. Are you really just a blacksmith? Only level 114, yet you could block my attack with a dagger? Not bad, huh?" Grid couldn't retaliate. He could only dodge, still lost in a sea of thoughts. Grid muttered to himself, "The fight with Gil Zen made me delusional about my strength. Runner is truly on a different level." Seeing Grid's reflexes, Tun seemed even more excited. "You're definitely not just a blacksmith. So, a hidden class, huh? I came to find the masked guy to fight, but who knew I'd find a punching bag instead? This is pretty good. Let's go all out, you brat. I'm a hidden class too, you know?" Toon, the Beastman ranked 40th on the overall leaderboard, said, revealing his Beastman form. As he prepared to lunge into battle, "He's strong. He's really going for the kill. I have to pull out my entire equipment stash." Grid was forced onto the defensive. He had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Suddenly, a figure lunged in, delivering a kick that sent Tun flying. It was Regas. Tun gasped in surprise. "Don't cause trouble here, Tun." Regas glared, saying, "The next time you do that, you're losing your head. Watch yourself." Grid thought to himself, even Mr. Nice Guy Regas is losing his temper. Looks like the new guild members aren't exactly welcome yet, huh? Tun stood up, brushing himself off. "Hey, Kondo, why are you hitting people in the back like a coward?" Regas. Grid was awestruck by Tun's strength. He stood back up after that. His recovery speed is insane. Toon stood up, hand behind his neck, and spoke to Regas. "I was planning to have a go at you one day, but taking on two at once is a bit rough. I'll let it slide for today. Hey, not bad for a blacksmith. Next time, let's go all out. All right?" Hearing this, Tun flared up. "Hey, you bastard, stay and clean up this mess. You think you can just flick your tail and walk away like that?" Regas held him back. "Let it go, Grid. If he turns into a beast, he's not someone you want to tangle with. More importantly, we've found the Holy Shield. One of the daughters of Rebecca is holding on to it. The Daughters of Rebecca, the title given to the 3 strongest holy knights of the Holy Church. I requested a meeting with Rebecca, but was turned down. It seems they aren't very keen on returning the shield. Wait, I remember now. The daughter of Rebecca, that idiot who stole my shield called her Isabel." Grid recalled that the goddess Rebecca had bestowed many divine items upon them. It was even rumored that their power rivaled that of the second and third deities of Yatan. That's also why they were able to go head-to-head with the Yatan Church. This is looking really complicated. I'm about to meet the Pope of Rebecca too. If things keep going like this, I'm going to ruin everything." Grid lamented. Suddenly, Riga spoke up. "Oh, the Guildmaster asked me to pass on a message," she said. "Don't worry too much about the gear production speed. Take it easy. If you need backup, just give us a shout, and the whole guild will be there." "Heh, our guild leader is pretty thoughtful, isn't she? All right, tell her I'll be back soon. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Rebecca Cathedral after all," Grid replied happily. At the northern side of the Vatican, Rolling Ope was exhausted. "I'm so tired. Just gonna finish this last pickaxe." A blacksmith was stretching, complaining. High in the sky, some strange creature was flying toward them that he couldn't quite identify. "What is that? Doesn't look much like a bird." He panicked. "Demons? Why are there so many demons bunched up over there?" he screamed. Grid lunged out from the middle of the swarm. "Get lost." He landed from the sky, exhaling. "Phew. Thanks to the Pavranium and the cloak, I was able to lure the monsters and hunt them. This is so convenient. There's a forge here to repair my gear." The young man was still standing there, staring blankly at Grid, who had just descended from the sky. Grid marveled. "Oh, a mobile furnace. This forge is actually pretty professional. Mind if I borrow this for a bit, buddy? I'll pay for the rent later." The young man was still dazed. "Wait, who gave you permission to touch my forge? Looking at you from head to toe, you don't even look like a blacksmith," the young man shouted. "Haha, thanks to my job effects, any blacksmith from intermediate to advanced tier is going to have a natural affinity for me. So this guy must be a beginner. I gotta show him something to blow his mind," he said, then used his foot to adjust the fire intensity. "You must be around level 20, right? Watch closely and learn." A regular village blacksmith would never even get a chance like this. Witnessing skills at this world-class level, no one said anything. Grid held his hammer, getting ready to repair the equipment. Logan had already started the fire. He adjusted the intensity, as if it were nothing. That young man was stunned. The rhythm of his hammering felt like it was in sync with the flames. I've never seen anyone so skillful. This is a level truly different from my master, a mid-tier blacksmith. The young man couldn't help but exclaim. Done. Most of the gear was repaired. Now, only the helmet remained. Grid spoke up. Why would you ruin such a high-quality helmet? It just needs a little work to be perfect. The young man panicked. No, I'm not ruining it. I'm just dismantling it. Grid explained. The item's durability is only at 85% after several repairs. If I reconstruct and rework it, the quality will reach 100%, and I'll be able to mass produce it. You meticulously fix the joints of every single wire. Nice. 100% now. System message. Frost-brained Chieftain's helmet. Unique quality. Defense. 130 to 190. Health plus 10 to 15%. Critical hit rate minus 20 to 25%. Has a chance to inflict the fear status on opponents when wearing the full 5-piece set. Includes the ability to transform into the Frost-brained Chieftain. Transforming into the Frost-brained Chieftain allows you to command Frost Orcs to initiate the Whirlwind skill. This item has been reconstructed and reinforced by an anonymous master craftsman with exceptional skills and expertise. Let's keep moving. Saying that, you flew off. Keep these 10 silver coins. Why the rush? A journey to the Vatican without a healer is going to be really difficult, the young man said to Grid. You smirked and said to the young man, why waste money hiring those guilds? Just train using my method, and who knows? In about 15 years, you'll be a mid-tier blacksmith in no time. My name is Lecter. Forgive my rudeness earlier. I will try my best to replicate the basic techniques you've taught me. He cheered and introduced himself to Grid. Good luck, then. Thanks for letting me use your forge. With that, you flew away. Lecter stood below, waving goodbye, calculating that the road to the Vatican still seemed very long, and there was no guarantee there would be any other forges on the way, so you had to settle for using mana potions to fly. Spending money to hire an NPC priest was just a waste of gold, so you had to choose this method. However, to become a priest, they must practice religious rules like fasting, long periods of hunger, and taking vows of silence, so very few players choose to become priests. Players who need a healer have to pay a large sum of money to hire NPC priests. The churches are gradually collecting more money, and the high-ranking clergy are starting to become corrupt, vain, and luxurious. And the one leading this trend is none other than the current Pope of the Rebecca Church's Holy See, His Holiness. The Pope seems a bit too busy with bedroom matters, doesn't he? Cassius. Isabel, a maiden of the light, shouldn't be so flippant and brazen. The one who is inappropriate is the Pope himself. Someone who is supposed to be a beacon of piety is being blinded by greed. How can I not speak up about such an eyesore? Isabel fiercely condemned him. Shh, the Pope is right there. His eyes and ears are everywhere. You should watch your manners, Isabel. So noisy. What are you whispering about me? The Pope slowly stepped out. He chose a flamboyant red robe that left his skin exposed. The Pope, and both Isabel and Cassius knelt down, respectfully greeting him. He flirted and teased. Oh, Isabel, you are as beautiful as ever. Isabel replied to his teasing. Your Holiness, if you didn't come out here to invite me to your bed, then please listen to what I have to present. Isabel, don't be rude. Cassius hurriedly cut her off. It's fine, Cassius. Revigo chuckled. Isabel knows better than anyone that I would never sully a daughter of Rebecca, the symbol of our church. If the holy shield is tainted by dark magic, the holy power within it will turn into demonic power. The Yatan Church knows this, which is why they are targeting the shield. Isabel hurriedly reported. Well then, we just need to collect all the holy shields on the continent, and from the families holding them, that's all. So, holy power and demonic power have the ability to assimilate, he said while stroking Isabel's hair. Then I will order all holy knights to collect them. Isabel was uncomfortable with Revigo's actions. No, you have other work to do, Isabel, he said. He turned serious and said, Last night, I received a divine revelation from the goddess Rebecca, warning that one of her children would betray me. One of Rebecca's daughters will betray me. Who else could it be but Jin? Bring Jin here, Isabel. I will punish her myself. He continued to stroke her smooth, long hair without noticing that her expression had darkened. She has already refused my summons 3 times, hiding away in that countryside temple. The intention to betray is already crystal clear, isn't it, Cassius? Cassius continued. Isabel replied, Does the Pope really not know the reason why she didn't answer your summons? And before that, I have to ask, did you really receive a message from the goddess? She questioned him. How dare you doubt me? He reached out to choke Isabel. He commanded in a stern voice, Isabel, I give you 2 days. Bring Jin to me. My word is the divine will of the goddess Rebecca. Witnessing the whole thing, Cassius lamented. In reality, Jin could no longer endure the corruption of the church, so she had completely lost her faith. But Isabel had sworn loyalty to the church, so she could not disobey his orders. The Rebecca Holy Church was Isabel's giant cage, the place that had raised her since she was a child. No matter how corrupt the Pope had become, she could not resist his orders. Oh, Goddess Rebecca, when will the church ever be as pure as it once was? Johntown. Rebecca's holy cathedral. Cassius's prayers still echoed. If the light of hope still remains in Johntown, people whispered and gossiped. Look at that country bumpkin. What is he fumbling with on the shrine wall? Passers-by judged Grid. Please, send a savior to this world and punish this corrupt pope. It's real gold, folks. It's stuck tight. How can I pry it out now? He ignored the judgments of those around him. Grid is scratching at the corner of a wall when a man approaches and tries to stop him. Hey friend, the townsfolk are watching. You know, I was just admiring those beautiful flowers over there. He tries to deflect, feeling embarrassed. The man speaks up again. John Lynn is a stopping point for players heading to the Vatican. Are you headed there too? It's such a coincidence we're on the same path. Would you like to travel together? I'm Dong. This line appears to be a mix of the previous dialogue and the start of the next sequence, translated based on context. I'm Dong. Looking at the priest player, he widened his eyes in surprise, blurting out, "This is my first time meeting a priest player, and at level 160 no less. I heard the requirements to become a priest are extremely harsh. Are you that devout in real life too?" Hearing this, Jiang Bao replied, "Haha, in real life, I'm just an ordinary person." He continued, "The job advancement quest only requires keeping a vow of silence and chastity, so it's actually pretty easy. Plus, as long as I pray sincerely, I can gradually complete all the quests and grow my holy power. Shall we go now?" Grid silently agreed and followed as Jiang Bao opened his player interface. Checking it out, he spoke up, "Fellow Taoist, it seems you're only level 147? That's a bit low compared to the average in this area, isn't it?" Grid scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Haha, do you think that will cause any trouble? After this, I'll have to rely on you completely, dear priest. The Holy Knights also travel this route often, so there shouldn't be many monsters around. Besides, having a companion like you makes me happy." Dongpao replied with a smile. On the surface, he looked gentle, but deep down, he was thinking, "I'll definitely escort you to your destination. You little chicken waiting to be plucked. Just you wait." Uh-oh, trouble. "Fellow traveler, look out." A scream suddenly echoed. Why are there so many monsters here all of a sudden? What is going on? A swarm of ferocious monsters lunged at Dongpao. "Don't stop. Focus on healing me." Grid rushed at the monsters and called back to Dongpao. Level 190 lizard warriors. "No wonder they drain my health so fast," he remarked while fighting. "It's lucky I have a priest who can actually heal well. If it keeps going like this, I'll definitely get much stronger by the time I reach the Vatican. Since the priest is free, I should make the most of it. Keep healing me," Grid shouted at Dongpao. Dongpao began to run out of energy. He was panting heavily, casting healing spells with one hand and drinking mana potions with the other. He thought to himself, "This guy is seriously strong. I thought he only passed the Suar Mountains by pure luck because of his low level, but with that highly enchanted dagger, he must just be relying on high-tier gear. If we keep farming like this, the experience and loot split will be significant. I should keep supporting him." Dongpao panted and asked, "Fellow traveler, it seems the loot settings are currently set to go to the party leader. Why not set it to share equally? That's just for easier management. Once we reach the Vatican, I'll split it evenly," Grid replied. Despite Dongpao continuing to talk, Grid challenged him back. "Are we going to keep fighting, or are we going to keep arguing? Finish that mana potion and keep buffing me. Let's wipe them all out," Dongpao begrudgingly replied. "Fellow traveler, let's head into that cave to rest for a bit. It's really strange, though why are there so many monsters attacking us?" Dongpao whined. "I'm not a warrior like you, so I lose stamina very quickly, and my mana regeneration is slow too. So, let's take it slow." Grid replied, "I, for one, want to reach the Vatican as fast as possible, but I guess I have no choice." Saying that, he opened his status window. "I should have put the cloak away. Vampire Duchess Marie Rose is sealed here. Because of Marie Rose's evil aura, you will not be able to use magic or skills." A system message echoed. "Huh? It seems this place isn't normal. How am I supposed to rest peacefully like this?" Grid prepared to deeper into the cave, but Dongpao stopped him. "Don't worry. Marie Rose was sealed here by the second pope, Chrysler, who was also the daughter of Rebecca. There is no way an existence that has been asleep for so long would suddenly wake up. Why are you dragging your feet? We've been waiting here since the afternoon. A group of people spoke up. Leading them was Sei, the 5th ranked assassin. To his right was Kay, the 11th ranked assassin. And to his left was Sniffer, the 13th ranked assassin. Waiting for me? Do I know you? Grid replied, and looked at their gear. Are you all assassins? I don't know why, but we kept getting ambushed by monsters, so we were a bit delayed, Dong Pao shouted from behind. He looks poor, but this guy actually has a pretty quality dagger. Sei was more or less a rich kid. His level was still low, so threatening to kill him might not work. He slowly stepped forward and spoke sarcastically. But you probably don't want to die, right? Hand over all your gear and money, and I'll let you leave. Grid remained calm and asked back, Oh, so this is a highway robbery? Doesn't a priest who breaks the law lose their holy power? A priest of the Rebecca Church betraying their faith? There are hardly any players who actually care about being a priest, you know. Everyone thinks priests have to be honest, right? But for me, I only need to follow the rules when I'm on a mission. Holy power is easy to get back with a little prayer. As he spoke, he twirled the necklace with the symbol of the goddess Rebecca. He held the symbol up, smiled, and said, There's one more thing you're wrong about regarding me. My faith in the goddess Rebecca is absolute. It's just that faith doesn't necessarily have to go hand in hand with actions. A person from behind lunged with a blade. The Rebecca Church has become so corrupt that their priests have become highway robbers? Yatan must be secretly happy right now, but you should worry about yourself first, kid. Grid hurriedly dodged and strategized. Looking at their gear, they must be at least level 200. The rest of them were also higher level than Dong Pao. They intentionally lured me to a place where skills are restricted. This is the perfect environment for assassins. After my encounter with Tun, I realized that one shouldn't underestimate anyone, but I have plenty of experience dealing with assassins. He pulled out his gear, drew his sword, and prepared to teach them a lesson. Compared to Faker, these guys are just rookies. Grid drew his sword and struck. The leader was knocked back by a single blow. His accomplices quickly realized it. While Sei complained, This bastard is strong. Wait, look closely. Kay spoke up. Grid triumphantly said, That helm and sword, it's him, the Overgeared butcher. So what, feeling regret now? Suddenly, he was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke. He quickly covered his nose and realized it was a smoke bomb. Sei, still arrogant, led the charge. He triumphantly said, So what if you're a butcher? Get him, boys. Kay followed right behind and said, You useless piece of trash. Dong Pao brought a wolf into the house. Sorry, I really didn't know who he was. How was I supposed to know he was such a dangerous character? Join our side now, and it's not too late. Dong Pao hurriedly ran to Sei, while behind him, Kay and Sniffer threw shuriken. We'll handle the close-quarters combat. Sniffer drew his melee weapons. They were colorful darts. These shuriken have explosion, poison, and smoke bomb effects. You guys don't need to join in. Take this, Overgeared. Trying to show off in front of us? Saying that, he threw the pile of darts at Grid. Both Sei and Kay rushed in at the same time. Sei panted heavily and said triumphantly, I got him. The feeling from the sword tip didn't lie to me. Grid, isn't it? Don't be too bitter about dying. Meeting an assassin like us. Well, suddenly, a voice from Grid's direction startled him. Rankers really are different from ordinary players. You guys have quite a few interesting toys, don't you? One slip-up, and I would have died. But when it comes to toys, I'm not lacking. Grid appeared wearing a jade necklace around his neck. All the weapons the assassins threw at him were deflected. He smiled triumphantly, preparing to rush forward and retaliate. Let me remind you guys. You poked the wrong dog, you brats. The wrath of the Pagma's sword dancer. As he spoke, a massive surge of power concentrated around him. He lunged like a blur toward the group of assassins. Jiang Bao, standing on the sidelines, saw this and gasped. How is he able to use skills in here? And furthermore, how can he take on 3 assassins by himself with such a low level? This guy must have a hidden class. At this rate, I'm going to lose both my mind and my life. I have to quickly think of a countermeasure, Jiang Bao hurriedly said. Fellow Taoist, please spare me, Grid retorted. How many people have begged for mercy like you in this place, huh? But whatever. What happens to others doesn't matter, since you helped me on the way here anyway. Taking all the loot from farming now isn't too much to ask, is it? Jiang Bao hurriedly agreed, as if grasping at a lifeline. Of course not. It's all yours, boss. He thought to himself, he's not killing me? This guy is easier than I thought. Suddenly, Jiang Bao began to tremble and shrink back. Grid, thinking he was acting, exposed him. What's wrong? I already spared you. Quit the act. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, startling him. My, just woken up, amidst a ravenous thirst for blood, and to be served such a delicious appetizer right away. How truly refreshing. At this moment, a female vampire was draining the blood from Jiang Bao. The vampire greeted, "Hello, darling." Simultaneously, the system sound rang out. "You have encountered Vampire Duchess Marie Rose. All spells and skills are ineffective. The gaze of a vampire suppresses lower-level creatures. You will lose your will and the ability to control your body. The charm of Marie Rose is absolute. Crowd control ineffective. Crowd control ineffective. Crowd control ineffective." The system sound continued. "This woman is Marie Rose? Her aura is truly terrifying. Malachus is nothing compared to her." Grid exclaimed in surprise. "What? I thought you were sealed away. How could you have woken up? I could smell the blood of countless living beings on this cloak. It was that which awakened me." "I see. Indeed. Malachus sacrificed thousands of virgins when he was alive." Marie Rose spoke, "But you are very strange. You don't possess the powerful holy power like the children of Rebecca. Even with powerful magic like Bram, she could remain completely unfazed by my gaze and presence. She knew who Braham was, yet she still spoke to me with such condescension. Is her status even higher than Braham's?" Grid was stunned, thinking to himself, to have such breathtaking beauty and overwhelming power on top of that, I definitely can't beat her. I need to be extremely careful. She replied. "Strange. So, I'm interesting, am I? I wonder if I'm interesting enough for you to keep your life. I'm the one who woke you from your seal, so that counts for something, right?" Grid responded to Mary Rose's question. She chuckled. "You've got a lot of nerve. You're actually kind of cute. Fine, I'll let you go this time. It's been so long since I woke up. I need to go out and get some fresh air." With that, she turned around. "See you later, sweetie." Grid sighed in relief. That was way too close. Thank God I'm okay. If I had opened my mouth to ask for a quickie just now, I'd be dead. From now on, I have to be way more careful with free stuff. Nothing but a bunch of scammers. Suddenly, he saw something. It looked like the assassin's belt from earlier. Damn, it must have fallen off. The Rebecca Cathedral, a grand and magnificent place, striking with its massive pillars. Each small tower was topped with the cathedral's symbol. Inside the vast hall, the cathedral's knights stood in perfectly straight rows, fully armored. Standing neatly in lines, in the center of the hall, a woman wearing a white veil knelt, facing the noble seat of the Pope of Rebecca. He spoke up. "I hear you've been using prayer as an excuse to secretly do things behind our backs. Is that right? You've always been my most effective weapon, clearing obstacles for me and the Holy Church." Rifigo didn't even look at her. The more he asked, the more heated he became, his tone dripping with arrogance. "And yet, you dare to doubt me? The messenger of the goddess Rebecca? You're supposed to be a symbol of loyalty, and a role model for the congregation. That is the duty of a daughter of Rebecca, Jishuka." Jishuka knelt on the cold floor, her face held high, staring straight at him. With one hand propping up his chin, he continued his endless nagging. "The rebellious priests dare to accuse me of being blinded by worldly desires. Didn't you, a daughter of Rebecca, deal with them already? Was your loyalty back then all a lie?" he asked Jishuka right after saying that. She panicked slightly, bowing her head toward the ground. She quickly replied, "My loyalty to the goddess Rebecca and to you is eternal. But," Jishuka hesitated, "your recent blasphemous actions as Pope have left me truly troubled. So, I have sent prayers to the goddess Rebecca to bear witness." After saying that, her complexion drained, her eye sockets looked hollow. Suddenly, Rifigo snapped, "Shut your mouth." He raised his voice, interrogating her. "How dare you speak of loyalty with such suspicion? You traitor! I bet you aren't even a daughter of Rebecca anymore." His face was twisted with rage, his brows furrowed tightly. Rifigo pointed his finger directly at Jishuka. He ordered the surrounding knights, "Kill this wretch and seize the holy artifact, the Sword of Icarus, for me immediately." At that same moment, the system window popped up, showing that he was using the skill Pope's Command. He was worried he wouldn't be able to control the daughter of Rebecca, the church's ultimate weapon, so he decided to replace her. Completion condition: Jishuka dies. Quest reward: Awakening. You will awaken the skills of a Rebecca Holy Knight. Quest failure: Level -4, Holy Power -10,000. The system notification also listed the quest for each knight. It didn't forget to mention the consequences of refusing. If you refuse the quest, you will become an enemy of the Pope. One of the knights standing there startled. The reward is an awakening skill? He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He wondered, Does that mean if I accept, I'll officially become a holy knight of the Rebecca Church? Hiding his face inside his iron helmet, he bit his lip, hesitating. Compared to the Judar or Dominion sects, known for their buff skills and outstanding combat prowess, the Rebecca Holy Knights only knew how to heal, and it was hard to change classes, so players rarely chose them. He looked at Jashuka, who was kneeling among dozens of knights. He couldn't help but remember why he started his journey. The reason he chose this path was only one. It was because of the daughters of Rebecca, the holy knights of the church. The more he thought, the more he gritted his teeth. The tension was clear on his face. I'm over level 200, and I've done the second advancement quest, but I'm still trash. When will I ever truly become a holy knight of the Rebecca Church? Jashuka seemed to have accepted her cruel fate. She closed her eyes tightly, waiting for death, unable to stop two streams of tears from rolling down her cheeks. The more the knight watched her, the more he hesitated. If I kill her now, I can awaken. He stepped closer to her. In his hand was a sharp longsword, pulled from its scabbard. Right beneath the tip of the blade was Jashuka. She looked so lonely and fragile. In an instant, the knight's iron helmet suddenly clattered loudly to the floor in front of Rafigo. Along with his shock, he seemed to have made his own choice. In his heart, he thought, "This is absurd." He laughed, taking off his helmet. His face still showed a hint of worry, but his action was incredibly resolute. With one hand, he grabbed Jashuka's shoulder. With the other, he held his sword pointed straight at the Pope. He decided to himself, "How could I possibly point my blade at a woman as beautiful as Jashuka?" Then he replied firmly, "I refuse." Afraid she would be scared, he turned to give her a bright, comforting smile. "Don't worry, Jashuka. I'll protect you." His information appeared. Damien, rank 2 in the Holy Knight rankings. An admin fanboy and a fan of the daughter of Rebecca, touched by her heart. Jashuka cried and asked, "Damien, does that mean I'm not alone?" Damien listened and replied with absolute certainty, "Of course not. I will always stand by your side, Jashuka." Immediately after that, the other knights reacted to Damien's actions. They all drew their swords at once and charged. Rafigo screamed his order, "You traitors, you sinners! What are you just standing there for? Kill them both!" Suddenly, the sword in his hand began to emit a soft blue glow, leaving Damien bewildered. Before he could grasp what was happening, a system window appeared right before his eyes. Goddess's Penalty, Class Advancement Quest. As the messenger of the goddess, Rebecca, punish the Pope. Reward, accept quest, unlock skills. Completion requirements. Pope Revigo must die. Completion reward. Hidden class. Messenger of the goddess. Quest failure, level -20, loss of current class. The Rebecca Holy Church will completely defect. You are blessed by the goddess. All stats +100. Skill unlocked. Light's blessing. Note: the outcome of this hidden class quest will have a major impact on the world of Satisfy. Proceed with caution, Damien stammered, unable to find the words. Everything happened so fast that all he could think was, "This is incredible." The system also added a few more things for him. Light's blessing. User and party members gain 80% increase. In defense, attack power, and accuracy for 3 minutes. Mana cost, 900. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Blessing. Instantly revive the dead. Mana cost, 80% of max mana. Cooldown, 24 hours. The sudden joy from the unexpected quest made him giddy. With these powerful buffs to support him, Damien felt even more confident. He gripped his sword tightly, the corners of his mouth curling up, thinking to himself, "These skills are easily the best in the support class. I've been chosen." Right after that, Damien pushed off with his feet and flew forward. Everywhere he went, he swung his sword. Each strike dealt significant damage to the knights. Damien watched as they fell one by one. He felt smug, thinking, "Is it finally my time to be the main character?" He shouted, unleashing the Light's Blessing technique on the other knights. After witnessing Damien's terrifying power, the other knights were visibly rattled. One of them spoke up, full of confusion and panic. What is that light? It's so strong," another screamed to warn the others. "Everyone, hold the line. Protect the Pope." The Pope's face was getting closer and closer, and he seemed quite shaken by the move Damien had just displayed. Damien shouted the Pope's name, Revigo. His gaze was steady, his sword ready to strike and take the Pope's life. "Your cruel reign ends today." However, life doesn't always go as planned. All of Damien's expectations were completely wrong. Before his sword could even touch Revigo, Damien was pierced by a blast of energy from the Pope, his body sent flying backward by the momentum. Elsewhere, Cassius stood quietly. Beside him, Isabel sat on the ground, knees pulled to her chest, the air between them heavy with sorrow. She confided in him. Her words were filled with self-reproach. It was me. I pushed Jin to the edge. I should have refused the Pope's orders. But I was too hesitant. I brought Jin back while knowing full well how much she hates the current Vatican. Hearing this, Cassius's mood didn't improve either. Isabel was crying. He gently comforted her. If you had disobeyed, they would have just forced someone else to bring her back. Being accompanied by a friend was already a stroke of luck for Jin. Don't blame yourself so much. Isabel looked up, her face tear-streaked, her eyes full of guilt. She hesitated to ask, even though she already vaguely guessed the answer. What will happen to Jin? The Pope won't allow me to stay by her side, will he, Cassius? Hearing this, Cassius could only feel helpless. The answer was too clear, so clear that he didn't dare speak it aloud, only thinking it to himself. Obviously, she will be stripped of her position. In the worst case, she might even lose her life. As long as the 3 holy relics remain intact, the title of Daughter of Rebecca can be changed at any time. Pitying Jin's fate, Cassius gripped the necklace in his hand and prayed, tears streaming down his cheeks. They were forced to fight to prove their loyalty, simply because fate had granted them exceptional holy power, only for them to be discarded mercilessly like tools when they were no longer needed. Wasted lives. How ironic fate is. Isabel saw his expression and confirmed her fears were true. She wiped away her tears. Still clinging to a faint glimmer of hope, Isabel asked, "Why are you crying too? The goddess will protect Jin, right?" Hearing the question, Cassius replied, "I'm sorry, Isabel." He knelt on the ground facing her, one hand covering his face to hide his weeping. Cassius hesitated, his voice trembling with painful, unspoken truth. "With just our strength, we can't save her, or even you." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, grabbing their attention. Both Cassius and Isabel turned around, confused. "Geez, why is an adult crying like a kid? You're too sensitive. It doesn't suit your face at all." It was a man wearing a deep crimson cloak appearing before Cassius, with a look of absolute confidence. Seeing him, Cassius exclaimed in surprise, "You're Grid?" He smiled and replied, "Long time no see, Cassius." He asked curiously, "What brings you here?" Suddenly, Isabel stood up. She wiped the tears from her face and shouted, "Wait, Cassius, his cloak." Isabel was so shocked she couldn't control her volume. The cloak he was wearing was radiating a glowing pink energy all around. She shrieked, "That's Malachus's cloak. I heard a group of warriors took down Malachus not long ago." Could it be? Grid saw someone recognized it. He couldn't help but boast a little about the cloak he was wearing. His voice was filled with confidence. "Oh, you've got a sharp eye." Suddenly, Grid startled. As if realizing something, he acted angry, pointing a finger at Isabel and yelling, "Wait, you're the shield thief." No, the thief was caught. What was I going to say? Ah, right. The fake Rebecca's daughter, the shield one. Cassius finally turned to her and explained, "His name is Grid. He's the blacksmith from Winston who forged the holy shield you're holding." At this moment, Isabel was even more surprised. He's this young? But a blacksmith who could take down Malachus? She bowed her head, her hand over her heart. With deep reverence and gratitude, I am honored to finally meet the great warrior who took down the Holy Church's lifelong nemesis. Please, allow me to express my heartfelt thanks. The hero who stood up for justice. Grid, however, didn't seem to care for these empty words. He snapped back in a rage. "I don't care about any of that. Just give me back my shield. I forged it, and I haven't been paid a single cent for it." Isabel, seeing his firm stance, showed no signs of fear. In fact, she became even more insistent, trying to explain the situation to him. "I am truly sorry, but this shield has a high risk of becoming a dangerous weapon. Therefore, the Holy Church has issued an order to confiscate it. If you have forged any other shields, you should hand them all over as well." Hearing her shameless attitude and demands, Grid grew even more furious. He shouted back, "What makes you think you have the right to take away the fruits of my sweat and labor? If you don't return that shield right now, there's going to be hell to pay." Cassius, standing to the side, sensed that the situation was spiraling out of control. He stepped in to mediate. "Calm down, Grid. Tell us, what brings you here today?" Since he had spoken, Grid couldn't just ignore the question without being disrespectful. He lowered his voice, "Mostly just to get my shield back. But I also need the blessing of the goddess Rebecca, so I wanted to meet with the Pope." At those words, Cassius's expression darkened. He silently gauged Grid's strength, thinking to himself, he wants to see the Pope? Could this be part of the goddess's plan? Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound erupted from inside the cathedral, so deafening that all 3 of them looked up. Isabel sensed that something was terribly wrong. Worry and panic were written all over her face. She cried out in alarm. This holy energy. The Pope is definitely doing something to Jin. Cassius, knowing what she was about to do, quickly tried to stop her. Don't, Isabel. The Pope has issued a strict order that no one is allowed to enter. Don't do anything rash. Before he could finish, Isabel was already in front of Grid, drawing her weapon from thin air. Seeing the spear in her hand, Grid was taken aback. Isabel, she shouted urgently. Out of my way! I have to stop him, no matter what. As she fully unsheathed the spear, Grid stared at it, momentarily startled. Wait, I was too angry before to notice. This spear is the real deal. It's forged with even better craftsmanship than that guy's slave's work. This is definitely a Pagma original. Meanwhile, Cassius and Isabel were too preoccupied to notice his wandering thoughts. Cassius gripped Isabel's arm, desperately trying to persuade her. Don't do this, Isabel. She glanced down at his hand, holding her back, and said with absolute resolve, I have to go save Jin. Don't stop me! Boom! From atop the cathedral, a brilliant golden light, like a thunderbolt, struck the ground just a short distance from where they were standing. The force of the impact was so powerful that the surrounding area was heavily shaken. Isabel and Cassius both had to cover their eyes from the fierce gust of wind unleashed by the technique. A girl with a ponytail covering one eye stood at the epicenter. Electrical energy crackled intensely from her hands. Seeing who it was, Isabel and Cassius were both shocked and shouted, Luna, Luna, like a machine, she calmly told Isabel. The Pope's command is absolute. Don't even think about interfering, Isabel. She was Luna, the third daughter of Rebecca. Watching Luna's cold-hearted words and actions, Isabel couldn't help but tear up. She tried desperately to convince her, Jin will die. Luna, get out of the way. Cassius, who had a better grasp of the situation than Isabel, stood by, worried and deep in thought. Luna is only 14, so she follows the church laws religiously. Plus, she played the biggest role in suppressing the rebellious priests, which is why the Pope trusts her so much. There's no way she's going to turn against him. Isabel's pleas completely failed to sway Luna. Her gaze was as sharp as a dagger, filled with a steadfast, immovable resolve. She spoke, What is impossible will remain impossible. I am sorry. But, before Luna could finish her sentence, Grid, acting as an outsider with no stake in this, stood behind them and asked a question that felt wildly out of place. What's so special about that spear? Why is everyone so tense all of a sudden? Before he could overthink it, the system interface suddenly popped up, giving him a quest. After reading it, Grid's expression grew much more serious. Quest: assist the Rebecca Church. The Rebecca Church is a religious order with deep historical ties to Pagma. The friendship between Pagma and the fifth pope, Frank, has been passed down for hundreds of years. As the successor of Pagma, you are obligated to help the Rebecca Church, which is currently being corrupted under the 13th Pope, Revigo. Completion condition: kill Revigo. Reward: Goddess Rebecca's blessing. This is a subquest directly linked to your second-class advancement. If you fail, you won't meet the requirements for your second class. Grid was momentarily stunned, inwardly weighing the quest. What the hell? I have to kill the Pope to get the blessing? That's completely backwards. Suddenly, a symbol on the spear Isabel was holding caught his attention. He let out a soft huff. The symbol pointed straight toward the sharp tip of the spear, a red mark flashing continuously. Grid observed it for a moment, then wondered, What's that? Does the symbol on the spear have something to do with the quest? He smirked. His instinctual confidence returned. Following my gut, that must be a hint. The higher the quest difficulty, the more hints the system provides to complete it. So, this is definitely the way. Beside him, Isabel was sobbing uncontrollably. She desperately clutched the spear, facing Luna, praying silently to the supreme goddess. Please, just move out of the way, Luna. Jin will die. Goddess Rebecca, how can you just stand by and let Jin die? Her despair reached its peak. Feeling utterly powerless in this situation, Isabel whimpered. Her eyes squeezed shut, praying for even the slightest flicker of hope. I really can't do anything about the Pope? Please, is there anyone there? Just then, Grid calmly walked up beside her. He grabbed the spear, marked with the symbol, and asked her in an incredibly calm tone, So, you're saying I have to take down the Pope? Isabel gasped, her mouth falling open in shock. Her eyes filled with tears, looking at him in disbelief. A soft voice echoed in her mind. It was hesitant, but that very voice was the one telling Isabel what she needed to do. Even now, she couldn't believe her own ears, quickly asking him again as if afraid he hadn't thought it through. Is that really true? You'll punish the Pope for defiling the Holy Church? Contrary to her anxiety, Grid replied calmly, Yeah, Just finished picking up the quest. The desperation on Isabel's face vanished. She was overjoyed at the hope of saving her close friend. Thank you, Grid. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. He gripped his spear tightly, ready to negotiate terms with her in high spirits. Consider it a favor, he joked. I'll save Jin too, but you have to give me that shield afterward. Grid tightened his grip on the spear handle as he spoke. Think of this as a gift for now, he said, quickly using his appraisal skill. Grid gripped the spear tightly, and a faint blue light shimmered from his hand. To Isabel's astonishment, Grid calmly activated the appraisal. The system menu quickly displayed the information. Legendary Blacksmith, capable of appraising items with a keen eye, he could uncover every hidden function. The system displayed the spear's details, leaving everyone shocked. Sealed Spear of Lithiel, legendary grade, one of the 3 holy artifacts of the Rebecca Church. It contained terrifying holy power beyond human control, becoming a massive burden on the wielder's mind and body. Isabel was stunned by the information about her familiar weapon after Grid's appraisal. Her eyes widened as she stared at the stat sheet. Attack power 730 to 1270, holy power minus 1500, all stats minus 60, plus 100% health recovery, minus 2000 attack power. Each strike has a high chance of triggering light ring, light shield, guided light, and white transformation. Attack power plus 20% against evil forces. Requirement, Daughter of Rebecca. Following that, the system immediately showed a notification. You have successfully discovered the hidden feature of the weapon in Isabel's hand. Instantly, a source of light surrounded the spear, gradually shattering into small pieces, before undergoing a transformation. A second later, as the golden light faded, the spear was revealed with a brand new look. The sharp spear tip carried flashes of electricity, and the lower body was transformed compared to before. The visual changes also brought about enhanced stats. Spear of Lithiel Myth Grade. Attack power 2000 to 3890. Holy power plus 3000. All stats plus 200. Health recovery rate plus 300%. High chance to trigger light ring, light shield, guided light. The white transformation skill would now always be active. Attack power plus 50% against evil forces. The spear, which looked quite ordinary before, became incredibly powerful after Grid appraised it. The entire spear emitted brilliant lightning bolts. The system again displayed additional sub-skills for the spear. Successor of Pagma. You have removed the seal of the weapon from the 13th Pope's era. You are witnessing a divine artifact. Insight increased by 200. Your insight stat now exceeds 500 points. From now on, you will perceive the world from a new perspective. All blacksmith-related skills, +1. From now on, you will be able to forge myth-grade equipment. The result the spear brought far exceeded what Grid had imagined. Skepticism appeared clearly in his eyes. He doubtfully thought to himself, myth grade? This is even crazier than the trash tier. This is equipment that could actually upset the world's balance. Looking at the spear emitting such terrifying power in his hands, the more Grid looked, the more he pondered what he could create. Myth-grade gear. So from now on, I can forge masterpieces like the Dragon Slayer or Valhalla? Huh? Grid looked blankly at Isabel beside him. Her hand was still gripping the spear tightly. Her fluffy white hair suddenly drifted upward. Her expression was unreadable. By the time Isabel realized the change in herself, the golden hair clip on her head had shattered. Both her necklace and hair were floating as if blown by a breeze. She looked down at her weapon in a daze. It didn't take long for Isabel to clearly perceive the energy flowing, surging through her body. She thought in astonishment. How is this possible? White transformation is activating on its own. A massive source of holy power is pouring out from the tip of Lithiel's spear. Now, not only was the weapon changed, but Isabel, the wielder, also had obvious changes. Her entire body emitted a massive, surging flow of energy, like a flame. Grid, seeing these changes, frowned and thought, oh, did the attack power spike that much because I appraised it? Suddenly, the number 120,000 appeared above her head. Isabel, who had been dazed, caught his attention. What are those numbers above Isabel? But then, realizing something, Grid's expression suddenly became extremely joyful. The thrill of discovery made him even more excited. Got it. That's the combat power rating. From where Luna was standing, a massive column of energy suddenly shot straight into the sky, looking incredibly powerful. Immediately after that energy column dissipated, Luna appeared in her majestic form with her signature shield. She seriously warned, so, a clash is unavoidable. The number above her head displayed 50,000. Information about her weapon was also gradually displayed by the system. Shield of Everiel, one of the 3 holy artifacts of the Rebecca Church. The wind remnants from the powerful energy column blew directly into Grid's face. He just silently looked at Luna and secretly measured the combat power. Isabel increased from 55,000 to 120,000, and Luna increased from 26,300 to 50,000. Even a child could guess Isabel was winning this fight. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was a smile of certain victory within his grasp. He calculated for a moment. That means after winning this, she'll support me in saving Jin, right? With protection this terrifying, who do I have to be afraid of? Finally, Grid placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled. Isabel felt the weight on her shoulder and turned to look. Good luck, he said. I'm going to save Jin now. She smiled gently. The confidence in her eyes was clearly visible. The scene shifted inside the cathedral. Fresh blood splashed into the air. The flags representing the Holy Church were stained with a few drops of blood. Revigo held one finger forward, still crackling with the lingering energy from the move he just unleashed. His face was twisted in pure contempt. Damien had a deep wound on his chest, from which fresh blood splattered all around. His whole body was knocked backward by the impact. Damien thought to himself, yeah, I knew it. Due to the severe injury and blood loss, his face looked noticeably pale. His vision began to blur, and dark red blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the chest wound and thought, sorry, Jin, looks like I'm not the main character after all. Immediately after, his body hit the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Jin, right beside him, screamed in panic. She quickly caught his heavily wounded body. Damien winced in pain, his strength seemingly drained to almost nothing. Fresh blood soaked his entire chest area. Jin, nearby, was incredibly worried about him. The system notification popped up. You have lost 41% of your vitality. Concentration ability lost. Whoosh, whoosh. From out of nowhere, 3 throwing stars imbued with purple energy flew straight in. Boom! The 3 projectiles hit the ground simultaneously. A cloud of black smoke immediately spread, obscuring everyone's vision. A few knights standing nearby had to cover themselves with their hands or shields. The Pope, standing on the podium, hadn't been hit by the attack, but he was shocked by this sudden assault. The silhouette of Grid LM appeared within the dense smoke. He appeared wearing a purple belt with 3 embedded crystals. Grid complained. Seriously? When that assassin used this, it looked so flashy with all those effects. Why do I only get a smoke bomb? Shortly after, the info for the belt he was wearing appeared. Keenan's belt, unique grade. Keenan's favorite belt, designed for a cruel ninja. 1 shuriken is generated every 20 seconds. Stores a maximum of 3 shurikens. The effect of the shuriken is random, dealing damage equivalent to 480% of attack power. Requirement to use: shuriken. Throw skill: assassin level 7 or higher. Revigo frowned, thoroughly annoyed as the smoke cleared. It gradually drifted toward where he was standing. He spoke up, clearly irritated. Does no one respect the holy law anymore? Why is some nobody allowed to step into this sacred place? Identify yourself, intruder. Grid stood between Jin and Damien. Damien stammered, using his remaining strength to ask, Who are you? Grid answered casually, Just call me the main character for now. Grid appeared with his sword resting on his shoulder, wearing his signature mask. He glanced at her and Damien. The numbers above their heads gradually displayed. Jin was 27,000, and Damien was 12,500. He looked at their combat power, then calculated in his head. So she's Jin, with a combat power of 27,000, and that holy knight guy is a player, with around 12,500 power. He must be a top-tier runner then. As a holy knight, he makes a perfect punching bag. Grid grinned, his eyes full of a confidence that made others feel at ease. He calmly negotiated with the 2. Let's form a party and take down this Pope. I'll take all the loot. Fair deal since I'm saving your lives, right? Seeing help had arrived, Damien's face, though pale for a while, broke into a smile. He raised his hand to open the status window, smiling as he replied, Be my guest. But for now, I'm counting on you. I need to recover. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Damien, level 227, Holy Knight, has joined the party. Revigo, realizing Grid's intent, shouted orders to the Holy Knights. He pointed his hand toward the 3 of them. Insolent fool! How dare you come to defile this sacred ground? I, Revigo, in the name of Goddess Rebecca, shall punish you myself. Damien, on the other side, pointed his hand toward Grid. A beam of golden healing energy emitted from his palm. Grid felt a change within his body, and exclaimed, Oh, the Holy Knight's buff is top-notch. This guy is actually pretty useful. Grid raised his hand. a small red energy sphere gradually forming in his palm. His eyes seemed to glow. Grid growled, "Punish? Like hell. Because of you, my blessing quest chain is a total mess." He blamed Revigo for being thick-skinned, asking the father-in-law for a letter of introduction, only for it to be treated like scrap paper. Whoosh! Grid lunged forward right in front of Revigo, his whole body wrapped in blood-red energy. He shouted in anger, "If you had just lived decently, you wouldn't be such a pain in my neck, would you?" Revigo reacted very quickly. He raised his hand, and from his fingers, a blinding golden light burst forth. That light almost blinded everyone. A loud crash erupted the moment the two massive energies collided. The light from Revigo clearly had the upper hand. Grid's entire body was blown back. While Revigo hadn't moved an inch, Grid skidded backward, bracing his legs to stop himself from sliding. He thought suspiciously, "He blocked my sword? I've got the buff of red lightning and Damien's buff too." The image of Revigo appeared in his eyes. His combat power was only 24,000, but Revigo was radiating abundant holy power. Grid carefully calculated. "With my current attack power, I could even pierce Malicus's triple-layer defense. So why is a pope with only 24,000 combat power able to block it like it's nothing?" The image of the mad, bloodthirsty Malicus appeared in his mind. Using Damien's 12,000 combat power as a benchmark, on the general scale, Malicus would have to be over 200,000, since the whole guild had to team up to take him down. Grid's gaze stopped on Revigo again, filled with killing intent and a hesitation he couldn't quite put into words. But right now, he felt this pope was even stronger than Malicus. That means the gap in combat power, while it looks insignificant, is actually enormous in reality. Finally, Grid decided to stop overthinking it. Whatever. He took a breath and lunged forward again, whispering to himself, "I'll figure out how to deal with Revigo. Battle experience can make up for it." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sword auras in black and red flickered as Grid unleashed attack after attack at him, his movements so fast they were practically a blur. All that could be seen were after-images as Grid shouted, "Here is the fruit of my labor from the dungeon conquest. Try blocking this sword energy." Revigo was brimming with overconfidence. He held his hand out, glowing with a brilliant golden holy light, and sneered, "Heh, you think a few sword swings are enough to threaten me? It'll be a cold day in hell before you pierce my defense." Crash! Revigo blocked every single blade of sword energy that Grid unleashed. The collision between the two attacks generated massive shockwaves, and Grid's eyes suddenly flashed with a crazed intensity. Grid grinned, looking defiant. "Not bad, old man. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. I'm dying to see just how strong I've become myself." His entire body was shrouded in a violet aura. With his mask on, his dead-set eyes, and that insane grin, Grid looked nothing short of a demon. He unleashed two skills at once, Blacksmith's Rage, and screamed, "Arr!" Immediately after, a barrage of sword energy waves was fired continuously, heading straight for Revigo. Grid looked like he had created multiple clones of himself to keep the attacks coming. Boom, boom. The blinding golden holy light and the dark, sinister energy from Grid's sword waves crashed into each other with reckless abandon. The two energies collided, creating a stark contrast in both color and properties. Snap! The sturdy shield that Revigo was so proud of was shattered to pieces. They scattered like broken glass. In contrast, Grid's sword waves kept coming, absolute and powerful, surging straight toward Revigo. Seeing his shield destroyed, Revigo panicked. He couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself in utter disbelief, "My holy shield pierced?" Revigo's face contorted as he realized he was about to face Grid's attacks head-on. The goddess's power, defeated by this mere mortal? A second later, Revigo's figure was completely swallowed by the relentless storm of attacks from Grid. The system window kept popping up. You dealt 13,300, 13,910, 14,080 damage. Masterpiece Gauntlet effect activated. You dealt 29,300 critical damage. Dealt 31,050 damage. You dealt 13,600, 13,020, 14,050 damage. The numbers kept jumping higher and higher, which thrilled Grid. He thought to himself, his HP is down more than half. Gripping his sword tight, he didn't stop raining down attacks with massive destructive power. Grid laughed heartily. Koo-ha-ha. At this rate, I'm more than enough on my own. I wonder what kind of loot the Pope will drop. Revigo's body kept taking damage as each sharp wave of sword energy cut through his flesh like butter. Revigo's eyes rolled back, showing only the whites, and he screamed in agony. Arr! Still clinging to the last shreds of his sanity, Revigo screamed in pain at the holy knights below, blood spraying from his wounds. What are you just standing there for? Kill this blasphemer for me. The knights desperately tried to brainwash themselves. That is the Pope's command. Immediately after, they gripped their swords and shields tight, prepared to rush in. One of them yelled for the whole group to swarm them. Grid, realizing he was about to be swarmed by these weaklings, joked loudly, "Hey, brother, the Pope is about to meet his ancestors. Are you just going to sit there and watch? Cut it out." A holy knight's shield was pulled out from the inventory. Damien held the shield in his hand and charged in alone. He blocked all the swords from the holy knights. His shield radiated brilliant golden light from his skill. Grid, who was nearby, shouted, "Hector, Damien!" Damien turned back to look at him and smiled slightly. "Sorry, let me cover your back, Lord Grid." Grid heard this and replied cheerfully, as if the two were comrades fighting side by side. "There are like 20 holy knights over there, make sure you block well." Revigo's body was now covered in deep lacerations. It looked as if all vitality had been drained from him, resembling a skeleton shaking violently. Grid added, "I'm almost done on my end." He then quickly calculated the remaining duration of his buffs, Blacksmith's Rage, and his other skills were about to end. "I have to put everything into this final blow." Thinking, Grid acted he once again, wrapped himself in a red aura. He gripped his sword tightly and charged straight toward Revigo, while at the same time, Grid activated several other skills. Sword Dance, Kill. Suddenly, Grid froze, his eyes locked forward. The glowing red sword was inches from Revigo's body. One more thrust would have taken his life. However, contrary to his expectations, a massive pillar of holy light suddenly erupted where Revigo was standing, enveloping him in the center of the energy column. Grid was taken aback by this power and quickly hit the brakes. Revigo looked up at the sky. His facial expression was barely visible. His body was shrouded in pure, holy light, and the deep lacerations all over him were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grid stood there, dumbfounded, watching the holy light flow through him. He thought to himself, "No way." His HP bottomed out. How did he heal completely in an instant? I estimated he had 30,000 HP, but what kind of insane healing skill is this? Not only that, he also has another shield skill. Revigo's body radiated the sparkling light of divine power. He spoke, "Breath of the goddess. The goddess's blessing shall protect my body and soul." By the time his full figure could be seen, all the wounds had completely healed. His body was no longer skeletal, returning to the healthy state he had before. Grid was stunned, thinking, is this the peak of a priest class? Why was he rambling on while being wrapped in that rich holy light? Let the light save those who have lost their way in the darkness. Revigo's eyes glimmered with a golden hue, and the surrounding holy light became blinding. He put on a haughty air. "Let me, your servant, guide them with his light." Immediately after, Revigo held his hand out toward Grid. From where he stood, a massive pillar of holy light descended straight down. "In the name of Goddess Rebecca," Revigo raised his hand toward him, and a surge of holy power swirled like a cyclone, crashing down where Grid stood, emitting golden light. It lit up the entire massive cathedral. He rubbed his other wrist with one hand, while the thick dust from the impact filled the air. Revigo spoke up. "This is the fitting punishment from the goddess for a heretic like you. Better start repenting while you still can." Suddenly, Grid's voice cut through, calm as if nothing had even happened, taking Revigo by surprise. With wide eyes, Grid retorted mockingly, "You still have the nerve to preach? It's you who has fallen and corrupted yourself." The dust cleared rapidly, revealing that Grid didn't have a single scratch after that devastating blow. His expression remained cold. A holy shield appeared in Grid's hand. He stated bluntly to Revigo, "You're the one who deserves to be punished." Information about the shield he was holding also appeared via the system. Holy shield, rare quality, durability 282 out of 360, defense 189, magic resistance 150. Requirements, level 190 or higher, strength over 500, holy power over 1000. He is a holy knight of the Rebecca Church. Bolts of lightning, like violent thunderbolts, appeared around him. Revigo frowned and questioned, "A holy shield? How does a heretic like you dare touch the weapons of the church?" "I already told you." He flicked his hand, launching an attack toward Grid. Beams of light flew like arrows through the air. Revigo shouted, "Blasphemy!" Grid gripped the shield tightly, struggling to block each strike coming his way. In his heart, he gauged that every hit landed like a hammer blow. The shield's durability was dropping rapidly. Grid calculated for a moment, and finally decided to use the shield to deflect the trajectory of the attack. Then, Grid held his sword firmly, and held it out in front of him. He gradually stowed the shield into his inventory. "The system!" Grid shouted. I won't let you destroy my precious gear. Let's trade blows then. Among the dozens of techniques glowing with golden light, the counterattack grid unleashed. Revigo shone with a striking blue color. He unleashed a windblade technique. With a crack, the right side of his mask was shattered. Grid gritted his teeth in anger, cursing. You bastard! Revigo spoke with an arrogant tone. I was going to blow your head off. Nice dodge, though. But he couldn't boast for long. He was ambushed from behind. To his surprise, the attack came from two of Grid's small weapons. Revigo gasped. What the hell? Even while his body was still, stumbling forward, in the blink of an eye, Grid appeared right in front of Revigo with his sword. Grid demanded, How dare you destroy my beloved equipment? Swoosh! His strikes were unleashed one after another like a storm, aiming straight at the body of this wretched pope. Grid unleashed 22 consecutive hits. In no time, Revigo's entire body was covered in wounds large and small. Blood sprayed continuously from every cut. He shrieked in agony. Ah! Over there, Damien was single-handedly holding off dozens of holy knights. He was fighting, while keeping a close eye on the battle between Grid and Revigo. He raised his hand to block a strike from a holy knight, his mind dwelling on the situation between the two. It looked like Grid was gaining the upper hand, but drawing from his own bitter experience, Damien realized something. This was the moment the Pope was most dangerous. Immediately, he turned his head and screamed a warning. Grid, get away from him. As he finished, a piercing golden beam instantly impaled Grid's chest. He looked down in shock. Before he could even understand what had happened, the cold voice of the system rang out. You have received 14,560 damage. You have lost 52% of your health in a single hit. Revigo held his chest with one hand while pointing his index finger toward him with the other. He had unleashed that last attack in a split second. Revigo boasted, This is the end, you heretic. Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Damien couldn't help but worry. He frowned and thought to himself, No, Grid has lost more than half his health. The Pope is going to deliver the finishing blow while he's stunned. Swoosh! Grid lunged out from the dust. He plunged his sword straight into the center of the Pope's chest while he was still gloating. Revigo's eyes widened in surprise. He gasped, Ugh, how? From the wound in Grid's chest, a stream of blue energy slowly flowed inward, healing every damaged cell. He spoke up. Didn't I warn you already? His face was full of resentment as he stared straight at Revigo. I will kill anyone who dares to harm my precious equipment. Immediately after, he activated the item's feature. The blue energy, healing his wounds, was being emitted from a ring. The system notified. Doran's ring activated, recovering 7,280 health points. Revigo seemed unable to believe his eyes. His face twisted noticeably. He thought to himself, This human still has an ace up his sleeve? Before Revigo could think any further, he was hit by a massive headbutt from Grid, leaving him stunned. He yelled, Arya! Grid quickly shoved Revigo to the ground. He cried out in pain. Ah! He raised his sword high in his hand, feeling both resentful and irritable, and yelled right in his face. Let's see how long you can keep healing. With that, Grid quickly gripped the sword and stabbed him repeatedly. Blood splattered everywhere. Every spot he stabbed was a critical point. Revigo was in so much pain his eyes rolled back. He screamed miserably. Ah! The system sound rang in his ear. Critical hit. You have dealt 7,500 damage. Revigo shrieked absolutely miserably. Ah! Every sword thrust into his body could have taken his life. The system continuously sounded with notifications of health points being deducted. Critical hit. You have dealt 69,800 damage. Critical hit. You have dealt 7,300 damage. The more he slaughtered, the more manic Grid became. The crimson killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. Grid laughed gleefully. Pooh ha ha ha. Die, die. He cursed him. Revigo was shocked by the scene of Grid's manic slaughter. Damien broke into a cold sweat all over. He looked at Grid in astonishment. Wait a second. I was skeptical at first, but now I'm sure of it. He's the bloodthirsty butcher who wrecked the Zen Guild. Sunlight slanted back toward Grid as he sat on top of Revigo. The blade kept rising and falling on him, like a demon sent to claim his life. Even Damien, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shudder. It was horrific. This scene looked like an even crueler demon had appeared to punish the Pope. Thoughts raced through Damien's mind. This is brutal. Our Savior is torturing the Pope right there on the cathedral steps. Under the relentless physical torment, Revigo's mind began to blur. His eyes stared blankly into the air, a pool of blood from his wounds spreading beneath him. Revigo thought dizzily, I can't believe I'm being humiliated by such a barbaric outsider. This is unacceptable. As he thought this, his twisted will surged. A massive pillar of divine power erupted from Revigo's body, shooting straight into the sky. The fatal wounds Grid had inflicted began to heal. He muttered to himself, I am, by all rights, the goddess's messenger. The supreme leader of over 70 million believers. Even the king himself must bow before me. He sensed something was wrong. Grid quickly leaped backward to dodge the pillar of divine power, his eyes fixed on Revigo, who was now shrouded in holy light. He thought, oh, for heaven's sake, healing again? This is getting ridiculous. Suddenly, Grid frowned. This felt different from the Pope's previous healing. He mused, no, it's not just healing. There's something else going on. But what? Revigo pushed one hand against the ground, bracing himself to sit up. Sparks of light swirled around him as his wounds healed instantly. He spoke, to be humiliated by a barbarian. And yet, for me, this is a blessing. Revigo stood up fully, his entire body enveloped in blinding divine energy. His eyes glowed like fire, burning with intensity, his tone as arrogant as ever. Let this serve as proof once more that outsiders are nothing but wild, uncivilized beasts. Revigo glared at Grid. His gaze was filled with infinite spite and contempt. Goddess Rebecca always knows how to test her true disciples like me. Grid quickly noticed the change in Revigo after this round of healing. He thought, yeah, he's definitely different. He felt a latent sense of danger. Outside the cathedral, the clear blue sky began to churn as powerful gusts of wind swept through. Luna stood on the ground, wrapped in a layer of blue mana. She held a shield in one hand, surrounded by the swirling dust of the battle. Luna looked up at the sky and shouted with determination, the Pope's command is absolute. Isabel stood above her. Isabel appeared with her awakened spear in hand, the energy radiating from her burning like the sun, a complete contrast to Luna's blue mana. Standing firm by her decision, Isabel calmly retorted, I only place my faith in Goddess Rebecca, Luna replied. Isabel immediately unleashed the skill, Goddess's Judgment. The spear grew to a massive size, hurtling down from midair. From where Isabel stood, it plunged toward Luna. Luna reacted quickly, using her Goddess's protection skill to brace against the attack. The manifestation of the shield became clearly visible. With a sharp crack, the tip of the spear successfully pierced through the shield. The shield shattered into tiny fragments. Isabel hovered in midair, witnessing the explosion caused by her own technique. Cassius stood to the side. Watching from start to finish, he shielded his face from the dust and shockwaves of the clash, shouting, Isabel, Luna. Isabel landed calmly, her body still radiating intense energy. She spoke to reassure him, it's all right, Cassius. He didn't stop worrying and called out to her again. After that last blow, Luna lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious from taking the full impact. The dust around her was slowly dissipating. Isabel explained, I used White Sea, so the outcome is clear. But don't worry, she's just unconscious. She turned to look at Cassius. Take care of Luna, okay? She reminded him. Isabel gripped her spear tightly, her momentum not waning in the slightest. I must hurry and save Jin. Having said that, Isabel quickly sprinted toward the great cathedral doors. Behind those doors was her beloved Jin. As she ran, Isabel thought to herself, I won't be afraid anymore. Pope, there is no way I am going to stand by and watch Jin be harmed again. She reaffirmed this firmly in her heart, for the sake of everyone. Right after that, Isabel slammed the doors open. She shouted, Jin! Appearing before her was the Pope standing on the high dais. Opposite him were Grid, Damien, and Jin, who were struggling to fend off his powerful, shimmering divine light. Revigo's body seemed to glow, and a formation of bizarre, ancient runes appeared behind his head. Revigo whispered under his breath, Protect your servant. Grant this loyal follower your power to punish sin and evil as a loyal servant of the goddess. Isabel cried out in panic, her concern plain to see. That's his strongest holy spell. Don't try to block it, she warned him. Grid dodged. The Pope's white hair gradually turned a golden hue, his eyes glowing with light as he calmly unleashed his technique. Goddess's Wrath. A brilliant beam of golden light shot directly at Grid's eyes. He frowned, slightly worried. Boom! The divine blast that came crashing down where Grid stood was more powerful than all the previous times combined. Naturally, the destructive force of the technique was far greater. Isabel dashed quickly in front of Damien and Jin, raising her spear high to create a barrier to block the shockwaves of that devastating attack. Isabel let out a breath. Jin! She called out. Jin turned to look at her, stunned. Isabel? The ultimate technique had been unleashed. It had cost Revigo quite a lot of energy. He looked visibly exhausted, his breathing heavy. Suddenly, Revigo's eyes widened, and he gasped in shock. What? As the dust cleared, Grid was still standing there proudly, having taken almost no damage at all. Before him were two familiar weapons, blocked all attacks. Revigo couldn't believe his eyes and asked back, "What kind of monster are you? You blocked the goddess's wrath?" Not just Revigo, even Damien and Isabel widened their eyes in shock. Isabel hesitated, unable to believe it. The goddess's wrath was actually... Suddenly, Jishuka spoke up. "Isabel and Damien, I'm sorry." From her inventory, Jishuka pulled out her weapon. Her gaze was burning with determination, firmer than anyone else's. Jishuka made her decision. "I thought obeying that old man meant contributing to the Holy Church, but in the end, it just hurt everyone. If punishing him is the goddess's will, then I will fight alongside everyone." The system panel gradually displayed information about Jishuka's weapon, Sword of Aethel, one of the 3 divine artifacts. Grid took off his cloak and threw it aside. He softly called out, "Hey, you guys, listen up." He turned to look at them. The cloak gradually retracted into his backpack. In his hand appeared another sword, and behind his back, 2 small golden discs floated in the air. Grid warned, "If anyone even thinks about kill-stealing, I'll deal with you personally. He is mine." His face became angrier than ever. In his eyes, looking at Revigo, there was only killing intent. As if wanting to mince him into 100 pieces, Grid bluntly cursed, "This damn old fox has to die by my hand." Damien looked at Grid with immense admiration. He actually blocked the goddess's wrath from the old pope. Thank heavens he's on our side. Thinking that, he focused on using his skills to buff Grid. "It was thanks to awakening my skill that I could take down the other holy knights. Now, I must focus on buffing Grid." The system displayed a notification. Attack power and accuracy of party members increased by 80% for 3 minutes. Revigo was still in shock after the previous situation. He wondered to himself, what the hell was that? How can that brat block the power the goddess bestowed upon me? At this moment, Grid gripped his sword tightly and raised it high. The sword in his hand flashed with a dim golden light. Revigo gritted his teeth. Anxiety in the face of death began to occupy his mind. This savage beast still won't back down after seeing me reveal divine might? I underestimated him too much. Grid, standing from afar, swung down once. A golden wave of sword energy flew rapidly toward Revigo. He was still complacent about his ability. Revigo contemptuously raised a hand, smiling smugly. "Ignorant? Using the same trick again? As long as this shield exists, you won't even be able to touch the hem of my robe." However, his words suddenly stalled. He was so surprised he went blank because of something. Grid's attack had shattered Revigo's defense easily. His body took the full damage from the sword and was sent flying backward, taking a terrifying blow from Grid. Then, he fell to his knees, vomiting a mouthful of blood, his breathing becoming ragged. Revigo stammered and asked, "How? How were you able to pierce my shield?" Grid, while rushing forward with his sword, said with a tone of disdain, "Ignorant fool. Using physical defense to block. Magic damage is just pathetic." The system provided information. Golden Light Break. Unique skill of the Dance Slave. Replica. Deals 1000% of the user's magic power to the opponent in a straight line. Mana cost, 500. He yelled, "Go ahead and die obediently," and drop the loot. "Right here, you perverted old man." Having just approached Revigo, he raised his sword to continue the onslaught. But Revigo worriedly recovered while thinking, "I didn't expect him to use magic-type attacks. I've taken too much damage. I must heal immediately." Before he could finish his thought, on Grid's side, the system sound rang out again. Level 2 reached. Skills upgraded, damage and attack count increased by 5. With that, he raises his sword high, his eyes burning with killing intent. "Go ahead, keep healing if you're so good. Just watch how I hack you to pieces." As soon as he finishes, Grid unleashes a barrage of 27 hits. Revigo screams in agony as he gets shredded by the attacks. He thinks to himself in a panic, this savage really doesn't know when to stop, but he quickly regains his composure and activates his protective shield. Goddess's protection. Revigo lunges forward madly, cursing, "You absolute piece of trash, die." He braces himself once more. Using the skill Goddess's Wrath, that blinding golden light appears above Grid's head, ready to come crashing down. That massive beam of light. The attacks shattered into razor-sharp beams of light, relentlessly stabbing down at where he stood. The system chimed in again. "You have dealt 15,900 damage. You have dealt 12,300 damage. You have dealt 13,000 damage. You have dealt 9,500 damage." Revigo watched the discs taking turns blocking the light beams he had created, and muttered to himself, he can't possibly block all that damage with those tiny little discs. It's over. Already celebrating his victory, Revigo let out a hearty laugh. In the end, I'm the winner. Return to dust, you trash. But he didn't get to celebrate for long. A hand suddenly clamped onto his wrist, and the owner of that hand was none other than Grid. Revigo froze, confused. He thought back to the times he'd landed hits on him, thinking, he should have died countless times by now. How is he still hanging on? He just stood there, stunned, asking, how? How are you still alive? Grid replied, don't make me repeat myself, you old geezer. The system announced, skill, death rejection activated. A legend does not fall easily. When health reaches the minimum threshold, all damage is nullified for 5 seconds. Grid glared at him with murderous intent, a trail of blood running from his head down his face. My lineage has been playing top-tier games for 3 generations, Revigo shrieked. What kind of monster are you? You persistent ghost. Grid thrust his sword straight through his chest. The system chimed. Level up. Skill. Slaughter has leveled up. Damage dealt has increased significantly. Revigo wouldn't let go, gripping Grid's head, panting heavily. You bastard! Grid growled. Shut your mouth and die. Then, the intersection between Revigo's body and Grid's sword began to glow. The survivors watched the scene in absolute horror. The system announced, final result. You have defeated Revigo, the 13th Pope. Party leader Grid has received Essence of the Goddess, Holy Light Armor, Holy Light Gauntlets, and Holy Light Crown. You have received 95,350,000 experience points. You have received 500 gold. You have leveled up 20 times. Your current level is 170. As the battle ended, Grid collapsed. Seeing this, everyone rushed over. Damien called out to him with concern. Grid just lay there, whining. I'm exhausted. I can't even move a finger. The system notified. Quest complete. The favorability of the Rebecca Church towards you has reached the maximum. Speak with Isabel to receive a blessing for your pavanium. Exhausted, Grid forced himself up. Well, there's still work to be done. Isabel stepped forward and called out, Grid. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Even Jin was teary-eyed, bowing his head. Thanks to you, the honor of the goddess and the Rebecca Church has been saved. Damien looked at him with sheer amazement, unable to believe it. To think he defeated the Pope all by himself. I could only watch from the sidelines. If not for Grid, the daughters of Rebecca would have struggled to survive. Just then, a notification appeared on Damien's system screen. Quest complete. You have changed into a unique class, Messenger of the Goddess. You are now qualified to become the Pope. You can lead the Rebecca Church. If you become the Pope, you will receive the skill, Goddess's Wrath. You will receive the skill, Goddess's Protection. Initializing passive skill, God's Touch. If you act according to the Goddess's guidance, miracles will occur. Random trigger condition. Initializing dignity stat. Holy power regeneration rate increased by 3 times. Damien was stunned reading the flurry of system notifications. Most hidden classes are rare, and until now, only 3 people were known to hold an epic class hidden job. Yet, I've been changed into a unique class job. Then, he looked at Grid sitting on the ground, thinking, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. A nobody who is 32 and only knew how to serve the daughters of Rebecca. Grid really is my great benefactor. I must reward him properly. Damien's thoughts were interrupted by Grid. Hey Isabel, a simple thank you won't cut it. You know, the Rebecca Church is loaded. Cough up the money. Everyone's mood instantly plummeted at those words, but Grid kept rambling. Look, my helmet is destroyed. My cloak and armor are severely damaged too. You guys need to pay for my repair costs. And Isabel, you took my holy shield without returning it, so you need to compensate me for my emotional damage too. Damien smiled helplessly, thinking, naming him Grid really was fitting. How can someone be this greedy? Grid then tossed the 2 discs he used for defense into the air and said, the most important thing is the blessing. You 2 young folks can bless these for me, right? You can do that, can't you? Isabel took the 2 discs and replied, I mean, I can, but why do you want us to bless items? Oh, fine. She began to perform the blessing. Goddess of wisdom and love, Rebecca. Then she let the 2 discs float up. Share your warmth with those your beloved child cherishes. The system announced, Pavanium has been blessed by Goddess Rebecca. Gold disc made of Pavanium. Durability, eternal. Weight, 5. Added feature, recovery. Health regeneration from Goddess Rebecca's blessing. Owner's health regeneration speed increased by 300%. Grid took the 2 discs back and cheered inwardly. Awesome. The recovery skill. Not only has independent will, but now it can use skills too? Does that mean after getting blessed by more gods, it'll learn even more skills? Next, Isabel brought the shield back as promised. I will return your holy shield. Seeing this, Grid jumped up. My precious shield. System info. Holy shield. Perfection. Quality. Legendary. Grid examined the shield while calculating. Now, how do I manage to get a blessing from the Yatan Church? That's going to be a headache. We're practically mortal enemies now. If there's no other way, I'll have to use force, Isabel continued. Right now, it's difficult to pay you a proper reward because we need to use our funds to rebuild the Vatican. It might sound thick-skinned of me, but please consider this. Shield as your payment, okay? Grid rubbed his chin and replied, That's disappointing, but fine. I have business to attend to immediately. Damien asked, Are you leaving already? He added, Thanks to you, many people are at peace now, Grid. I couldn't help much this time, but I hope one day I can return this favor to you. Then Damien changed his tone, reverting to his fanboy ways. Before you go, can I rub my cheek against those discs for a second? Just now, I saw him get a blessing from Isabel's bountiful soul. Hearing that, Isabel immediately flew over and delivered a kick right to him. Grid suddenly turned and called out, Oh right, instead of money, could you do me a favor? It's about my next destination. What is it? Since I have to oversee the reconstruction of the Vatican, I won't be able to go with you, he replied with a sigh. I'm not exactly dying to have a brat tagging along either, she snapped back. Who are you calling a brat? He stated his request. Write me a letter of introduction. The scene shifts to a forest. The sky there was incredibly clear. Inside the forest, Toban was sitting on a rock, scrolling through his system screen and grumbling, My friends are useless. I only asked for help with one quest, and they all bailed on me. Not a single one stayed. What's up with that? Even the guy who volunteered to help is completely unreachable now. After ranting for a while, Toban got serious, thinking, This is an SS rank quest with a legendary sword as a reward. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me, as the strongest holy knight of the Jula Church. Then he thought, the difficulty and risk are extremely high, so the guys with weak nerves wouldn't dare help anyway. Just as he thought of that, someone arrived and called out, Toban, we're here. Toban looked at those approaching and thought, only the new members are willing to help. We're not that close, but they're rangers at least. There's still a chance for this mission. One of them asked, When do we start? Toban propped his elbows on his knees, stood up, and said, We need to go get something. He began briefing them. Our first location is the Holy See of Rebecca. Toban recalled his time at the Judah Church. Judah, the god of health and wisdom, and Dominion, the god of war. They were the sons of the goddess of light, Rebecca. That's why the churches of Judah and Dominion are under the jurisdiction of the Vatican. All three churches have always kept a very close relationship. However, everyone has their own ambitions. Toban had arrived at the main cathedral of the Judah Church to meet someone. After hearing his report, that person said, Revigo has truly stained the Vatican, the true believers of the Church of Rebecca. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the new pope, Pascal, the second archbishop of the Judah Church. He claims that if a suitable candidate isn't chosen, within the Rebecca Church, he will step up to become pope. Toban recalls that the most respected pope in the history of the Rebecca Church, Frank V, also hailed from our church. So, it makes total sense if the same thing happens again. He continues, If I may ask, what is my next mission? A quick search reveals that Toban is the strongest holy knight of the Judah Church, the vice guild master, in charge of HR for the Overgeared guild, and currently tops the holy knight rankings. Pascal replies, Bring me the equipment Frank wore during his lifetime, currently kept at the Rebecca Church. Only with that can I prove my eligibility to be crowned pope. A system notification pops up for him. Quest. Frank's successor SS rank, Pascal, desiring to become the 14th pope and prove to the Rebecca Church that he is worthy of the title Successor of Frank. Recover the required equipment and deliver it to Pascal. Quest reward. +5 levels. Sage's sword. Mission failure. Pascal's plan collapses, and he will absolutely hate your guts, Toban thinks to himself. The top-tier players are fighting over every single percentage of experience, and here I am, about to jump up 5 whole levels. I can finally break out of level 232 and climb the overall rankings. He imagines a glowing, powerful golden sword. Not just that, but the Sage's sword too. The system provides details. Sage's sword, legendary grade. Durability, 500 out of 500. Attack power, 385. Attack speed, plus 3%. A holy relic of the Judah Church. In the past, every archbishop of the Judah Church only entrusted this to the person they trusted most. On hit, chance to reset all skill cooldowns. Intelligence plus 250. Requirements. Holy Knight of the Judah Church. Toban calculates that the attack power matches other legendary weapons. Plus, with the cooldown reset feature, I could grind levels as fast as Paul and Ibelin, but just thinking about being left behind by Grid makes me feel annoyed. The quest is pretty tough, but since Grid blacklisted me, I've got to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pascal asks, "Can you find the location of the relics? I've planted a mole inside the Vatican. I have high expectations for you." Toban, the strongest holy knight of Judah, smiles confidently and says, "Just hand me the list of relics. I'll set off immediately." Back from his thoughts, he's leading the new members while cursing the idiots in his head. Those losers were so eager to help at first, but once they realized it was a church mission, they all vanished into thin air. Their loyalty is worth less than these newcomers. He turns to the others. "It's lucky you guys are helping, but I have to warn you, we might end up fighting the daughters of Rebecca." The one holding the fan replies, "Haha, it's just a relic retrieval mission, isn't it? Things will work out." That's Box. He's ranked first among the linkers and 232nd in the overall rankings. He says, "As long as you can get us a meeting with that guy wearing the bone helmet, that's all that matters." As soon as Toban hears that, he realizes, this must be the legendary football. Rumor has it, this guy plays with so many women's hearts that people even started an anti-fan page called King Box. He starts analyzing Box's linker abilities. He uses magic to control objects or link them together to create magical constructs that carry various blessing and curse effects. Even if his overall rank is lower than Grid's, being at the top of his class means he's no pushover. Let's see how he performs. The other two are Asuka, the Berserker, and Teddy, the Summoner. Tobin guesses they probably have high rankings too. While lost in thought, he remembers that the team's combat power is decent. Why is everyone so curious about Grid? He wonders. Then Toban says, "As announced before, I will only reveal that information when I fully trust you guys." Box replies, "I know it's sensitive information, that's why we agreed to help you out this time." He covers his mouth with his fan. "If this works out, it would be weird not to trust us, right, brother? And since you're the chief of staff for the guild, you two must be really close, right?" Toban turns bright red but keeps a straight face, replying, "Of course, we're best friends. No one understands Grid better than me." Suddenly, he sees something glinting in the tree. Toban realizes it's the spy's signal. He must be waiting here to give me the location of the relics. He turns to the others. "Wait for me a moment. I need to go receive a message from the church." Asuka sighs. "Ugh, so annoying. Why is this guild so secretive about that player?" Teddy responds, "Try to be patient, miss. We're almost at the Vatican anyway." Asuka turns to Box. "Hey Box, are you sure helping with this mission will actually let us meet the bone helmet guy?" Box answers, "Not sure, but sticking with this advisor is our best bet." She frowns and clicks her tongue. "Tsk. I'm just afraid he'll make excuses to wiggle out of it later. Teddy and I will go first. You follow the advisor." Box asks, "Wouldn't it be easier if we went together?" She replies, "Waiting is boring as hell." Scene shift to another part of the forest. The sky is still blue, hidden by dense tree canopies. Toban stands facing a person wearing a cloak, completely covered from head to toe. Toban gasps in surprise. "What?" The person calmly answers his question. "It's true. I even came myself to verify it. And I still can't believe my own eyes." Toban is truly horrified by Killmeter's words. He asks in a panic, "Pope Revigo was just killed? The perpetrator is someone like you, someone favored by the gods." Toban looks at Killmeter and asks, "What is that person's name?" Killmeter replies with a serious expression, "I haven't determined that yet, but they are definitely strong, judging by the swordsmanship used to defeat the Pope." Toban's eyebrows furrow tightly. He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Unbelievable. Someone favored by the gods. That means it's another player." His lips press into a thin, long line. The Pope is considered one of the strongest NPCs in the game, yet that player was able to defeat him alone. Toban was completely lost in his own speculations. Could that be Kroger, the #1 ranker pawn always talks about? He imagined a man in black robes, long flowing hair, and master-level swordsmanship. It slowly took shape in Toban's mind. "I heard that guy is so strong that even a whole guild ganging up on him couldn't take him down." Toban rested a hand over his mouth, thinking seriously. No, maybe it's some hidden expert. A series of guesses flowed through Toban's mind. Even Elfamina, who defeated Faker, was a possibility. But that was a name he was hearing for the first time. Toban seemed to remember something. He looked up at Killmiter and asked, "Don't, Rebecca's daughters, have the duty to protect the Pope. Were they defeated too?" Killmiter heard his question and cleared up the confusion. "No, they are still unharmed." Killmiter continued, providing information that recently the Pope hadn't been able to control them, and they had abandoned their guard duties due to dissatisfaction with him. Toban grew even more anxious. Sweat poured down constantly. His brow furrowed tightly as he thought, "Internal strife? Huh?" He sank into thought again, secretly guessing that the Rebecca Church must be in total chaos right now after the Pope's death. In Tobin's mind, taking Frank's treasures now seems easier. Tobin brought up the main issue. "All right, then where exactly are those treasures?" Not far from there, Box held a fan in his hand, suddenly spinning it. He turned his handsome, elegant face toward Tobin and asked, "Done with your business, buddy?" Toban looked at Box and answered his question, then asked, "Where are the others?" Box fanned himself and said, "Young Lady Jishuka. Couldn't wait, so she went ahead." Teddy went along to escort her. "I heard that in real life, he's actually Lady Jishuka's personal attendant." Box noticed Toban's strange expression, covered his mouth with his fan, and asked, "Why do you look so worried? Is something wrong?" Toban, already sweating, whispered, It's nothing. The mission just changed a bit." Toban looked at Box and said, "First of all, it looks like we don't have to go all the way to the Vatican." Contrary to Toban, Box seemed much more relaxed. Hearing that, he just laughed and asked, "Oh, really?" Toban opened the game system and started searching. He said, "Actually, the location of the treasure changed. I'll share the info in the group chat." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the forest, making both of them jump in surprise. Without a word, they looked in the same direction. Far off in the distance, there was a plume of smoke rising from the forest. Tobin wondered, "Smoke?" Box explained, "Probably Lady Jishuka. She's likely hunting." Tobin quickly ran toward the smoke, shouting back to Box, "Let's chase after her and see what's happening, Box." Box quickly followed, answering, "Sure." As he ran, Toban was lost in thought. "We don't need to go to the Vatican." Toban thought so hard his brows furrowed and cold sweat streamed down his cheek. That would be much simpler than fighting Rebecca's daughters. But Tobin continued to worry, musing to himself, "But what I'm most concerned about is that this is still an SS rank mission." Toban thought to himself. The mission difficulty should have dropped by now, right? The two accelerated. Box looked at Toban and said, "Toban, it seems our target is right in front of us." Box observed Tobin's expression and continued, "I don't think it's hunting. It's a mission marker." On the edge of the forest, a blonde girl holding a sword was busy fighting. A voice rang out, "Jishuka, hurry." Teddy looked at her and asked worriedly, "My lady, are you all right?" Jishuka looked down at her attendant, frowned, and said, "Enough with the pleasantries. Give me a hand." Teddy immediately followed orders, took his weapon, and used his ability, replying, "Understood, my lady. Summon Black Bear." As soon as Teddy finished, his eyes flashed brightly. At the same moment, a massive, ferocious-looking black bear with sharp claws and teeth appeared. Box quickly spoke up, "That's Teddy's summon. Let's join them. Hurry." Tobin quickly replied, "Got it. Let's go." Toban's eyes suddenly widened, looking very startled. Box, holding his fan, said to the girl, "We're here to help." As soon as Jishuka saw him, she shouted, "Box, are you sure this is the quest to retrieve the treasure?" The two began to bicker. Box said, "Didn't you read the mission update? This is the mission." Toban remained silent, observing with a frown. Jishuka's voice rang out again, "But I've looked high and low and I don't see any treasure." Toban frowned slightly, thinking to himself, Frank's divine artifact can only be equipped by his descendant at the Vatican. A memory suddenly flashed in Toban's mind. "Take them and bring them back here." He recalled the earlier meeting with Killmiter. Toban had asked, "Give me the location of those treasures." Killmiter didn't know the exact location, only that a player had already taken them. At that, Toban was startled and asked, "A player?" He became even more suspicious, wondering, "And the believers just let him take them?" Killmiter added information that left Toban a bit bewildered. Not only that, they seemed to feel guilty about not being able to repay that person more. Toban couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What?" The ferocious black bear let out a roar, snapping everyone back to reality. That giant, black bear was suddenly slashed by hundreds of sword strikes. Toban was drenched in sweat, looking terrified. "The mission I entrusted to you, the strongest holy knight of Jiduan," a deep, echoing voice said. "Frank's divine equipment can be passed down to his descendants. Pascal had once said they were the crown, armor, and holy gauntlets. Along with Killmiter's words, he was even wearing the holy armor for a moment. And Killmiter himself had warned him to stop that person. Suddenly, someone walked out from somewhere. He stepped forward and asked, "What's this? Why am I getting ambushed out of nowhere?" Toban was still lost in his chaotic thoughts. In his heart, he thought, he's the one who defeated the Pope and took the treasures. Grid walked out, hands on his hips, holding a shimmering, light-colored sword, deep in thought. Huh? Toban? Toban was absolutely terrified, his face deathly pale as sweat poured down like a waterfall. His eyes widened, drowning in memories of the Archbishop. You have to kill him and bring back the artifact. Toban watched the newcomer, a name flashing through his mind. Grid. Grid frowned, looking gloomily at Toban as he asked, "Is it you? What did you say?" Toban was startled by the appearance of this young man. A name suddenly flashed in his mind. It's him. Grid. Grid held a small, glowing blue sword in his hand. His eyes narrowed tightly. He glared at the person before him and snapped, "Is this some kind of game to you, old man?" Grid stood with one hand on his hip, the other raising the small sword. At that same moment, a white bear appeared behind him. Unaware of what was about to happen, he looked at Toban and said, "Hey, why are you just standing there? Jin, show him what you've got." A massive white bear wearing a red cloak and glasses appeared, aggressively grabbing Grid and punching him so hard it lifted him right off his feet. Growls filled the air as system notifications kept popping up. Took 4,550 damage, triggering Doran's ring effect, recovering 2,275 health. Grid was dazed by the white bear's punch. He frowned, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as he thought, so that's the black guy's summoner. He's strong. Seeing the scene, Toban panicked and shouted, "Stop it, Bach!" Toban's brow furrowed deep, sweat streaming down his cheek. He's a member of our guild. Just then, a girl in red armor, agile and swift, leaped out with her sword and delivered a crushing blow, hitting Grid hard. Took 3,900 damage. Grid was sent flying by the girl's strike, blood splattering everywhere. As he was knocked back, he couldn't help but clench his teeth and think, this brat with the dual swords is strong too. He seemed to recall something and continued to ponder. Wait, let me see. Through the system, he saw Luna's combat power as she charged forward like a storm, 18,000, and the person far off in the distance was none other than Black Teddy, at 9,000. The giant white bear not far away had a combat power of 20,000. Looking at these experts, he thought to himself, their stats. Both of them are high-level rankers. Jishuka quickly landed, raising her sword high. Grid frowned, thinking to himself, damn it, getting beaten up like this is bad. He started to speculate. Maybe it's because my current gear is trash. Suddenly, Grid used his power, creating a blinding scene. The force of it made Luna cover her eyes and face, and she was even blown backward. He thought to himself, that'll show them. Seeing her like that, Black Teddy grew worried and called out, "Miss!" After successfully leveling up, Grid slowly descended as system notifications kept ringing. Holy Light Crown, Legendary Grade. Durability, 180. Defense, 20. Intelligence, plus 300. Stats, plus 200. Another notification popped up. Holy Light Armor, Legendary Grade. Durability, 924. Defense, 872. Possesses the ability to completely neutralize dark magic. Healing spell effectiveness increased by 300%. Physical damage received reduced by 40%. Magic damage received reduced by 50%. These high-level items were upgraded one after another. Holy Light Gloves, Legendary Grade. Durability 300,300. Defense 130. Attack speed plus 20%. Accuracy plus 40%. Ability to trigger a 5-hit combo. High chance to trigger a counterattack. Grid appeared once again. Clad in high-end gear, his entire body glowed brilliantly. In an instant, he looked incredibly imposing, equipping 3 matching items. Defense plus 500. Health plus 6,000. Requirement met. Rank. Grid. He suddenly became arrogant, looking toward them with a grin. Open your eyes and behold, you bumpkins. With an arrogant, show-off tone, he added, now that this Grid has geared up, I'm just too dazzling. Tobin's eyes widened in shock as he stared at him. He thought, that's the Holy Light set. Toban was so stunned he couldn't close his mouth, sweat rolling down his cheek. He had only ever read about it in quest descriptions, never having seen it with his own eyes before. Toban's expression darkened, his eyes still wide, calculating silently. So, it really is Grid. Toban's brow furrowed tightly as he realized, So Grid is actually the one who defeated Pope Revigo and took those artifacts. Tobin looked at Grid's arrogant posture and the high-level gear on his body, lost in thought. He only reached level 100 a few weeks ago. He questioned himself in disbelief. This is too hard to believe. How could he defeat Revigo on his own? Tobin continued to drift away in his thoughts. Whatever, it's a good thing anyway. If I can convince Grid to help me complete the quest, he'll be like a savior. Tobin, looking joyful, clenched his fist and hurried over. Hey, Grid! Before Tobin could reach him, Jishuka had already used her swordsmanship to engage Grid. Tobin watched the fierce clash before him, heartbroken to the point of tears, his lips trembling as he thought, don't fight anymore. He couldn't help but curse. These lunatics. Jishuka had a somber expression, her brow firm, looking at her sword with certainty as she asked. You there, with the great sword, you're the guy in the bone mask, the berserker killer, right? She then said casually. The rumors say you single-handedly tore through the Zen Guild. Grid was clearly annoyed by her words. He blocked her sword with one hand, his brow furrowed in irritation. I'm a handsome guy in shining armor, and you're still labeling me with this berserker stuff? He continued his train of thought. I thought that once I got famous, people would show a little respect. Grid, clearly feeling no respect, swung his sword with one hand and sent Jishuka flying. He shouted, Where do all these annoying pests keep coming from? Black Teddy sensed the situation was turning bad and shouted, White Bear Warrior, protect the miss, now. The valiant and battle-hardened White Bear Warrior, having received its master's command, quickly bared its fangs, growled, and charged at Grid. Grid, with his masterful skills and top-tier gear and sharp blade, quickly attacked the White Bear Warrior. Without any mercy, he struck straight through the White Bear. The bear seemed even more enraged, looking at Grid with eyes burning bright, baring its sharp fangs with pure hostility. Grid looked at the White Bear Warrior, which still seemed unharmed, and wondered with some confusion, It's not down yet? I stabbed right through it. It bared its sharp teeth with hostility, growling. Grid looked at the White Bear Warrior, still unscathed, and wondered with some confusion. It's still not down? I already stabbed right through it, Grid thought to himself. That's the ability of that summoner. Over here, Black Teddy was using his summoning ability, desperately controlling it, gripping the teddy bear with bloodshot eyes. Blue and purple energy kept radiating outwards. He shouted, Berserk! The system sound effect rang out, Berserk. Summoned beast, immune to damage, and all stats doubled for 10 seconds. Energy from the summoned beast was transferred to the White Bear Warrior, as if pouring more strength into it. Around the beast now were streaks of thundering purple-pink lightning. The summoned beast's voice rang out again, commanding, Protect. The White Bear Warrior was overflowing with energy and combat power. The two sides clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield to the other. The system notification rang out again. Protect. No creature can approach. The skill user for 3 seconds. Ineffective against monsters. Mana cost, 300. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Black Teddy was slightly startled. He was completely caught off guard. What? He gripped his hands tighter, his mouth slightly agape in shock, thinking, he can deal damage to a level 280 White Bear Warrior in Berserk state, and he even blocked its attack? Grid. Wielding a greatsword, he bolted forward like lightning toward Jishuka, who was defending, and shouted loudly, If you've got the guts to pick a fight, you've got to have the guts to take a hit. Brat! Jishuka fought off Grid's attacks one by one, continuously slashing while thinking to herself, he swings that greatsword like it's nothing. Unbelievable. She quickly regained her composure, her eyes turning bloodshot, emitting tiny sparks of lightning. She wore a mischievous smile and thought, but if he wants a fast-paced fight, even better. She gripped her sword tightly, continuing to lose herself in her own thoughts. The longer the battle drags on, the stronger the berserk state gets. Jishuka raised her sword high again, relentlessly striking her opponent. Berserk sword. The system notification kept announcing, You have taken 1,700 damage. You have taken 1,650 damage. You have taken 1,807 damage. Another notification box quickly appeared. Berserk sword attacks the target 9 times in a row. After a round of frenzied berserk sword strikes, Grid was still safe and sound. He looked at her and called out, Hey, brat! She looked at the young man in front of her, still surprised. A flash of shock crossed her eyes, wondering, He's still unharmed? Grid smiled, starting to show off. Told you, my gear is brand new and top tier. He didn't hesitate to raise his voice to challenge his opponent, and widened his eyes. Watch carefully, and see what a real combo looks like. His sharp blade slowly swept past as he quickly used the sword in his hand to unleash another powerful skill. Sword Dance, Pagma's Link. This single strike of his successfully took down Jishuka. She fell, crashing to the ground, her brows furrowed tight, biting her lip to endure the pain. Ugh. He slowly walked closer, pressing the sword in his hand against her, his tone carrying a hint of a threat. Better start talking. His voice was low, asking in a dark, cold, and frightening manner, "What is the purpose of this attack?" Grid looked at her with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his own gaze now tinged with red, and said, "And you called me a maniac?" He looked at her menacingly, threatening in a low voice, "If you try any funny business, I'll send you straight to the afterlife." Suddenly, from far away, a powerful surge of energy was launched straight at where Grid was standing. Grid's face instantly went dark, and he looked over with a look of disappointment.